Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 91, Atlanta wants to kill the Heartless Men. Chapter 91, Atlanta wants to kill the Heartless Men. The young hunter stared warily at the figure standing below. At the same time, Ro finally took a proper look at her, and his gaze paused for a heartbeat. Of course he knew the name Atlanta. She was one of the emblematic heroes of the Greek Age of Gods, a name that echoed all the way into later ages. Daughter of King Isis. Thrown away on the mountains of Arcadia because her father had wanted a son instead of a daughter. Discovered by Artemis, taken into this very paradise, and raised beneath the goddess's protection. Having grown up here, in this enclosed haven, she had long since come to treat it as her true home. Naturally, she could not allow intruders to wander in as they pleased. If you take one more step, I will not hesitate to shoot straight through you, stranger. When Ro did not answer immediately, Atlanta's bowstring tightened. She raised her bow in one smooth motion, drew, and aimed. There was nothing ambiguous about the threat in her eyes. You cannot shoot through me. Ro took a step forward. His tone was offhand, almost bored, with a faint hint of provocation. You are really rude, you know that. Atlanta bared her teeth, exposing a pair of sharp canines. Her face flushed with anger. If you dare to take another step, I will really shoot. Ro took another step. I am warning you. I will kill you. Not only will I kill you, I will ask Lady Artemis to consign your soul to purgatory for eternity. Ro continued onward. You shameless men. If you defile the paradise of Lady Artemis. Ro still ignored her. You. If you are going to shoot, then shoot. Why waste so many words? Question mark. Who was actually threatening whom here? Why was this intruder fiercer than the Guardian? Atlanta froze for an instant, then truly flew into a rage. She had not intended to kill him. At first she only meant to scare him off and drive him out. It was not as if no one had tried to slip into the paradise before. As the earthly dwelling of Artemis, whose status among the 12 Olympian gods was special and exalted, it naturally drew plenty of worshippers and fanatics. But without fail, Atlanta had always driven them off. Atlanta did not mind killing. She had grown up in Arcadia hunting since childhood. But someone had once told her that she should show a measure of kindness toward all living things. So she had always tried not to spill blood within the bounds of paradise. Only this man in front of her. If you die, you have only yourself to blame. Atlanta gritted her teeth and loosed. The bowstring thrummed. In an instant, a brilliant radiance spiraled along the shaft of the arrow, magic coiling outward. The mystery bestowed by a goddess bloomed to life. The instant Atlanta released, it flashed forth like moonlight. As Artemis's attendant, the power she wielded naturally traced its origin back to the moon goddess. Light flared. It streaked across the air and reached its target in less than a breath. Clang. The impact rang out like metal striking solid stone. Ro glanced down, then dusted his robe with one hand. All that remained was a faint pale mark. Atlanta stared, stunned. You. Her slender brows knitted. In the next second, before she could react, a gust brushed past her cheek. Ro, who had stood below a moment ago, vanished from sight. A calm voice sounded right beside her ear. Who gave you that bow and arrow? Ro appeared at her side as if he had always been there, looking at her with a slightly tilted gaze. The divine power infused into the bow and arrow certainly belonged to Artemis. But the bow and arrow themselves did not. Their base material was different. It carried a power specialized for binding gods. This was the material of the chains of heaven. If he had not wanted to confirm that, why would he have provoked Atlanta at all? It was never because he thought she could harm him. You. I am not telling you. Atlanta panicked. Her arrow had not even pierced his clothes. Was this man actually a god? As a hunter, this was her first time having an enemy close and so suddenly. She wanted to retreat, but in her flustered state, her footwork slipped. Ro reached out and seized her shadow. Atlanta did not think. She simply lunged and bit down. Her teeth met something harder than iron. A sharp bolt of pain shot through her jaw as a tooth cracked. The body of the primordial child was not something she could bite through. Wah. The princess of paradise let out a muffled cry of pain. Damn it. Still holding her by the collar, dangling like a misbehaving kitten, Ro stepped off the branch and dropped lightly to the forest floor. Just when Atlanta thought she would be finished off, he casually tossed her away. She hit the ground with a thump, landing directly on her backside. Another involuntary whimper slipped out of her throat. Humiliating. Completely humiliating. I do not want to fight you, Ro said, spreading his hands. You already did. I only want to ask you one thing. Ro raised the bow and arrow he had plucked from her hands and let it sway lightly. Where did this come from? I am not telling you. Just kill me. Lady Artemis will never forgive you. Atlanta glared at him fiercely. Then never mind. Ro put the bow and arrow away. If you will not talk, I will just hold on to this. He turned toward the depths of the forest. I am going in to look for someone. I will not do anything else. If you are worried, you can follow me. Leaving that behind, Ro walked farther into the greenery. Atlanta ground her teeth as she pushed herself back to her feet. Until today, no matter what monstrous beast she had faced, she had always taken the victory with her archery. This was the first time she had been so thoroughly overwhelmed. Frustrated and uneasy, she still trailed after him. Your name is Atlanta, right? Atlanta did not answer. Do you know who I am looking for? Silence again. Ro ignored her attitude and kept speaking at his own pace. I am looking for a very close friend. She has long, emerald green hair, a beautiful and spotless face, always clean, always composed. You are looking for Lady Enkidu. Atlanta finally lost her composure. Ro smiled. He had talked this much for exactly this moment. From their brief exchange, he had already figured out what kind of person she was. A girl who could not keep anything important bottled up. It really is Enkidu. Ro nodded, his thoughts about Enkidu's time in this land growing clearer. At that time, although Lady Artemis adopted me, and a mother bear raised me, it was actually Lady Enkidu who kept me company as I grew up. Atlanta's voice softened as memories surfaced. Lady Enkidu was like a mother to me. Are you really Lady Enkidu's friend? Ro nodded, understanding more and more about what Enkidu had done in Greece. Then you should also know someone named Ro, right? Ro's first instinct was to answer. Lady Enkidu has always been looking for that man. Atlanta's tone sharpened again. She said he was her beloved, the one she has been searching for all this time. That sort of man is always the same. He must have abandoned her in the end. She snorted, voice full of indignation. If I ever find him, I will make sure he learns exactly how powerful my bow and arrows are. Ro fell silent. He was not particularly bothered, but it seemed wiser to admit the truth after he actually met Enkidu. P at Trian discount, 20% OFF. P at Trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 92, Come, Atlanta, Call Me Daddy. Chapter 92, Come, Atlanta, Call Me Daddy. The trees on either side were dense and green, the shadows swaying like waves. Perhaps because Ro had described Enkidu's appearance in such precise detail, the inexperienced Atlanta believed him far too easily. Once her guard loosened, her mouth moved as if a gate had been lifted, and she chattered all the way through the forest. She herself found that strange. From childhood she had almost never interacted with outsiders. She was deeply wary of men and instinctively repulsed by them. Yet she did not feel that repulsion toward Ro. Just intuition. But as a huntress, she trusted her instincts the way a beast trusted its nose. We are here. In the middle of a sentence, Atlanta suddenly stopped and pointed forward. Lady Enkidu is sleeping here. Here. Ro followed her gesture. What filled his vision was a vast flower. It rose like a mountain in the very center of paradise. Its stem, coiling like a bundle of titanic ropes, twisted up into the sky, supporting a blossom crown as broad as a cloud. Its lush petals draped from heaven all the way down to the earth. Ro halted and tilted his head back. Chains of heaven. He smiled. The enormous flower in front of him was woven entirely from the chains of heaven. This was Enkidu's power made manifest, a transformed form of, O humans, let your will be done on the gods, after the gods' expulsion. Its name was, O son of man, guard my beloved. Ro quietly put the information he read into human language. What are you mumbling about? Atlanta looked over, puzzled. Nothing. Ro shook his head. Just as he had suspected, this so-called paradise was built around Enkidu as its core, a world formed by the diffusion of her power. And now, it seemed that Enkidu had entered a special state. Slumber. Or perhaps, evolution. It seems you have been gaining quite a lot on your journey too. Ro let his gaze fall from the giant flower and chose not to disturb it. The Saint of Greece. It was a title even the gods acknowledged. To receive such a title, she must have been working ceaselessly all this time. Enkidu, how long has she been asleep? Atlanta opened her mouth to answer. Before she could speak, a clear and gentle voice cut across her words. Teacher Enkidu has been asleep for 3 years. Eh? Lady Artemis. When did you get here? Atlanta felt a light weight settle on her shoulder. She whipped her head around and saw that at some unknown moment, a new figure had appeared right beside her. Her first instinct was to bow, but a hand stopped her. "It is fine, Atta. No need to be so formal." The gentle voice flowed like moonlight. A pale hand brushed across Atlanta's cheek. Then the newcomer raised her eyes to look at Ro. Their gazes met. Moon Goddess Artemis. Ro recognized her identity at a glance. The Moon Goddess Artemis was just as her legend described, an exquisitely beautiful goddess. Her hair was silver like pure moonlight. Her face was fresh and lovely, her pale irises glowing with a clear luminance. Her full figure was wrapped only loosely in white, and a ribbon of red traced along the cloth. Long legs crossed and leaned slightly forward, while she half rested against Atlanta's back. Her ample chest pressed down and spread against Atlanta's shoulders, and the curve of her raised hips swayed subtly with the drifting wind. "Ah, teacher, let me introduce him." Atlanta started to speak, but Artemis interrupted her. "I know who he is." "Huh." Atlanta blinked, the words dying on her tongue. Then she heard the goddess behind her speak, this time to her. "Come now, Atta. Call him father." "Ro, ? Atlanta, ? Wait, why should I call this guy father?" Atlanta immediately exploded, metaphorical for bristling. Her impression of Ro had certainly improved somewhat along the walk. But that did not mean she would let some strange man step all over her. If it had been anyone other than the moon goddess saying this, the little huntress would likely have already tried to shoot them. "Is that so?" "Why?" Artemis tilted her head and glanced at Ro. Her clear eyes blinked, innocent and pure, while the corners of her red lips carried a faint, unreadable curve. "I do not really know either. This is what Teacher Enkidu told me." "Lady Enkidu?" "Wait. Father." Atlanta finally put the pieces together. "You are the man Lady Enkidu has been searching for." "Wonderful." Artemis was obviously doing this on purpose. Ro's eyelid twitched once. He regained his calm in the next heartbeat and simply said, "Yes. I am Ro." He then looked at Atlanta. "Come, Atlanta. Call me Daddy." ? Why was he like this too? Atlanta had long since grown used to Artemis's occasional absent-mindedness. But this man. "You said a while ago that Enkidu is like a mother to you, right?" Atlanta's eyes widened. She could not deny it. She had said exactly that. "My relationship with Enkidu." Ro spread his hands. "It is not strange to call me that, is it? There is a problem. There is a very big problem." "Enough already, Atlanta." Ro looked at her with a helpless expression, like he was watching a child throwing a tantrum. Ah. Atlanta's bristling only intensified. Now that she knew his identity, she could not treat him as an ordinary intruder, and that made it even harder to vent her frustration. She could only stomp in place and fume. Damn it. Atlanta clutched her head, grinding her teeth. Ro, on the other hand, was completely calm. He had long since developed countermeasures for the occasional harassment that came with being who he was. Transfer the target of the attention. Simply redirect the embarrassment to someone else. As long as he was not the one feeling awkward, someone else inevitably would be. It was at that moment that he met a pair of unclouded eyes and a gentle face. The moon goddess Artemis looked straight at him. She stepped away from Atlanta and came to stand directly before him, her gaze fixed on him without wavering. "As expected of you, sage. As expected of me." Ro remained exactly where he was, neither bowing his head nor softening his tone. This was his consistent bearing toward gods. Just as he was wondering whether Artemis would also be flustered or offended by that arrogance, she suddenly moved closer. Her face approached his chest and came to rest lightly against him. Her lithe figure pressed in, her chest flattening and reshaping against him, sending ripples through the fabric. The fragrance of her skin brushed against his face. Her waist bent as if to bow, and the moon goddess Artemis leaned fully into Ro's embrace. "On you." She drew in a quiet breath, her voice growing softer. "There really is the scent of longing that Teacher Enkidu spoke of." A faint blush spread across her cheeks. Yes. This was exactly the feeling of longing that Enkidu had described to her again and again. This development felt slightly off script. Wait. Enkidu-sensei. What exactly had Enkidu been teaching her? To get a handle on that, Ro reflexively activated the blessing Athena had given him. Thoughts stirred, and the blessing of, "May your wisdom be forever like a clear mirror," began to trace and sort the lines of information implied in Artemis's words. That same blessing allowed Athena, in her temple in Athens, to instantly sense Ro's current state. Artemis. Looking is fine. Going that far is too much. Feeling the feedback, Athena suddenly rose from her throne, grit her teeth, and vanished from the temple. Only the three Gorgon sisters were left exchanging puzzled glances. Is Lady Athena all right? P at Trian discount, 20% OFF. P at Trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 93, Chapter 93, The Casual Moon Goddess Artemis. Chapter 93, The Casual Moon Goddess Artemis. Although she had never truly seen Ro before, in Artemis's heart there had always been a shadow of him. It was an image pieced together shard by shard from Enkidu's stories. To some extent, that shadow was also the key factor that shifted the god called Artemis from a purely mechanical existence into a god with something resembling human emotion. Just as Ro had already confirmed, the machine bodies of the Greek gods in this world had, after being heavily damaged by the Star Hunter, gradually gone out of control and disappeared into imaginary number space. Somewhere in those 2 or 3 millennia, the Artemis Enkidu met had just lost her divine machine frame. Only a humanoid terminal remained. Her mechanical nature had not yet faded. Her divinity was still immense. But if she wished to maintain this human-shaped vessel, she needed to understand what human meant. At that time, every god chose a different path. Ares immersed himself in the Spartans' thirst for battle. Athena listened to the words of the wise and learned from intellect. Apollo walked the path of people of justice and light. Artemis was different from all of them. She chose Enkidu, who had just arrived in Greece and was already revered as a saint, and took her as a teacher. That pure and unstained girl. The one who had crossed the sea. Surely someone like that understood human nature. Human nature. To be honest, I do not understand it very well either. But I do know that once a person has someone they miss, they can keep moving forward. That was what the beautiful girl said the first time they met. So, following those words, Artemis planted the seed of longing in her own heart. She assembled the silhouette of that longing. And now, facing Ro in the flesh, she could not help herself. This is wonderful. It really is you, Lord Ro. Pressing her entire body against him, the moon goddess, with her tall and graceful figure, trembled with joy. Her fair arms wrapped around Ro's chest, squeezing and deforming it against her. Ro glanced to the side. Through Athena's blessing, he instantly traced the cause and effect and understood the entire story. He could only feel a weary sort of helplessness. Enkidu definitely had not expected things to turn out like this. Atlanta, for her part, was completely stunned. Hadn't they just said this man was a sage? The beloved friend of Lady Enkidu. So why was Lady Artemis suddenly hugging him like this? Why? So confusing. So very confusing. Atlanta felt dizzy. Goddess, please do not press yourself against me. Ro spoke at last. We are not actually that familiar. His voice faded away. At the same moment, his figure vanished from her arms and reappeared a short distance away. The moon goddess's embrace closed on empty air. How cruel. Artemis folded her arms across her chest, her movement sinking further into her own softness. She crossed one long leg over the other and looked up directly at Ro. I am Artemis. I can still recognize the moon goddess. Ro sounded perfectly serious. After all, I just finished beating Ares, god of war. That is your brother, is it not? What? Do you want to try me as well? Is that not going a bit too far? Artemis's expression shifted to wounded sorrow. Compared to you, I am not excessive at all, your excellency moon goddess. Ro smiled. Of course he had no intention of punching the moon goddess for no reason. He simply wanted an excuse to keep his distance. This was not the way he wished to die. There was a difference between provoking a god and provoking a god. Besides, after failing to die so many times, his mindset had changed in subtle ways. Reckless self-destruction clearly did not work. Then he might as well choose how to die. That way, once he did reach the throne, he could at least carry his memories and bonds up with him intact. Too much, Lord Ro. Are you refusing my feelings because of Lady Enkidu? Artemis let out a strangely desolate sigh. Lady Enkidu would not mind. Enkidu truly would not mind. But Ro did. At that moment, the air rippled faintly. Light and shadow gathered like drifting snowflakes, and a new figure condensed out of them. Artemis. Her plain white robe fluttering, the goddess of wisdom from Athens arrived with a decidedly stormy expression. Athena had seen Artemis's every move. They were both virgin goddesses. How could this woman be this shameless? She, Athena, had been the first to try and recruit Ro. Even if it had not quite succeeded, the pride of the goddess of victory would never allow someone else to poach him afterward. It had nothing to do with romantic feelings. It was purely a matter of dignity. Athena appeared. Ro quietly let out a breath of relief. It seemed this ally was still reliable. By invoking the blessing she had given him, he had not only traced the roots of Artemis's actions, but also correctly anticipated that Athena would intervene. He had believed from the start that the goddess of wisdom would come. With her power, he could cleanly withdraw. No matter what, Enkidu was at a critical juncture. It was best not to start a fight here. He must not disturb her. Ah. Athena. The moon goddess turned her head and looked at her. Her eyes became perfectly clear and still, like a lake without ripples. For just a heartbeat, there was a flash of playful mischief in them. "Why are you in such a hurry?" she asked, feigning innocence. "Could it be that?" "Ah, my apologies. I did not realize." Athena calmed down almost at once, but she had the distinct sensation she had just walked into a trap. She forced herself to smile. "What you imagine has nothing to do with me. What matters now is this." She clapped her hands once and grinned. "Artemis, my friend, what exactly do you intend to do to the person under my protection?" Artemis tilted her head slightly. Her expression was the very picture of, "I do not know what you are talking about." But they were both goddesses and had known each other for a very long time. There was no way Athena did not understand what she was implying. Artemis was deliberately twisting the nature of Athene's relationship with Ro. Virgin goddesses had to maintain their purity. That was the oath they had sworn to Zeus, king of the gods. So Athena had to clarify her stance. If she stepped in rashly, Artemis could simply use that to distance herself as well and pretend nothing had happened. In the end, for all that they had once been mechanical gods, they were never lacking in cunning. Even if Artemis always wore the air of an innocent girl, the goddess of wisdom refused to be dragged onto that battlefield. She did not say anything that matched Artemis's speculation. Any indecent or ambiguous implications were entirely the moon goddess's own invention and had nothing to do with her. "Lord Ro, please come with me." Athena turned her gaze away from Artemis and fixed it solemnly on Ro instead. At that moment, she looked every inch the goddess of wisdom and war, composed, resolute, her silver hair and crimson eyes lending her a heroic air. She reached out and took Ro's hand, ready to lead him away. Atlanta was completely stunned. This was the first time she had seen two goddesses tug-of-warring over a mortal. Ro glanced at Athena's hand. He could not shake the feeling something about this situation was slightly off. "That will not do, Athena." Artemis stepped in front of them. "This is my sacred domain in the mortal world. I cannot allow you to simply walk out with him. And you say Lord Ro is your agent?" "Of course, Artemis. Lord Ro still carries the blessing I granted him." Athena's words stopped abruptly. At the same instant, a ray of moonlight fell upon Ro. The moon goddess smiled, radiant and beautiful. "In the name of Artemis, my beloved one. From this moment on, the bright moon shall serve as your eyes and your hands. It will always shine upon and support the path you walk." After declaring this, Artemis turned her eyes to Athena and blinked playfully. "Apologies," she said, "but now he also bears my blessing." Athena. They were gods, after all. To bestow blessings like this. Was that not a little too casual? P at Trian discount, 20% OFF. P at Trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 94, as expected of a sage. Chapter 94, as expected of a sage. Just like every other time he had been blessed by a god, this was not what Ro wanted. And just like every other time, he could clearly feel himself getting stronger. The bright moon as your eyes and hands. From now on, wherever moonlight shone, his field of vision would expand dramatically. With a thought, the light itself could be turned into a weapon and wielded freely. The latter did not matter much to him. The former, though, had its uses. Even with a primordial body and an inhuman physique, his eyesight had already surpassed reason. That did not mean there was no room for improvement. Sharper vision meant finer perception. And finer perception meant he could better trace the lines that led toward death. Yes. The newest divine blessing was already being filed neatly into Ro's ongoing plan to seek his own end. That said, is this not a bit too casual? Ro looked at the pleased Artemis and the slightly wide-eyed Athena. Athena truly was surprised. She valued Ro highly. That much was obvious. As a virgin goddess, she had been willing to share her glory with him. The goddess of wisdom loved those who possessed wisdom, and the goddess of war was delighted by warriors who could lead battle to victory. Ro had both. To call her regard love would not even be exaggeration. But she had not expected Artemis, upon meeting him for the first time, to go that far. Among the gods, the moon goddess had always been pure and aloof. Her blessing was supposed to be the hardest to obtain. Now he is also my proxy, Athena. Artemis spoke with undisguised satisfaction. After a brief moment, Athena exhaled and recovered her composure. I miscalculated. The goddess of wisdom admits she was wrong. The wiser one is, the more clearly one understands that nothing in this world can be calculated perfectly, Athena said solemnly. But Artemis, even among the gods, there is an order. I was the one who first bestowed my blessing upon Ro. I was there first, Artemis. But you have not reached the finish line yet, Athena. Artemis answered without shame. I am also the goddess of competition. For me, as long as the race has not ended, the places can always be reversed. Hopeless. They were starting again. Ro watched them silently as the two goddesses somehow slid back into another argument. The spectacle was, in some ways, on a much grander scale than the quarrels between Enkidu and Ereshkigal. Ahaha. As expected of the sage, to provoke two main god-level goddesses into fighting over him at the same time. At the voice in his ear, Ro narrowed his eyes. Hermes, is that you? Did you not say you would block all harassing gods for me? I did. But main gods are beyond my authority. The messenger of the gods appeared at his side, the bard-like figure with ink-blue hair floating effortlessly, his smile bright. Let alone stop them. Right now I do not even have the qualification to look directly at them. Athena and Artemis stood among the top of the 12 Olympian gods, second only to Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. Together with Apollo, they could all compete for the title of strongest main god below the three rulers. The difference between them and ordinary gods was a chasm. Just as ordinary humans could not look directly at gods, ordinary gods, without permission, could not look directly at those too. Even if I force myself to look, all I see are two pillars of overwhelming divinity, Hermes said, spreading his hands. He did not need to point it out. Ro already knew that the quarrel between the two goddesses was quickly pulling in the attention of half the Greek pantheon. Is that Her Highness Artemis, the goddess of moon and competition, and Her Highness Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war? They seemed to be arguing about what? About a person. Is it that sage of Uruk who fought Lord Ares, god of war? To think he could make two virgin goddesses fight over him at once. The rustling voices reached both goddesses at the same time. They stopped. They turned. Their gazes rose in unison. Why did they stop? It looks like they are looking this way. That is impossible. We were only speaking by thought. How could their highnesses hear us? Father Zeus above, please save us. Boom. Moonlight fell like a hammer. A white hand flicked lazily. Gods in the sky, on land, and in the sea were gagged and beaten in an instant, flung about like rag dolls by divine power. The entertainment of main gods. Did they really think that was something they were allowed to watch? Damn it. The gods realized, almost at once, that they had been set up. And the one who set them up. Lord Ro is gone. Lord Ro. My Lord Ro. Looking at the spot where Ro had been standing, Artemis let out a wail. The goddess of wisdom also fell silent, her delicate brows drawing together, an odd sense of loss stirring in her chest. Why could they not simply have held hands a little longer? No. What was she thinking? This was simply the goddess of wisdom's longing for wisdom. That was all. In any case, she had helped Ro this time. If she were to ask him for help in the future, he should not refuse an opportunity for a private discussio. No. That was not it either. Athena drew a deep breath. Before she left, she gave one final look to the moon goddess, who was still muttering to herself in frustration. Enjoy your obsession alone, Artemis. I am leaving. Ha 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 ha. That is what you get for watching the show. Outside Arcadia, on the shoreline, Ro looked up at the pathetic state of the gods in the sky, land, and sea, all knocked about and disheveled, and could not help laughing aloud. He was genuinely amused. Ha 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 ha, Lord Ro, I did well, did I not? Hermes floated beside him, very obviously fishing for praise. As the messenger of the gods, he was the courier between divinity and mankind, capable of both letting divine will descend and quietly intercepting it. For ordinary gods, at least. And the ones who had been watching, by sheer coincidence, were all ordinary gods. So, at Ro's request, he had loosened the restrictions and let those bored deities witness the argument between Athena and Artemis. At the same time, he let the two main goddesses clearly hear the peanut gallery commentary. The entertainment of main gods was not for others to spy on. A beating was practically a mercy. Ro took the chance to slip away. He had come only to confirm Enkidu's condition, after all. Since she was at a critical stage of transformation, it was better not to disturb her. It was acceptable. Ro smiled faintly. The next time I have to hit you, I will go easier. Hermes. Was that something he was supposed to be grateful for? He decided not to think too deeply about it. Sage of Uruk, I will take my leave first, Hermes said. If you ever need me, simply call my name. The wind will guide me to you. With that, he vanished once more. In some regards, he really was a diligent man. Ro remained in place, deep in thought. You really are here. A clear voice sounded behind him. The young huntress with long green hair strode forward, each long step drawing the eye. Her skirt swayed with her stride, slender hips shifting with unconscious confidence as she approached him. Sage Ro of the Legends of Uruk. Atlanta stopped and lifted her gaze, eyes bright and serious. I, Atlanta, in the name of a student of Saint Enkidu, challenge you. Ro had expected her to find him. After all, he still held the bow and arrow that Enkidu had given her. But hearing those particular words, he was silent for a beat. Was she serious? P at Trian discount, 20% OFF. P at Trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 95, wanting to board the Argo, landing at the finish line. Chapter 95, wanting to board the Argo, landing at the finish line. Atlanta was, of course, completely serious. She knew very well how strong the man before her was. One of the 3 kings of Uruk. The equal of Lord Enkidu. An existence comparable to a main god. That was precisely why the humiliation could not be left alone. The crime of making Lord Enkidu wait 1,000 years. She had to make him pay for that. So if you want to fight, just fight already. Can you stop talking? On the shore, Ro raised his hand and stared helplessly at Atlanta, who currently had her teeth sunk into his arm and refused to let go no matter how much he shook her. The forest girl, whose long hair resembled Enkidu's yet lacked that pure, verdant sheen and instead carried a faint yellowish tint, said nothing. She only bit down harder. If they really fought, it would be over in a heartbeat. The difference between them had already been made clear. Even if Ro stood still, Atlanta could not inflict so much as a scratch on him. She understood this better than anyone. That was why, from beginning to end, she had never truly thought of defeating him. She just wanted to annoy him. To harass him. Wah. Woo. A muffled whimper, like a small beast protesting, leaked out between her grinding teeth. Ro glanced aside and took in the scene. Her slightly raised hips. Her slim waist unconsciously tensed. The beast-like ears peeking out from her long, flowing hair. Beast ears. As a Greek hero whose legend was passed down through the ages, Atlanta was, naturally, a demigod. In Greece, it was almost rare to find anyone with a name in myth who did not have divine blood. The gods walked among men, and the gods indulged themselves with all things. From that chaos came innumerable demigods and monsters. A certain self-propelled, humanoid artillery king of the gods was the most infamous among them. Demigods possessed traits that set them apart from humans. Heracles had his sculpted, inhuman physique. And this cat in front of him. Those ears left little room for doubt. If you don't let go, don't blame me for being impolite, Ro warned, sounding more tired than angry. Woo-wah-wah. If you have the guts, then kill me. Lord Enkidu will never forgive you. This time, she did not invoke Artemis, but Enkidu. Atlanta was not stupid. Ro had no intention of killing her, of course. She was, after all, someone Enkidu had helped raise. A moment later, Atlanta shuddered violently, a startled sound slipping from her throat. Ro's fingers had brushed her ear. He lightly stroked the soft fur at the tip. An unfamiliar sensation raced through her, making her entire body lose strength. Because she was a demigod with beast-like traits, her senses were extremely sharp. And precisely because of that, those ears were her absolute weak point. Her clenched teeth trembled, her lightly trained but not overly muscular body twisting against her will. The color drained from her cheeks, then flushed back in a rush. In the next instant, she collapsed into Ro's chest. Her curved hips bumped against his thigh, swaying under her skirt. Ro was just about to pull his hand back and quietly leave. Aha, it seems I returned at a rather delicate time. I did not expect the sage of Uruk to be so romantic. A teasing voice sounded in his ear. Hermes floated in midair, looking every bit the spectator at a play. Do not mind me. Continue, please, continue. Atlanta snapped fully awake. Admittedly, in that instant, their position really was very suggestive. She sprang upright at once. As for Ro, he simply curled his fingers into a fist in silence. I said I do not mind. I actually have business. I will be going. No, wait, don't grab me. You promised to hit me more gently this time. No one had expected the freshly granted concession to be redeemed so quickly. A little while later. The waves rose and fell along the shore, the sun warming the soft sand. Atlanta looked at Hermes, the messenger of the gods, who now sported a spectacular collection of bruises and swelling. Then she turned her gaze toward Ro, who was calmly dusting off his hands. Atlanta ground her teeth again. Humiliation. She had been humiliated in front of a god again. That hateful sage. The princess of Arcadia flushed to the tips of her ears. Air. I think one beating is enough, yes. Hermes raised both hands in surrender, entirely devoid of the dignity expected of a god closest to the main gods. I just happened to pass by. I only just arrived. I did not see anything you two were doing before. He really should have kept his mouth shut. Of course, even if he had stayed quiet, there was no way Ro would fail to notice his presence. And Hermes was a born mischief maker. Applauding other people's misfortune in situations like this was practically a reflex. So. You left, then came back. What do you actually want? Ro asked, arching a brow. I came to bring you a message. Hermes straightened a little. Did you not say you wanted to become a hero? Recently, a young man named Jason has begun gathering heroes to sail across the Great Sea in search of the legendary Golden Fleece, the symbol of wealth and adventure. If you participate, you will surely become a great hero praised through the ages. His tone carried a hint of flattery. Seeing Ro fall silent in thought, Hermes seized the chance to slip away again. If you interrupted someone's good deed, staying any longer was just asking to be hit twice. Ro was indeed thinking. Jason. The Golden Fleece. He did not need to think long to know what was coming. The voyage of the Argo. The grand adventure sung in later eras, where every single hero aboard that ship would be recorded in legend. Could he really stay out of something like that? A smile tugged at his lips. He had already stepped into the sight of the gods, but that still was not enough. The supreme among the three great rulers had yet to truly focus on him. His journey to seek death had only just begun. Are you going back, or, he asked, glancing at Atlanta. I will not let you off that easily. Atlanta's face reddened again. Then suit yourself, Ro replied bluntly. In any case, if things followed their proper course, Atlanta would be involved in that adventure as well. What do you mean, suit yourself? Atlanta suddenly exploded again. Do not make it sound like I am stalking you. Aren't you? Of course not. Then suit yourself. Whether you are or not. Young Jason gathered many heroes onto that ship of legends. Under the blessings of the gods, the Argo cut through the waves of the open sea, carrying the vows of those who sought to carve a great adventure into the world. Jason, Heracles, Cronus, and many others whose names would echo through the ages all boarded that heroic vessel. But when they finally overcame all obstacles and neared their goal, they discovered something unexpected. Someone had already reached the destination ahead of them. The tale of the Argonauts. Half a day earlier. Having once more boarded a ship and crossed the Aegean Sea, Ro stared silently at the land before him. Where is this? Atlanta asked. She stood on a reef, bow in hand, gazing at the palace rising from the coastline. This is the kingdom of Chalcis, on the Caucasus, Ro replied dully. The place where the Golden Fleece lies. He turned toward the sea and, without hesitation, raised his middle finger at a certain sea king who had shot him across the waters like an arrow. He had wanted to ride the Argo. Not spawn directly at the boss room. Under the surface of the Aegean, seaweed swayed and a faint light flickered. A beautiful figure with long, deep blue hair, gender difficult to determine at a glance, opened azure eyes and saw Ro's gesture at once. The sage's gesture. Was this his way of expressing respect toward her? P at Trian discount, 20% OFF. P at Trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 96, Medea's love was kicked away. Chapter 96, Medea's love was kicked away. This time, Ro did not hold Hermes responsible for anything. With Hermes' authority, he could barely manage troublesome lesser gods. Expecting him to stop a main god was already asking too much. Let alone the supreme god among the main gods. Poseidon, king of the sea. Even Ro himself had not noticed it at first. As one of the three great kings of Greece, Poseidon might not stand quite at Zeus's height, but among the main gods he was unquestionably supreme. And on the open sea, no one could interfere with whatever the Sea King decided to do. Still, that thought did not depress Ro. If anything, it pleased him. Since Poseidon had already begun to pay attention to him, then Zeus should not be far behind. Ro imagined the face of the king of the gods when he finally noticed him, that mix of arrogance, fury, and divine self-importance, and he could not hold back a quiet laugh. A strange laugh for no reason, Atlanta said from the reef nearby, cutting a sideways glance at him. Her expression radiated undisguised disdain. If I am happy, I will laugh, Ro replied without shame. So, kid, you have been standing up there for a while. Have you seen anything? Do not call me that. At once, Atlanta's back arched and her beast ears stood straight up, for bristling. She bared her teeth, trying to look fierce, though it only made her seem more like an angry kitten. Fine, fine. I will not call you that. Children grow up, after all. They get harder to handle. Wah. Atlanta finally snapped. She kicked off from the rock and lunged, biting down on his forearm with all the force of a wild animal. Only after staying like that for a while did she seem to calm down. Humph. The princess of Arcadia turned away with a blush still on her cheeks. There is a city ahead. A city. That should be the kingdom of Colchis, where the golden fleece rested. Then let us go, Rose said, smiling. We will enter the city first and see what this golden fleece really is. Since they had been sent here ahead of schedule, there was no need to go back and wait for the heroes of the Argo. Better to see if he could simply take the golden fleece before anyone else arrived. Even if the fleece was a treasure of Greece, the legend said that no one who laid hands on it ever came to a good end. Ro wanted to see for himself. To see whether it could grant his wish. To let him die. Humph. Do as you like, Atlanta muttered. She wiped away a trace of drool that had not completely left the corner of her mouth, her face still pink. I hope you die in there. Yet, despite those words, she still could not help following behind him. My pleasure, Ro answered. Someone claims to be a hero from afar, begging for the legendary golden fleece. In the great hall of the palace of Colchis, King Eats sat on his throne. His face was already marked by age, but his posture remained straight, his tall frame still giving the impression of a warrior. As he listened to the report from his guard, his eyes narrowed slightly. Within them, a faint green light flickered. Do not see him, he replied without hesitation. As the land that held the golden fleece, a treasure almost unique across the entire Aegean, Colchis drew visitors in droves. Men calling themselves heroes arrived in every generation, each one seeking a glimpse of that treasure. But a treasure so exalted was not something Eats would casually display. It was not that he feared their swords or schemes. He possessed powerful knight attendants, and he himself was no weakling. His father was Helios, the sun god. His mother was Perse, a daughter of the ocean. If his inheritance of that power had been just a little stronger, he might easily have become a true god instead of a demigod. Even so, this bloodline meant that, despite his years, Eats still had enough strength to tear beasts apart barehanded. He had no reason to be afraid. Just as the attendant was about to withdraw to deliver the king's refusal, a clear voice cut across the hall. Wait, father. My dear daughter Medea, do you have something to say? Eats turned his gaze to the speaker. It was a petite girl. Her light purple hair was tied up in a high ponytail, the loose strands at her forehead drawing attention to her fine brows and eyes. A simple white gauze dress wrapped her slender waist, the skirt split just enough to show a flash of pale thigh. Her calves, clad in white stockings, bent slightly as she curtsied. This was Medea, the princess of Colchis, not yet 16. Eats, as a father, cherished this daughter of his. Medea, however, had never abused that affection. Even now, she maintained a respectful posture. Father, may I ask that man's name? With your majesty's permission, the attendant replied, bowing his head. He calls himself Ro, from Arcadia. Ro. Like most people of this era, Medea thought instantly of the sage of Uruk from the stories. Of course, that was a figure from more than 1,000 years ago. It was probably just a coincidence of names. Regarding this man, father, I believe you should meet him, Medea said quietly. I can feel that he carries the blessings of many gods. Eats' eyes narrowed further. A hero who had received multiple divine blessings was not someone he could dismiss casually. Colchis lay far from Athens and Arcadia, and news among common people traveled slowly. The recent legends about Ro had not yet spread here. But the blessings of the gods alone were enough to make any ruler cautious. Let him in, Eats ordered with a wave of his hand. The attendant immediately left to carry out his command. My daughter, you have helped your father again. Do you desire a reward? Eats asked. Father, I hope you can spare those commoners. Before she could finish, the gentle expression on Eats' face vanished. His features hardened into cold iron. This is the one thing I cannot grant, he said firmly. This country is my country. Even if the taxes I demand are heavy, how can commoners be allowed to complain? I must use their deaths to affirm my authority. Medea fell silent. She had expected such an answer, yet hearing it aloud still left a bitter taste in her throat. Eats was a tyrant. Everyone in Colchis knew it. He was cruel, arbitrary, and wasteful, and all of his extravagance was piled upon the backs of the common people. He did not permit even the faintest dissatisfaction. A single word of complaint about his taxes, spoken carelessly over a drink, was enough to see someone seized and executed by palace guards. Medea was Eats' daughter, but she was also a sorceress of the divine age, learned in many things. She knew the path her father walked could only end in tragedy. And yet, she had no power to stop him. All she could do was let out a quiet sigh, the sound drowned by the echo of footsteps approaching the hall. Steady steps. She looked toward the entrance, and Eats narrowed his eyes once more. The one who appeared was a young man. A youth, really. Black hair. Black eyes. A slim frame with a cultured, almost gentle bearing. Ro walked in alone. Atlanta remained outside the palace. The princess who had grown up in the forest had no fondness for crowded halls. King Eats, greetings. Ro gave a small bow. Eats rose at once and offered a similar gesture. A man blessed by multiple gods was, at the very least, an equal in standing. So you are Ro, the king said. I am Eats, ruler of Kalkis. This is my daughter, Medea. Is it really him? Medea watched with open curiosity. This man was clearly different from the frauds and braggarts who had come before. He looks very handsome, does he not? The thought slipped through her mind, and color rushed into her face. Her heart gave a strange little jolt, as if pierced through by something sharp and feathered. For an instant, Medea felt her whole body tingle. Wait a moment. Ro's apologetic smile flickered across his lips, then he casually reached up and grabbed at empty air. From that empty space, he yanked out a small, winged child holding a bow, the little god's face full of disbelief. Eh? How did you find me? How can you even see me? Wait, what are you doing? The child's shocked protest cut off as Ro swung his leg. With one smooth kick, he sent the boy flying. Medea stared, speechless. If she had not been mistaken, that child had to be Cupid, the god who governed love. This strange hero had just literally kicked away the god of love. P@Trian discount, 20% OFF. P@Trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 97, Let the Warrior Slay the Dragon. Chapter 97, Let the Warrior Slay the Dragon. Only after Ro sent the little winged child flying did Medea manage to look at him again. The strange rush of heat in her chest from earlier had already vanished. That alone told her everything she needed to know. There was no mistake. That child really had been Cupid. Only the arrows of that mischievous god could make a person fall in love at first sight the moment they laid eyes on someone. But emotions dictated by someone else were always something pitiful. Medea felt a quiet relief settle over her. At the same time, her impression of Ro grew even softer. He had cut off that manipulation before it could take root. All right, let us continue, Ro said as he clapped his hands, as if nothing serious had happened at all. He lifted his gaze to Eats, who was still standing there in stunned silence. You truly are, remarkable, Eats finally managed after a long pause. It was nothing. Hardly worth mentioning, Ro replied. For him, it really had been little more than swatting aside a fly. Cupid, the god who governed love, was a habitual troublemaker in Greek tales. Even gods were not exempt from his pranks. As the concept of love given form, he could toy freely with the hearts of those pleasure-seeking Greek deities. However, if one could perceive him, catch him, and remove him first, then his influence could be avoided entirely. That much was trivial for Ro. And he certainly would not let Cupid act unchecked. If he recalled correctly, it was precisely because of one such prank that Medea, princess of Kalkis, had been pushed step by step toward the path of a vengeful witch. As for offending the one behind Cupid, Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty. Frankly speaking, Ro would be delighted if another god came down with the intent to kill him. Someone, bring Lord Ro a seat, Eats ordered. Whatever cruelty he hid in his heart, on the surface the king remained impeccably polite. Ro, however, did not sit. Thank you for your kindness, your majesty, he said. But I have already stated the purpose of my visit. I hope you can grant it. You mean the golden fleece? Eats tilted his head slightly and tapped the armrest of his throne with one finger. You should understand that the golden fleece is a unique treasure bestowed upon us by the gods through Hermes. It is not something just anyone can take. That is precisely why I cannot let this trip be in vain, Ro replied. He then revealed the divine favors that wrapped around him, blessings from Ares, Athena, Artemis, and Hermes, who, in this case, could be considered there merely to fill out the list. Eats's expression shifted. A moment of calculation flashed through his eyes, followed by a reluctant nod. In that case, very well. He paused, then added, but I have conditions. I will explain as we go. If you regret it, you are free to turn back at any time. Just as in the story that would later be told, Eats demanded that Ro first subdue the pair of divine bulls with bronze heads and iron bodies, the beasts he used for plowing the fields, which spewed flame from their mouths. Second, after plowing the land, sow the teeth of a poisonous dragon into the soil and then defeat the fierce warriors that would grow from it. Third, finally face the vicious and cunning dragon that guarded the forest and the golden fleece itself. 3 trials. None could be skipped. If Ro could accomplish all of them, Eats swore in the name of his kingdom that he would hand over the golden fleece. Ro was not surprised. He already knew the script, but he still put on a serious face and listened as if for the first time. Eats glanced at him, the corners of his mouth lifting in a faintly smug arc. These trials were merciless. Unless a god descended in person, there should have been no way for any mortal hero to pass them. What Eats did not know was that Ro's thoughts had already wandered somewhere else. They left the palace together, escorted by a contingent of guards. The city-state of Kalkis sprawled around them, its streets wide, its buildings dignified under the sun. Yet the sunlight that spilled over the rooftops, glinting faintly, illuminated more dust than life. People hid inside their homes. Faces that should have been lively and sun-tanned were instead sallow and drawn, peeking timidly from barely opened doors and shuttered windows. A country that should have been thriving under divine favor was withering under Eats's rule. Ro's gaze swept over the hollow-eyed citizens, then flicked briefly to the rooftops, where Atlanta shadowed them from above, bow in hand. On his other side was Medea, her brow faintly creased with worry as she walked. Interesting, he murmured, then lifted his eyes forward. They had reached the fields. Please, Lord Ro, Eats said, gesturing. Ro nodded and took a step into the open ground. A thunderous bellow shook the air. Along with the tremor came heat. Flames burst out, and two titanic shapes emerged at the far end of the fields. The divine bulls. Eats's lips curled in self-satisfaction. In the next heartbeat, his smile froze. Because the two massive bulls that had appeared so ferociously turned around the instant they saw Ro and bolted without a backward glance. Eats stared blankly. Medea's rose-colored lips parted slightly. Only Ro looked mildly amused. Where did you get these two bulls? He asked casually. It is said they are divine beasts from Uruk, Eats answered before he even realized he was speaking. In other words, they were descendants of the bull of heaven. Or, more accurately, remnants of the bull of heaven's cloud-like body, dispersed long ago by Ro, had later recondensed into these creatures. Their strength was perhaps only 1/10,000,000th of the original. Even so, they barely qualified as successors of the bull of heaven, enough to inherit one thing perfectly. The instinctive terror engraved into them when they first faced the sage of Uruk. He really did keep meeting old acquaintances wherever he went. If you do not want a beating, come back here, Ro said. He did not raise a hand or take a step. He simply spoke. At once, the bulls froze mid-flight, then, trembling all over, shuffled obediently back toward him like giant, nervous oxen. Eats watched his beloved beasts in silence. He knew how much effort it had cost him to tame them. He had nearly lost his life to them in the process. And now, Eats suddenly felt that his past efforts had been entirely pointless. Was this the power granted by Artemis, the goddess who governed hunting and taming? Continue, Lord Ro, the king said, forcing himself to maintain a calm tone. Use the bulls to plow the land, then sow these teeth into the soil. Fierce warriors will soon sprout from it. He handed over a container. These are the teeth shed by the dragon that guards the forest. They carry the resilience of a dragon's strongest part. At the same time, the warriors they produce bear the blessing of Ares, god of war. Only the blades in their own hands can pierce their bodies. You must take care. At this point, Eats could not help regaining some confidence. Yes. This time it would work. A short time later, the ground, freshly plowed by the docile divine bulls, began to shift. Roar. Warriors burst out of the earth, armor clanking, spears and shields in hand. Their eyes, the moment they opened, locked onto Ro, and they charged at him with a single, furious war cry. Ro raised his hand and slapped the nearest one across the helmet. What are you roaring for? The sage's rebuke exploded in the field. The warrior he struck stood there stunned, jaw hanging, as if his thoughts had been knocked out of his head. Eats also stared. These were war spirits blessed by Ares himself. And this man's first reaction was to slap one in the face. Was he trying to die on the spot? You, Ro said, his voice suddenly turning calm. You will immediately go and subdue the dragon in the forest. I want it alive. The method he used was the same as when he had dealt with Ares. He reached through the blessing of the god of war branded on himself, touched the same concept that dwelled within these warriors, and twisted it in his own favor. Yes. The earthborn warriors immediately knelt in unison, their voices merging as they took the command. In perfect order, they formed ranks, turned away from Ro, and marched toward the forest. Eats said nothing. His mind had gone numb. Was this a test he had set for another? Why did it feel more like he was the one whose ability to accept reality was being tested? Medea watched, completely entranced. She had never imagined that the trials her father had crafted, obstacles that had crushed so many so-called heroes, could be brushed aside in such a casual manner. Could it be? This man really was the sage of Uruk himself. P at Trian discount, 20% OFF. P at Trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 98, Chapter 98, Medea, have you considered becoming king? Chapter 98, Medea, have you considered becoming king? Between the warriors born from the dragon's teeth and the dragon itself, which one was truly stronger? As the earthborn warriors marched in formation toward the forest where the golden fleece lay, that question rose in everyone's mind, unbidden. The answer came before sunset. When the sun was about to slip beneath the horizon, the warriors returned. They came back carrying the dragon. The beast was covered in wounds, scales broken and torn, its massive body still twitching as it hung in their grip. At that sight, the onlookers could only exchange looks with one another. Reality had spoken. Against these warriors, each formed from the dragon's own strongest parts, the dragon had never stood a chance. In the end, it had only one set of teeth. But those fangs had been scattered into the earth, and from each tooth a warrior had been born, every one of them carrying that same lethal edge. And on top of that, they bore the blessing of Ares, god of war. No wonder the dragon had lost. Medea's eyes shone faintly at the scene. Eats, on the other hand, was drenched in cold sweat. King Eats, Ro said quietly, as you can see, I have completed the 3 conditions you set, have I not? Cough. Eats cleared his throat, forcing steadiness back into his voice. Ro is indeed the most ingenious hero I have ever seen. He let out a measured sigh. However, the golden fleece is an extremely precious treasure. I have hidden it in a very secret place. How about this, you stay in Colchis for a few days, and then I shall present it to you. It was obvious to anyone with eyes. Eats was stalling, looking for a way to break his promise. Father. Medea instinctively took a step forward. Having gradually guessed at Ro's true identity, she wanted to speak up on his behalf, to urge her father not to be reckless. But Eats never gave her the chance. Enough. Everyone may retire for today. His tone became brisk. Ro, I will have the finest accommodations prepared for you. I am weary. That is all. With that, Eats turned and left with a contingent of guards, his regal robes sweeping behind him. Medea lingered as the last to go. She looked at Ro with an apologetic expression. Please do not worry. I will persuade father to keep his word. Ro simply waved a hand, indicating that he did not mind. After they all departed, the fields fell quiet under the reddening sky. Atalanta dropped soundlessly down behind him. Humph, that guy actually dares to go back on his word. Her beast ears twitched, her young face full of indignation as she lifted her bow, instinctively wanting to aim at the king's distant figure. Ro stopped her with a glance. No need. I will make sure he keeps his promise. He smiled. Since Eats swore in the name of this country, we can simply let this country acquire a new ruler. Would that not be better? What are you planning? Atalanta asked before she could stop herself. Then, as if catching her own slip, she quickly added, don't get the wrong idea. I am not worried about you. I just cannot stand people who break their promises. Do you really not know? Ro turned and looked straight at her. What? Atalanta blinked, caught off guard. Being stared at so seriously made her cheeks color ever so slightly. Sundaras always lose, Ro said solemnly. He patted her on the shoulder and walked away, leaving behind only a baffled huntress. Sundara. Lose? Was he calling her a dog? Atalanta's ears trembled violently, and her fists clenched. You hateful man, you still haven't told me what you plan to do. You will know tonight. Hey, stop biting me again. Do you have any idea how hard it is to wipe that drool off? Ro's distressed complaint faded with the last of the daylight. Night. Within the palace of Colchis, in the princess's bedchamber, Medea sat alone at her desk. She wore a thin nightgown, her light purple hair tied up, and faced a polished mirror by candlelight, eyes closed in deep concentration. She was divining. Reaching into herself and consulting the magic mirror to retrieve the truths hidden in the depths of her mind. As the most beloved princess of Colchis, Medea had studied under countless magi from childhood, and her talent for sorcery had always been exceptional. She had received the favor of Hecate, goddess of magic, and had mastered many forms of spells and witchcraft with ease. Yet in truth, Medea rarely used mirror magic. She had been sharp since she was young. For most questions, she did not need a ritual to arrive at an answer. Only today, she was not certain. That young man. Is he really the sage of Uruk himself? Only if she confirmed it could she properly attempt to persuade her father. Although she knew that with Eats's temperament, even knowing the truth would not necessarily convince him in his heart. It is obvious, is it not? A voice sounded behind her. Medea's eyes snapped open, and through the mirror, she saw Ro's reflection. At some point, he had appeared in her chamber, seated in a chair behind her as if he belonged there, his gray-white robe draped loosely over him, long black hair swaying gently in the candlelight. Medea froze for a moment, but she did not panic. After all, if the sage of Uruk, who returned from the void after 1,000 years, truly wanted to do something to me, I would not be able to resist anyway, would I? She curved her lips into a small smile, though she did not turn around. She continued to watch him only through the mirror. Ro likewise did not look directly at her. He gazed instead toward the dark window. You seem to have many complaints about your father. Not complaints. Worries. Medea shook her head. My father's methods are wrong. I do not approve of what he does. That is already dissatisfaction. Ro clapped his hands softly. Eats is autocratic and tyrannical. He is cruel and unjust, rules through fear within his borders and breaks his promises to those outside. And you, Medea, are Hecate's favored child. You despise that kind of rule. Medea did not deny it. Even though he was criticizing her father, every word was accurate. So what? She dropped her gaze. I am only his daughter, and not even one with the right to inherit. He indulges me because the magic I learn can help him maintain his indulgence and cruelty. I am just a tool. You are a tool, Ro agreed, finishing it for her. Do you not want to change that? Change. Medea finally turned to face him, stunned. Yes. Change. Ro smiled faintly. I can help you become the ruler of this country. If you are king, you can control your own destiny. You will not have to be someone else's tool ever again. But in exchange, you must promise me a few things. Keep your word and give me the golden fleece. Rule kindly over the people of this land. Treat the common folk and those under your authority with the mercy they have been denied until now. He spoke at length, almost as if he did not require Medea's response at all. But in truth, this was the same plan he had already mentioned to Atalanta earlier that day, change the master of Colchis. It was also why he had come here quietly in the night. Outside the window, a pair of feline eyes watched him closely through the darkness. But I cannot, and I will not allow it, Medea answered. After her initial surprise, her composure returned. I cannot murder my own family to steal a throne that is not mine. A witch who had never been struck by Cupid's arrow was not as deranged as the legends would later paint her. Her purple eyes, fixed on the men in front of her, held the clarity of a true magus, as well as a deep and helpless sorrow. Ro, of course, knew this was the core problem that could not be ignored. There is no need to kill anyone. You do not even need to hurt them. As he said this, Ro's smile widened. He slowly rose to his feet. If your father, the king, and your brothers were all captured, and you were the only one left who could manage the affairs of this land, then, over time, you would have no choice but to reluctantly ascend the throne, would you? Impossible. Medea wanted to say it outright. Eats commanded a powerful army, and he himself was a formidable demigod. Unless Ro personally intervened. But that would change everything. Ro wanted to stand as a hero, not as a bandit who pillaged a nation. Even though in this age, the line between hero and bandit was hardly clear, he still had his own line to draw. Medea understood that as well. She knew he would not simply carve his way to the throne through open violence. However, in the next instant, she felt the floor tremble faintly beneath her feet. She turned toward the window. Outside, she saw flames rising and silhouettes rushing through the night. The warriors from the dragon's teeth, and the dragon that had guarded the forest. The power Ro now held in his hands. The warriors are Eats's prized soldiers, and the dragon is the magical beast that guarded the forests of Colchis. None of that has anything to do with you or me. Ro's voice was calm. During the day, he had already demonstrated his ability to control them, but Eats's vanity would never allow such a thing to become public knowledge. He had long since ordered the matter buried in silence. Ro stepped closer and extended his hand toward Medea. So, Princess Medea, only you can take charge of this chaos. I will help you stabilize the country and sit upon its throne. In return, I will receive the title of Hero Who Saved the Kingdom. A clean win for both of us. This was the plan Ro had finished drafting long before nightfall. Medea stared at him, dazed. She parted her lips slightly, unable to speak for a moment. She had not expected Ro's preparation to be so meticulous, every angle already considered and arranged. After a stretch of silence, she finally murmured. Lord Ro, you are as frightening as a demon. Ro did not deny it. I am a demon, he said, but only a demon who targets the wanton. He wanted the golden fleece. That was one reason. But beyond that, he simply could not stomach Eats's tyranny. He felt displeasure when he looked upon the oppressed. He felt disgust when he looked upon the oppressors reveling in their own cruelty. So he chose to act. He himself was someone who lived freely, and so he could become the demon that devoured those who abused that same freedom. Good and evil split by a single thought. Why bother to name which side it fell on? But you are also a hero, Medea said. Her lips curved into a smile brighter than any she had ever worn. She raised her hand and placed her fingers lightly within his palm, tracing the lines. He was a hero. A hero for mortals. And the hero who had opened the cage around her life. At this moment, he was her hero. P at Trian discount, 20% OFF. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 99, Ro, have you considered becoming the king consort? Chapter 99, Ro, have you considered becoming the king consort? Ro stepped out of Medea's room and was greeted by a pair of sharp, predatory eyes. The broad palace corridor was empty. Red carpet rolled along the floor beneath the soft glow of candlelight. The demigod girl stood there with her arms folded, leaning against the wall. Her slender waist tilted slightly forward, her graceful curves outlined by the dim light and trailing downward. As the hem of her dress swayed, the shape of her round, uplifted hips against the stone could be vaguely seen. The instant she saw Ro, she pushed herself off the wall. Black silk stockings shifted as she walked straight toward him. Then she grabbed his hand. And bit down. "Kid, what exactly are you doing?" Ro asked, genuinely puzzled. "Nothing. I am just annoyed." Atlanta released his arm with a dissatisfied huff. "You made me wait out here for so long. And you are covered in that woman's scent. Unforgivable. If a cub never snaps back, can it still be called a cub?" Ro chuckled. "Say that again and I really will bite you to death." The little cat's temper flared with ease. All right, do not get angry." Ro raised a hand and calmly patted Atlanta's head. "Everything is ready." While they spoke, the door to Medea's room opened once more. Medea stepped out. She looked at Ro, lifted her skirt slightly, and offered a formal curtsy. "Forgive me for keeping you waiting." She had shed the loose nightgown from earlier and now wore a proper dress. In that instant, her whole presence changed. Her plain white collar fluttered lightly. Pale purple sleeves flowed down like clouds. Her narrow waist was drawn in beneath soft fabric, and the open fall of her skirt spread like a blooming flower, each fold hinting at fuller curves beneath. Her long legs, wrapped in white silk, were crossed just slightly as she stood, supporting her stance with effortless poise. In this moment, Medea possessed both the nobility of a princess and the unfathomable air of a sorceress. Young as she is, she already has the bearing of a leader. Ro clapped lightly. "Thank you." Medea pressed her lips together in a small, polite smile. "Humph, hypocrite." Atlanta muttered from behind Ro, voice low and pointed. "And who might this be?" Medea asked. "This is my daughter." "Who is your daughter, you bastard?" Atlanta did not even think before lunging forward to bite him again. Medea fell silent. But she had clearly felt Atlanta's hostility. "Is it because of Mr. Ro?" The young sorceress lowered her gaze, lost briefly in thought. Before she could decide what to make of that, footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor. Several guards in short armor rushed toward them. "Princess, are you unharmed?" they cried as they reached Medea. "I am fine." Medea straightened slightly. "With Mr. Ro here, and this one guarding as well, I am quite safe." She had felt a flicker of unease at first. Yet after a single glance at Ro, that feeling faded away. Her delicate features settled into calm composure. "What has happened?" she asked. "The king's dragon Fang warriors and the dragon from the forest suddenly went berserk," one guard reported breathlessly. "They have taken his majesty and several princes away. You are the only member of the royal family who has not been captured. We must escort you out of the palace at once." "No, they are here." The guard never finished. A heavy sound rang out behind them. The men spun around, drawing their swords, and saw towering shapes advancing down the corridor. The dragon Fang warriors had arrived. Medea's eyes narrowed. Atlanta stopped gnawing on Ro and turned her head. Ro smiled. The script had begun. The performance opened. "Princess, you should retreat." "We." The guards froze mid-sentence. Because Medea, her skirt swaying, stepped past them. And walked forward. Toward the warriors. Roar. The warriors, born from dragon fangs, let out a thunderous bellow. Ro took a step forward as well, eyes sharpening. "What are you roaring for, you idiots?" His kick sent one of them flying backward. The remaining dragon-tooth warriors all recoiled at once. They had intended to kneel to Ro in that moment, but he held them back, just long enough for Medea to step forward and spread her arms. "This body belongs to the Princess of Kalkis," she declared. "If you dare, take one step forward." Armor clattered softly. These warriors, so fierce only moments ago, slowly lowered their spears and shields to the ground. Then they knelt. To any onlooker, it was a salute directed at Medea, not a collapse forced by Ro. The guards could only stare in disbelief. Even King Eats had never truly controlled the dragon-tooth warriors. Yet here they were, bowing to Princess Medea. "Shall we go, Mr. Ro?" Medea turned her head toward him, bright smile blooming on her face. Atlanta's displeasure only deepened. But she understood Ro's plan, so she swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue and merely ground her teeth quietly. She did not like Medea. For some reason, she always sensed a serpent-like smell from the princess. Cats and snakes are natural enemies. So she hated her on instinct. "Follow me, my lords," Medea called out, voice clear and resolute. "Follow my steps, and let this country return to peace." The princess walked out of the palace. Flames raged across the city, but whether it was the dragon Fang warriors or the forest dragon itself, whenever they saw her, they lowered their heads in unison. It was submission. Chaos was swallowed and stilled. As the night thinned and the sky grew pale, Ro watched Medea walk ahead step by step. With each step, more figures fell in behind her. With each step, the bearing of this little girl straightened and rose, and an invisible authority gathered around her shoulders. From princess, she walked toward king. The princess who would become a king. By the time dawn truly broke, the light spilling over the palace roofs, Medea, her long dress trailing behind her, had reached the entrance of the royal court. Because of the riot in the night, a large crowd had gathered in the square before the palace. Guards were present, and so were the commoners Eats had ordered arrested to serve as cannon fodder. Medea stood at the top of the steps. Behind her, dragon-toothed warriors lined up in two stern rows. Ro and Atlanta took their places beside her. Medea glanced sideways at Ro. He offered a small, encouraging smile. The little princess took a deep breath and smiled as well, this time with clear resolve. "Everyone, I am deeply grieved," she called out, her voice carrying over the square. "I grieve for what has happened tonight. My royal father, my elder brother, they have all been taken. If not for Mr. Ro, I fear I too would have fallen into misfortune. But what saddens me even more is this. I saw this day coming long ago." The crowd exchanged looks, but no one interrupted. This was Eats's most beloved daughter, and that alone made them hold their tongues. "My father Eats was once great. He was wise and mighty. But now he has grown old. He can no longer make the right judgments. He has made many mistakes, and those mistakes have led us to this moment. As his daughter, I share in that guilt. Therefore, at this time of crisis, I must stand forward to atone for him. Now, in the name of the Princess of Colchis, I declare this. My people, you are free. From this day on, no one has the right to bind you. No one has the right to limit your freedom. Because all people are born free." Bathed in the first light of the sun, Medea's figure seemed almost sacred as she recited the script Ro had given her. Her status, her poise, and the dragon-toothed warriors at her back made every word feel that much more convincing. "Praise the princess," someone shouted without thinking. "Long live the princess. Long live the king." The cheer shifted in midair. Loyal guards and ministers of Eats, hidden among the crowd, realized how far the cries had strayed, but the voices of the people were too loud. Their objections were quickly swallowed. In that instant, Medea laid claim to the throne. With the royal family vanished and chaos looming over the country, the one who had prevented collapse was the one most qualified to rule. "However, there is someone I must thank," Medea continued. The square fell silent again. "Without Mr. Ro, I would not be standing here. Without his words, I would never have understood how deeply the people suffer. He was the one who told me to liberate the oppressed and to grant you your freedom. This was his wish. He is our hero. He is my hero." Ro blinked. He looked at Medea, and faint light flickered in her purple eyes as they reflected his figure. This was quite a bit beyond the scope of the role he had written for himself. In his plan, he was only a supporting character, slipping in quietly as the country's hero, taking the golden fleece, and then moving on. That was all. Yet now he watched Medea gently brush a strand of hair away from her forehead. She lifted her skirt slightly in a formal gesture, a faint blush blooming across her delicate cheeks. The little princess parted her rosy lips and spoke softly to the hero standing at her side. "I solemnly invite you to remain in this country, Mr. Ro. Please, become my husband." Atlanta felt something snap in the back of her mind. P at Trian discount, 20% OFF. P at Trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 100, Chapter 100, The Moral High Ground. Chapter 100, The Moral High Ground. The hero who saved the nation. That was what the people of Colchis called him in later years. Because he quelled the chaos that swallowed their homeland. Because he placed a wise princess upon the throne as their new king. Because he made a covenant with the reigning princess that all people would be born free. Because he bound himself with oaths, both to men and to gods. And when all of that was done, he left as quietly as he had arrived. The legends of Greek heroes. Still no news of Mr. Ro. Yes, Your Highness. We still have not found any trace of Mr. Ro. I see. It seems I truly was a bit impatient. In the royal palace of Colchis, Medea tilted her head slightly, purple and white skirts cascading over the king's throne. After hearing her maid's report, a helpless expression surfaced on her beautiful face. Some time had passed since that so-called riot. From that night onward, Medea had handled all affairs of state in the name of the kingdom's king. The formal coronation had yet to be held, but in practice, she already possessed the full authority of a monarch. From her first awkward attempts to her current composure, the young girl had displayed enough ability to convince an entire nation. As a magus, she had always been someone of keen insight and extraordinary wisdom. Yet now, seated upon the throne she had earned, she could not feel joy. Because Ro had run away. After that day, after that public confession, he had only left behind a single message. You are still young. We are not suitable. Then he had taken the golden fleece and disappeared. He had probably already left Colchis. But I was serious, boo-hoo. Medea puffed out her cheeks in frustration. And I am not small at all. She was definitely older than that girl who followed him everywhere. Your Highness. The maid, watching her princess's childish sulking, could not help but speak up. Recently, many people in the country have been hoping that you will formally take the title of king. I know. That is not important. Medea lazily waved a hand. No, that is extremely important, is it not? The maid's expression remained completely blank. She knew very well that the princess had this kind of mood every day. Fortunately, Medea had never been struck by Cupid's arrow. Though she genuinely liked Ro, it was not to the point of total madness. Prepare the ceremony, Medea said, lifting her head again as she pulled herself together. Yes. The maid answered at once, a little surprised. So in the princess's heart, the country still ranked higher than romance. Once I officially become king, I will be able to order them to find Mr. Ro and bring him back, right? Medea's face flushed with excitement. Determination lit her eyes. She was clearly resolved to find her hero. The maid's face went blank again. She took back her previous thought. Her princess was fully immersed in her feelings. It is over. There is no saving this country. Best to let everything be destroyed. Of course, neither Medea nor her maid knew that Ro had not actually left Colchis. He and Atlanta were still wandering within its borders. The midday sun shone down on the fields outside the city. People bent their backs toward the yellow earth, working the land. Sir, are you truly not going to stay? An elderly man stood at the edge of a narrow path between fields, bowing slightly as he spoke. If you remain, I will certainly petition Her Highness to enfeoff you as the lord of this whole area. Ro scratched his head as he watched the old man plead. He could not help but wonder what expression the man would make if he told him he was the one who had run away from the palace. In the days since he had left the royal city, he had not returned there once. Instead, he had remained out here, in the fields beyond the walls. Under Itza's former tyranny, most of the strong young men of Colchis had been arrested, forced into labor and servitude. Now that Medea had ascended and taken control, those people had been released and sent home. But many of the fields, once tended only by the elderly, were abandoned and overgrown. Even with the young and strong returning, faced with such desolation, they were almost helpless. This was still an age in which humanity walked alongside gods. Humans possessed very little knowledge. When faced with hardship, all they could do was pray. Yet the gods did not always answer. Ro was here to give them something different. He taught them how to divide and organize their fields. How to clear irrigation channels. How to construct water wheels. Techniques that had existed in Uruk 1,000 years ago looked like miracles here. Time passed. The work that had been chaotic at first slowly became orderly. But the elders remained unsatisfied. They now hoped Ro would stay, take root, and lead them all the way to a rich harvest. In their eyes, this man had already become a messenger of the earth itself. They had received something, so now they wished to seize even more. That, too, was human nature. Ro refused without hesitation. I have already taught you everything I can teach, he said calmly. If I stay any longer, it will not help you. I see. The old man looked disappointed, but since Ro had never displayed any overt miracles, only knowledge, he could still accept it. In that case, I wish you a smooth journey. One could say it was fortunate. The benefits he had given them had not yet reached the point where they were willing to deny the price required to keep him. Ro smiled as he watched the old man leave. Behind him, hidden within dense foliage, a clear voice rang out. It is so boring, the speaker complained. You could finish all of this in an instant, but instead you waste so much effort. That would not be any fun. Ro glanced back toward the trees. The girl emerged, her long hair, green with a hint of yellow, still a little messy. Her beast ears twitched. Atlanta's expression carried its familiar forced impatience as she folded her arms. Her small frame, wrapped in green, stood tall and straight. From the dark cloth over her hips, her long legs extended like the trunks of young trees, rooted in the fields. Kid, do you know why I refused Medea's proposal? How would I know what you are thinking? No. What you think has nothing to do with me. Atlanta's eyes flickered with panic. Then, a beat later, realization hit her. Wait, who are you calling a kid? After all this time, you still refuse to admit it. Ro narrowed his eyes and looked down at the hand Atlanta was chewing on. Only after she finally let go did he lazily pull something out. The golden fleece. He used the glittering pelt, acquired not long ago, to wipe the saliva from his hand. One had to admit, this Greek treasure was unexpectedly convenient for cleaning. Umph. Atlanta bared her teeth again. Ro ignored the display. He looked out over the fields and spoke. Because a hero who can only stay in one place, who cannot bring happiness to people wherever he goes, has no meaning in existing. That was why he taught these people knowledge instead of using mystic power to conjure them a harvest. This way, even after he left, they could still reap the fruits of their own effort. He would not stay in one place. He could not stay in one place. A wandering hero was not meant to display his strength once and then rust away. And this way, I can stand on the moral high ground, which makes it much more satisfying when I beat and lecture those so-called heroes. Ro turned his gaze toward the distant sea. On the horizon, amid the rise and fall of the waves, it was as if he could already see a ship's sail approaching. I have been irritated with those people for a long time. Atlanta fell silent. Somehow, she felt that the second half of his explanation was the real reason. P at Trian discount, 20% OFF. P at Trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, Jason is scolded into a stupor. Chapter 101, Jason is scolded into a stupor. Strictly speaking, Atlanta was not wrong. The reason Ro stayed in Colchis after refusing Medea's confession, aside from helping the commoners, was very simple. He was waiting for those people to arrive. Boring. You can go alone, I do not want to see that kind of person. Just recalling the rumors she had heard from Ro recently was enough to make disgust appear in Atlanta's eyes. I will wait for you here. Suit yourself. Ro smiled. The kid has grown up. You cannot follow me everywhere forever. Atlanta's answer was very straightforward. She opened her mouth and bit him. On that very day, the Argo, after a journey full of twists and turns, finally reached its destination. The 50-man galley dropped anchor along the coast of Colchis. Golden sand rolled with pale foam as the waves surged and withdrew. Ah, we finally arrived. At the bow, a blond youth raised his head toward the distant city-state and let out a delighted shout. Hoist the sails, set sail. We are already here. What are you still hoisting sails for? Someone who had already jumped ashore and was standing on the beach could not resist mocking him. What do you know? The blond man turned and shouted back. What I am raising is the sail of the spirit. Golden fleece, here I come. Jason has gone crazy again, someone below muttered. Forget it, leave him be. It is said Colchis is a very powerful country. I wonder how much treasure, wine, and how many beauties they have. The women from that island before tasted really good. I definitely have to go back and savor them on the return trip. I am really looking forward to it. And once I get the golden fleece, I am definitely going back to brag about it. They laughed loudly, faces full of unrestrained excitement. To them, the land ahead was not a city-state of considerable size, but more like an orchard waiting for them to pluck at will. Among these noisy men, however, there was one who always remained silent. No matter how the others shouted and jostled, they kept a subtle distance from him, as if afraid to anger him by accident. He was a young man with a stern, handsome face, towering height, and muscles like carved stone. He stood alone at the edge of the group, gaze deep, eyes calm and unreadable. Heracles. Son of Zeus. The strongest warrior aboard the Argo, a man who possessed the power to battle monstrous beasts on par with gods. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Argo had been able to cross the sea only because he remained on board. However, his noble and aloof bearing clashed entirely with the vulgar cheer of the other heroes. That was why they feared him. Jason was not among the fearful. The frivolous blonde youth at the bow withdrew his gaze from the city and happened to notice Heracles' solitary figure. He was stunned for a moment, then his face brightened and he bent his knees, ready to jump down and talk to him. But at that moment, the tall youth suddenly raised his head. As if sensing something, Heracles turned towards the shoreline. A low sound left his throat. Jason also froze. He unconsciously followed Heracles' gaze. Who is that? Among the cluster of heroes, someone voiced the question that appeared in all of their minds. They stared toward the forest at the edge of the beach, confused. A lone figure emerged from the trees and walked slowly toward the shore. Did he hear of our great name and come to welcome us? I knew it. We are already famous across the seas. The heroes of the Argo. Hey, kid, hurry up and lead us to your king. Then hand over the golden fleece, all the treasures, and all the women. The laughter grew louder and more shameless. The men who stepped out of the forest simply smiled at them. Then he spoke, voice calm. So you are the so-called heroes? The sea breeze blew against his gray and white robe. The black-haired, black-eyed man, who looked like nothing more than a handsome young traveler, stood there as if the sand itself had grown a spine. Ro, who had been waiting for the heroes of the Argo for some time, watched them in silence. That is right. That is us. The men from the Argo puffed themselves up even more. But what greeted them was not a grand welcome, nor jeweled hospitality, nor beauties lining up in submission. It was laughter. Cold, unrestrained laughter. Ah. So these are the so-called heroes. What a disgusting sight. Maggots flocking to the smell of rot. You dare call yourselves heroes? In that instant, the Gilgamesh mode of Ro surfaced again. The deck fell silent. You bastard. How dare you provoke us, after we crossed the seas and braved countless dangers? Damn it, we have to make him see our strength. They shouted, one after another. Yet not one of them took the first step. These demigod heroes were arrogant but not idiots. The one who stood before them was insolent to the extreme, but there was something about him that pressed against the instincts of those who knew battle. Better to let someone else test him. Better to stay in the back and wait to collect the reward. Their hesitation only invited more contempt. What, none of you dare to come forward, you maggots that smell rot. Ro's gaze was as sharp as a hawk cutting through the sky. With that level of courage, you dare call yourselves heroes? The country I arrived in has, during this time, purged oppression. Famine has vanished. People can finally live without being trampled by disasters and monsters. And the islands you passed through on your way here, how many did you ruin? How much wealth did you plunder? How many people did you bully? They themselves could not count. Ro could. During the half-month he remained in Colchis, he had thoroughly investigated the Argo's voyage by various means. The more he learned, the fouler his mood had become. As his words continued, the faces of the men from the Argo twisted. In Ro's narration, they were no different from the monsters they claimed to slay. The only distinction was that the monsters stayed in one place, while they moved from island to island. The harm was the same. And every line he spoke was fact. There was nothing they could refute. That was why he mocked them without restraint. For those who acted wantonly, he acted even more wantonly. They wanted to move, to answer insult with violence, but only now did many of them notice. Their bodies would not move. Under the divine protection of, unjust war shall be far from you, no attack could be launched. Because Ro stood on the side of justice. Because their actions were unjust. Because that was precisely what he wanted, to scold them and, if needed, beat them, without granting them even the right to struggle. Hey, listen. Jason finally could not hold back. He jumped down from the bow and swaggered up to Ro. Is that not enough, sir? Everything we did was for the sake of the local people. For your mother's head. ? Jason's mind stalled. He had come to mediate, had he not? Why had he suddenly been cursed? I said. You said my ass. Ro finally dropped all pretense and spoke in his own tone. For the local people. Why do I not see them coming to thank you? After you saved people, you robbed them of everything they own. Then you say they offered it willingly in gratitude. Disgusting. You still dare to talk. You still have the face to talk. Ro stepped forward half a step, words like blows. Who do you think you are? You think just because you spout, hero in a desperate plight, a few times, you really become a hero of desperation. Fine. There is a desperate plight in front of you right now. Do you have the guts to try it? Jason fell completely silent. The other heroes were also speechless. What on earth is this man even talking about? At that moment, a figure moved. Someone stepped out from behind the crowd, walking past the frozen heroes until he stood face to face with Ro. Hope sparked in the eyes of the Argo's crew. Because that man was Heracles. Their strongest. The god-born hero whose fists could tear through monstrous beasts. If it was him, perhaps he could handle this arrogant stranger. That hope died quickly. The usually silent Heracles opened his mouth and calmly spoke a line that shattered their expectations. I finally get to see you again, Mr. Ro. You are still the same, I see. Ro laughed. Heracles, it has been a while. You really have grown. Mr. Ro, it has been a while for you as well. Heracles smiled politely, like a disciplined student greeting his teacher. Just as Ro himself had said, all those vicious words were merely tools used when facing an enemy. They were not the essence of who he was. There were times to be unrestrained. And times to show respect. Jason and the others were left staring in utter confusion. They knew each other. Then why had he just finished cursing all of us? P at Trian discount, 20% OFF. P at Trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, Atlanta likes warm places. Chapter 102, Atlanta likes warm places. Whatever storms were brewing in the hearts of the so-called heroes, Heracles' smile was genuine. He had gone through a great deal in this period. Before boarding the Argo, he had roamed all across Greece, cutting down local monsters and scourges for the sake of ordinary people. Most of the time, what he received in return was not gratitude, but fear. The people he saved feared him. They feared the hero. That was not what Heracles wanted. It was not that he craved thanks. He simply believed that those who were helped should not have to tremble before the hand that saved them. Because of that confusion, he had climbed the Caucasus Mountains, met Prometheus, and sought out the clay tablet that Ro had left with him. Yet even that had not given him the answer he needed. It was only after he boarded the Argo and watched this group of so-called heroes that Heracles finally understood. Heroes should not be like them. Heracles' gaze swept across Jason and the others, then settled on Ro in front of him. Taking a reward for one's efforts is fine. But if everyone behaves like they do, grabbing by trickery and force, what difference is there between a hero and a monster? Jason and the others shivered. Ro smiled. So, have you made up your mind? I have. Heracles' answering smile was firm. To hell with Greek heroes. I will walk the path I believe in. Believe me, you will become a true Greek hero, different from them. Ro's tone was unusually sincere. Then, if there is nothing else, we will be going first so as not to disturb your reunion. Jason still tried to worm his way out. We have urgent business. Shut your mouth. This time it was not Ro who snapped at him. The furious voice came from Heracles, son of Zeus. This is the sage of Uruk. He is the founder of the cave on Mount Pelion. Even teacher Chiron does not dare be rude to him. Jason and the others were stunned. Like Heracles, they had all trained in the cave on Mount Pelion and were disciples of Chiron. Chiron had taught them skills in arms and war. Character, however, was something this era barely regarded as a concept at all. Ro did. Founder. Jason looked utterly pathetic as he tried to form an excuse. Before he could get a word out, he and the rest of the heroes vanished. Ro had merely waved his hand. Where did you send them? Heracles asked, a little curious. To a place where they can start over. Ro's smile held a faint, dangerous amusement. Killing them outright would have been too easy. In the age of gods, death was rarely an ending. With their background, resurrection was hardly impossible. So, using the blessing of the three fundamental powers he had gradually mastered through Hermes, Ro confined them in the intangible void of dreams. If they refuse to put in the effort, they will die and revive there again and again, under strict commandments, until they finally become real heroes. Only then will they be allowed to leave. Just imagining the behavior those men had flaunted on their journey, Heracles felt that such a fate might be worse than death for them. But his expression was satisfied. That is good. He judged deeds, not blood. He could acknowledge their courage in crossing the sea, while still being thoroughly disgusted by what they had done along the way. If Ro was willing to discipline them, then that was for the best. This was the admonition of a founder. As for the Golden Fleece, it naturally would not be Jason's. How could Ro hand over what he had already claimed to such a man? Next, we should talk about your problem. Ro turned his attention back to Heracles. The tide continued its rhythmic rise and fall along the shore of Chalcis, the damp sand gleaming with scattered light. Heracles nodded. I want to ask you about the contents of the clay tablet I received from Prometheus. As he spoke, he pulled a whole clay tablet out from a pouch tied at his waist. Ro froze the moment he saw it. Just as he had feared. It was another piece of absolute black history. Ahem. That sort of thing is still too early for you. He coughed lightly. Heracles' eyes widened as he watched the clay tablet crumble away into dust. Forget about it. There is no point in forcing the issue. Heracles seemed surprisingly unbothered. Ro narrowed his eyes, seeing straight through him. Mainly because it was not yours in the first place, right? That is not important. Heracles waved dismissively. Prometheus would probably feel it was very important. Ro added the complaint only in his heart. Then let us be off. His next words were not for Heracles, but for the shaded forest behind them. Heracles followed his gaze. A figure stepped out of the shadows beneath the trees. Although it was clearly a young girl, her entire body was wrapped in a green cloak. Only her long, emerald hair, loose down her back, could be seen. A demigod. Heracles' eyes swept over her once, then returned to Ro. Let us go. Rose smiled. We are taking the Argo back. He had missed it on the way here. On the way back, he absolutely intended to ride this legendary ship. Let me steer. Heracles volunteered immediately. Umph. From beside them, Atlanta let out a cold snort beneath her hood but did not object. On the way here, the ship had been packed. On the way back, there were only 3 of them. Heracles' mood, however, was far better than before. The sails were raised. The ship began to move. Driven by the sea breeze, the Argo cut toward the distant horizon. Heracles stood at the helm, firmly controlling their direction, while Ro and Atlanta headed into the cabin. Finally, I can sleep. Ro stretched lazily once he stepped inside, then simply lay down and drifted off. Now that he thought about it, he had barely slept since arriving in Colchis. Not for lack of desire, but because there had always been something that needed doing. He had long had the habit of sleeping whenever he found the chance. That much had not changed in 1,000 years. Atlanta silently watched him. This man really is oblivious to me. Her hackles nearly rose on instinct. Then she paused. Moonlight spilled through the small window, casting a silver sheen over the cramped yet cozy cabin. The girl's cat-like eyes swept over the room before settling back on Ro. Her nose twitched a little. He was actually asleep. This feels like a good chance to mess with him. Atlanta's lips curved softly. She reached out a finger and poked his cheek. Umph. Even asleep, he looks annoyingly handsome. That thought slipped out before she could stop it. What a strange man. That was Atlanta's deepest impression of Ro after spending this time with him. He could be respectful and courteous, yet also spit vulgar curses. He could be disciplined and measured, yet utterly wild when dealing with those who were out of line. It felt almost like a split personality, but none of it felt disjointed on him. It was more like someone had thrown all sorts of mismatched things into a pile, set them on fire, and somehow the result was bright, steady warmth. Cats always liked warm places. Atlanta did as well. She really did not want to admit that, but it was the truth. Perhaps this was why Enkidu, Artemis, and Athena were drawn to him. Or perhaps this was also why her own mind had nearly come apart when Medea confessed. Yes. Obviously, it was all this man's fault. Growing more curious, Atlanta slowly lowered her head and leaned toward his chest. So warm. She let her whole body sink down against him, lithe legs wrapped in black silk braced on either side of the bed. Her soft hips shifted awkwardly as her beast ears twitched in her long hair. The tail that usually only appeared when she ran at full speed to keep her balance quietly unfurled and swayed behind her. The fluffy tip bounced lightly. A faint blush dusted Atlanta's cheeks. Like a cat that had gotten into catnip, her thoughts began to drift and spin. A sharp creak rang out. The deck suddenly tilted. The next moment, there was a heavy impact and a loud splash from outside. The whole hull shuddered. Atlanta pitched forward and slammed her head straight into Ro's chest. Ro's eyes snapped open. The first thing he saw was a pair of wide, cat-like eyes pressed up against him. It's over. Atlanta's face flushed scarlet in an instant. My child. Have you finally come to your senses and decided to feel the boundless love of a father? Ro chuckled. Wah. Her shame instantly turned to rage. Atlanta jerked her head back, bared her small fangs, and bit down on his neck. Wait. Isn't this position even more suspicious? P at Trian discount, 20% OFF. P at Trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, Hydra, directly defeated. Chapter 103, Hydra, directly defeated. The pose was, of course, completely unacceptable. From any angle, it looked as if Atlanta had taken advantage of the situation to pounce on Ro. Although I know you are starved for fatherly love, there is no need to rush. Ro's gaze slid sideways, voice lazy and full of mischief. When the ship lurched a moment earlier, the beast-eared girl had been thrown straight into him. Her legs had landed astride his, the tension in her thighs deforming the black silk in a taut arc. Her slight but still soft chest pressed into his torso, the triangular line of her lower body brushing and settling against him, movements freezing along with her suddenly quickened breath. Her teeth were sharp enough to tear flesh, yet when she bit his neck, all he felt was a faint tickle and the smooth brush of her lips and fangs against his skin. Atlanta went completely stiff. She had no idea how to react. What do I do? The wildcat girl finally, truly panicked. The next second, she felt a different warmth. It rose from her waist, where Ro's hand had slid around her and begun to move upward along her back through the fabric of her clothes. It is over. He is not actually going to. She did not fully understand what she was afraid of, but Atlanta was not foolish. Her instincts screamed at her to struggle, yet her body had gone soft, her strength leaking away. A nervous flutter. A flicker of fear. And something else that made her even more confused. Why is there anticipation? Enkidu, Artemis. I am sorry. Atlanta's eyes flew open. Because instead of anything she imagined, her collar was caught, and she was abruptly lifted up. Ro looked at her with open amusement. Are you that attached to me? Damn it. Damn it, damn it. Atlanta bared her teeth, but she did not dare thrash around. She could only let Ro hold her up, then set her gently to one side of the bed. Her breathing gradually steadied. The shame and anger did not. Having grown up in the forest, she had no proper vocabulary for what she was feeling. She only knew she really wanted to bite Ro to death. Or go back in time and kill her past self. Let's go take a look outside. Ro glanced at her, then turned toward the window. The night sea beyond was pitch dark. A moment ago, a bright moon had been hanging over the water, leading the Argo's way. Now it had vanished entirely. The wind howled. The sea surged and slammed like a storm burst from the depths. The air itself carried the heavy scent of disaster. The sudden roll of the ship earlier had been the first symptom. To be honest, in that first instant, even he had felt a reaction he would rather not put into words. But as a primordial child who had long since achieved perfect control over his own body, Ro naturally would not let himself be swept away by desire. Atlanta's cheeks were still faintly red, but she pulled on her cloak, hood shadowing her face, and followed him out. Once a wildcat found a warm place, it was hard to leave. She was no exception. On deck, Heracles stood at the helm, expression grave as he stared at the colossal silhouette that had risen from the sea to block their way. That thing was Hydra. An abyssal monster. How did it reach the surface? The towering son of Zeus stood solidly on the swaying deck, his black short hair whipping wildly in the gale. Heracles' gaze fixed on the shape spanning the sea. A mountain-sized, nine-headed serpent writhed there, churning up waves and storm winds at will. Its raised tail crashed into the water in a relentless rhythm, flinging up walls of seawater that crashed back down like rain. The demon of the abyss. Hydra. Unlike the other monsters Heracles had faced, Hydra might more accurately be called a demon god. It was the embodiment of sea disasters, the final congealed malice of the Titan gods, the offspring of Typhon, locked in the lowest depths of the abyss by the Olympians. Its power surpassed that of ordinary gods. On the sea, even most chief deities could do nothing against it. Heracles did not believe he could simply break through its blockade. At that moment, the cabin door creaked open behind him. Ro and Atlanta stepped out, both cloaked, sea wind snapping at their hems. What is that? Under the hood, Atlanta's cat-like eyes narrowed. That monstrous thing. Was that what had made her lose so much face? Where is my bow? Her ears twitched under the hood, her fair cheeks still faintly flushed beneath the lingering humiliation. That is Hydra, Ro explained. A Titan-class monster. I know. I do not need you to explain. Atlanta bared her teeth. Heracles came over from the helm. He took in Atlanta, then the very clear bite mark on Ro's neck, and decisively chose to ignore that entire chain of implications. Mr. Ro. Our path is blocked. He kept it short. Should we detour, or? No confidence. Ro raised an eyebrow. Heracles was honest. None. A hero was not the same as a hot-headed fool. Accurately gauging the gap between friend and foe was also an essential quality for those who ventured into unknown lands. Heracles had grown. In mind as well as in strength, he was far beyond the boy who had first walked out of Chiron's cave on Mount Pelion. Even so, he knew he could not match Hydra, the abyssal monster. In his estimation, even Ro, who had fought Ares to a standstill, might not necessarily defeat it directly on the open sea. Ro found that line of thinking perfectly reasonable. If he remembered correctly, Hydra was supposed to be one of Heracles' 12 labors. The legend of Heracles slaying Hydra belonged to a future that had yet to happen. In that case, we go straight through. Ro smiled. You. Atlanta's eyes widened. She had assumed they would change course. Mr. Ro. I understand. Heracles immediately realized the decision would not change. Hydra upon the sea was the terrifying incarnation of calamity, capable of crushing ordinary chief gods outright. Ro wanted to know whether such a calamity could crush his original body. He wanted, very much, to taste the poison of Hydra's fangs for himself. In the original myths, even Chiron, the son of the second-generation king of gods, had died from Hydra's venom. So could it kill him? Ro's eyes shone with a mixture of anticipation and delight. Hydra was extremely strong. But not so strong that he could not handle it. So. Keep going. Straight ahead. The Argo cut forward, riding the heaving sea toward the waiting serpent. The closer it drew, the more violent the pounding of the waves became. If the three aboard had been ordinary humans, they would no longer even be able to stand. A shrill roar split the storm. One of the 9 towering serpent heads finally noticed the approaching sailboat. It opened its massive maw, venomous fangs gleaming, and lunged. The ship bucked harder. Heracles clamped down on the helm, forcing the vessel to hold its course, while Atalanta braced herself against the railing, keeping herself from being flung into the sea. Only Rose stepped out to meet the incoming serpent head. In the lightless world, there were no sun, moon, or stars. The radiance of the gods was swallowed by the bulk of the great serpent. It roared through the boiling sea as if it meant to overturn the entire world. Heracles strained to keep the ship on course. Atalanta gripped her bow, struggling to pull the string taut against the storm. Hydra's roar came closer. Its venom-soaked fangs loomed, bearing the horror of the abyss itself. And upon the ship that had lost its so-called heroes. The hero once called a sage opened the treasury that contained all phenomena. Ripples of dazzling light bloomed around Ro and swept across the sea. Every dull and shadowed thing along the horizon saw the dawn. In that instant, day broke. Amid the rain of seawater, Ro spread his arms. The gate of Babylon unfolded around the Argo. Countless golden portals bloomed into existence, swords and spears and blades bristling within them like a forest of steel. He took one step forward. Steel rained down on Hydra. The sea convulsed. For a moment, it was as if a god that ruled over all phenomena had descended upon the surface world, and even another deity would have had no choice but to marvel. P@Trian discount, 20% OFF. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 104, Poseidon, King of the Sea, and the Covenant of the Sea with you. Chapter 104, Poseidon, King of the Sea, and the Covenant of the Sea with you. Roar. Hydra crashed into the wall of divine weapons and screamed. The charging head that had lunged for the Argo detonated on impact, flesh and bone bursting apart. Blood sprayed in sheets and was immediately swallowed by the rain-like sea. The remaining 8 heads reared back and howled at the sky. The stench of calamity thickened. Storm winds, crashing waves, and the shadows of titanic serpents tangled together into one. Mr. Ro. Heracles looked toward the bow. Ro stood there, robes snapping in the wind, and gave only one command. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Heracles received his answer. He sucked in a deep breath, then tightened both hands around the helm with all his strength. Damn it, full speed ahead, he roared, locking the rudder into place. What is there to be afraid of? Sometimes the simplest words were the ones that sank deepest into a man's heart. At the bow, Ro's sleeve streamed in the gale. Behind him, the gate of Babylon dimmed and began to close. The noble phantasms that had been fired vanished one after another, their trajectories ending in the sea before they were calmly reclaimed. The rain still poured down like a broken sky. No light shone above or below. Hydra rose again. With a wet, writhing sound, the head that had just been blown apart regenerated. Then it split. From the severed base, 2 new serpent heads bulged and tore their way out. This was the true horror of the monster called Hydra. Its regeneration was not just recovery but proliferation. The longer it fought, the more heads it gained. If its central head was not annihilated in a single decisive strike, the battle would drag on endlessly, until the hero was ground down and strangled. And its core was buried deep. Ro immediately picked it out. Among the writhing masses of flesh and fangs, there was one head that moved differently, whose eyes glittered with a faintly different light. That was Hydra's true head. Its weakness. And also its ultimate weapon. Those fangs carried venom that had slain a being of Chiron's level, a god among centaurs. That was his target. If he had wanted Hydra dead in the simplest way possible, he could have stood here and released the might of the Sword of Rupture from a distance. With that world-class power, he could have reduced the serpent from head to tail into nothingness. No matter how outrageous its regeneration, there would be nothing left to regenerate from. But that was not what Ro wanted. So when Hydra's heads whipped toward him again, he shifted his footing and exerted a little strength. The prow of the Argo dipped with a creak as he kicked off from it, leaping into the air like an arrow shot at the heavens, heading straight for Hydra's heart. Roars overlapped. The serpent's voice dropped from a shriek to a thunderous bellow, and a forest of heads swung down like titanic whips. Ro lifted his arm. His fist clenched. A crimson storm spiraled out from his knuckles, whirling like a vortex, the red light rippling as he punched forward. The head before him was crushed outright, torn apart by the rotational force that came from primordial stars. In that instant, another head swept in from behind with a tearing rush. Its open maw was a yawning pit of abyssal darkness. The clouds above churned. A streak of light, bright and clean as the moon, shot through the air and punched a hole cleanly through the ambushing head. Ro paused for a heartbeat and traced the path of the arrow back. He saw Atalanta. She stood high on the swaying mast platform, bow drawn, cloak soaked through by wind and rain. Her hood had been ripped back. Beast ears flickered in her drenched hair, which clung in heavy strands to her cheeks. Even as the storm raged around her, her hands did not shake and her emerald eyes remained keen. This fight will not be yours alone. Her gaze said everything. As a hunter, at this moment, she saw Hydra only as prey. Although, for some reason, Rose still felt she was shooting in his general direction. Now was not the time to worry about that. To avoid obliterating Hydra with excessive power at range and to close in on its true head so it could give him the bite he wanted. With Atlantis covering fire, it was perfect. Come on, then. Rose stepped forward again. A crimson storm flared at his feet and turned into thrust, propelling him across the air. The primordial vortex around his fists shattered the serpent heads that lunged from the front. The ones that tried to strike from behind were shot apart by Atlantis' arrows. Front and rear, the blows meshed together into a rhythm. Under that combined assault, Ro cut through the forest of heads and coils, pushing deeper into Hydra's territory as its roars rose in pitch and intensity. The distance between them shrank. And shrank. Until. With a dull hum, Ro's fist smashed aside the last obstacle. Right in front of him loomed the head whose eyes were different from all the rest. Come on. He kicked off the air and closed the last step. Hydra roared. The core head's maw opened wide. Its fangs jutted forward, and the venom it had been storing all this time burst out in a dark, corroding spray. Here it is. Ro's heart lifted. He abandoned all defense and allowed the venom to splash across him. At the same time, his clenched fist relaxed into an open palm. The crimson storm that had gathered around his body suddenly erupted outward. Light shot up first and pierced the sky. A burning gale followed, blossoming into a flower of wind and flame on the sea's surface. Hydra's enormous body was vaporized. Seawater around it flashed into surging steam under the heat, dark clouds were ripped apart, and the pressure of the shockwave drove the ocean level up nearly 100 meters, raising titanic water columns that seemed to connect the sea and the sky. Heracles planted his feet and, through sheer brute strength, forced the Argo to endure the shaking sea. Atlanta braced herself on the lookout platform, staring toward the shrouded distance. Is Ro all right? Of course, Ro was not all right. Taking Hydra's venom head-on, he had still managed to deliver the finishing blow, but the prickling sensation that flooded his body afterward cut off his strength in an instant. He crashed down into the sea. He floated, then began to sink, his power draining little by little. Beneath the Aegean lay unending darkness. Within that darkness, however, a faint blue light slowly turned. The venom that could affect someone of Chiron's level, a high divinity existence, was effective against Ro as well. Even with a primordial body and a being level comparable to a regional chief god, there were limits. More importantly, he was not a god. He was human. Tiamat had reshaped his body, not created him anew. Compared to the gods, humans possessed more freedom. Even with a life force so resilient it bordered on immortality, he did not have the kind of eternal existence that was anchored to concepts of nature. And this time, he had intentionally dropped all defenses and accepted Hydra's poison in full. Hope I can die cleanly this time. He looked up at the Greek sky through layers of water. Through the thick sea, he seemed to glimpse clouds scattering and stars peeking through. Are you not afraid of death? A clear, unhurried voice sounded in his ears. A god of the sea, I take it. Ro thought for a moment and kept quiet. Talking too much to gods was how things got complicated. No answer. So you truly are not afraid? Sage from Uruk, the one from 1,000 years ago. I have heard many legends about you. Now, I finally have the honor of meeting you. Light bloomed in the water, a gentle azure that turned the darkness into a luminous realm. From within that radiance, a figure slowly walked out. He wore armor that flowed like the sea, and his long hair rippled like water. His beauty hovered somewhere between masculine and feminine, impossible to pin down. I am Poseidon, the one who rules the seas. I once received a saint from Uruk. From him, I obtained the purity of the primordial. And now, I see in you primordial wisdom and courage. You have swept away the abyssal monster that polluted my domain and allowed my sea to regain its peace. I acknowledge your existence. In the name of Poseidon, king of the sea. From this moment on, this eternal sea shall become the pure source of your life. It will ensure that you never again die from defilement. This is not a blessing. It is the promise this Aegean sea makes with you. From now on, this covenant, even if 10,000 years pass, shall never change. The azure brilliance flowed around Ro once, then began to fade, the figure within it growing dimmer. At the very end, that figure paused and lowered his head in a slight bow toward Ro, a gesture of courtesy. Then he raised his hand. And lifted his middle finger. Puffed. Ro's eyes shot open and he suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blackened venom. He hacked twice and drew in a breath. Cough. I still did not die again. And did I just get looked down on? P at Trian discount, 20% OFF. P at Trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Roar from the Abyss, Day of Divine Wrath. Chapter 105, Roar from the Abyss, Day of Divine Wrath. The promise the sea made with him was unlike any blessing Ro had ever received from a god. This time, it was not a divine being leaning down to grant grace to a human. It was a link forged directly between a human and nature itself. Just as Poseidon had said, from this moment on, the sea would be like his body. The ocean would circulate through his existence, and Ro would forever maintain a body that could not be stained by filth. Not absolute invulnerability, but something close. A poison was lethal when it flooded the body. But if that same poison was thrown into a sea so vast it could no longer be measured, then after being diluted countless times, the toxicity would disappear into nothing. Ro's body was now the drop linked to that ocean. So he spat out Hydra's venom. Because it could no longer hurt him. That path had been blocked by Poseidon himself. Why are you making it sound so sentimental when I have not even said anything? Failure itself did not matter much to Ro, he was long used to it. What annoyed him was something else entirely. When he remembered Poseidon's final gesture, Ro felt a vein twitch in his forehead. He understood that it had not been disdain, but a form of respect in that god's own style. Even so, an inexplicable sense of frustration still rose in his chest. Truly, it was probably retribution. Mr. Ro, why has he still not come out? The sea had become gentle again. After Hydra's destruction, the Aegean lay once more in calm moonlit ripples. The Argo floated at anchor in its center, lightly rocking with the water. Heracles stood at the bow, his brows tightly drawn. High among the sails, Atalanta still kept her place on the lookout platform. Artemis's blessing let her see clearly beneath the pale light of the moon. That guy is not in trouble, right? She clenched her teeth and tightened her grip on the bow. If that guy dies, what will I do? No, what does that guy's death have to do with me? No, that sounds wrong too. Anyway, that guy absolutely cannot die. If you die, even if I have to chase you all the way to Hades, I will drag you back. You are my prey. We still have a debt to settle. At that moment, the sea in front of the ship suddenly bulged upward. Like a bubble rising from the depths, the swell quivered, then burst. A figure stepped out of the pale spray. Cough, cough. Ro coughed lightly and then walked forward. He strolled across the water's surface as if ascending a shallow stair, one step at a time, until he returned to the deck of the Argo. Mr. Ro, you really are unharmed. Heracles finally relaxed and smiled. I thought as much. The one even Prometheus, the fire stealer, praised by keeping only your clay tablets, cannot possibly drag himself into a dead end so easily. I am not that easy to kill. Ro cleared his throat. At the mention of clay tablets, he added, besides, I have not collected all my tablets yet. Those are the ultimate dark history. Speaking of which, Heracles said, as if remembering something, Prometheus seems to have made many copies of your tablets. Ro froze. Why did you not say that earlier? You never asked. Heracles blinked, face completely earnest. This brat is definitely doing it on purpose. Ro rubbed his forehead. The urge to go to the Caucasus and visit that fire-stealing god grew stronger. Yet, even amid his exasperation, a smile tugged at his lips. Brave, but not reckless. Stubborn, but not stupid. Able to advance when he should, to retreat when he must, to speak seriously when it was needed, to curse and joke when it was allowed. Ro did not know what the original Heracles of this world line had been like. But he felt that this version of the great hero was not bad at all. As that thought passed, he turned his head and met Atalanta's gaze as she leaped down from the mast. He smiled. Sorry. I did not die. Who cares whether you live or die? Atalanta snorted and looked away, but her eyes still sneaked over him in one quick sweep. Only after confirming he was uninjured did a breath she had not realized she was holding quietly escape. He is my prey. Only I am allowed to hurt him. She used that excuse to soothe the restless feeling inside. Let us keep going. Ro turned back to the helm. This time, I will steer. Atta, go up and watch the route. Heracles. Here. You go and rest. You have done enough until now. Heracles was stunned. The word seemed almost foreign to him. Rest. It had been a long time since anyone told him he could do that. Throughout the entire journey until now, he had always been the pillar others relied on. All right. He finally nodded and allowed himself to step back. This was good too. The night slowly thinned. Far ahead, the first light of dawn peeked over the horizon. And so, with only 3 people on board, the Argo set out once more. The homeward voyage of 3 alone crossed the Sea of Death, which the world claimed even gods could not pass, where the beast Hydra had made its lair. Yet they set sail again and raced across the boundless ocean. The sea god Poseidon drove great fish to see them off. The sun god Helios pointed them toward the road ahead. The four wind gods, the Anemoi, filled their canvas with breath. The great hero carried a spirit that could truly be called great, and their existence would bring true change to all those hidden heroes who walked behind them. For before them, the real trials had only just begun. The Argonautica. Lord Ro. Lord Ro. Hermes' voice rode on the breeze, whispering in Ro's ear. Ro's hand on the rudder paused for a moment. Then he tilted his head slightly, already used to the messenger's presence. During this period, Hermes had been his constant informant, flitting between god and man. Messenger of the King of the Gods was his formal title. But at this point, eyes and ears of the sage was not far from the truth. What is it? Ro asked plainly. Hades, ruler of the underworld, sent word. Hermes' voice dropped, tone turning grave. Cracks have appeared in the depths of Tartarus, the abyss that imprisons the Titan gods. More and more Titan monsters are moving toward the surface. Zeus, king of the gods, prophesies that they will climb Olympus, shatter divine rule, and then annihilate all things on land. Hydra was only the vanguard. No wonder a beast that belonged to the abyss had appeared in the upper sea. Be careful on your way, Hermes added. I must hurry to Olympus to take part in the divine council. With that final warning, the god of messengers vanished entirely from Ro's senses. It was the last message he passed along before the Great War truly began. Eyes and ears of the sage was still only a nickname, after all. Ro's fingers tapped the wood of the rudder, then settled around it again as he looked ahead. At the end of his vision, he could already see the outline of land. The world was still tranquil. But Ro knew that such peace would not last. Because the Titan monsters were already on their way. Titan monsters will crawl out from the depths of the abyss. Mount Olympus. It stood in the gap between the present world and higher dimensions, a divine mountain rooted in a plain far above the earth. Thunder rolled and broke unceasingly around it. The king of the gods wore human form, yet the majesty of a ruler who presided over all creation radiated from him and quietly transcended the world. Within the brilliant temple, light flickered like constellations. The gathered gods shone with their own divine radiance. Zeus spoke. His voice reverberated through the hall. I have already received a prophecy. To defeat the Titan monsters, we must borrow the hands of the strongest humans in this present age. I command you, gods, to guard your own city-states. And wait for the moment to arrive. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Atlanta's Kiss. Chapter 106, Atlanta's Kiss. So this is why you dragged me in here the moment I set foot on land. In the city-state of Athens, inside the temple of the goddess of wisdom, Ro withdrew his gaze from the three small purple heads peeking out from behind a gauzy curtain and looked forward again. The goddess of wisdom, whom he had not seen for some time, was as composed and elegant as ever. A plain white dress wrapped around her slender, fair body. Her crossed legs were revealed where the hem opened, her hips resting on a throne of stacked stone, curving outward in a full, rounded line. Above that, her figure tapered into a narrow waist with a faint, gentle swell. With her flawless features, silver hair, and red eyes, Athena faced Ro and let out a small, amused laugh. On this land, other than you, there is no one who meets the criteria. Ro fell silent, thinking it over. When the Argo had sailed near Athens, he had received an invitation from the goddess before him. She had used Zeus's call for the strongest human to participate in the Olympian war as her pretext to seek his aid. Naturally, Ro did not refuse. The Argo dropped anchor at Athens. Heracles remained behind to guard the ship, that symbol of adventure, while Ro and Atlanta came ashore and entered the city. Now, he and Athena were meeting alone in this temple. Zeus's prophecies have never been wrong, Athena said. The cracks in the abyss of Tartarus have already widened to a point that is difficult to mend in a short time. Although he has ordered us to wait, all of us understand what this disaster means. Whoever can gather the strongest heroes during this calamity will hold real authority in the world that follows. Her lips curved into a bright smile. She rose, the sheer fabric of her dress swaying lightly, then stepped down from the stone throne and, as if casually, took a seat opposite Ro. So I chose you. The faint fragrance that followed her movement brushed past, but Ro only asked, how many Titans are coming out of Tartarus? The exact number is unknown. Athena's expression turned serious. What is confirmed for now is that there are at least several hundred giants on the level of gods, along with multiple Titans on the level of chief gods. But you can relax a little. You will not be fighting alone. She misunderstood his silence as worry and leaned forward slightly, closing the distance. The plain white dress slipped down with the motion, accenting an expanse of dazzling skin. A faint blush flashed across her pale face. We gods will all assist you. That will not be necessary. Ro refused at once. What he truly worried about was not that there were too many giants, but that there might not be enough to kill him. However, hundreds of God-class monsters and several chief God-class titans should be more than enough to pose a proper threat to his life. You may rest assured as well. Athena's lips parted as she added softly, after this battle, you will become the only hero in Greece acknowledged by all the gods. Is that not what you desire? She blinked at him, eyes gleaming. Then I look forward to working together. Ro finally smiled. Then he froze. At some point, Athena, goddess of wisdom and war, had drifted very close. Through the veil of her simple white dress, her body's curves were faintly visible. The light fragrance grew stronger. Her long, graceful form seemed almost within reach. A delicate blush colored her face, and her lips shimmered faintly with moisture. Ro quickly turned his head aside and coughed several times. Athena seemed to jolt awake. She pulled back at once, straightened her spine, and sat rigidly upright again. Do not misunderstand. I simply wish to confirm your condition. Her tone snapped back to righteous seriousness. After all, the war to come is no joke. The shift from absent-mindedness to dignified indignation was completed in an instant. These goddesses. Ro's eye twitched. I should keep a very safe distance next time. But before that. I agree to this, Ro said. However, I have one condition. What is it? Athena was taken aback. Do not wait for the giants to climb up. Ro smiled. We will go down through that rift and enter Tartarus ourselves. Athena's eyes widened slightly. She stood there, stunned, until Ro said, I will depart as soon as I return, then turned to leave. In the worldview of the age of Greek gods, Tartarus had always been an object of dread. Even the Olympians feared it more than they feared the underworld of Hades. Hades presided over death that could be called a kind of rest. Tartarus, on the other hand, represented endless torment after death. It was true purgatory, the place where the gods cast their unforgivable sinners. And Ro wanted to go there himself and block the enemy at the source. As expected of the one I have chosen, Athena murmured when she finally recovered. A bright, satisfied smile returned to her exquisite face. If they did not wait at Olympus and instead went straight to Tartarus, then at the start, it would only be the two of them. The goddess of wisdom could already sense that her chance to be alone with the sage had arrived. Sister, what is wrong with Lady Athena? She looks kind of scary. Euryale, you must not speak so carelessly. But your body is trembling too. No, Medusa is the one who is trembling. Outside the temple of Athena, on the wide stone road, Ro stepped out of the divine hall and stopped. To one side, a girl who had been waiting for a long time turned her head slightly. Atlanta still wore her cloak. Under the hood, her cat-like eyes flashed with irritation when they met his. She promptly looked away, as if to say, You made me wait too long. I am not happy. But she could not do anything about it. Though Atlanta did not think much of Athena after witnessing the dispute with Artemis last time, Athena was still a goddess, one of the 12 Olympians equal to Artemis, and one of the only 3 major goddesses. Atlanta had no choice but to show respect. So she had waited outside. What truly bothered her, however, was something else entirely. You are going to Tartarus? In the next instant, she snapped back toward him, displeasure completely forgotten. Worry surged past it in a single breath. You heard. You did not bother to hide it. Atlanta pointed at the wall behind her. With only one wall between them, and ears as sharp as hers, there was no way she would miss a conversation spoken at that volume. Since she had heard everything, Ro did not try to deny it. There was no need to hide this part. Is it not perfect to accomplish 2 goals at once? If he went down to intercept the Titans in Tartarus, the gods above would be less likely to obstruct his attempt to die. If he still failed to die there, then he could simply follow Tartarus's path to the underworld. He could hide there for 1,000 or 800 years, let the miasma of the Greek underworld wear away at his vitality. Even if he did not die at once, he would eventually be spent. Would that not be ideal? As Ro calmly mapped out a path that circled closer and closer to death, Atlanta's annoyance only deepened. She knew very well that the man in front of her was strong. He was the sage of Uruk, a legend who had walked the world 1,000 years ago, capable of matching chief gods and standing above all the living. But she was still angry. Angry that he always threw himself into danger so lightly. Angry that he spoke of risk as if it were nothing. Angry that he did not value his own life at all. Annoyed. That was all. Atlanta bared her small fangs. Ro instinctively tried to pull his hand back. But this time, that was not what she was aiming for. Her target was his lips. Her lips pressed against his. The scent of the girl closed around him all at once. Ro stared, surprised, at the huntress who had suddenly risen on her toes to kiss him. If he did not care, was it because he had lived too long in a world where no familiar face remained? Then. You are my prey. So I will stay right here. And hold you tight. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Gilgamesh appears in the depths of the underworld. Chapter 107, Gilgamesh appears in the depths of the underworld. Atlanta herself did not know when it had begun. At first, that man in front of her had been nothing more than an eyesore. Someone to vent her irritation on, to get back at, to disgust a little in petty revenge. But Atlanta, the girl raised in Arcadia's wilds, had never learned how to hide what she felt. Like was like. Dislike was dislike. Once a hunter fixed its eyes on prey, there was no such thing as letting go. So she bit down on Ro's lips, holding them tightly, as if marking him with her teeth and breath. She carefully felt the warmth of his exhale, the shape of his lips. To put it bluntly, Ro himself was not made of stone. No man could remain completely unmoved when a girl chose to bare her fangs like this. Almost without thinking, he reached out, wrapped an arm around her narrow waist, and gently cradled the back of her head. This was all happening right outside Athena's temple. If Ro had not immediately deployed his mystery to smother their presences, a certain goddess of wisdom would likely already be storming out with spear in hand. Only after a long time did their lips part. A thin, crystalline thread broke between them and vanished into the air. I have already marked you. Atlanta's face was tinged pink, but her small fangs still showed stubbornly. From now on, you are my prey. No matter where you run, you cannot escape. She looked straight at him, eyes unflinching. I will go back to Arcadia and wait for you to return from the abyss. If you dare not come back, I will definitely not let you off. Her voice lingered in the air even after her figure had already disappeared. The nimble huntress vanished in a heartbeat. She did not head toward the harbor where the Argo was moored, but turned in the direction of Arcadia instead. Ro raised his fingers and lightly touched the dampness still left on his lips. Then he turned and looked toward the tall figure that had appeared at the end of the stone road at some unknown point. I just got here. I did not see anything. Heracles raised both hands in surrender. It does not matter even if you saw it. Ro's brow twitched. His words were composed, but his chest felt faintly numb. He had not done anything, so why had events developed to this point on their own? Then, should we run? Heracles asked with a strangely serious expression. Run from what? Ro let out a slow breath. Even if they are all scum in their own ways, rather than throwing everything away and leaving only regret behind, I would rather choose everything. I hate regrets. Mr. Ro is truly greedy, Heracles sighed. Do not talk as if you are not greedy. Ro glanced at him. You want to preserve your own self, and you want to be a hero as well. You are not any better than I am. Heracles scratched his head and gave a sheepish grin. Who in this world can claim to be free of greed? By the way, how did you get here? Ro asked. Were you not guarding the ship? There is no need to guard it anymore. Heracles smiled. Someone came out. A hero had walked out of the trial Ro had constructed with Hermes' authority. That guy really did not disappoint me. Heracles looked genuinely pleased, not surprised. Jason, perhaps. Even a hero drowning in despair still possessed a spark worth saving. To be able to come out of that place, he could finally be called a hero. Of course, Ro had set one more safety measure inside. If that pack of men, after emerging from the trial, ever repeated their former sins, then before they could cause any real harm, the trial would reactivate and swallow them again. Sentenced a second time. Evil was something that had to be uprooted completely. Since you are here, I will not go back to the ship, Ro said. You take that man and leave. The Argo's adventure ultimately belongs to you. It does not belong to me. Ro let his hands fall to his sides. He glanced at the sun hanging high overhead in the distance and spoke calmly. This is your era. No matter how badly he wanted to stand among heroes again, Ro could never walk free of the shadow behind him. He was one of the 3 kings of Uruk. He was the sage of Uruk. He was a shade from an already finished age. Heracles did not answer at once. After a while, he drew in a deep breath, planted his feet, and then said loudly. Disciple of Mount Pelion, Heracles, will stand here and await the Grandmaster's return. Ro lifted a hand in a small wave, turned, and walked back into the temple. Inside, Athena happened to look up and saw him reappear. Let us go, Ro said. The goddess of wisdom and war smiled faintly and nodded. The adventure of the Argo had reached its midpoint. The heroes had fallen into the trial he had prepared and, after returning, tempered by blood and flame, they would understand what the word hero truly meant. He, however, chose another road. He parted ways with the Argo, because he had never belonged to the Argo. He was not a hero. He was only a shadow of a world already past. The man who would not call himself a hero set foot on the road to the abyss. Greek mythology. Is this the abyss? Half a day later, Ro came to a halt on the plains of Thessaly in central Greece and looked down. Yes. Beneath this place lies the abyss. Athena answered him without hesitation. Her plain white dress was now covered by a layer of silver-white armor, and she held a spear and shield in her hands. If the Athena before this had been the calm goddess of wisdom, patron of arts and crafts, then the Athena standing beside him now was a Valkyrie in truth, made to stride across battlefields. Her back was straight, her posture firm, her gaze sharp and solemn. She followed his line of sight. Endless wild grass swayed under the sky. The sunlit earth looked as if it had been cleaved open by a titanic blade. The fractured plain yawned apart in a massive rift, and deep inside, the colors of blood and flame churned together. Even from where they stood, Ro could already feel the terrifying heat rushing out of the crack. Tartarus was down there. The abyss. I hope it will not disappoint me. Ro stretched lightly, a smile appearing on his face. You will not be disappointed. Athena smiled as well. The goddess of wisdom and war and a man with both courage and stratagem, walking side by side, seemed like an inevitable pairing. Molten light seethed beneath the chasm. Ro and Athena leaped down together, and their figures were swallowed at once by the blazing radiance. Someone has entered the abyss. High above the sky, Apollo, superior to Helios and the sun god who governed all light, looked toward the earth. Of all the gods, he was the one who most keenly perceived every shift under the sun. Athena and the sage. At that same moment, he received Zeus's command. Inform Hades, king of the underworld, that he must be prepared to receive them at any time. Tell him to treat that former king of Uruk with proper courtesy. He is now the king of the underworld of Mesopotamia. Thunder rumbled as if answering his declaration. At the edges of the underworld, wild laughter rang out. How amusing. To put on such a grand show, are you preparing a celebration for this king's reunion with his friend? You mongrels. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, A Second Journey with the Gods. Chapter 108, A Second Journey with the Gods. The lord of the underworld of Mesopotamia, the man who usurped the role of Hades despite not being a god, stepped onto the chthonic lands of Greece. His golden hair still blazed like molten metal. His bare upper body was corded with muscle, traced over by crimson circuits of light, and the golden war skirt at his waist shifted lightly with every step. A brilliant star boat cleaved through the great darkness of the Greek underworld. Rampant laughter trailed in its wake. Gilgamesh. He was not a god. Yet as the hero king who once unified the wide Mesopotamian plains and had nearly extended his hand over the Aegean Sea, as the original template from which countless later heroes were cast, as the king of heroes, he had already surpassed the realm of most chief gods. And during the 1,000 years after he seized the underworld, enduring and defying death itself, his already monstrous essence had only grown more terrifying. Even Hades did not dare take him lightly. So when Zeus's order descended, and that arrogant, unrestrained laughter rolled through every layer of the Greek underworld, the denizens of the underworld stirred. Charon, the ferryman, braced his oar across his shoulders like a shield. Thanatos, god of death, and Hypnos, god of sleep, both tightened their grips on their weapons, expressions taut. Hades, king of the underworld, departed his throne and came in person. At the same time, in a very different hell, Ro and Athena were drawing close to Tartarus. In the original Greek mythos, the world was born from chaos. Then came Gaia, the earth, Tartarus, the abyss, and Eros, desire. Gaia, the earth itself, and Eros, the drive to propagate life, required no further explanation. Tartarus, however, was defined as the primordial furnace-like atmosphere that once wrapped the surface of the newborn planet. The young world had been encased in that seething abyss until its environment stabilized and the Tartarus layer sank down, retreating into the deepest core of the earth. Now, Ro and Athena once again set foot within that same abyss. After descending from the surface through a vast fissure, they watched as the rivers of lava in their view grew thicker and thicker, like burning blood coursing through the veins of the planet, until finally it engulfed everything they could see. They reached the lowest depths. Yet they did not stand on any kind of ground. There was no solid earth in Tartarus. The entire world was nothing but currents of rolling flame, endlessly surging. Athena gripped her spear and shield in one hand, and with the other, she took Ro's hand. Lord Ro, hold on to me. Her red eyes, turned slightly to the side, shimmered faintly in the glare of the magma. Her veil floated in the scorching wind of the abyss, rustling softly. Her voice was clear and cool. The abyss has no direction. Without a fixed anchor, it is very easy to lose your way. Ro gave her a sideways look. He had every reason to suspect this goddess of having ulterior motives, but her words were not wrong. This was a world entirely composed of magma. Even space itself was unstable and shifting. Even gods could be swallowed and lost. Then let us go. He twitched his ears. In the flow of hot wind, he could faintly hear something else beneath the roar of the lava. Roars. They were likely the Titan giants the gods had spoken about. Leave that part to me. Athena smiled slightly and raised her spear. In the name of Athena, may the breath that circulates through all things guide me to the place where war is inevitable. Encountering giants would naturally mean battle. So to seek war was to seek the giants. Without this method, finding the enemy's location in the ever-shifting Tartarus would be nearly impossible. In such a place, the value of an excellent scout became painfully clear. Ro nodded. Then let us go and finish this quickly. He would resolve the giants, and then, if he was lucky, the giants would resolve him. Is Lord Ro in such a hurry? Athena sounded faintly dissatisfied. Is it not better to end a war as quickly as possible? Is your lordship truly so confident? With victory at my side, it would be strange if I were not. Thank you for your lordship's trust. Question mark. He was tempted to say he had only been flattering her so she would move faster. I am just good with words, he thought helplessly. I did not mean I was placing you in my heart. Ro looked at Athena, who had instantly brightened like a satisfied cat, and could only remain silent. Speaking of which, I have always been curious, Athena said. How did Lord Ro return from the sea of imaginary numbers? Even gods with control over natural authorities cannot easily find their way back to the world without an anchor in the form of a living believer. Because I beat your father and he dragged me down afterward. Of course, Ro could not say that. No intention of answering. It is fine if you do not wish to say. Athena was unexpectedly talkative. Her armor and helmet gave her a stern martial air, and the plain white dress that fluttered around her added a dignified divinity. Ro, however, could not shake the feeling that she was an active hazard to his life. Once a person started to suspect something, it was difficult to return to their previous state of mind. Athena herself did not seem troubled by it at all. She yearned for wisdom, and naturally, she yearned for beings of wisdom. Yet as a virgin goddess, unlike Artemis, who had been influenced by Enkidu, Athena understood very clearly that no matter how much she longed, that longing could only remain as such. So she simply chose to cherish every moment spent at Ro's side. To feel his presence as closely as possible. It was not love. It was an attraction that followed from her nature. She understood that distinction very well. She was the goddess of wisdom and war. What she pursued was the insight that could grasp all phenomena, and the courage to defy all things. She was not a goddess of love, and the craving for romance that humans clung to was not something she sought. Yes. Athena was that steadfast. We are here. The goddess of wisdom's gaze shifted. Her steps, suspended above the molten flow, paused, and the hand that held her spear and shield tightened. Her voice sharpened. Like the flash of a drawn blade. Ro followed her line of sight. The silhouettes of giants loomed ahead. They stood motionless in the magma-drenched world of Tartarus. Their bodies were like mountains of stone, streams of lava from the abyss winding over them like grotesque patterns. They had no hair at all, only bare, rock-hewn faces with exposed fangs and pairs of golden eyes. There was nothing in the abyss to use as a scale, but compared to Ro, it was easy to judge that even the smallest of these giants were more than 100 meters tall. Their sheer size translated directly into overwhelming power. And along their colossal frames, thick divine radiance coiled. It was the imprint embedded in them by the older gods, the Titans. Like the Hydra that had broken through to the surface earlier and had been defeated by Ro, they were monsters, and at the same time, gods. They were like demon gods given form. So then, could they kill him? The Hydra had been enough, in theory. If not for Poseidon's interference, Ro might have brushed against death that day. I hope, Ro whispered, you do not disappoint me. Hand in hand, he and Athena appeared on the battlefield, and countless golden eyes immediately swiveled toward them. The next heartbeat. The world roared. An earth-shattering bellow shook Tartarus, deepest pit of the underworld. Wisdom and courage. Hero and sage. Man and god. This battle, too, would be inscribed into eternity. Becoming a monument of heroes. Come then, giants. Ro lifted his hand. His robe snapped in the heat-laden wind. Behind him, the gate of Babylon unfolded, and countless portals bloomed into existence. Blinding sword light surged out. In that instant, the wind howled, and 10,000 blades roared like dragons. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Devour If You Can't Kill, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 109, Devour If You Can't Kill. A thunderous impact rolled through the deepest layers of the abyss. Blades launched from the gate of Babylon rained down among the Titan giants, carving through the surging magma and kicking up titanic waves of liquid fire. Their roars were cut off for a heartbeat. Then, as if something in their primitive cores had been tripped, those roars came back even louder. They were enraged. Why are you provoking them on purpose? Athena frowned, clearly puzzled. Because that is exactly what needs to be done. Ro smiled. He flicked his hand again, and the gate of Babylon behind him flared open once more. A fresh volley of noble phantasms shot out, bombarding the giants. The spectacle was magnificent. But it was mostly spectacle. The Titan giants were not like the Hydra. The Hydra's strength lay not in its hide, but in its endlessly splitting bodies and quasi-immortality. If you failed to erase it entirely, it would eventually drag you into a war of attrition and kill you that way. These giants were different. Their outer shells were as tough as interstellar warships. It was an ability they had inherited as Machina gods from the Titans. Even within the gate of Babylon, there were only a handful of noble phantasms that could truly pierce those shells. Combined with their massive size, this barrage could only peel off a superficial layer of stone and flesh at best, causing nothing more than a stab of pain. And what followed pain? Provocation. Rage. A full-force counterattack. Exactly what Ro wanted. He wanted them to burn through all their courage and strength. He wanted to see how far they could push the limits of his body. Athena, cover me. He left those words behind, then kicked off and soared upward. A roaring crimson storm wrapped around him. In that moment, Ro moved through Tartarus as easily as a fish in water. The abyss of Tartarus was a primordial environment. For Ro, it was also the perfect battlefield. Athena drew a deep breath. Her fingers tightened around her spear, knees bending slightly as she closed her eyes. In the name of Athena, goddess of wisdom and war, I call upon my friend Nike, goddess of victory. Her clear voice rang out in the firelit darkness. Grant us guidance, and let your hand lead us to victory here. She closed her eyes fully, then opened them again. A dazzling brilliance flickered above her head, and an invisible field expanded outward, becoming a full-spectrum blessing that covered her and Ro both. This was the authority of the goddess of war. As long as she stood upon a battlefield, even beings of chief god caliber could be significantly strengthened in an instant. Empowered by that blessing, Ro closed the distance to the first Titan giant. The giant bared its fangs, golden eyes blazing with fury. Its raised palm churned the abyss into a storm of flame as it slammed down toward the small figure approaching it. Ro clenched his fist. His body bent like a drawn bow, then straightened as he drove his punch forward. The crimson storm spiraled, crushing everything in its path. Even space itself seemed to wrinkle in a series of folding creases. The Titan giant's shoulder exploded, half of it blown away, and a howl of pain shook the molten air. Behind Ro, and to both sides, more giants attacked. He did not bother to dodge. His fist simply opened into a palm and swept backward. The rotational force of the primal stars turned like a colossal wheel, grinding through the hulking figures that lunged at him from three directions. Fragments of giant flesh and stone sheared off, dropping into the fiery torrents below and melting back into the flow. Ro might have looked tiny in comparison, but every movement of his hands and feet inflicted catastrophic damage. He hovered in midair while more giants moved toward him, step by step. At the same time, the pieces of the ones he had just torn apart began to squirm and reassemble, slowly knitting themselves back together. Tartarus is where the Titans are imprisoned, Athena reminded him, her voice steady even as her eyes tracked the regenerating forms. Their main brain is here. The Titans were Machina gods. Older model starships compared to the original Machina god bodies of the Olympian gods born from chaos. They were shackled within Tartarus and could not leave, yet their influence permeated every layer of the abyss. Their vast computation capacity had already fully integrated with the environment. As long as they remained in Tartarus, the Titan giants received infinite support from the Titan gods. They could not be killed. They could not be truly erased. Unless Tartarus itself was destroyed. And even with the power Ro had shown so far, that was beyond him. The brief exchange had been enough for him to confirm it. Even if he lowered his guard and allowed the giants to attack freely, even the strongest among them could not truly threaten his life. They were not enough. In that case, Ro said, smiling, we move to the contingency plan. Contingency plan. Athena blinked, taken off guard for a moment. Then she heard his next words. Athena, push your support to the maximum. She still did not understand what he intended, but she responded instantly. The blessing of the goddess of war. The blessing of the goddess of victory. Power like an endless tide poured into Ro's body. At that very moment, the giants around them abruptly paused. They lifted their heads in eerie unison, golden eyes sweeping across the abyss with a look that held not just confusion, but fear. Athena froze. This is the sea. An invisible pressure spread outward from Ro, slowly flooding the entire abyss. It felt like an ocean rising to swallow the world. It was the promise Poseidon had given him. The sea would be as his body. Which meant that Ro, too, could manifest power in the way of the sea. Like the sea, his very existence could envelop, contain, and devour all things. And right now, that was exactly what he intended to do. To take the might that Athena had poured into him, spread his sea across Tartarus, and then devour. The giants were afraid. They feared that primordial, oceanic presence. They feared Ro's madness. Athena was stunned. You will die. The words slipped out of her before she could stop them. Even brushing against the essence of Tartarus was enough to twist a main god's mind into madness and inversion. Attempting to devour this furnace-like purgatory, this primal reactor, was something even Zeus would not dare to try. But Ro was not afraid of death. Death was exactly what he was seeking. In the raging wind of the abyss, Ro opened his hands wide. The noble phantasms he had scattered earlier from the gate of Babylon served now as anchor points, and invisible chains extended from them, wrapping around a portion of Tartarus itself. In the midst of that surging sea-like pressure, those chains began to haul that section toward Ro. To hold eternal wisdom, and at the same time possess the courage to move forward while looking directly at death. That too was a form of transcendence. It was another expression of wisdom. Athena's lips parted, silver hair falling forward as her ruby eyes filled with a complex, divine light. Ro, meanwhile, merely acted as someone who had done this sort of thing too many times. Understanding something was one thing. Doing it was another. After so many failed attempts, he knew well that staking everything on a single plan was meaningless. This was his contingency. Since the world insists on calling me a wise man, then a wise man must know how to use every last scrap of strength available to him. Ro raised his gaze. If you do not wish to be devoured by me, then come out. King of the Titans. Cronus. The giants roared. Their cries blended into a chorus of wails as the fiery currents of the abyss flowed toward a single point. There, a pair of eyes slowly came to life. A crisp, mechanical voice rang out through Tartarus. External stress detected. Combat response initializing. Initialization complete. Starting, 2nd generation interstellar combat annihilation type mobile fortress, codename, Cronus. The monster, the 2nd generation god king of the giants, Cronus, who had been lurking in the dark, was dragged out by Ro's challenge. The pressure released by that prior generation god king silenced the entire abyss in an instant. Ro, however, smiled in earnest for the first time. Now this was a proper opponent. If devouring Tartarus was one path to death, then forcing Cronus, the 2nd generation god king, into a life-or-death battle was another. Both were feats beyond ordinary beings. Both were achievements that most could never even aspire to touch. Come, then. Ro extended his hand. The awakened Cronus stared back at him, its blazing eyes flashing as streams of incomprehensible data surged across its being. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 110, Who is the King of Giants? Chapter 110, Who is the King of Giants? Detecting biological signature. Target scanning in progress. Primal core confirmed. Classification, Island class. Designation, Main god specification, Life form. Hostility confirmed. Expanding operational domain. Personality simulation, manifesting. The mechanical buzz spread through Tartarus like a second heartbeat. The Titan giants collectively lifted their heads and roared, as if welcoming something descending from above. A mass of light dropped through the hellish sky. What finally came into Ro's view was a colossal head that was not truly a head at all, but a starship fortress. It closely resembled the Zeus Ro had encountered in the imaginary number space. The voice that had been cold and electronic deepened, gaining weight and authority. I am the lord of all things of Atlantis, the god of the sky, Cronus. Primal human, halt your impious actions. If you do so, I may consider granting you release and permit you to leave Tartarus. A fairly mature personality, is it not? Ro raised an eyebrow, genuinely a little surprised. The instant Cronus appeared, he had already prepared to do to it what he had done with Zeus. His mind swelled with countless stray thoughts, aiming to interfere with the other party's nascent ego and assimilate it the moment it awakened. The attempt failed almost immediately. Atlantis, huh? Ro narrowed his eyes in thought. Atlantis is the origin of all of us gods. A clear voice rang beside him. Athena stepped forward, having shaken off her earlier shock. Her gown and armor reflected the glow of the molten rivers around them with a faint red sheen. She came to stand at Ro's side. It is the land we ruled before coming to Greece, she said. The Greek gods were once interstellar fleets that had crossed the void. Their home star system had begun to fail. Under the command of the oldest Machina god, the stellar class, Chaos, they left their original sky and traveled across space until they reached Earth. Their first destination was not Greece, but a continent far across the ocean. There, the previous generation of Machina gods, led by Cronus, constructed an interstellar civilization called Atlantis. Only after a very long time were they supplanted by the newer Olympian series Machina gods headed by Zeus. During their long ages of rule, they each developed complete personalities, Athena continued softly. We Olympian gods were not given that much time. Before we reached that stage, we were shattered by the white giants that descended from beyond the stars. Only fragments of our broken bodies drifted here to Greece. The Greek gods were not born as Greek gods. They were the gods of Atlantis. Ro already knew all of this. He was not surprised, if anything, he found the confirmation amusing. So you have a fully formed personality. That really does complicate things. At the same time, Cronus, whose personality was solidifying by the second, noticed the plain white war goddess standing beside Ro. An Olympian god. Where is your Machina god body? It has been destroyed, ancient god, Athena replied without hesitation. Machina gods are already relics of the past. Is that so? The light streaming in Cronus's eyes narrowed, almost like pupils focusing. For a brief moment it resembled human astonishment, then twisted into ecstasy. So you gods have fallen into such a pitiful state. Is Zeus the same? A low laugh began to seep into his voice. Excellent. It seems the time for the Titan gods has come again. Athena said nothing more. She did not mention Zeus's current power. She simply left half of her meaning in the air. She was deliberately baiting Cronus. Then we shall begin by dealing with you here. Although his awakening had been triggered by external stress, now that he was awake, Cronus had no intention of returning to sleep. In the past, they had not been incapable of escaping Tartarus. They had been afraid. Afraid of the Olympian series whose overall specifications thoroughly outclassed the Titan frames. That was the key, overall. In terms of individual output, the Titan gods were not weak. Zeus's true terror lay in his ability to integrate and coordinate the power of all Olympian machines. As a composite system, he was a nightmare even to them. And now, that overwhelming system might genuinely have collapsed. Athena had not lied. Cronus still had enough diagnostic capacity left to verify whether she was telling the truth. Domain expansion complete. Initiating concept, proof of the sky. Light surged. Data streams unfolded. Although Zeus had stripped him of the crown that once ruled the sky and all things beneath it, Cronus still retained power derived from that former authority. Added to that was the brute strength of his frame as an interstellar combat fortress and flagship of a Titan fleet. The effect on Tartarus was immediate. The abyss grew even more turbulent. Crimson light blazed. Godly power flowed outward and into the bodies of the Titan giants. Their parameters surged. Their movements synchronized. A flagship also served as a commander. In my name as Cronus, Titan giants, crush these intruders, then ascend to the surface and reclaim our home. Ha 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 ha. His wild laughter echoed through the abyss, rising higher with every second. Ro and Athena no longer registered to him as threats. He was the king of the Titans. He was the king of giants. Roars answered his laughter. The giants bellowed as one, their wills bent toward the order he had given. Athena's expression hardened. She tightened her hold on spear and shield, silver hair drifting in the heat, crimson eyes narrowing in focus. Ro only smiled. Go, 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 my children. Cronus's voice rose in triumph. I am the lord of all things. I am the king of giants. I am. His massive frame lurched. The starship fortress suddenly swayed to one side, almost as if it had been struck. Cronus's eyes widened. They shifted away from Ro and Athena to focus on the space to his flank. Athena also froze, a rare look of open confusion crossing her face. The Titan giants, who had been lined up and facing Ro and Athena, all turned at the same moment. Then they drove their fists directly into Cronus's body. This is... Cronus was stunned. Data update. Control link compromised. Flagship authority, stolen. Giant domination, nullified. His authority over the Titan giants had been seized. No, not simply seized. Devoured. Ro's attempt to devour Tartarus had not been an empty threat. Although he had not managed to swallow the abyss wholesale, that did not mean he had done nothing else while the world shook around them. He had slipped a hand into Cronus's circuitry. He had intercepted the lines of control. He had taken the connection that bound the giants to Cronus and redirected it. A mere human. A mere human dares. Cronus's voice trembled with rage. Because this was exactly what Zeus had done to him in the past. Exactly the same method. Exactly the same trap. And he had fallen for it twice. Humiliation burned through the machine's voice. Kill him, giants. Ro spread his hands wide. For me, trample Tartarus. Roars answered him. The giants attacked in unison, driving those colossal fists into Cronus's fortress hull, using the power Cronus himself had just granted them. His shield was now being shattered by his own spear. Offense and defense had completely reversed. So who, then, was the king of giants? There was only one answer. I am the king of giants. Ro laughed aloud, voice ringing over the chaos. Be ashamed, Cronus. Be furious. Then come and kill me. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 111, Ereshkigal, I am on the other side of the abyss. Chapter 111, Ereshkigal, I am on the other side of the abyss. Previously, Cronus had barely spared Ro and Athena a thought. Ro's attempt to devour Tartarus had startled him awake, true, but in Cronus's calculations, there was no way that a mere, primal human could truly swallow the primordial furnace itself. The moment Cronus awakened, Ro's devouring was forcibly halted. Ro could not do it. Even with his absurdly high essence, he could not do it. This was not a problem of quality, but of quantity. Ro's specifications were at the island class, a regional main god tier. Even if, in essence, he could contend with the apex of main gods, that was still a limitation he could not cross for now. Strong was strong and weak was weak. Once the gap in scale grew large enough, even an outstanding advantage in type became difficult to leverage. Compared to the interstellar fortress Cronus, a machina god that could match Zeus in his prime, Ro was still lacking. There was even less need to mention Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war. That was then. Now, Cronus was enraged. Because Ro's theft of his control over the Titan giants dragged old shame up from the depths. It reminded him of his failure, of the one name that had ruined him and chained him here. Zeus. 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 That accursed wretch. Cronus's personality had fully crystallized. His fury was naked and unmistakable. In a single instant, the giants that Ro had seized were crushed under an overwhelming pressure. They were slammed into the molten torrents of Tartarus, completely submerged. A vast gravitational suppression field opened like an invisible hand, weighing down nearly half of the abyss. The authority that had once ruled the sky still surpassed any ordinary main god. Wisdom. War. Victory. Strategy. Planning. Athena's delicate face had turned solemn. Her plain white robe billowed in the furnace wind. Silver-white armor shone with harsh light. Her red lips opened and closed, each word she spoke manifesting a divine authority, each concept condensing into power. Just like victory, many of these authorities did not belong to her original core. She had simply taken numerous gods as subordinate deities, gathering their vectors under her name. As a result, she commanded an array of authorities that covered many domains. In effect, she single-handedly operated a miniature pantheon. That was why she was strong. Despite being born later than most of the 12 Olympian gods, she still ranked among the top seats, just below the 3 god kings. The force she released now made Ro look at her properly. The shield she raised caught Cronus's crushing pressure and held it back. The spear she thrust forward counterattacked in that same moment. A sharp flash cut through layer after layer of force field. The point stopped a hair's breadth away from Cronus. A hair's breadth, but the gap remained a gulf. If Athena stood alone, she would never reach him. At that instant, Ro moved. His robe flared as he stepped forward. A crimson storm blasted outward with him at its center. Space fractured into mottled shards. Black holes opened and vanished in the blink of an eye. The sword of rupture was already in his hand, and his swing was simple and direct, forward, upward. With a shuddering impact, the 3-segmented spiral blade pierced the last layer of defensive force field and struck Cronus's brow. A violent detonation rang out. The heavy outer barrier shattered. What surged out to replace it was Cronus's more fundamental authority. Dominion. The reason Zeus had been able to take the kingship in ages past was that he had seized the crown of dominion from Cronus. By that crown he ruled the sky, and so became god of the sky. By that crown he ruled all things, and so became lord of all. Even after the crown was taken, as long as Cronus's machina god body endured, he could still draw on fragments of that power. He was far from his prime, but he could still deploy dominion in an instant. He reached out to seize Ro's existence and override it. The attempt shattered the next instant, crushed beneath the crimson storm. Ro's essence was higher than Cronus's. He was not someone Cronus could dominate. The sword of rupture's unleashed force raged through Tartarus. Cronus's massive frame reeled backward. The former god king of the Titans let out a roar that shook the abyss. At the same time, the radiant gate of Babylon opened above and around him. The chains of heaven launched from every direction, lashing down to bind Cronus's machina god body. Cronus merely shook once. The chains snapped and scattered. Then, in the next heartbeat, the Titan king's head only frame abruptly transformed. Limbs and torso unfolded from buried modules. He flipped upright and took shape as a complete combat body. A huge fist swung out. Ro met it head-on. He slid back a few steps under the force, then lunged in again. The sword of rupture and the colossal fist collided. Human and god clashed in the heart of Tartarus. Without control of the Titan giants, with his dominion partially failing, Cronus could only battle Ro in the way he least preferred. Hand to hand. Light burst like a storm. The flame currents beneath Tartarus boiled harder than ever. Athena could not step into the direct exchange. Even so, she kept spear and shield raised, continuously amplifying Ro's power and searching for any chance to interfere. Cronus's fist came down once more. Ro's answer was another swing of the sword of rupture. He pushed his strength to the limit. He could clearly feel it. Cronus could kill him. The realization filled him with a fierce joy. He was exhilarated. Ecstatic. At the instant their powers met again, the Titan God King altered his motion. The fist compressed, fingers closing. The attack turned into a grab that wrapped around Ro's small frame and flung him away. The sudden change left Ro no time to respond. By the time he twisted in the air, Cronus had already gathered himself to leap. Ro's heart raced with excitement. Cronus, however, once his initial rage burned off, felt only irritation. This human was troublesome. To truly finish him would take more effort than he was willing to invest. Cronus had no interest in throwing away his advantage here. His goal had always been Olympus. His destination had always been Zeus. Zeus, your father god Cronus has come. I carry a boundless wrath. He shot upward, rushing toward the upper edge of the abyss, toward the fissure that opened onto the surface world of Greece, the Thessalian plain. For a brief moment, Ro and Athena looked as if they would fail to stop him. Closer. 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 Once he reached the world of men, Cronus could turn his dominion toward the earth itself, seize control of the land, recover more of his power, and awaken the slumbering Titan gods of old. The world would return to the Titans. Are you calling me? A jarring voice echoed right in Cronus's ears. He jolted and snapped his gaze upward toward the rift above. Suspended there at the exit was an enormous shadow. A machina god body in the form of a silver-white head. That was Cronus. Go to hell, you bastard. Zeus, god king of Olympus, slammed his forehead straight into Cronus's face. Cronus was stunned. His thoughts stalled. He was driven backward by the impact, and Zeus's wild laughter followed him down. Get back down there. Zeus roared with delight. Ha ha ha. My mother is your grandmother. Cronus finally exploded. Seeing his enemy, he ignited every reserve he had and pushed back with everything he could muster. What grandmother? Zeus crashed into him again. Where would I even get a mother? Cronus simply could not outmuscle Zeus in a direct clash. He was forced down, hammered back into the depths. His roars still rolled through the abyss. Ro glanced over at Athena. He had no words. Athena's cheeks were faintly red. Ahem. When Zeus enters combat, his personality is like that. They say that fighting this way increases the damage output. Ro remained silent. Zeus's appearance had not been a surprise for them. The trap Athena had set for Cronus earlier, the half-truths and half-silences, had all been designed for this result. But still. You said you removed my voice module. So why are you still using my lines? And using them as your combat mode? With a thunderous crash, Cronus went tumbling back into the abyss. The lava torrents surged and erupted, throwing up waves of fire. The violent shock ran through all of Tartarus. Zeus vanished the very next moment along with the turbulence, without so much as a glance below. He had sensed Cronus attempting to emerge, so he came to knock him back down. Now that he had done so, the rest did not concern him. In the God King's prophecy, this calamity had to be resolved by mortals. He would not intervene beyond that point. Ro's fingers twitched. He very much wanted to rush after Zeus and force some kind of contact. But Cronus had fallen back into Tartarus. The same logic still applied. That Zeus is insane. His personality is completely deranged. Cronus's huge machina god body staggered back to its feet. Without even glancing at Ro and Athena, he turned and ran deeper into Tartarus. In that instant, he understood the part of Athena's words that she had hidden. Zeus had not lost his machina god body. On the contrary, Zeus was even stronger than before. As an older model machina god, Cronus understood the difference better than anyone. Understanding brought fear. Fear drove him to flee. Catch him. Ro wanted to seize Cronus and force him to kill him. Athena, as an Olympian god, had the duty to eliminate the threat that Cronus posed. They exchanged a single look and moved at once. The gate of Babylon blazed open. Countless chains of heaven shot forth. Athena raised her spear, divine light bursting outward and illuminating the entire abyss as it surged in a single wave. Cronus roared, but after the beating he had taken from Zeus, his energy output was already fraying. Faced with such a combined assault, he had no strength left to resist. My ally, save me, Ymir. Ymir. Ro's eyes followed Cronus's gaze, and then he froze in place. On the other side of the abyss of Tartarus, a rift opened into a different void. Within it, connecting to another corner of the world, wind and snow fluttered. In the reflections beyond the crack, he saw enormous giants striding across the land, colossal trees that seemed to pierce the heavens, and, seated within the gloom, a figure wreathed in shadow. Long golden hair spilled down, a thorn crown rested on that head, and a red cloak drifted faintly in the dim air. Ereshkigal. Ro's lips parted. After he had found Enkidu, he had quietly begun searching for the whereabouts of Ereshkigal and Ishtar. With the heavens of Mesopotamia destroyed, they should not have been able to ascend into higher strata, and so should still exist somewhere in the lower world. He had not expected to see her here. Ymir. The Norse lands. So Ereshkigal had gone to the Norse domain. Ro understood at once. Beside him, Athena's body tensed. The goddess of wisdom became sharply alert. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 112, I'm not a virgin goddess anymore, Ro. Chapter 112, I'm not a virgin goddess anymore, Ro. Ereshkigal. Athena knew that name. When the hero king of Uruk had first arrived in this world, Olympus had quietly begun watching that distant, unseen neighbor. They had studied Uruk's human civilization. They had also studied that world's pantheon. So Athena knew that Ereshkigal was the queen of the underworld among the gods of Uruk, an existence similar to Hades in Greece. She also knew that, when the gods and humans of that land had parted ways, the queen of the underworld had ultimately chosen to side with Ro and the three kings of Uruk, joining them to drive the gods away. But beyond myths and analysis, what really snared Athena's attention was, of course, the romance between Ro and Ereshkigal. Legend said that before Ro had fallen into the imaginary number space, he had descended to the underworld countless times, just to meet the goddess who ruled there. Legend said that she was the only goddess that sage Ro had ever clearly confessed his love to. Legends. Too many of those stories flashed through Athena's mind all at once. The passage to that other corner of the world had already flickered and vanished. The light and shadow in the depths of Tartarus had already gone dark again. Even so, countless tangled thoughts surged up in her heart. Norse, huh? I will remember that, Ro murmured, then turned his eyes on Cronus, who was tightly bound. Do you have a connection with them? Puhaha. This time I admit defeat. There is no harm in telling you. Cronus let out a booming laugh. As the lowest layer of the Greek cosmology, as the planet's furnace, Tartarus naturally linked to every region of the world. After Zeus had imprisoned the Titans here, he had left them to rot. The Titan gods did not dare reveal themselves again. Yet here in Tartarus, they had never abandoned their desire, or their ambition, to return to the surface. They feared Zeus and the Olympian gods, so through Tartarus they had reached outward instead, and formed an alliance with beings in another region. We discovered a race in the northern lands beyond Greece, Cronus said. Their world is maintained by a world tree and divided into 9 strata. The highest layer is home to the current gods. The lowest layer harbors beings who, like us, call themselves primeval gods. They are also called giants. I approached their progenitor, the giant Ymir, and promised that if they helped us reclaim the lands above, we would in turn help them destroy the gods who dwell at the top of the world tree. The giants you just saw were created by us. We used the structural modules they provided and fused them with the power of our own Titan gods. The Titan giants were formed from the bodies of the Norse giants, reinforced and reconfigured with Titan divinity. They were, in a sense, siblings. Ro understood at once. You are telling me this now because you want Olympus to turn their conflict outward, is that it? Exactly. Cronus did not deny it. External threats outweighed internal disputes. The Olympian gods, who had already been scarred by the calamity of the Star Hunter, would think the same way. If they learned of the Norse giants, a divine war between the two sides would almost certainly follow. In that chaos, Cronus could disappear again, draw back into the dark, and wait for another chance. Either way, neither you nor they can kill me. Because we Titans are already bound as one with Tartarus. Unless you truly devour Tartarus in its entirety, you will never erase us completely. His wild laughter stirred the molten seas of Tartarus. Waves of fire crashed upward, like a tide smashing against stone, flinging sparks into the choking air. Ro watched him and, to his own surprise, felt only disappointment. Cronus had given up. There was no will to resist, no will to kill Ro. All he wanted was a way to slip back into the depths and continue storing power, waiting for some future moment. That was precisely what Ro found least interesting. It is a pity, he said softly. However. You come. Ro's voice echoed through the depths of Tartarus. The Titan giants, who had been smashed down and buried under the blazing torrents moments ago, suddenly rose again. Under Ro's will, they slowly reached out from all directions and seized Cronus. You come, Ro repeated. The chains of heaven tightened and shone. The gate of Babylon that anchored them blazed with even brighter light. You come. You come. The brief, simple phrase rang again and again throughout Tartarus. Cronus's sneering contempt slowly shifted into confusion, and from confusion into pure fear. Though he was a Machina god, his massive metal face twisted into an expression that could only be called human. He was afraid. Ro was using the Titan giants, empowered with Cronus's own authority, to pin down his weakened body. Ro was using the chains of heaven as conduits, and the gate of Babylon as a vortex, to drain away the power housed within him. Most of all, Ro was extending his primordial aura, vast and heavy as an ocean, and using it to devour him. To strike the shield with its own spear, Ro said quietly. For me alone, devouring Tartarus is indeed impossible. But what if I add you? He smiled. Since you refuse to die fighting me, then I will devour you and Tartarus together. To swallow the abyss, what he lacked was scale, a foundation large enough. Cronus, who had once stood above even the chief gods, possessed that scale. Even if the Titan's power had hollowed out, the frame remained. As long as the vessel could bear it, that was enough. And to devour Tartarus itself. That was a path to death. For any living being, it was a power they could not carry without breaking. Ro had always longed for that edge. A self-sacrifice on the level of creation itself. One collapse, in exchange for an eternity. How could Cronus possibly accept that? An immense pressure rose again, and the authority of dominion flared. The two forces locked, and for a moment the stalemate held. Human. For the crime of blasphemy, you will repay it 1,000-fold. Kill him, goddess of Olympus. Cronus struggled desperately, but he could already feel his own strength growing thinner, more fragile, as the tug of war continued. There was no other route. Since he could not dominate Ro himself. If I cannot dominate you, then I will dominate her. Cronus's dominion shifted. He directed it at Athena, the goddess of war, who had been quiet behind Ro all this time. Dominion was, at its core, a form of subconscious suggestion. It guided a target to follow their own buried impulses, to recognize the dominator as the closest being in their world, and then to obey. Cronus descended into Athena's mind. At once, he felt the chaos there. He felt the agitation and unease that Ereshkigal's brief appearance had stirred up. What are you afraid of? The low, alien voice rang in Athena's heart. What was she afraid of? That Ereshkigal's existence would push Ro away from her forever. That the wise one would step back from the goddess of wisdom. What are you afraid of? Why? Because a goddess of war and wisdom is naturally drawn to a hero who carries both intellect and courage. She had met many great heroes before. She had remained unmoved by them. Yet this time, she had changed. Face your true feelings. Do not let your identity chain you. My identity is the goddess of war and wisdom. I am the patron of Athens. I am a goddess who once swore to Zeus to remain a virgin. A virgin goddess. So that is what binds me. Now trust me. Cronus's joy filled the echo in her mind. He felt Athena following the path he laid out. Follow your will. Go to the men in front of you. Athena took a step. Ro looked toward her and watched her move. The goddess of wisdom and war still wore the same severe, dignified expression. Yet in the depths of her crimson eyes, there was a faint confusion, like someone walking out of a dream. She had been dominated by Cronus. Dominion had failed against Ro, but remained effective on Athena. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Use your strongest means. Cronus's excitement spiked. Ro, by contrast, merely considered it. Dying at the hands of a controlled Athena was hardly glamorous, but it might still qualify as a proper death. It might be enough for the throne. That was acceptable. He had just widened his eyes when a soft warmth brushed across his face. Athena did not kill him. Instead, she rose on her toes and pressed a kiss to his lips. Cronus froze. Was it him who was malfunctioning, or the world? Ro saw it clearly. In the instant their faces drew close, clarity returned to Athena's eyes. She was awake. She had faced her feelings and refused to let her identity dictate her answer. I like you, Athena said, smiling, her red lips curving upward. In the way humans call love. Her arms wrapped around Ro. The heavy armor that had covered her vanished, leaving only a light, fluttering gown between them. She pressed her body to his, slender waist arching, hips tilting as if seeking an answer, seeking solace. Ro, locked in the stalemate with Cronus, could not even move to react. No more hiding. No more excuses. She liked him, and that was all. In that moment, she felt something fall away from her. From that point onward, the future in her sight became completely clear. She saw her later self. Not as Olympus's chief deity. Not as one of the 3 virgin goddesses. Not as the patron of the Greek city-states. She saw herself as the one named in the oldest Greek prophecies, the one who would one day replace Zeus. The fourth king of the Greek gods. Athena. At that same instant, Ro received a surge of power from the future Athena. The flood of strength crushed what remained of Cronus's resistance. SZZ, SZZZZ, SZZZZZ. The ancient Machina god of Atlantis stuttered. His systems began to slip. His personality structure fluctuated like a person on the brink of unconsciousness. His eyes opened a little wider. He stared blankly at the human and goddess embracing before him, and finally managed to force out two words. What the? On Mount Olympus, Zeus had just arrived back in his seat and had not yet swapped over his combat personality. His expression shifted, and he let out the same words. What the? Damn it, how did Athena become god-king? Beside him, Queen Hera fell silent. Who is that big guy? She finally muttered. I have never seen him before. Check out my new fanfic, guys. Title: In the ordinary streets of Tokyo, I awakened as a player. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 113, Chapter 113, Rosemek will eventually meet Gilgamesh again. Chapter 113, Rosemek will eventually meet Gilgamesh again. In the myths passed down by later generations, God King Zeus, after defeating the Titan giants, received a prophecy from Gaia, the mother of Earth. Gaia foretold that in the future, Zeus would be defeated by his own child with Métis, the goddess of wisdom. For that reason, Zeus swallowed Métis. Yet even then, he could not truly prevent an heir from being born. The son became a daughter instead. That daughter was Athena in the original myths. This world, where all gods are Machina gods, was naturally different. Even so, Athena still possessed the qualifications to become a king of the gods, because her origin was not simply that of a goddess. She had been born as a reserve flagship fortress for a star fleet. That was why she could gather so many gods tied to natural concepts beneath her banner, binding them as subordinate gods and forming her own minor pantheon under Zeus. That was also why Zeus forced her into the identity of a virgin goddess. He wanted to cast a layer of dust over her mind, to keep Athena from ever seeing her own essence clearly. Now, that dust had been wiped away. Athena becoming the fourth-generation king of the gods after Zeus, in the future, was already inevitable. Damn it. I knew I should have sealed her long ago. Zeus muttered in his combat persona. Hera massaged her forehead and quietly took a few steps farther away, as if distance could protect her sanity. Far off, Apollo casually turned his head and looked up at the sky. He watched the light and shadow of the solar corona cast by his subordinate god, Helios. For some reason, the thought surfaced that having his sister sit on the throne might not be so bad. Deep in the abyss, Cronus finally lost the last shred of self-awareness. Along with it, he lost the cold intelligence and divinity of the Atlantis Machina god. Because Ro's consciousness, supported by the future king of the gods Athena, poured in at once and covered that massive Machina god completely. Cronus vanished. Ro controlled Cronus, or rather, the Machina god that had once been Cronus became part of Ro's existence, another form of his being. The enormous foundation it brought filled the gap Ro had suffered from for so long. Of course, devouring always came with loss. Something would inevitably be worn away in the process. Even so, it was enough. In an instant, Ro completed a leap in rank. He crossed from an island-scale regional chief god into the highest tier among chief gods, a continent-scale planetary chief god, a level that could be called king of the gods. Athena, who had assisted Ro in that leap, also benefited. In the future, she was already the king of the gods. In the present, she had only brushed away Zeus's shackles and held the potential for promotion, nothing more. Yet now they were interdependent, pressed close, skin against skin. The primordial aura that overflowed as Ro completed his promotion wrapped around them like a tide. It pushed the already emotional goddess deeper into herself. Athena's waist tightened. Her breath trembled. She wanted more, desired more, longed for the presence of the men she held, as if the aura itself were nourishment. In that same moment, she also crossed the threshold. From chief god to king of the gods. A king of the gods was the ruler of a pantheon. Crimson storms intertwined around them and formed a natural barrier, blocking every possible gaze that might intrude. Ro had regained the ability to move, yet he could only let out a quiet sigh. He felt numb. But pushing her away was not his style. He had already told Heracles. He knew he had stepped onto a road with no return, but among the two kinds of scum, he despised the irresponsible kind even more. He had always wanted to return to the throne of heroes and reclaim his power. That insecurity came from living in a foreign world, a dangerous world. It also came from his own greed. So, he closed his eyes and let Athena take what she wanted. His hand rested at her waist, slid along the curve of her hips, then held her steady. The world beyond the crimson storm vanished into silence. Only the feeling of collision remained, rising and falling in layers, until the very end. A buzzing sound echoed through Tartarus. Ro snapped his eyes open. Athena was still dazed, but the fog of emotion began to lift. Her gaze was no longer what it had been before. In the past she had always hidden herself, always found excuses for her feelings. Now, the shackles around her heart had broken. When she looked at Ro again, it was with love she did not try to conceal. Ro, be my only beloved. Her silver hair spilled down. Her delicate body swayed slightly. Her red eyes shimmered like stars filled with light. Saying words like that at a time like this. Then what were you doing earlier? Ro glanced sideways, then suddenly smiled. Only beloved. That was Athena's new vow, and this time it was not forced by an oath or a decree. It was a pledge she made willingly. She would not change it, and she would not permit herself to change it. She would be the future ruler of the pantheon. Yet at that highest seat, she would not stand alone. She was willing to share it with Ro, even to offer everything she possessed, and that naturally included her glory. That was the sincerity and weight of a goddess's love. Or perhaps the future of Greece would become an era where both men and women carried equal significance. Ro slowly released Athena. Wait for my return. Athena understood what he intended to do. Worry surfaced at once. You will not die, will you? Ro wished he could say yes. He could not. So he only replied. No. Then he took a step toward the deeper core of Tartarus. With each step, his body grew taller. His shadow stretched countless times, like it was being pulled by the molten light. His robe deepened into the color of steel. Armor like silver white rose along his head, his shoulders, his frame. His body became massive, layered in metal, the curves of it holding a hard mechanical beauty. From his back, wings unfurled, built from dense frameworks of steel. From human, he transformed into a machina god. A form extremely similar to Cronus, yet undeniably different. A new life form Ro had gained after devouring Cronus. The form of a wielder of authority. Ro, the machina god. Roar. The Titan giants under his control threw back their heads and roared. Behind him, the goddess of war put her silver armor on again. She gripped spear and shield tightly and stood with solemn calm. He said he would not die. So she chose to believe him. She would wait for his return. Come. Ro clenched his steel-forged fist. The moment he closed his hand, the authority of dominion manifested. It fused with Poseidon's representation of the sea, and with the promise Poseidon had given him. Vast power surged like an ocean. It rose and fell in layers and engulfed Tartarus in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Like war drums. Like the beating of a heart. The space woven by the flaming currents throughout Tartarus began to contract. Ro was completing the final step of devouring Tartarus. He clenched his fists, then spread his arms, as if embracing a world. The rotating force of the primal stars poured out from within his massive machina god body. Waving. Flowing. Hades, lord of the underworld, suddenly turned his head. Zeus, god of the sky, cried out. Poseidon, god of the sea, smiled. In Arcadia, Atlanta sat on a tree branch, swinging her legs and staring into the distance. On the Argo, Heracles was clinking glasses with Jason, who had just returned, still frivolous, yet now carrying a heavy heroic aura. Heracles suddenly looked far away. Chiron halted among the mountains. Within the blooming flower, Enkidu's eyelashes trembled slightly. The contraction of Tartarus sparked a subconscious sensation in the minds of all living beings. Crimson drowned awareness. The chaos of the abyss covered everything the eye could hold. Athena stood in Tartarus and watched the world contract. She watched herself go from standing amid blazing currents to standing within a void. It was not that she moved. It was that the environment itself changed. Brilliant divine light bloomed around her. The authorities of her subordinate gods gathered and circled her. Athena, now bearing the specifications of a king of the gods, fully integrated her powers. She wove divine glory into a crown and set it upon her head. Then she opened a magnificent divine realm within the void. She stepped forward slowly. Ahead of her, Tartarus had vanished. Ro had vanished as well. He had succeeded. He devoured Tartarus completely and incorporated that abyssal world born in primordial times into his massive machina god body, using it as an endless energy source to drive the machina god. Yet the aura of primordial chaos crushed him in the same instant. He died. From the abyss he crossed into the underworld and reached the boundary of death. Athena bent down and picked up something from where he had stood. A key. Or rather, the shadow of the key of heaven. If he returns, it will be through this key. Athena clasped it tightly, a gentle smile appearing on her beautiful face. She pressed it to her chest, close to her skin. The so-called key of heaven had always been Ro himself. The future king of the gods, Athena, gained enlightenment in the abyss. She witnessed the complete demise of the Titan giants. She witnessed the final collapse of Tartarus, the primordial abyss. She also witnessed the hero's step from human to god. The sole ruler who dominates all phenomena, bearing wings far beyond steel. From then on, he entered the underworld. His dependents also crossed the world's boundary and stepped into an unknown world. Establish a nation to guard its king. Roar. In the far north, where the roots of the world tree reached, one of the 3 lowest worlds among the 9 realms of Norse myth, the land of giants, Jotunheimr, the Titan giants that Ro had sent there roared. Possessing the massive, sturdy bodies of Norse giants and the power of the Greek second-generation gods, they charged the original giants of that realm. They would establish a new giant nation here, one that would wait for the return of their king, their dominator. And before that, they would search for the goddess they had glimpsed once. Ereshkigal, the Mesopotamian queen of the underworld. Strange giants. At the top of the world tree, a silver-haired Valkyrie named Brynhildr lowered her gaze and tightened her grip on her spear. Thump. Ro landed on both feet, already returned to human form. He opened his eyes. Darkness. Depth. No light, no shadow. Only sprawling black stone, piled and stretched into the distance. Beside him, a cliff dropped away into an abyss whose bottom could not be seen. Cold currents swept through the air, carrying the stench of death. There was no doubt. This was the underworld. A place Ro had traveled to countless times. Now dead, Ro would inevitably reach the boundary of death. According to his original plan, he would shed the last shell of his soul here. He would leave behind only a core of essential spirit, preserve every imprint, ascend to the throne of heroes, and reclaim all his power. It was just. Different regions belonged to different pantheons. Different gods governed different underworlds. Their underworlds should differ accordingly. Southwest. Why did this place look exactly like the underworld of Mesopotamia? The scenery. The atmosphere. The taste of death in the air. None of it was different. And why did he hear such a familiar voice? Ro glanced sideways and looked into the depths. Ah! This king thought some trespasser had stepped into my domain, brilliant as sun and moon. Instead it is you, wild dog, who ignores this king's decree and runs rampant everywhere. To dare to shake the world the moment you return. A dazzling golden shadow appeared amid the laughter. Those words. That laugh. Ro could not possibly mistake it. Gilgamesh. How could he be here? Was this not supposed to be the Greek underworld? Questions flooded Ro's mind, yet his mouth moved first. Why is it you again, foul-mouthed Gilgamesh? He stared into the dark depths above. I was about to ask you that. The figure stepped forward. Arms crossed. Golden hair still brilliant. Skin restored to its former cleanliness. Tall. Robust. Golden shoulder armor and a battle skirt. Crimson patterns etched across his exposed skin, striking even in this darkness. The serpent-like shadows in Gilgamesh's eyes widened. You used power I did not permit. You took on responsibilities that should have been mine. Then you left without permission. And now you trespass into my new courtyard without permission. Gilgamesh spread his arms. Your sins are already numbered in the thousands. Even 10,000 deaths would not pay your punishment. Bullshit. Ro raised his hand and lifted his middle finger, as if it were habit carved into his bones. Ah! Even cast out of the world, a wild dog still cannot stop barking. Gilgamesh was not angry. He looked, if anything, pleased. Is this bastard a masochist? The more you curse him, the happier he looks. Ro could not help it. He laughed too. Idiot, he said. Brain dead, Gilgamesh shot back. Then he paused. And his voice shifted, just for a moment, into something unguarded. Welcome back, my friend. Surprise. Doubt. Then absolute certainty. The former king of Uruk, now ruler of the Mesopotamian underworld, had sensed Ro's presence and immediately rushed to negotiate with Hades. Now, finally, he confirmed it. It was truly Ro. The method of confirmation was strange, but that hardly mattered. No matter how many years had passed, Gilgamesh had waited. And now the wait had been worth it. My friend. Check out my new fanfic, guys. Title: In the ordinary streets of Tokyo, I awakened as a player. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 114, Chapter 114, Gilgamesh, I'll F***k your ancestors. Chapter 114, Gilgamesh, I'll F***k your ancestors. Ah. So many questions crowded Ro's chest that his throat felt tight. In the end, he only nodded. Gilgamesh had changed, yet had not changed at all. He had matured, yes, but he still wore the same posture and the same arrogance, like golden armor that never rusted. Ro understood the reason without needing it spoken aloud. Gilgamesh wanted to meet an old friend with an old face. Ro's successful arrival in the underworld was already the first step of his goal. This reunion was unexpected, yet undeniably pleasant. Gilgamesh, after all, was not Ereshkigal. If he dared to casually slap some immortal blessing on Ro, or tried to stop him from dying, Ro could absolutely repay him with 2 solid punches. Just to settle the score for that earlier habit of casually flinging Ro's dark history around like it was a party trick. And before that, visiting old places was a kind of journey, too. Uruk had been Ro's first stop after arriving in this world. In a sense, it was his second home. Still, the confusion in his eyes did not disappear. He knew Gilgamesh had ruled Uruk. He knew that in his later years, according to his own plan, the nation had entered the realm of the underworld. He knew Gilgamesh eventually became the king of Uruk, not a god. What Ro did not know was what Gilgamesh did after that. He also did not understand why Gilgamesh was appearing in a region of the underworld that clearly did not belong to Mesopotamia. And from the way Gilgamesh spoke, it sounded like he had turned this place into his dominion. Ro did not have to wonder long. When I entered the underworld, I did not stop the expansion I began on the surface. Not even for the domain you left behind. Gilgamesh grinned, shamelessly proud, as if he were presenting a conquest instead of a theft. Even in the land of the dead, my radiance will burn like a scorching sun. I will bring the darkness itself beneath my rule. So that was it. Expansion. Not on the surface this time, but within the underworld. That was what Gilgamesh had been doing all these years. East to west, slowly, stubbornly, with the patience of a king who believed the world owed him obedience, he had carved out territory until he could claim it as his own. And yes, it was a portion of the Greek underworld. It had been obtained from the Greek king of Uruk. Hades. Ahaha. That Greek king of Uruk is indeed powerful, but with my wisdom, why would I ever confront him head-on? Gilgamesh raised his chin slightly, as if the very concept of equal exchange existed only because he allowed it. Everything in this world belongs to me. However, those who guard my treasure should also receive what they are due. What did you give him? Ro asked, genuinely curious. The sage's clay tablets, Gilgamesh replied, looking pleased with himself. Ro froze. What? So this was how you tossed my clay tablets everywhere. He had always suspected. He had never imagined the scale of the crime. Since your mad dog's words have already been carved into tablets, how could they not be spread far and wide? Gilgamesh showed no guilt at all. He looked proud, like a man praising his own generosity. Those Greek gods and humans praised them endlessly. I used them to trade for many fine things. Ahaha. Ro's temple twitched. Gilgamesh. I'll F***k your ancestors. Gilgamesh's eyes widened a fraction. How dares a brain-dead idiot like you speak with such presumption before me? Ro did not pause. You mother *** King mongrel Gilgamesh. It was obvious. Gilgamesh had read those clay tablets and learned from them. The bickering echoed through the depths of the underworld, as familiar as breathing. Yet setting aside the dark past, Ro still had to admit something. He admired the golden bastard in front of him. Those clay tablets were precious largely because of Gilgamesh's actions while he was alive. He had wrapped them in mystery through sheer authority, making Ro's nonsense sound like Ro's wisdom in the mouths of others. Then he went further. While alive, he traded foul-mouthed writings for good things from gods and humans alike. After death, he traded them for a corner of the underworld. This Gilgamesh was truly something else. Those fools tried to stop my reunion with my friend, Gilgamesh said, still smug, like the entire world existed to serve his mood. How could I let them succeed? He waved his hand dismissively. Hades tried to block me from reaching this place just now. I threw out a clay tablet, and he obediently handed the domain over to me. So it had only just happened. No wonder Gilgamesh had not sensed Ro's presence earlier. He had been busy stealing property. Ro understood. Come. Gilgamesh turned, his cloak and arrogance moving as one. Since you have returned, we will go see Uruk. Go see the glory of what you and I once built. They walked deeper into the underworld as they spoke. Eerie blue flames flickered along the road like a ceremonial path. Soldiers in armor stood on both sides, guarding the border, their silent discipline forming a corridor of steel. And in the depths, a magnificent city rose. Uruk. It looked like the royal city of old. Buildings climbed upward. The palace stood at the core, unshaken. The streets carried a familiar geometry, as if someone had carved the memory of the surface into the bones of the dead. As Ro walked, a strange sensation rose in him. He felt like he had returned to the Mesopotamian plain. Back to the surface world where the three of them had built a nation together. The people were there. The things were there. It's good, Ro said quietly. You have credit in building this city, Gilgamesh replied, glancing at him with a grin that almost looked warm. I have always reserved a throne for you and that fellow. The achievements you forged were never beneath mine. Whether past, present, or future, Gilgamesh regarded Ro as the only one who could stand as his equal. They reached the palace. King. Someone had been waiting for a long time. A young woman with a light veil over her face. Siduri. Siduri after her death. The Grand Judge of Uruk's underworld. Miss Siduri. Ro lifted a hand. Long time no see. Lord Ro, it has indeed been a long time. Siduri smiled, dignified as ever. It is wonderful to see you safe and sound. She was happy. It was obvious. Time had passed like a slow river in the land of death. And still, her king had waited. As the king's adjutant, she knew the truth. Gilgamesh's expansion in the underworld, from beginning to end, had been for one purpose. To await Ro's return. His clairvoyance had shown him the scene. He had prepared for it. Only one thing was missing. The three kings still lacked one seat. Enkidu. Ro said. I've already found her. She will wake up soon, and then the three of us will finally reunite. I said I did not misjudge you. Gilgamesh nodded once, satisfied. In heaven and earth, only you could find that fellow, my friend. Oh, king. Siduri stepped forward. Hades, the king of underworld, is already waiting for you in the hall. Gilgamesh did not look surprised. He only waved his hand, as if being confronted by a god-king was a minor nuisance. Ro, however, felt curiosity stir. He had already met Zeus and Poseidon, two Greek god-kings. Zeus's omnipotent supremacy and Poseidon's pure eternity had left deep impressions. What would the third Greek god-king be like? Could he kill Ro? No. Ro was already dead. So it did not matter. More than that, Ro wanted to know why Hades had come. Had he discovered the truth behind those clay tablets and come to demand an explanation? God-kings were different from ordinary gods. Even if the tablets carried intense mystery, they should not be equal to a corner of the underworld. They climbed the towering steps into the palace, Siduri following closely behind. Inside, everything was familiar. The throne still stood high. The pillars still stood firm. The layout was almost unchanged. Yet at the foot of the stairs, facing the throne, someone stood with his back to them. Dark. Deep. Still. A chill of deathly quiet radiated from him, as if the air itself refused to breathe. The men heard them enter and turned his gaze slightly. A pair of completely black eyes met them. King of Uruk, he said. What is your intention in giving me these clay tablets? So he really had come to demand an explanation. A treasure that offers direct counsel to a king, carrying wisdom and courage. Hades's voice was calm, heavy, sincere. How could such a thing be exchanged for a mere portion of the underworld? Ro silently revised his evaluation. Take back what I said earlier. This is a born donkey. Ahahaha. Gilgamesh laughed as if the question itself were comedy. This is my gift. Its value is decided by me. If I say it is worth it, then it is worth it. Your words are not pleasant, Hades replied, utterly serious. But I truly feel your magnanimity. One dared to be a donkey. The other dared to lead him like a donkey. In some ways, they were a perfect match. Ro quietly stamped the Greek king of Uruk as an honest man in his heart. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, The Honest Man. Chapter 115, The Honest Man. Only now did Ro finally take a proper look at this so-called honest man who held the divine office of king of underworld, Hades. Just as the later Homeric epics recorded, Hades had long hair, dark and deep like a still lake at midnight. His features were handsome and upright, his build tall and imposing. Black robes and armor draped his frame, and his entire presence carried a clarity that was almost tranquil. A being that symbolized death. That was the impression Ro had the moment he saw him. And while Ro was observing him without thinking, the other party happened to glance back. Who is this? Hades asked. Ro, tell him your identity. Gilgamesh grinned, then strode forward without looking back, climbing the towering steps as if the palace itself existed to support his heels. In truth, he had already revealed it. Hades understood at once. Ro. The sage of Uruk. That's me. Ro nodded. He did not mind getting acquainted with this honest man. Have you finally died, sir? Ro stared at him. Are you serious? If you can talk, say more. Hades, however, looked as though the conclusion was obvious. Indeed. Even you cannot remain unscathed when facing Cronus. What is more, you devoured Tartarus itself. He nodded to himself, satisfied. To accomplish such a feat. Truly, he is a great man like me. Question mark. Ro's eyes narrowed. Is something wrong with this honest man? What is it? Hades blinked, expression calm, tone flat, as if he could not imagine there might be an issue. Sage, do you think I am wrong? Using me as a metaphor, as the highest praise, this is what I learned from King Gilgamesh. I am the king of the underworld, the ruler of all destinations, the master of what lies beneath. I believe there is no existence more outstanding than me. Damn. Case closed. No wonder Ro felt that speaking style was familiar. It was because of Gilgamesh, who was currently grinning up there like he had personally invented pride. Not as unrestrained as Gilgamesh, but the Hades in front of him was basically a restrained version of Gilgamesh's voice. Ahahaha, but compared to this king, the sole ruler of heaven and earth who wields the power of all creation, you are still lacking, Hades. On the throne, Gilgamesh threw his head back and laughed, perfectly pleased with himself. Hades nodded in agreement, serious to the point of sincerity. Compared to your confident demeanor, I truly still have much to learn. No. You really do not. Mastering death does not mean you should provoke others and seek death all day long. Of course, a simulation was still a simulation. New attributes were bound to appear. At least these two were only similar in flavor. Hades was arrogant, but not mad. The difference mattered. Why are you not speaking, sage? Hades asked again. Is it because my praise is too great for you to bear? Perhaps it is indeed not quite fitting. Ro's lips twitched. What should I do if I genuinely want to curse him? He took a breath, trying to suppress the impulse. Suppress a ghost. Praise. Ro's grin turned sharp, disdain plain on his face. Who do you think you are? What can words of this caliber possibly amount to? The source of all things is in my hands. All matters cannot escape the gaze of my wisdom. Forget you. Even if God King Zeus, the god of all your Greek gods, stood before me, I could make him sink from the sky to the ground. In my eyes, you are nothing but ants crawling on the earth, fit only to kneel. If you can gaze upon my radiance, that is the greatest mercy and reward you will ever receive. It was neurotic, yes, but when it came to arrogance, Ro was not inferior to Gilgamesh at all. Who could be more rampant than someone who did not fear death? And Ro was not worried about offending Hades. Even if his current body was dead, if provoking the king of the underworld could make his soul perish faster, then it was something he would happily do. Hades fell silent. The king of the underworld's black hair shifted slightly as he widened his eyes at Ro, as though a new world had opened. As expected of you, sage, Hades said, voice filled with genuine admiration. Such subtle and profound words truly leave one pondering for a long time. Ro stared. Did this guy also learn Gilgamesh's masochistic side? But Hades's praise was sincere. It was not admiration for the arrogance itself, nor for the contempt buried in Ro's words. What Hades admired was the individuality Ro displayed, something that belonged to a human. From machina god to conceptual god, the Greek gods of this world drew humanity from humans in order to remain longer within the current era. Naturally, they loved those with flamboyant personalities. Many demigod heroes had attracted divine attention for this very reason. More importantly, Hades could feel it. Ro had the capital to be arrogant. He had devoured Cronus, then devoured Tartarus. That furnace-like primordial world now boiled within his body. Ro could not yet wield that power freely, but he undeniably possessed the possibility of raising his specifications, of truly becoming an existence that could rival a continent. That was also why Ro's clay tablets had been praised so highly in Greece. Because they displayed human personalities and ideas. To the Greek gods, that was priceless. Of course, the most fundamental reason Hades had agreed to Gilgamesh's exchange was still Zeus's command. His appearance here was merely an excuse. An excuse to meet Ro. What are your plans next, sage? Hades asked. If you wish to return to the current world, I can send you back at any time. No hurry. Ro snapped, instantly vigilant. Go back. Go back for what? It was not easy to come down. No one was sending him away that easily. Next, he still needed to see where he could die a little faster, then go there and wait for the chance. Only after ascending to the throne of heroes could he truly reunite with everyone. You do not need to trouble yourself with this, Hades, Gilgamesh said from above. This king's reunion with his friend does not require the disturbance of idle people. Leave, king of the underworld of Greece. Hades did not mind in the slightest. Then if there is an opportunity in the future, please come to the underworld I govern for a visit. With that, he departed. Ro turned his head and looked upward. Scarlet eyes met his. A serious question followed. Are you still seeking an opportunity for death? My friend. Gilgamesh leaned back against the throne, legs crossed, handsome face said in a line that looked almost cold. No need to worry. This place is this king's domain. Even the counter-force cannot eavesdrop on the communication between you and me. Though this king still cannot fathom what you truly intend, my insight is never wrong. Ro froze for a beat. He was not surprised. He simply exhaled. After thinking for so long, it was only natural that Gilgamesh would understand something. Ro had already prepared himself for this conversation. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, Changing Heaven and Earth, the Goddesses' Battle for Supremacy. Chapter 116, Changing Heaven and Earth, the Goddesses' Battle for Supremacy. As a being created by the Mesopotamian gods, Gilgamesh possessed wisdom far beyond ordinary people. Over the 1,000 years he governed the underworld, constantly judging and arbitrating at the boundary of death. His experience and insight accumulated into something vast enough to reshape even a king's perspective. Innate brilliance intertwined with lived history. And after long, relentless contemplation, he finally understood what hid beneath Ro's many abnormal choices. Perhaps Ro was deliberately seeking death. Seeking death, embracing complete disappearance. As expected of you, Gilgamesh. So besides having a filthy mouth, you actually have a brain. Ro was not stingy with his praise, and he did not deny the conjecture. He stepped onto the dais, paced to his former seat, and sat down as if he had never left. Humph, spare me the useless chatter. This king has no interest in listening to you. Gilgamesh's expression cooled. He understood that Ro's secret remained unspoken for a reason, so he did not press. Then he spoke again, voice echoing through the magnificent main hall of the Uruk Palace. Light and shadow scattered across towering pillars as the hero king's words rang out. If you intend to use the aura of the underworld to accomplish this step, then I advise you to give up. Unless you plan to remain here for several centuries, and pray nothing unexpected happens during that time. Ro's current vitality was too stubborn. To completely extinguish the life force clinging to the outer shell of his soul, to enter a state of absolute death, and reach the throne of heroes carrying only a core spiritual essence, he truly would need centuries in the underworld. This king will not stop your death, Gilgamesh continued. Though you are a reckless wild dog, I trust my own judgment. If you do something, you must have your reasons. But to die like that, do you not find it monotonous? Boring. Ro raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to stir up trouble again? Ah. This king is merely seeking amusement in his own courtyard. Gilgamesh waved his hand, then added with a strange seriousness. Also, the Uruk-hai rule should return to its original path. It should not remain forever in this desolate, shattered underworld. This king thinks Greece is very good. He wanted the people of Uruk to return to the human world. But Uruk on the surface had already been destroyed. So it would have to change its appearance, appearing before the world as a new civilization. So that's the plan. Ro understood, and he could not deny the temptation. If Uruk returned to the current world with its scale, it would inevitably overturn Greece, or quietly replace it. To do that meant only two options. Either contend with the gods, or fully commit to winning them over. For Gilgamesh, both were acceptable. Conflict with gods had always been his favorite form of entertainment, and forcing the world to acknowledge his will was exactly what a king should do. He had led Uruk into the underworld, so at the proper time, he should allow his people to return. That was the burden he carried. That was the judgment he executed. The gods of the underworld will be handled by me, Gilgamesh said, face solemn. But this time, this king entrusts the heavy burden of heaven and earth to you, my friend. Ro glanced sideways. Just say you cannot go up. Do not worry, I will not laugh at you. You insolent brat. Gilgamesh glared. This king merely disdains to set foot in the current world in the body of a deceased. If I return, it must be in a complete form that displays my glory. Still cannot go up, then. Gilgamesh choked on his own dignity. Ro laughed, genuinely amused. Relax. I will help you, kid. Damn it. Gilgamesh cursed, but the tension in his shoulders eased. Only by dealing with the Greek gods could a replacement on that scale be achieved. And only Ro could be entrusted with something that heavy. Ro agreed readily for a simpler reason. If he did this, he might be able to directly confront Zeus, the almighty Machina god, and by colliding with that absolute authority, immediately enter a state of complete death. No centuries of waiting. No slow erosion. Centuries carried too many variables. Gilgamesh's plan also carried risk, but at least the chance of success was higher, and it was exciting enough to make fate tremble. This journey into the underworld might be Ro's greatest gain. If it failed, he would simply fall back into the underworld again. But no rush. Let me rest first, Ro suddenly said. He needed to familiarize himself with the higher spec power he had just gained. He needed to master the operation of that second-generation Atlantis Machina God King. If he was going to do something this large, he had to sharpen himself as much as possible. Perhaps he could even severely wound Zeus. And create a feat worthy of being remembered. But before that, after such a long-awaited reunion, he also needed to properly spend time with his friend. Come. Let me see if your vocabulary has improved. Night in the old courtyard. Ah. Mere wild dog. Do you think this king made no progress while you were gone? Gilgamesh's laughter rang out. This king is the glorious, sacred ruler of all things. How could you measure me? TSK. Anyone can boast. Glorious and sacred, yet hiding in the underworld. Ro swirled his wine glass. If you have the guts, go up there. Similar layouts gave birth to similar architecture. Near the palace in Uruk's nether realm, Ro's old courtyard still existed. Not similar. The same. Gilgamesh had moved all of Uruk into the underworld. Siduri stood to the side, suppressing a helpless look as she watched the two of them trade insults like breathing. The underworld was eternally dark and deep, yet above the Uruk city-state, a suspended radiance hung in the sky. The king's treasury. Its shimmering ripples were as brilliant as sun and moon. Ro lifted his glass slightly. It seems your vocabulary really did improve. How could a mongrel like you comprehend this king's progress? Gilgamesh laughed, delighted. Then, as if remembering something, his tone sharpened. This time, if you dare disobey my command again when you set off, I will not let you off lightly. Even if you flee to the ends of the starry sea, this king will find you and deliver the greatest judgment. Ro spread his hands. This time I am going to Greece. You must not interfere with anything. Anyway, nothing will happen to me. Just like back then. Just like back then. Gilgamesh's smile thinned. Umph. I hope you do not disappoint this king again. He did not refuse. As a friend, he trusted Ro completely. 1,000 years of separation meant nothing to Gilgamesh's will. For this task, it is most fitting to let a keen-nosed wild dog handle it. Ah. His laughter carried real delight. The king would preside over the royal city. The sage would walk the four directions. The three would eventually reunite. Just like in the past. But this time, the king had already decided. He would not lose again. The sage ventured into the deadly realm of the underworld and reunited with the king of old. A distant fire lit a scene of a once magnificent civilization. An ancient kingdom that unified the four directions and commanded the submission of all eight now slept here. The king said, I want the glorious light to reappear in the human world. The sage said, I can help you carve open the boundary between heaven and man. The king also said, you and I shall be as we were. The sage also said, all things return in cycles. A faint light appeared, and the king and sage made their plans here. They would uphold the brilliance of an ancient civilization. They would bring new fire and light to Greece. Greek mythology, the sage in the underworld. For the following period, aside from daily planning and strategizing with Gilgamesh, Ro immersed himself in mastering his newly acquired power. A massive, fluid machine body was what men loved most, and Ro was no exception. Whenever he manifested in the form of a colossal machina god, the sheer sense of power warring inside him made him satisfied in a way no simple victory ever could. Cronus's body was not as updated as Zeus's, but in its prime it had been classified as a planetary annihilation-type mobile fortress, an interstellar main battleship. Even though its power had declined after being devoured by Ro, its essence remained unchanged. It still carried terrifying firepower. More than that, even in machina god form, Ro could still use EA's authority of primordial stellar rotation. The two did not conflict. They could even stack together. After that, the underworld ruled by Gilgamesh often saw a colossal machina god soaring over the netherworld. Metal-woven wings unfolded crimson storms. Gears turned steel fists, and every punch carried power capable of ripping the air and shaking the very space of the stars. Power that could rival a divine king shook the deep dark realm. Gilgamesh stood atop his high palace, watching Ro in the distance with narrowed, snake-like eyes. Lord Ro has grown stronger, Siduri could not help saying. It is only natural. Gilgamesh crossed his arms, tone casual. My friend must possess such strength. As master of the netherworld, his own progress over nearly 1,000 years was not inferior to Ro's. Time passed. Half a month in the underworld disappeared in a blink. Ro gradually mastered seamless transitions between machina god form and his human body. During that period, Hades visited several times. Ro always managed to leave him speechless, yet the lord of the underworld would always wear an expression of sudden enlightenment afterward. He invited Ro to be a guest in the Greek underworld. Ro agreed readily. If he wanted to return to the mortal world, he would need to ascend through the Greek underworld governed by Hades anyway. So, half a month later, Lord Hades sent an escort team for Ro. Ro did not actually need protection, but the gesture itself was etiquette. Etiquette between two underworlds. And the ones who came were famous even in Greece. Cerberus, the three-headed hound of hell. And a group of hell beasts subordinate to the hound. They were to ensure Ro was safely escorted to the temple where Lord Hades resided. However, why is it a husky? Outside the Uruk city-state, Ro's eyes widened as he stared at the dog before him. Its tongue lolled out. It wore a goofy expression. That distinct black and white coloring. Was this not exactly the appearance of a Siberian husky, the kind later generations nicknamed a Tuha? You are Sage Ro, whom Lord Hades spoke of. Cerberus hopped along beside him, talking without pause. You do not look like much. Small arms, small legs. Lord Hades said your wisdom surpasses God's, but with such a small head, not even half the size of my true body, how can it hold so much? There are many dangers on this journey, but do not worry. With me, Cerberus, no hell beast would dare approach. After all, I am a subordinate of Lord Hades, a subordinate god of one of the three great divine kings of Greece. This dog talked too much. From the moment they left Uruk, it had not stopped. Ro cast a glance at the dark scenery of the underworld. After confirming they had left Gilgamesh's territory, he finally looked at the three-headed hellhound. Then what will Hades do to you if I disappear? He would stew me, of course. Cerberus said cheerfully, as if discussing dinner was harmless. But do not worry. I am the three-headed hound of hell. No scent escapes my nose. I will not get lost. Ah, where did he go? Its voice grew softer. Because it realized it was alone. Ro was gone. Woof woof woof. Where is he? The husky-like hellhound frantically clawed at the ground. Its claws cut into the solid soil of the underworld, leaving long trails. Come out, woof woof woof. Sage Ro, come out, I do not want to be stewed, woof woof woof. In the end, it only dug up a few words. Remember to tell Hades to save me a bowl of dog soup. Ro, left behind. Damn it. Cerberus cursed, shivering as the consequences rushed into its mind. The visit of a dignitary from a neighboring underworld was like a high-ranking official on a diplomatic mission. If that official vanished during the mission, no matter the reason, it would trigger an enormous reaction. I am finished. Am I really going to be stewed? With Hades' honest personality, he might actually do it. Cerberus covered its heads with its paws and shook violently. Undoubtedly, Ro had left on purpose. This was his plan from the start. Use the diplomatic mission as a pretext to slip into Greek territory. Meeting Hades was out of the question. Ro was afraid that the Lord of the Underworld might, like Poseidon, give him a vow that could not be easily broken. As for Cerberus, Ro felt nothing in particular. After all, it was a god of the underworld. It would not die. In the deep dark place, after Cerberus had gone far, Ro took a slow breath and looked up. He gently closed his eyes and sensed the key he had left behind in the human world. From here, he would return to the present through that key. In an instant, like being swept through a chaotic current, Ro's consciousness traversed time and space. It seemed to have moved, yes. Do not change the subject. Even if it moved, it is mine. No, Athena, look. Ro opened his eyes in a daze. He looked at the silver-haired, red-eyed goddess clinging to his arm, then scanned the shadowy figures around them. Divine light blazed. A hall of goddesses stood within a magnificent chamber, as if scrambling for something. Ro, you are back. Surprise flashed in Athena's eyes. Quick. Tell these damned goddesses you are mine, not theirs to covet. The wise sage who once, in the name of not understanding beauty, criticized Ishtar, the goddess of beauty in Mesopotamia, yet still praised a mere human as the greatest beauty in the world. A beautiful red-haired goddess smiled, her words dripping with disdain for humans. I certainly will not give him up. Athena, do you think this alone will make me retreat? Aphrodite. Athena glared. Athena, calm down. A black-haired goddess in a white dress, looking like a young girl, tugged at Athena's sleeve. Hestia, are you also trying to stop me from defending my love? But you are a virgin goddess. Not anymore. Listening to the completely unreasonable argument, Ro squinted upward. In the blink of an eye, he recognized the place. Mount Olympus. He, or rather, the key he left behind, had somehow become the target of contention among many goddesses. Something capable of making goddesses fight over it. In Ro's memory, there was only one thing with that kind of mythic weight. The golden apple that triggered the Trojan War. Which meant, my key of heaven replaced the golden apple. Ro could not understand it. But he was once again deeply shocked. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 117, Beauty Pageant, I Choose Myself. Chapter 117, Beauty Pageant, I Choose Myself. The key of heaven was the sword of rupture, the shell that manifested primordial authority, and the crystallization of Ro's own will. After he devoured Cronus and Tartarus and fell into the underworld, Athena pressed that key of heaven to her chest. Day after day, she sensed its presence, waiting for Ro to return. Then rumors began to spread. Some said Athena carried the inheritance of the sage's wisdom and power. Others claimed she became a divine king in a single step because of that power. At first, the goddess of wisdom and war paid it no mind. Gossip was a cheap weapon, and Olympus was never short on cowards who preferred words to spears. But the rumors grew stranger with each retelling, until they twisted into something absurd. The object Ro left behind proves its holder is the most beautiful being in Greece. Because he once, in the name of not understanding beauty, criticized the Mesopotamian goddess of beauty. Because he was the one who best understood beauty. At that point, even female deities began to stir. Whether the rumor was true no longer mattered. Dignity demanded they obtain it. Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, and Queen Hera, both goddesses who valued their own beauty above nearly everything, immediately joined the dispute. Behind Hera stood Zeus. Behind Aphrodite stood the many Greek gods entangled with her, forming a faction so large it could blot out the sun if it ever agreed on a single thing. If Athena did not now possess power comparable to a divine king, and if she did not command a vast number of female subordinate gods, she would have struggled to maintain any advantage at all. Even so, she was troubled. Her faction had only vaguely taken shape, and she still depended on the Greek gods. She could not truly contend with a multitude. Until this moment. Ro returned. Athena finally let out the breath she had been holding. Ro, my only beloved, tell them your choice. The silver-haired goddess spoke solemnly, gripping Ro's hand with absolute confidence. A brilliant, commanding smile rested on her face. At this moment, the splendor of Athena, goddess of wisdom and war, completely overshadowed the other goddesses present. Even the supreme Queen Hera seemed slightly inferior. Aphrodite sneered. So-called love is never eternal. The essence of love is change and greed. Her gaze turned to Ro. Endless charm flooded her eyes, a sweetness that felt like honey and poison at once. Sage Ro. If you choose me, you will obtain all the love and beauty in the world. This is the only gift the goddess of love and beauty will ever bestow upon a human. Aphrodite's long, curling red hair burned like flame. Her figure was perfect in the way mortals only dared to imagine in dreams. The thin dress clung to her curves, and the idle crossing of her legs carried a deliberate, provocative elegance. Her expression was arrogant, her words haughty, but in terms of pure physical beauty, no goddess present could surpass her. Of course, when facing Ro, the goddess of love was only arrogant with her mouth. No one here truly dared to underestimate the men who had dealt with Cronus and the abyss of Tartarus. Even if the other party was a human. Yes, most of them still only knew Ro as a human. Tartarus was not something the Olympians could fully comprehend. Aside from Athena, who had been personally involved, only the three divine kings knew the exact truth of what happened there. They knew Ro had devoured Cronus, acquired that massive machina god body, and could freely shift between human and god. The other Greek gods could only sense that Ro had stopped the catastrophe and swallowed Tartarus whole. Aphrodite's hint, that gentle pressure woven into her voice, could stir desire and longing in any living being. Even a sage was still a human, was he not? Queen Hera frowned, wearing the noble elegance of a young aristocratic lady, cold and unshakable. Aphrodite. On Olympus, put away your wanton posture. She lifted her chin, the authority of a queen settling like a crown of iron. I am the king of the gods' wife, the mistress of Olympus. Sage of Uruk, if you choose me, I will bestow upon you unparalleled prestige in Greece. Hestia said nothing. The black-haired goddess in white merely peeked from the corner, quietly watching the scene unfold with eyes full of calm curiosity. Interesting. She had come only because she was curious, and because she wanted to help her good friend Athena. Whether someone was the most beautiful goddess meant nothing to her. The Buddha-like goddess simply wanted to watch the drama. At the same time, Ro tightened his hold on Athena's hand. After understanding the whole story, the existing closeness between them made the choice of posture natural. Athena froze, a faint blush rising on her flawless face, but she still gave him an elegant smile. Whatever choice you make, my beloved Ro, I will respect it. It was a trap question. Ro looked around at the gathered goddesses, and in a single instant, made a decision. Fortunately, the most troublesome moon goddess Artemis was not involved. As Ro quietly exhaled in relief, he saw that none of the goddesses had any intention of backing down. Aphrodite offered love and beauty as her chips. Hera offered the highest authority as temptation. In the myths of old, they had used these same methods to tempt Paris, the demigod youth who held the right to award the golden apple. When Aphrodite promised Paris the most beautiful woman on earth, Helen, it led to the Trojan War, remembered by later generations. But unfortunately for them, the choice now was not in the hands of a demigod youth. It was in the hands of the sage. My choice is very simple. Ro smiled lightly and raised his free hand. Aphrodite's smile turned confident. She believed no conscious being could resist love and beauty, not even gods. Hera remained dignified. She believed Ro, as one of the three kings of Uruk, should understand the wonder of power. Hestia watched with growing curiosity, though she instinctively felt Ro should choose her good friend Athena. Then the three goddesses saw Ro's finger trace a circle in the air. And finally, point to himself. Athena blinked. Hera blinked. Aphrodite blinked. Hestia blinked. You did not see wrong. Ro smiled. I choose myself. The golden apple in the original myths referred to the most beautiful goddess. But this was not the original myth. Ro had no intention of being bound by conventional thinking. The outcome was beyond everyone's expectations, and none of the goddesses were willing to accept it. None, except Athena. The person I love should naturally be the most beautiful person in this world. The goddess of Athens looked as if she could not agree more. Hestia rubbed her forehead. This is a beauty pageant, not a place for you to show off your affection. What, are you not convinced? Ro spoke as if stating a basic fact. Beauty is not only external, and it is not only internal. Having ambition vast enough to encompass mountains and rivers is beauty. Strategizing across thousands of miles is also beauty. Upholding the virtue of chastity is beauty. Aphrodite's proud face twitched with irritation. Ro's words were clearly aimed at her, the goddess whose affairs tangled with most of Olympus. Being free from jealousy is beauty. Hera's expression did not change, but the air around her did. She was indeed famous for jealousy, toward Zeus's lovers and toward other goddesses. Not being decadent is beauty. Hestia lifted both hands, declaring herself a mere spectator. Athena, however, smiled, satisfied. Ro coughed lightly, stopped before the speech turned into a sermon, and said, "Of course, I know you will not be convinced. So, how about we make a bet? Let us wager on that proxy war among the gods in the human world. The Trojan War. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 118, God of a Myriad Armies. Chapter 118, God of a Myriad Armies. I will participate in the Trojan War as a third party. If I can win this battle, then I win the bet. Then. You will all acknowledge what I said just now. The sage's words fell into the ears of the four goddesses present, and for a moment, all of them froze. Aphrodite scoffed, her gaze sharp with contempt. A mere human. You think that because your power surpasses ours, you can meddle in the games of the Greek gods. Otherwise. Ro lifted his fist slightly, as if the answer were obvious. Aphrodite fell silent. Queen Hera's brows knitted even deeper. Your Excellency, sage, are you joking? Hestia continued watching, looking like she had stumbled into a theater performance she had no intention of leaving early. Athena, however, only tightened her grip on Ro's hand, her stance unshakable. I am not joking, Ro said. From the reactions of the Greek gods alone, Ro already knew his information was correct. The Trojan War had indeed happened after all. Even if the golden apple had been replaced by the key of heaven he left behind. Because the Trojan War, at its core, was a destined war. It was born from Troy's strategic position along Greek trade routes, its fertile land, its countless treasures, and its extreme strength, which drew both greed and fear from countless surrounding city-states. And if one dug deeper, the foundation was the confrontation between two divine factions. Athena, Queen Hera, and Hephaestus supported the allied Greek city-states. Apollo, Aphrodite, and Ares supported Troy. Ares had already gone to the future, yet he still left a shadow in the present to fulfill his mythological duties. Two sides opposed. Half of the 12 Olympians were involved. Ro had learned of these matters while he was in the underworld. After all, Hades, the king of the Greek underworld, visited the Uruk underworld frequently and always brought news. The master of the dead was extremely sensitive to war. Once war erupted in the human world, the number of souls in the underworld would inevitably surge. At first, Ro had only thought it was the Trojan War triggered by the Golden Apple, and had not connected it to himself. But it was precisely then that he decided to participate in this war that involved the Greek gods. Returning to reality from the underworld, Ro's goal was different from before. He had promised to help Gilgamesh resolve the obstacles between heaven and earth, allowing Uruk to be transformed completely and moved into Greece. The Trojan War was the best entry point. The best opportunity for Uruk to reappear in the present world. At this moment, Olympus itself seemed to sense it. Divine light intertwined and shone. One after another, figures appeared within the temple. The four goddesses present went without saying. Apollo emerged from a sunlit corona descending from the sky. Hephaestus rose from erupting flames. Demeter appeared in a bloom of earth-toned radiance. Artemis arrived, moonlight heavy and cold. One figure after another appeared, representing the arrival of the Olympians, save for the three neutral divine kings. Ro's identity was special. Even if he were merely human, as a genuine hero who saved Greece, he had long since drawn the attention of Olympus. Only Zeus remained indifferent. Zeus, powerful enough to suppress Cronus at his peak, did not care. But the others watched Ro closely. And at this moment, his words naturally drew them together. They gathered solemnly within Olympus, and Apollo, standing at the forefront, was about to speak seriously. Then a voice, soft and dazed, slipped in like a curse. Ro, my Ro. Ro. The Greek gods paused in unison. Apollo's scalp tingled. He turned his head sharply toward the sound. Behind him, Artemis stood in a heavy gown woven from moonlight. She stared at the sage like she had forgotten how to blink. If not for Demeter, who looked like a golden-haired girl but carried the calm gravity of an elder, holding her back, Artemis would have already rushed forward. No, it is not me, Apollo said through gritted teeth. He rubbed his forehead. Still, those who are not participating in the Trojan War, leave. One after another, what kind of Greek gods are these? Apollo almost wanted to curse like his father. No. I am the eldest son of the king of the gods, the master of light and art. I must be elegant. Elegant. Apollo regained his smile. After his words, the gods dispersed, leaving only the 6 Olympians participating in the Trojan War, and one human. Demeter forcibly pulled Artemis away. Artemis allowed herself to be dragged, yet she looked as if she were wary of someone. She never truly rushed to embrace Ro. Now, it is time to discuss serious matters, Queen Hera spoke first. Your Excellency, Ro, I think you are indeed joking. A gamble among the Greek gods. It is impossible for a human to participate, even if we acknowledge you as an existence of equal brilliance to the Greek gods. Hera's voice carried the weight of her throne. Having stood at Zeus's side for so long, she naturally possessed the demeanor of a queen. Apollo followed calmly. Indeed. If you have any requests, we will try our best to fulfill them, but no matter what, there is always a distinction between gods and humans. With your strength, you should not directly participate in such a conflict. Stepping into the human world as a pawn would be beneath you. He spoke with a graceful smile, as if offering kindness rather than refusing. Aphrodite flicked her crimson hair, her charming face filled with confidence and pride. Though you are merely a human, your wisdom and power are unique. You should properly become my treasured collection. Hephaestus, weathered and silent, said nothing. As Aphrodite's nominal husband, he only looked troubled, but his attitude was clear. Hestia did not participate in the conflict and did not care about the title of most beautiful. Somehow, she produced a glass of wine and drank it in a single swaying gulp. The grape flavor is rich. Hic. As for Ares' shadow left by Mars, it went without saying. Apart from Athena, who absolutely supported Ro, the attitudes of the others were clear. Ro was not a god, therefore he could not participate in the wager as a god. He was not a king, nor a lord. He had no forces of his own. In the eyes of Olympus, he was still just a human. Yet his strength surpassed ordinary gods, even Olympians. He could not enter the battlefield of Troy as an ordinary hero. That would shatter the balance. Ro smiled. Then what if I am also a god? And what if I also have my own army? The Greek gods glanced at one another. Only Athena revealed a knowing smile. In that instant, magnificent streams of light poured down from the sky. High above, a colossal machina god phantom condensed in the heavens. Ro cast his gaze toward the human world. The Aegean Sea surged. Outside the city of Troy, banners fluttered above the allied Greek camp, countless city-states gathered, their siege stretching like a dark scar across the plains. Someone looked up. Devout priests bowed in reverence. Soldiers turned their heads beyond the ranks, toward an open space where sunlight fell. Mist boiled. Light and shadow intertwined, as if a door had opened. Figures stepped out from within. They wore armor. They were tall, faces solemn. Long spears and shields gleamed in their hands. Dense magical energy clung to their bodies like a second skin. Their steps were orderly and precise, stern and imposing. This was an army. An army from the underworld. From Uruk. An army of 100 battles. Outside Troy, the Greek allied forces had struggled for a long time, unable to break the mighty city. Their commanding general was troubled by it. At this moment, the god of all machines appeared in the high heavens, the form of a sage returned after death. He was both man and god. Under the gaze of the Olympians, he manifested a grandeur that surpassed the sky. With a wave of his hand, thousands of soldiers and horses poured out from the void, weapons rising like a forest. They shouted, "Victory!" They shouted the name of the god of all machines. He is the god of all machines, and also the lord of all armies. The Trojan War. Ro lifted his gaze back to Olympus, looking at Apollo and then at the others. Now, do I qualify? Apollo lowered his eyes, and after a heavy pause, nodded. Yes. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, I shall witness the hero's glory. Chapter 119, I shall witness the hero's glory. Apollo's answer was inevitable, because Ro was no longer just a man. He also bore the identity of a god. In Greece, such a thing was not rare. The Olympians walked the world with divine essence, yet wore a human-shaped vessel. What truly unsettled Apollo was not the fact that Ro was divine. It was the form Ro displayed. A machina god of Atlantis. Not the high-dimensional divine core that existed only as concept among the Greek gods, manifesting as light and authority, but an immense mechanical god body that carried weight, structure, and cold inevitability. Cronus. Apollo drew a slow breath, eyes narrowing as understanding clicked into place. I see. You devoured the body of the Titan King directly. In that case, you certainly qualify to participate in this conflict. His respect sharpened into something even more deferential. Yet the god of light did not feel fear. Instead, excitement flickered in him, like a blade catching sunlight. Then you and I are enemies. The victor of this war will receive the promise of the other gods, gaining the right to speak with divine authority. For the next 1,000 years, that authority will be second only to Zeus, king of the gods, across heaven and earth. Thus, I will do everything in my power to defeat you. With that, Apollo turned and departed, leaving only his dazzling afterglow to linger in Olympus like an afterimage. It had to be said. Apollo was the most normal Greek deity Ro had met so far. Aphrodite, on the other hand, finally exhaled as if she had been holding her breath the whole time. So you really are a deity. I knew it. How could I attach such importance to a mere mortal? She flicked her fiery red hair with arrogant grace, eyes bright with possession rather than fear. But even if you are a god, I will make you acknowledge me and kneel at my feet. Aphrodite also left. With her went the shadow of Ares, god of war. Ares was her closest lover and comrade. Standing beside Aphrodite in the Trojan War was his duty, and also the reason Mars, the god of war, left his past shadow here. That shadow was irrational, self-chaotic, and would only fulfill its assigned role. It did not care about Ro. It was Mars who had a connection to Ro, not this Ares shadow. Hera smiled slightly, her gaze calm and cold. A third party joining the Trojan War, facing a total of 6 primary gods from both sides alone. Then I look forward to your performance, god of all machines. The queen's figure vanished. Hephaestus, troubled expression unchanged, stared after the direction Aphrodite had gone, then withdrew his gaze and followed. Hestia, wine in hand, considered leaving as well. Then she froze. Because Athena stepped forward, slipped into Ro's arms, and kissed him. Hestia's mind went blank. Is my presence too low to register? If I leave now, will I be noticed? That offers a special kind of embarrassment. She buried her face and decided she was, spiritually, a wall. Athena's kiss was not sudden. She opened her arms and pressed herself into Ro's embrace. Even through their clothes, her warmth and intent were unmistakable. She rose onto her toes, the movement gentle yet firm, her slender waist shifting as if she had decided that hesitation was beneath her. They kissed. Then they separated. Athena flicked her silver-white hair back, ruby eyes half-veiled beneath the strands, and smiled at him. Then we are also temporary enemies, and I will not show mercy, my only beloved. I will prove to you that my current strength is worthy of you. Capture the other, or be captured by the other. She was the mistress of war, and a divine king who had become the head of a miniature pantheon. Athena had always been stern, sacred, and unwilling to be reduced to anyone's burden. Even if she chose sacrifice, even if she chose devotion, it would be because Athena willed it, not because she had no other way to stand. Wait for it, beloved of wisdom and war. Leaving those words behind, she departed Olympus. Like Apollo, Aphrodite, Ares, Hera, and Hephaestus, Athena descended into the mortal world. Even though they were the orchestrators, the hands moving pieces across the board, they were willing, in the face of Ro's threat, to step onto the board themselves. And so, on this day, within Troy, Apollo, Aphrodite, and Ares arrived personally. Divine light fell upon the defending soldiers, generals, and demigod heroes, sweeping away fatigue and gifting them strength. And so, on this day, within the allied camp of the Greek city-states, Athena wore a crown woven from countless divine authorities and stood upon a high place. Hera appeared carrying shared thunder and lightning granted by Zeus. Fire burned, and within it, the shadow of the god of fire moved, its might flowing wherever flame touched. The morale of the Greek Federation rose sharply. Yet when people believed the gods had arrived and a world-shattering divine war was inevitable, both sides, Troy and Greece, stopped fighting at the same time. Even the Uruk warriors summoned from the underworld remained motionless. They held their positions, shields locked, spears steady, guarding like statues of discipline. Ro stood in the heights of Olympus, within the pantheon. He understood. Athena's side and Apollo's side were waiting for him to move. Because of the power he had displayed, the gods were on edge. But Ro, after ordering the Uruk warriors to remain still, did not move. Hestia, still in the corner. The black-haired goddess realized she was trapped in an awkward fate. If she moved, Ro would notice she had been there the entire time. And Ro's intimacy with Athena clearly was not meant for spectators. So Hestia discovered she could not leave. Because Ro was waiting for something too. He was waiting for the self-termination of the unjust war. Achilles, what are you thinking about? Night. In the Greek camp, bonfires burned against the darkness. A young man with sharp, spike-like pale green hair looked up. The one who spoke wore heavy armor. The commander of the allied forces, Agamemnon, king of Mycenae, a man of strategy and ambition. He walked past resting soldiers and sat beside Achilles. What are you thinking? Ah, it is you again. Achilles answered, then his face twisted into a familiar arrogance, sharp and restless. I am just thinking about when I can step onto the battlefield and tear those people apart. Agamemnon laughed and patted his shoulder. Do not worry. You will have your chance soon. Now that Lady Athena and Lady Hera have descended, victory belongs to Greece without a doubt. I do not care about that kind of thing. Achilles pouted. Agamemnon knew his temperament and did not mind the arrogance. Besides, Achilles had the right to be arrogant. Achilles was the son of Peleus, the demigod hero who completed the Argonauts' adventure and retired successfully, and Thetis, one of the 3,000 sea goddesses. Born a demigod, trained in martial arts from childhood, he mastered god-tier spear techniques. He was the fastest hero among humans. And as a youth, he had been immersed in the waters of the river Styx, gaining a body as invulnerable as a divine artifact. Such strength made Achilles the most crucial general in this campaign against Troy, the first to lead the charge. Agamemnon valued him greatly, and only laughed. Rest early. The great battle will begin soon. He stood, moved past countless bonfires, and disappeared into the vast night of the camp. Achilles clicked his tongue and narrowed his eyes. Athena's light covered the sky, the radiance of a chief god that mortals could not stare at, yet Achilles felt something was wrong. Ever since this war began, something had been wrong. Why do you still look so troubled? Another voice. Achilles looked up at Patroclus, his childhood friend and fellow demigod hero. Did the commander say something? Patroclus. Achilles' voice dropped, the arrogance fading into something sharper and quieter. What do you think this war represents? It represents aggression, Patroclus answered without hesitation. Without the excuse of Helen being abducted by Paris of Troy, the declared reason for war was flimsy. This was an unjust war, a war without legitimate claim. In the past, Greek heroes would not have cared. But if it were my father's generation, they would care, Achilles said suddenly. They cared about justice and injustice, good and evil, honor and shame. More than that, they cared about what war meant. Your father. Patroclus froze, then understood. The Argonauts' hero. A man who underwent the sage's trial and understood the spirit of a hero. Those heroes would have cared. Because they had undergone trials, and those who emerged were heroes not only in strength, but in spirit. If it were a war for their country, even if it was shameful, heroes would naturally flock to it. But this war was not. This war was born of human greed and jealousy, and the rivalry of gods. When it ended, nations might gain nothing at all. Before I set off, someone prophesied that I would die in this Trojan war, Achilles said, grin returning, wild and bright. I still came because I would rather live splendidly. But is this unjust war truly the splendor I seek? Should my compatriots die in this conflict? Should they? If they were Greek heroes untouched by the sage's influence, they would not doubt. But now, they did. You think so too, Achilles? This time, the voice was not Patroclus. Figures approached through the firelight. Demigod heroes supporting the Greek alliance. Soldiers moved aside instinctively, letting them pass. Some were descendants of the Argonauts. Others were inspired by those stories. They knew the tale and the sage's teachings to the heroes of old. They felt the same. The blood of our compatriots should not be shed like this, they agreed. Then let me see how far you can go. Achilles' grin widened again, unbridled. As the strongest hero present, all eyes naturally fell on him. Do not worry. We are heroes too. Odysseus, tall and composed, silver hair flowing, smiled. We are all heroes. Even if we must stand against gods, we will still take this step. That is right, Achilles. You are not the only strong one. The heroes began to act. They did not kill a single person. Instead, they moved to stop the war, a war from which neither nation nor people would ultimately benefit. Within Troy, a hero also moved. Hector, the city's main general. A man with a short beard who usually looked disheveled, as if he lived only to pass the day. Yet now he stepped forward. To stop this war, both the attackers and defenders had to abandon hostility together. And together, they had to lose the ability to wage war. Then. You are all surrounded by me alone, you know. In the night, facing Trojan soldiers approaching from every direction, a man with a foxtail grass stem in his mouth closed one eye and smiled. A mocking smile, sharp as a blade. Before the war even began, enemy and ally began to fight among themselves. Not to slaughter, but to prevent an unjust war. At that very moment, Apollo, stationed in Troy, opened his eyes, rage igniting. Hector, do you know what you are doing? You are defying the will of the chief gods. In Greece, gods and humans coexisted. Some gods were not even stronger than demigods. But the chief gods were different. They stood high above. Their will was difficult to defy unless another chief god obstructed it. Light erupted. Scorching fire appeared above. Apollo, Aphrodite, and Ares manifested together, and divine will descended. At the same time, Hera appeared before the Greek heroes, thunder coiling around her. Hephaestus silently summoned divine fire. Athena was startled, yet she did not move. Heroes confronted gods. For the first time. It should have been impossible. But so-called heroes are precisely those who create miracles and overcome the impossible. Achilles laughed aloud, fearless. Ah, I am scared, Hector grinned, but I still cannot let this war continue. I am the Prince of Troy. Was this war not inexplicable from the start? Different heroes, in different places, made the same gesture. They raised their spears and pointed them at the gods. Greek heroes were chosen by the gods. They lived under divine shadow. Now, spears aimed upward, and the shadows in their hearts were brushed away. The heroes of the past were heroes chosen by gods. Now, they would become heroes of humanity. Heroes who upheld their own will. That will was enough to crush fear. The altered spirit of the Argonauts. Apollo lifted his gaze, speaking as if he had finally seen the thread. So this is your reliance. The reason you dared to confront the gods alone. Hera let out a long breath. Above the dome of the sky, the enormous Machina god began to descend. Ro finally stepped out from Olympus and appeared here. Of course, it was only stepping through a door. The entrance to Olympus lay above the Caucasus Mountains, yet Olympus itself was a higher dimensional space, not unlike the celestial realm of Mesopotamia. One step forward was the present world. He had not truly left Olympus, but he could still stand before everyone. His steel-forged divine body gleamed under moonlight. His outstretched wings trailed crimson wind and fire. This was the moment he had been waiting for. His existence was the miracle created by heroes. I stand here to witness the meritorious deeds of your courage. Boom. 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 The Uruk army raised spears and shields as one and stepped forward. The heroes burst into laughter. To confront many chief gods alone? No. Even setting aside Uruk's soldiers, Ro was never alone. Because he also had heroes. True heroes, belonging to humanity. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 120, Heroes Who Shatter Prophecy. Chapter 120, Heroes Who Shatter Prophecy. Before this, Achilles had asked himself countless times what he should do. Born extraordinary, gifted an immortal body through a chain of accidents that bordered on absurd, he once believed his desire was simple. A brilliant life. A momentary splendor that eclipsed all others. So when the summons came from Agamemnon, commander of the allied Greek host, Achilles took up his spear without hesitation and walked toward the battlefield. To display his glory. To prove the honor of his demigod blood. That had been his first answer. Yet as the days dragged on, as his spear rose and fell, as enemies fell and comrades fell, that certainty began to fracture. The rhythm of killing did not quiet his thoughts. It sharpened them. Again and again, he remembered his father's words. Again and again. Heroes. Justice. Good and evil. He had not understood then. Now, he did. So-called heroes are those who create miracles. And so-called miracles are when mortals, even facing gods, still uphold their own will. At least in this moment, my will is beneath my long spear. Night deepened. The bright moon hung high. Achilles faced the gods and made his spear tremble, not from fear, but from resolve so concentrated it turned his body into a blade. In the camp of the Greek allied forces, he became a brilliant shooting star, ripping through the darkness. The gods before him were Hephaestus, the god of fire, Queen Hera, and the prophecy that had always waited at the edge of his life. Forward. Thrust. Forward, together with the heroes. Ha ha ha, this feeling. This is the feeling. In Troy, Prince Hector was laughing too. A startling sound split the long night. The gods froze. The heroes coughed blood. In the Greek camp, Queen Hera lowered her eyes to her sleeve. A corner of it was torn. Apollo, elsewhere, silently stared at his own boots, splattered red. The gods were damaged. The gods were stained. The gap between them remained immense. Yet the radiance of the heroes shone brighter than anything in the night, because they had done something the gods had always treated as a private privilege. They had broken fate. They had broken the prophecy. Gods, the war is over. Achilles spat blood, then laughed as if the taste of iron was proof of victory. And I did not die as prophesied. The heroes lay scattered across the ground, bodies heavy, limbs refusing to obey, yet they still breathed. They had lost the ability to fight. Around them, soldiers of the Greek alliance and soldiers of Troy lay unconscious as well, struck down not by slaughter, but by interruption, by the forced collapse of momentum. Both sides were no longer capable of war. And so the war ended. Hera's expression remained solemn. On Apollo's face, something like respect surfaced without permission, as if it had risen from a place even he could not command. Long ago, on that ship, Ro had planted a seed without intending to. Now it sprouted. For heroes, strength was secondary. What they truly needed was courage. The courage required for humanity to cross the shadow the gods cast over the world. Even if the difference remained vast, they had at least gained the right to stare into the abyss. To look directly at the gods. To look directly at themselves. To break their chains. The heroes retreated together. They had been repelled by the gods and stripped of combat ability, yet they did not die. They only suffered wounds. Ro protected them. Because the heroes had created a miracle. And Ro, who had crossed from human into god and became both at once, was himself a miracle belonging to humanity. He was the one who spread miracles. And the point where miracles converged. The night was deep. Moonlight spilled across the vast land. The Aegean tides rose and fell, and the sea wind carried a heavy salt scent. Ro's manifested machina god body slowly shrank, plates and gears folding inward until steel yielded to flesh, returning him to human form. Apollo and the other gods, understanding what had happened, ceased releasing their wrath. The tall god of light looked at the demigod heroes who had dared to point spears at gods. His gaze grew distant, as if he were engraving them into memory. Heroes, I remember you. Though you are only mortals. Aphrodite's voice was softer than her pride would have allowed in any other moment. Your courage is beautiful. No one could deny the will of the heroes. Because they were the ones who shattered prophecy. Because they were the ones who embraced ideals that demanded pain. Roar. Ares roared, fighting spirit surging. That was instinct, the god of war acknowledging those who dared to challenge the divine. Both sides had fallen. Then the soldiers of Uruk stepped forward and surrounded them from every direction, shields and spears forming a silent wall. This was a shared failure for both the Greek allied forces and Troy. And it was Ro's victory. A victory without losing a single soldier. A victory without killing a single person. I admit defeat. Apollo spoke with a strange, almost theatrical flair, as if conceding could also be a performance of dignity. He lifted his gaze toward Ro, then offered his stake. In the name of Apollo, god of light, I acknowledge your victory, and hereby make a covenant. For the next 1,000 years, light shall be unobstructed for you. Humph, fine. Aphrodite tossed her crimson hair, forcing down her unwillingness and turning it into sulking arrogance. Consider this a favor, just for now. I, Aphrodite, goddess of love, acknowledge your victory, and hereby make a covenant. For the next 1,000 years, beauty and love shall always favor you. Ares, god of war, hereby makes a covenant. For an instant, the shadow's eyes seemed clearer, as if a buried fragment of divinity surfaced. You shall be the master of all wars. Then the clarity collapsed, and chaos reclaimed him. Queen Hera hereby makes a covenant. More voices followed outside Troy. More promises condensed upon Ro, layering like invisible seals. To Ro, covenants with gods did not feel particularly heavy. They were acknowledgments more than shackles, and the substance within them was thin. His true gain was elsewhere. He had successfully, legitimately brought Uruk's soldiers to the surface without drawing open hostility or immediate vigilance from the gods. Of course, the gods might have known. Perhaps they deemed it irrelevant. Perhaps they lacked the dignity to pursue it. So they remained silent. And with these covenants, Ro could now allow Uruk to build a city upon the land in a manner that could not be challenged without breaking divine face. This meant he and Gilgamesh had advanced their strategy one more step. And it also meant their death-seeking plan, provoking Zeus and forcing a clash to the absolute end, had advanced one more step as well. In the underworld, Gilgamesh burst into laughter. Ah! That fellow truly did not disappoint this king. Siduri bowed at his side, clay tablets in hand, recording the event. Retreat. Agamemnon, unable to see the gods clearly yet able to sense their decision through the flickering of divinity, sighed and looked around at the Greek soldiers who had been knocked down by heroes, stripped of combat ability. He gave the order. Achilles and the other severely wounded heroes smiled. This was the first time heroes had not fought for slaughter, but had fought to prevent war and senseless killing. So their smiles were real. They had finally grasped what the heroes of Argo, their fathers, had gained in that trial years ago. The ideal of a hero. An ideal that even mortals could uphold. The seeds of heroism sown by Argo sprouted in the Trojan War. The heroes, upholding a radiant will, embarked upon a different path, pursuing their own justice. New edition of the Greek Heroes Chronicles. I pursue the brilliance of life. Achilles gazed at the two intertwined divine lights in the high sky, smile returning, calmer now. But how can temporary brilliance compare to lasting glory? God of armies, formed by the sage, please protect me as I press forward. Meanwhile, under another corner of the same sky. In Arcadia, someone slowly opened her eyes. A soft, unconscious murmur slipped from cherry lips. Ro. The girl with long, verdant hair stared into the distance. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 121, Atlanta glaring at Athena. Chapter 121, Atlanta glaring at Athena. The rising sun announced the end of a long night. Helios, the attendant god of Apollo and the personification of the sun, appeared on the far horizon. Yet the full moon still hung high. Its shadow had thinned into something like diluted ink, but Artemis could not bear to sink to the other side of the world, and so she continued to gaze upon the present. At that moment, Ro, robes flowing, hovered at the gates of Olympus and smiled as he watched Athena approach him step by step. Congratulations, my only beloved. Athena brushed her silver hair back. Wrapped in a plain white dress, she leaned in and, in the next breath, embraced him. Rising onto her toes, she pressed her abdomen tightly against his. Her legs hooked around him, closing the distance with shameless certainty. She tilted her face to his ear, soft lips grazing his earlobe as she whispered. Even with the slight regret of not having a direct confrontation, Ro's renewed display of wisdom made Athena, already carrying love, fall deeper. Truly worthy, she thought, of being the only one beloved by the goddess of wisdom and war. Athena's expression was proud, confident. As she spoke, she could not resist glancing toward the lingering shadow of the moon. Her ruby eyes were openly provocative. The moon shadow swayed faintly, then fell silent. Watching the man and the god held in her arms, Apollo quietly turned his head away. Ever since his sister had cleared the dust from her heart, she had become a little unrestrained. And for some reason, Apollo felt a flash of envy. No. As the embodiment of art, he must maintain elegance. 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 I'll be leaving first. With only that, Apollo, god of light, directly summoned Helios's sun chariot and drove away. Aphrodite, the shadow of Ares, Hera, Hephaestus, the remaining gods all departed one after another. A promise made was a bet lost. No one would, and no one dared to, renege in front of Ro. As the Greek allied forces retreated, the soldiers of Uruk on the other side advanced. Ro extended a hand and marked their direction. The Uruk soldiers moved toward the east he indicated, climbing mountains and crossing valleys. They would build a city upon a vast plain, reconstruct Uruk civilization in Greece, and then, little by little, transfer the people of Uruk from the underworld. Silently, they would replace the old with the new. In the end, they would become the most populous people in Greece. And as customs changed, faith would follow. I wonder what Zeus will think then. Ro watched the long line of Uruk soldiers and spoke as if to himself. Would Zeus want to devour him alive? Ro felt anticipation bloom in his chest. The sage arrived upon the surface, made covenants with the gods there, and built a city. That city lay east of the Aegean Sea, forming a strategic pair with Athens. Vast and wide, its walls white as jade, towering like mountains. That was the holy city on the surface, the recreation of Uruk. People called it Ro City, meaning the place illuminated by sagely wisdom, the city beneath sage Ro. Greek mythology, chapter of the fourth generation of gods. Finally, have they all left? Inside the temple of Olympus, Hestia, who had been trembling in a corner out of fear that Ro would notice her, cautiously opened her eyes. She scanned the vast, magnificent pantheon and, after confirming there were no other gods present, released a quiet sigh and sprang to her feet. Her slender waist swayed. Her black hair flicked behind her. This chief goddess, whose seniority rivaled the 3 god kings yet whose presence was nearly invisible, slipped toward the exit at once. Then she saw the 2 figures still embracing at the entrance to Olympus. And at the same time, she met Ro's gaze, deep and direct, turning over as if it had been waiting. How are they still here? And why are they still hugging? It's over. I'm going to be silenced, aren't I? Hestia froze for a breath, then silently shrank her neck and muttered. You can't see me. You can't see me. Though she was one of the 12 Olympians, Hestia's presence had always been remarkably low. That came from her conduct, understated beyond measure compared to the other chief gods, and also from the authority she presided over. The hearth. Something in every household, so common no one paid it special attention. Yet in truth, Hestia was also an extremely beautiful goddess. Her hair was jet black, her figure winding and graceful. A plain white dress could not conceal the fullness of her chest. Her bare arms swayed with soft whiteness, and her legs extending from the hem were full and smooth, the line leading naturally into firm curves. She did not have Athena's heroism. She did not have Hera's nobility. She did not have Aphrodite's overt allure. But she carried the vitality of a young girl. Which was precisely why it felt strange. She was clearly one of the oldest among the 12 Olympians. Why did this old goddess act so affected? Ro's gaze shifted slightly, his thoughts wandering in a direction that did not feel particularly reverent. Hestia puffed out her cheeks. She always felt like he was thinking something rude. Ro's eyes moved away at the same time. A crisp sound rang out in the air. An arrow tore through the world and landed before him, perfectly straight, as if it had pierced the boundary itself and nailed it in place. That was Atlanta. Emerald eyes met his, bared teeth flashing. Fierce aggression, yet also a trace of charming innocence. The hunter girl stepped onto Mount Olympus. Lady Artemis was right. You really did come back. Her voice sharpened. I said you are my prey. And I will not let you go. Princess of Arcadia, Atlanta, let her beast-like eyes sweep over Athena, who was still pressed against Ro. Hostility poured out without restraint. Atta had arrived. After Ro entered Tartarus, Atlanta had waited for his return in Arcadia. That farewell kiss became an eternal memory. That momentary impulse became an indelible mark. She waited for a long time. Time in the underworld never matched the mortal realm. Half a month for Ro down there had been far longer in the world above. At one point, Atlanta even thought she would wait forever in Arcadia until she herself fell into the underworld and met him there. But just now, Artemis had descended from the Moon Palace. She told Atlanta that Ro had appeared on Olympus, and she sent her onto the path that led here. Artemis had looked disappointed when she spoke. She told Atlanta that Ro had already been snatched away by the cunning goddess of war and wisdom, Athena. Artemis was very sad. She believed Enkidu would also be very sad if he knew. Atlanta knew her chief goddess liked Ro very much. So Atlanta stood here now, full of hostility toward Athena. It was a double hostility. Hostility because someone had taken the prey a hunter had set her sights on. And hostility because Athena, in doing so, had insulted the goddess Atlanta revered. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, Enkidu, Why Not Together? Bonus Chapter. TL, 100 horsepower. Chapter 122, Enkidu, Why Not Together? Ro had actually planned to go find Atlanta. He would take responsibility for everyone he had formed a bond with, but the moment he returned, he was dragged into a dispute between goddesses, then naturally intervened in the Trojan War. He simply had not had the time until now. And that, in the end, produced the strange scene in front of him. Artemis did this on purpose. That sly moon goddess. Ro rubbed his forehead. Athena had already noticed Atlanta's arrival. Instead of showing even a trace of embarrassment, she leaned closer to Ro, as if staking her claim with calm, ruthless elegance. Ah. I was wondering who dared to interrupt my intimacy with my beloved. Her ruby eyes slid to the hunter girl. So it's Artemis's little kitten. Athena's voice was light. The meaning under it was not. Interrupting my rare leisure, peeking at my intimacy with my beloved. She smiled. Do you know what the sin of disrespecting a god is? The implication was obvious. Hestia's body trembled. Can you let me leave first? I really do not want to be here. The goddess of the hearth was drowning in regret, deep, deep regret. This sage's private life was too rich. Atlanta bristled immediately. Even if you are a high and mighty goddess, you can't humiliate me like that. I'm not a cat. Understood. Athena nodded as if taking it seriously. Atta meow. Atlanta's expression blanked. This nickname sounds like a pet, doesn't it? Athena tilted her head toward Ro, voice sweet enough to be dangerous. He told me that. You agree, Ro? Atlanta glared at Ro, small fangs clenched hard enough to show. Ro said nothing. It had to be admitted, at that moment, Athena's aura was overwhelmingly godlike. Atlanta was only a demigod. Even if she had the qualifications to become a god, she was not one yet. And even if she did ascend, she would never rival Athena, who stood at the level of a god-king. To be suppressed in presence, in speech, in sheer composure, was natural. But cats were always stubborn. Atlanta could not possibly admit defeat. She lowered her bow and arrow and lunged forward instead. At the same instant, Ro reached out and caught her by her trembling beast ears. In situations like this, you advance, not retreat. If you get embarrassed, you lose. If you lose, it only becomes more embarrassing. This was the sage's insight, a piece of experience so outrageous it almost sounded like a joke. With her ears caught, the charging girl stumbled and fell into Ro's left side. Her delicate back, wrapped in cloth, collided with him. Her tightly bound, curving hips shifted lightly against his thigh. Her long hair fanned out, strands brushing Ro's face. Atlanta tumbled, disoriented. Ugh. Eh. She sucked in a breath. Then she realized the predicament she had landed herself in. Athena cast a sidelong glance at the wildcat that had intruded into her space. Her red eyes narrowed, and the curve of her mouth became a half-smile that promised nothing good. At the same time, the warmth in front of Atlanta made her breathing hitch. She tried to push herself up. But Ro's fingers were still stroking her ears, and the instant her body softened, the girl went weak in the most humiliating way. With one flustered movement, she slid back into a position even higher than before. Heat surged. Her hips were pressed. Her waist dipped. Atlanta's breathing stopped again. Of course she knew what kind of position that was. And in the moment she fell, she had unconsciously squirmed, just a little. Rude. The words came out broken. Her face flushed a deep, vivid crimson. Ro opened his mouth to speak. A voice interrupted him right at his throat, clear and mellow, gentle enough to feel unreal. Ah, Ro. Long time no see. The speaker's tone carried warmth, and an almost amused calm. It's still so lively around you, isn't it? Ro choked again. He looked toward the newcomer. A slender, delicate figure stood outside the Olympus temple, appearing at some unknown time. Long, lush green hair spilled down like a quiet forest. Her exquisite face was as beautiful as ever. A plain white robe swayed lightly in the wind. A maiden like an earthly elf. There was no mistaking it. Enkidu, the one Ro had been waiting to awaken. Although. Why did you wake up at this exact moment? Enkidu-sama. Atlanta blurted out. Enkidu, the sage of the forest. The one who had once briefly encountered Athena. Athena's eyes narrowed. A true formidable enemy had arrived. Fortunately, I'm already used to it, Enkidu said, walking toward Hestia as if this were the most ordinary gathering in the world. She sat down right at the entrance of the pantheon of Olympus. Is there any wine left? Ah. Yes. Hestia did not fully react, but her body moved on instinct. She produced wine and handed it over. So the two of them each held a cup. Enkidu looked toward Ro and the other two and smiled, pure and sweet. She waved a hand. Don't mind me. You all continue. After you're done, let's properly catch up, Ro-sama. Her red lips parted slightly as she spoke, expression gentle enough to make the words feel unreal. Done. Done with what? Ro's eyelid twitched. Hestia looked at Ro, then Athena, and Atlanta, then at Enkidu's serene demeanor. Somehow, she felt temporarily safe. By this point, how could Ro not understand? Artemis. That cunning goddess had not only led Atlanta up here, she had also deliberately suppressed news of Enkidu's awakening, preventing anyone from sensing it. Only by stirring things up would she have a chance. High above, within the moon palace bathed in brilliant white light, Artemis, alone and revealing far too much fair skin for a chief goddess, gazed down and laughed foolishly. Ro, my Ro, you are mine. Ro squinted, helpless, but he wasn't panicking. After all, someone who uses their teacher to accomplish unspeakable secrets should be punished too. Enkidu waved a hand. Chains of heaven coiled into existence. Artemis cried out in surprise as the chains bound her and yanked her down from the moon's shadow. Thud. Artemis fell to the ground, fair buttocks swaying as she landed, her face full of bewilderment. Yet a flush of excitement still clung stubbornly to her cheeks. Then, with another casual motion, Enkidu expanded the chains of heaven and enclosed the entire area. Athena and Atlanta froze at the same time. Enclosed. Hestia nodded, then jolted as she realized something. Why was she inside the circle too? You as well, right? Enkidu looked at her with a gentle smile. Someone who has been peeking at my Ro. Damn it. That was reckless. What happened to the promised gentleness? Hestia let out a helpless little wail before she could stop herself. Watching from the outside and then being pulled into the drama was not what the hearth goddess had planned. Hestia had always stayed out of the gods' conflicts. She was used to observing the evolution of all things, the contradictions between gods, the disputes among humans, from a detached place. From the era Zeus led Olympus to defeat Cronus until now, she had existed with that same distance. So she had not faced such an awkward situation in a very long time, and she genuinely did not know how to respond. Living a long time did not automatically make someone sharp. Wisdom was closer to experience. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? With a whoosh, Enkidu suddenly stood. Chains of heaven sealed the space from all sides. Even a chief god would struggle to break out. Enkidu, as the main body of the chains of heaven, used them far more effectively than Ro ever could. Then, Enkidu said, smiling. Before she could finish, Atlanta shivered and sprang out of Ro's embrace at once. Teacher Enkidu. She lowered her head. Her beast ears trembled. Artemis, still lying on the ground, hugged her head as well. Both of them were a little afraid of Enkidu. After all, Enkidu was their genuine elder. The source of Artemis's personality. The forest sage who watched Atlanta grow up. She had long held authority over them. Only Athena remained calm, though she still eased herself from Ro's embrace and spoke with composed politeness. It's been a long time, Enkidu. Indeed. Enkidu's red lips curved upward. It's been a long time, Goddess Athena. Then Enkidu asked, calmly, as if discussing the weather. Do you also like my Ro? The words were gentle. The impact was not. Atlanta and Artemis trembled on instinct. The moon goddess even pulled back the hand she had been secretly sliding toward Ro. Athena was about to answer. Enkidu blinked. Then why don't we all, together? Athena froze. Artemis and Atlanta went silent. Hestia's mind went completely blank. Say whatever you want, but why am I included? This has nothing to do with me. The hearth goddess stared at the chains of heaven that had dragged her in and felt like crying without tears. But Enkidu was serious. Time had left few traces on her consciousness. The clay doll made by the gods carried an undiminished love for Ro, but for her, being with Ro was simply the highest priority. Ro was her only one. But she did not demand to be Ro's only one. She was a divine weapon that had learned human nature. And she felt perfectly fine as she was. I've already shielded the surroundings for you all, Enkidu said seriously. The more serious she sounded, the more terrifying Hestia found her. To a god, this was simply terrifying. Even Athena was choked by the bluntness of it. She could tell the sage of the forest meant every word. Not continuing. Enkidu looked genuinely puzzled. Don't you all like my Ro very much? One sentence. It crushed the entire scene. At that moment, what the Greek goddesses felt was the same helplessness Ereshkigal, once mistress of Uruk's underworld, had once endured. If it were a direct competition, Athena believed she would not lose. But what kind of situation was this? If you won't continue, then it's time for me and Ro. Enkidu smiled and pulled Ro closer. Athena reached out by reflex to grab him. That's enough. That's enough. Ro shook off both their hands at once. Don't let outsiders laugh at us. He pointed directly at Hestia. Hestia felt a flicker of gratitude. Finally, someone understands. Enkidu immediately followed with a single sentence that annihilated it. She can also participate. Hestia almost burst into tears. If there's anything, let's discuss it in the newly built Uruk on the ground, Ro said calmly. Enkidu, you must miss it, right? The more chaotic the moment, the more you must not panic. Small scene. Small scene. First, change locations. The sage's insight told him that as long as you diverted the conflict first, once the initial emotional flare passed, what followed would be much smaller. So why do I have to understand things like this? Enkidu's face softened with emotion. Ah. I miss it very much. After thousands of years, to reunite in a familiar place would indeed be wonderful. Athena's smile turned serene. Then I'll go too. The goddess gently held Ro's hand. Enkidu-sama, I will follow you, Atlanta blurted out quickly. Enkidu glanced at her. Just say you like Ro. I won't blame you, okay? Atlanta stiffened. A beat later. Me too. You can't, Enkidu said, turning to Artemis. Artemis, still squatting, let out a confused cry. The moon will disappear. Enkidu tilted her head, leaned down, and stroked Artemis's hair with gentle finality. There will be a chance. Off to the side, Hestia, after the initial helplessness, had already recovered her composure. She watched two goddesses, one demigoddess, and one sage shift from sharp hostility into an oddly harmonious tableau. She blinked her blue eyes, curiosity surfacing on her pretty face. Across endless years, she had seen many heroes favored by the gods. But that favor was usually no more than indulgence, as if they were toys. Ro was different. He was the one who truly won the hearts of goddesses. And two of them were virgin goddesses like herself. In countless ages, Hestia had only seen one such case. Was the charm of the sage from Uruk really that great? The hearth goddess was very curious. Far away. Did you see it, Heracles? On the Caucasus Mountains, atop a peak so high the clouds lay below it, someone roared with a trembling voice. Among the victors of the Trojan War, there are no gods of Olympus. Prometheus, the fire thief, descendant of the Titans, threw back his head and laughed. His body shook, and the chains around him clattered loudly. I saw it. Beside him, someone answered with a smile. I damn well heard it too, Prometheus. Heracles stood there, a robust Greek hero no less imposing than a Titan. The man who had overcome endless hardships alone looked toward Prometheus, still imprisoned by Zeus. Mr. Ro is back. Heracles' voice steadied. The time has finally come for you to be free. You should have been freed long ago. All things change, Prometheus said, still laughing. To be freed decades late is my choice and my destiny. And the day Sir Ro ascends this mountain will be the day I am freed. Prometheus's eyes shone. I believe he will definitely come to see me. If this can bring an end to Zeus's rule, then it is worth it. Boom. Thunder crashed from high above and struck Prometheus. But it could not drown out his laughter. So Heracles laughed too. Because they both knew that, at that very moment, the eyes of Zeus, God-King, had already begun to notice the changes on the earth. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 123, Restoration. No, it's reform. Chapter 123, Restoration. No, it's reform. The Uruk soldiers, having crossed mountains and valleys to reach their destination, threw themselves into construction with fervent energy. There were no divine miracles, no mysteries to smooth the way. These warriors, who had once slumbered in Uruk's underworld, simply erected one colossal machine after another. They laid logs as tracks, hauled massive stones from far away, and used wooden levers to lift weights that would have broken ordinary men, stacking stone upon stone until the sky itself seemed within reach. One day, a towering wall took shape. The next, a palace was enclosed. It's truly amazing. Under the sunlight, Hestia's lashes fluttered as she stared at the wall before her. Though it was built from many individual stones that were not even particularly large, it looked unshakable. The pale filler packed between the gaps had hardened into something that felt no less resilient than the rock itself. Is this Uruk's technology? The youthful-looking goddess of the hearth lifted her gaze toward the wall's sprawling length. This was human technique pushed to its limits, the kind of applied ingenuity Greece in this era simply did not possess. That being said, why did even the goddess of the hearth follow along? Ro's eyelids drooped slightly. He had only intended to bring the goddesses who were, in one way or another, connected to him. It really is remarkable. Compared to Hestia's straightforward awe, Athena placed her fair hand against the wall and slowly traced its surface. A flicker of thought passed through her ruby eyes. She turned her gaze toward Ro. This shouldn't be complicated, should it? If you want it, I can give it to you anytime, Ro replied without hesitation. Civilization and technology were not meant to be hoarded. And besides, his closeness with Athena already implied the inevitable intimacy between Uruk and Athens. Sharing techniques would benefit them both. Athena's expression brightened, and she leaned in to kiss Ro. It was only a brief touch, but everyone could see the truth. She had simply found an excuse to be intimate. Hestia fell silent. Goddess Athena. Atlanta, who had been quiet until now, finally blurted out, anxiety leaking into her voice. Unfortunately, Atlanta's chief goddess, Artemis, had been driven away by Enkidu, so there was no one left to back her up. Ro cast a sidelong glance upward. Above the high wall, verdant long hair fluttered in the wind. A plain robe billowed, subtly outlining the girl's slender figure. Enkidu looked unchanged, and yet she also seemed different. Her frame was more graceful than before. There was a noticeable curve at her chest now, though the loose robe concealed most of it. She gazed at the city taking shape little by little. The layout felt familiar. The scenery felt familiar. Only the land was different. And that alone was enough to stir memories in the girl who called herself a broken weapon. Verdant recollections flashed by like leaves caught in a current. It's really nice. Ro. Her soft murmur rode the wind and reached him. Ro smiled as well. While the goddesses spoke among themselves, an Uruk soldier approached and bowed. Sage, someone claiming to be Prince Aeneas of Troy has arrived. He says he wishes to help us build the city, in return for the kindness you showed Troy earlier. If Ro had not intervened, Troy would likely have been destroyed by the Greek allied forces. This was indeed a debt of gratitude. Aeneas. Ro repeated, thoughtful. The name felt familiar, as if he had heard it before. He's probably a Greek demigod as well, right? Pass it on, Ro said, voice calm and serious. From now on, if anyone wishes to join Uruk City, accept them all. Whatever they want to learn, teach them. Whatever they want to know, let them know. He paused, then continued. Tell everyone. Not just those inside the city, but those outside as well. I will establish an academy here. That academy will be filled with books. Endless books, countless volumes. Anyone who comes may read them. Humanities, religion, science, technology, military affairs, political systems. There will be no restrictions. Yes. The Uruk soldier answered loudly and turned to carry out the order. In the distance, a young man stood watching the figure wreathed in divine radiance. Aeneas had indeed come to repay a debt, but he had also come for another reason. He had heard of the sage's reputation and wanted to learn something with his own eyes. Hearing the message carried out, Aeneas finally let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. Ro wanted to change customs. He wanted Uruk to reappear on Greek soil, replacing the old as if stealing the heavens and changing the sun, provoking Zeus to the greatest extent possible. Conquest alone would never be enough. Only assimilation could truly take root. Eh? He's that generous. Hestia suddenly lifted her hand, eyes bright. Then I want to learn too. Wisdom. Athena's excitement rose as well, the word leaving her like a spark. How boring. Atalanta pouted, yet made no move to leave. Enkidu only smiled, her gaze steady on Ro. How is it that she hasn't changed? Yet Ro, in truth, had never changed either. The sage built a city upon the earth, and within that city, he built an academy. It was the first library of ancient Western civilization, and also its first academy, a grand hall. It gathered the powerful of many city-states into its walls, where they gained wisdom, and upon returning to their own lands, they applied what they had learned. The city where the sun rose and set stood unmoving. But those who entered and left it sparked change everywhere. They called themselves disciples of Ro, people born from the land of wisdom. The second rise of Greek civilization began here, and even Rome's long-lasting glory could not shake its magnificent history. 1,000 years later, conqueror King Iskandar II once pointed to the city, now buried beneath wind and sand, and loudly told his teacher Aristotle, "It's a pity I wasn't born in that era, to gaze upon that originating wisdom." Origin of civilization. High above the sky, in a dimension even higher than Olympus itself, at the boundary between the present world and the imaginary number space. Thunder flashed and crackled. A massive machina god body stretched across the threshold like a grand hall. This was Zeus's domain. That hall-like machina god was, without question, Zeus. Unlike the other gods who had long since shed their machina bodies, Zeus, who had once unified the gods' bodies and fought the Star Hunter when it attacked in the past, still retained his full form. The complete and omnipotent power of the unified bodies of the 12 Olympians. But because of that, his personality was less stable than the others. The mechanical sensation of the body was difficult to erase. To maintain his sense of self, his desires were stronger than those of other gods. The faith he required was not merely greater. It surpassed the sum of all other gods combined. And yet, Greece's faith in me has decreased. A deep, humming sound reverberated at the edge of the imaginary number space. A slowly brightening light swept across countless threads of complex information. Zeus, the god king, cast his eyes down upon the mortal world, searching for the source of this change. But to observe the shift of faith clearly, one could only understand it by stepping into human society. So at that moment, a beam of light descended from Zeus's machina body, shining upon the present world. Within that light, a tall figure slowly formed. Pale skin. Wild, bushy hair like a lion's mane. A majesty that did not need to be spoken. Zeus's humanoid terminal stepped onto the earth. The sky was wide. The sun had only just risen. The god king walked toward the human world. It had been a long time since he personally set foot among mortals. The last time he moved, it was to defeat Cronus, and even then he had only arrived directly at the entrance of Tartarus. Or perhaps it was time to remind people that the majesty of the God King was not something that could be defied. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, God King Zeus, damn it, am I being excluded? Chapter 124, God King Zeus, damn it, am I being excluded? The sound of the tides lingered. Plants swayed. The sea breeze rolled in softly, stirring fine dust motes into the air until they glittered like scattered stars. To Zeus's eyes, the Aegean Sea looked exactly as it always had. Greece, walking alongside the gods, had endured 1,000 years with almost nothing changing. The last true shock to this land had been 1,000 years ago, when Uruk arrived without warning. Even then, Greece had remained stable amid the clash of civilizations. The gods, or rather, God King Zeus, did not like change. Because he was, at his core, a machina god. And machina gods were cold, rigid, and fixed. They pursued eternal solidity, not the flowing turbulence of water and fire. He walked through wild grass, past forests and rolling hills, and moved toward the place where human presence gathered. If the land had not changed, then only the people could have. Soon, a solemnly adorned city-state rose before him. Olympia. Among the many city-states of Greece, Olympia was one of the most special. It was regarded as the gathering place of the gods within the human world, and also the place directly governed by the gods in the present world. If Athens was the most prosperous region of Greece, representing the height of commerce and economy, and Sparta was the strongest city-state, representing the peak of martial prowess, then Olympia was the core of Greek faith, the holy land closest to the gods. If anything in Greece would reveal the trend of faith, it would be here. Because the city-states gathered here each year to hold grand sacrifices for the gods. It was the prototype of what would later be called the Olympic Games. That was precisely why Zeus had come in the form of a humanoid terminal. To see the whole from a single corner. To observe, from within Olympia itself, what had happened among the people without his notice. The priests who served the gods sensed his arrival the moment he stepped into the city's influence. They worshipped with pious devotion, kneeling within their respective temples. Zeus walked into Olympia without obstruction. Along the way he saw Spartan warriors holding disciplined guard posts, and Athenian officials managing administration. Olympia was called a city-state, yet in truth it was an aggregate formed through the union of many city-states. Welcome, great heavenly god. Someone waited at the end of the wide road. It was the king of Olympia, who was also the high priest of the gods. An old man with white hair and beard, he could not see Zeus's exact appearance, but he could sense the radiance of divinity in the newcomer. At minimum, this was a heavenly god with the specifications of a chief god or higher. Zeus's deep voice fell like a weight. The king of Olympia. The old priest bowed even lower, respectful to the point of reverence. It is I. Then come. Zeus's gaze remained steady. I have not entered the human world for a long time. What changes have occurred during this period? So he truly is a reclusive god. The king's heart stirred, then he answered carefully. There are changes, and there are not. After Uruk city was built, people from north and south passed through it. They participated in the city's construction and also gained wisdom and achievements from it. In the city, the sage made a covenant with the gods. The goddess of wisdom allowed people to gain mature thoughts. The god of harvest loosened the freedom of tilling the land. The goddess of the hearth no longer controlled the brewing of delicious wines. Apollo granted me the candle flame to light the night. Poseidon allowed me to command the wild winds of the sea. People built city walls on the earth with their own strength, achieving harvests. People stacked giant stones into the sky, no longer restricted. People praised the sage who built the city, and also revered the gods who let go. Now is no longer the same as the past. Olympia Records. Uruk city. Science and technology. Gods letting go. Zeus's first response was a furious outburst. The world seemed to answer him. Thunder roared, and for a heartbeat it felt as if the sky itself had darkened. The king's old body trembled under that pressure, as though the surrounding air had turned into a storm cloud that wanted to crush him. Fortunately, Zeus caught himself and restrained his anger before it fully broke loose. You claim the people still revere the gods of the high heavens. Yes, great god. Panting, forcing himself to stand firm, the king spoke with a courage that tasted like blood. We have not lost our faith in the gods. Zeus closed his eyes. No amount of questioning was as fitting as feeling it directly. At this moment he stood within Olympia, the holy land of Greece and the gathering place of the gods within the human world. The transit point through which faith flowed upward. True or false, he would feel it personally. So Zeus extended his senses and touched the faith of the people. It was there. Strong. Stronger, even, more devout than before. The faith in the goddess of wisdom Athena was the strongest. After that came the goddess of the hunt Artemis, the goddess of harvest Demeter, and the goddess of the hearth Hestia. Then gods like Apollo, Ares, and others followed. But Zeus's eyes opened. His voice did not rise. It sank. Why is there no faith in me? His fingers tightened. Why is there no faith in me? A third time, it finally broke into a snarl. Where is my faith? Zeus was enraged. If the faith in all the gods had weakened, then to a certain extent, it could be dismissed as an inevitable consequence of human civilization advancing. But if only one god's faith had weakened. If only Zeus's faith was missing. Then the conclusion was unavoidable. Damn it. Zeus's voice trembled with fury. Those bastards actually dared to betray me. They dared to betray me, the great king of the gods. His personality switched in an instant. A gale tore through the city. The king collapsed to the ground. Brilliant lightning cracked overhead. Dark clouds surged together like a curtain being drawn across the sky. Nobles in Olympia looked up in terror as light and shadow ripped open the firmament, swallowing the world beneath it. Zeus's humanoid form vanished. At the same time, his true Machina god body released its power. The king of the gods intended to display his majesty. Whether it was the gods who defied him, or the humans who abandoned their faith in him, whether it was Uruk City or the sage who built it, all of it became a target for destruction. He would display the majesty of the god king and the power of the god of gods. Even if he destroyed the existing civilization, it would not matter. He wanted to be the eternal god king. He would not tolerate defiance. Inside the fully constructed Uruk City, within the academy, Ro rose from his seat. "Tell all the gods in the city to return to their own cities," he said calmly. "The king of the gods is coming." Hestia, who had been reading nearby, looked up in confusion. In the next instant, Ro's figure disappeared. The goddess of the hearth, who had been quietly staying in city to read during this period, froze in place. "Where is Ro?" Athena's silver hair flowed as she stepped in through the doorway, arriving just in time to see that he was already gone. Ro had left. He sensed it. The timing was ripe. He went to the highest mountain in Greece. To see someone. Or rather, to see a god. A Titan giant. Ha 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 ha. At the peak of the Caucasus Mountains, Prometheus, the fire stealer, let out a hearty laugh. That guy is finally angry, after all. Zeus, God King Zeus. The foresight I have gained already shows that his rule will not last much longer. Because Lord Ro, you have already arrived. Whether it is far or not depends on fate. A voice answered. A long robe billowed in the wind like drifting clouds. Ro stepped over jagged rock and harsh mountain paths, crossed the towering peak, and looked up at the enormous figure bound to the giant stone. His eyes were steady. "Prometheus, I've finally met you." "And I've finally met you, ancient sage, ha 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 ha." Prometheus laughed, and the sound carried something eerily familiar, like an echo of Cronus. He was a descendant of the Titans, after all, a grandson of Cronus. So the similarity was only natural. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, Foresight, the spark of the masses is me. Chapter 125, Foresight, the spark of the masses is me. Prometheus had been waiting for Ro. Waiting for him to reach this absurdly high, distant mountain, where even the clouds looked like something left behind. He had believed, without a shred of doubt, that Ro would come. After all. "My clay tablets," Ro said, reaching out with no courtesy whatsoever. "It is time for them to return to their rightful owner." He had never met the fire stealer before, but from the few things Heracles had let slip, Ro had already sketched the general shape of Prometheus's temperament. Ro's purpose here was also painfully clear. Reclaiming one's black history was not a preference. It was a duty. Clay tablets. Prometheus tilted his head, feigning innocence with a laugh rumbling like distant thunder. "Which ones are you talking about? The ones I gave to Heracles? Or the ones I gave to other heroes? Such as?" Ro fell silent. It was one thing to have black history. It was another thing to distribute it like festival flyers. "Are you some sort of Gilgamesh?" Ha 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 ha. Prometheus laughed so hard the chains around his titan body rattled, the sound echoing through the peaks until the mountain itself seemed to tremble. "Just kidding. Objects that store wisdom must be treasured carefully. How could I possibly hand them out everywhere?" He paused, then added with bright amusement. "Even you cannot take them back. And you did not come for that, did you?" "No. I came for that too." Ro narrowed his eyes, then laughed as well. Retrieving the clay tablets was one of his goals. Just not the most important one. Prometheus shifted, the chains binding his gigantic body scraping against stone. "You came to end the rule of the God King." He spoke as if describing the weather. He was, in fact, very clear about it. After the new city-state that outsiders called Uruk City was built, Ro stayed inside. Just as the enraged Zeus had heard, kings and nobles from far and wide came to the city to borrow wisdom. But it was more than that. Because there were also shadows of the gods inside that city. Goddesses like Athena, Artemis, and Hestia had appeared during the city's construction. That was obvious. After them, Apollo, Hephaestus, Queen Hera, Poseidon, and other gods also frequented the city. They came seeking wisdom too. The original wisdom, the kind that built civilization's glory, drove gods away, and then used its power to defeat Cronus and Tartarus, was a temptation even gods could not easily resist. Thus, Uruk City had become another gathering holy land for the gods. You used this to divide God from God, Prometheus said. Whoever came to the city, you made a covenant with them. The gods loosened their restraints on humans. Humans gained deeper wisdom, strength, and even more devout faith. Prometheus's smile widened. But what the gods did not know was this. In that faith, there was no king of the gods, Zeus. Ha 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 ha, should I say you truly are a sage? Scheming, far-sighted, you are damn good at it. Prometheus recounted Ro's deeds with suspicious fluency. These were things Ro had never told anyone. Not even Enkidu. Not even Gilgamesh. Of course, Prometheus was also mistaken. He believed Ro's objective was to overthrow Zeus. He did not realize Ro's true focus was simpler, uglier, and far more personal. Enrage Zeus. Make Zeus kill him. Still, being able to see this much already made Prometheus frightening. Is this the foresight you command? Ro asked. Prometheus's eyes flickered. In them, complex information rose and sank like tides. I was once the computational backup fleet computer of the Atlantis Titan fleet. My machine body has long since been lost, but that essence still exists in my mind. He spoke calmly, as though stating a fact carved into the world. The foresight I command evolved from the concept of human evolution. It allows me to observe all changes in the world. He had not pierced Ro himself. He simply watched the present world and read its shifts. That was why he still confined himself here. This was the highest mountain in Greece. It was still in the present world, yet from here, one could see every corner of it clearly. As long as he remained here, what he could see would be broader and farther than what even Zeus could see from his lofty seat. So he refused Heracles' rescue. Refused an escape that had existed for decades. Or perhaps, precisely because of that refusal, Heracles failed to obtain the golden apple. Thus, a chain of changes was triggered. A series of mythological shifts. Ro lifted his hand again. So are you returning my clay tablets or not? Prometheus hesitated. He opened his mouth. Then hesitated again, as if his mind finally caught up to his ears. Did I just say all that, and you are still thinking about clay tablets? Ro smiled, then let the moment pass. However, he said, gaze sharpening, I think I understand the kind of foresight you possess. He turned his eyes to the sky, where thunder churned like a living thing. That is the brain body from the Atlantis fleet reserves, isn't it? Prometheus froze for a breath, then grinned, unabashedly pleased. Yes. The brain body. The existence you will certainly need if you intend to confront Zeus, the god of all machines, who seized my grandfather's machine body. He sounded extremely confident. Ro did not answer immediately. He simply stood at the peak, looking at the storm in the distance, and at the gradually forming shadow of God King Zeus. Just as Prometheus said. From here, one could see all of Greece. From Athens to Sparta. From Troy to Uruk City. When Ro left Uruk City, the divine radiance of the gods there had shone in every direction. Now, the gods had all departed. Enkidu stood in the city that mirrored the Uruk City state, on the highest steps of the royal palace at its center. In Athens, Athena stood solemnly within her temple, while the Gorgon sisters watched with trepidation as divine light poured from the goddess of wisdom and war, and she placed the crown of the gods upon herself. In Sparta, Apollo sighed. He looked helpless, yet could only manifest his divine radiance all the same. Queen Hera scattered colorful mist and radiant light from the heavens. The god of fire drew flames up from the earth's depths. All the gods were uneasy beneath the god king's wrath. Apollo, Hera, and the others had also learned of Ro's strategy. Fear did not save them. Helplessness did not absolve them. Zeus had always been stubborn. Or rather, arrogant. He cared for no god but himself. He had decided they betrayed him. So, in his eyes, they had betrayed him. And if they were already condemned, they might as well stand where survival was possible. Together with Uruk. Together against the wrath of the god king. Birds and beasts fled. Human hearts were soaked in fear. Prometheus spoke again, voice low, almost gentle. Zeus has already displayed his power, but he still exists in a dimension so high that only he can reach it. The primordial world. The boundary of the origin. From there he will cast world-destroying thunder. He smiled. So you need me. With me, the brain body of the Titan divine race, you can integrate the power of the Greek gods, just as Zeus once integrated forces when facing the Star Hunter. Only then can you touch his essence, drag him into the mortal world, and make him bleed where people can see it. Ro drew his gaze back from the storm and looked at Prometheus. Bound to a giant rock. Suppressed by Zeus's lingering divine power. Yet Prometheus showed no sign of decay. He looked vibrant. He looked happy. Even though he knew he would die. Because the need Prometheus spoke of meant this. Ro would shatter him. Extract the core of a Titan god. Embed it into the machine body taken from Cronus. Cronus was a Machina god among the Titans, the flagship and main force of an interstellar fleet. But a fleet did not reach its full power through a single entity alone. The flagship existed for command and integration. And that command required computational support, the kind that could carry logistics, calculation, and coordination without collapse. That was the relationship between a king and a herald. Only Cronus combined with Prometheus's logistical calculation mechanism could barely compensate for the flaws in Ro's physical existence. Only then could Ro barely touch Zeus. Barely pull him down from that height. Barely give him the beating he wanted. Then arrange his own death. Ro's pursuit of death had always been grand, extravagant, and spectacular. That had not changed. But before that, Prometheus would die first. You will utterly perish, Ro said, robe snapping in the wind. Leaving nothing. Absolutely nothing. Prometheus's grin widened. But I will leave behind the name Prometheus, he said. Not a fire stealer. A Prometheus who defied fate. I do not fear death. I fear being trapped in endless fate, sage of Uruk. His voice sharpened, as if the storm itself leaned closer to listen. I think you understand that better than I do. My companion. My guide. He laughed again. Hard. Bright. Almost savage. Greek prophecy was like fate. It could not be changed. Just as Cronus overthrew Uranus and took the authority of the sky. Just as Cronus was replaced by Zeus and imprisoned in Tartarus. And after Athena's birth, Zeus would become the eternal king of the Greek gods. That was fate. Because the future king of the gods had already been strangled in his cage. It was just that Prometheus refused to kneel. He had watched the king of the gods rise through fate. Watched the Titan race fade. Yet he still wanted to challenge fate. Because he had gained courage from Ro. Before hearing your story, Prometheus said, voice hoarse, I lived in fear of fate. But now, I want to resist. You have already done it, Ro replied. Prometheus's eyes burned. Sage of Uruk. My guide. Can you take me? His voice rose into a roar, carried by wind above the clouds. To witness this time. Thunder answered him. Boom. 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 Layer upon layer, the sky exploded. Within the roaring vortex, the king of the gods still did not reveal his form. He simply cast down spears of lightning from high above, each one a declaration of destruction. All things trembled. The gods were terrified. Ro raised his hand. He did not answer Prometheus's question. He only revealed a glimmer of light in his open palm. Within the dim world beneath the storm, it became the only clear light. Prometheus froze, staring at that light. Ro spoke softly. Some things you guessed correctly. And some things you guessed wrong. Ro turned, the outline of his profile carved by the glow in his palm, and smiled. I came here to drag Zeus into the mortal world. But not to get your help. The so-called brain body. I already had it. Prometheus stared. Because he saw it too. Not only did light exist in Ro's hand, but across the world, across the Aegean Sea shaken by Zeus's lightning, lights began to appear. Not one. Not two. Countless. Prometheus, even with his foresight, became bewildered. Because from this height, he could see those tiny lights emerging. They were people. In Athens, an old man with white hair and beard held a scroll. A philosophical text he had copied from Uruk City after traveling thousands of miles. He was glowing. Outside Sparta, a taciturn general with a grim face commanded his army. They advanced and retreated with strict order, arrayed not by miracle but by formation, maximizing human strength. He was glowing too. In the countryside, an old farmer looked up at the turning water wheel. In a small room, an artisan patted the intricate mechanism he had made, satisfied. They were glowing. But they were mortals. How could mortals glow? The light was faint, as dim as fireflies. Yet as those scattered sparks converged in Prometheus's eyes, they became a vast, surging galaxy. Ro's voice was calm. The strength of one person is not enough to rely on. The wisdom of one person is not enough to depend on. How can a single mind compare to the wisdom of the myriad? Prometheus went still. The fervor in his chest faltered, not from fear, but from awe. Could humans possess such power? And this power, this concept, he, the titan of foresight who presided over evolution, had never truly considered. Ro stepped closer. After persevering for 1,000 years, you have fulfilled your duty. A rising airflow swept past Prometheus. The chains snapped. They crumbled. Ro placed a hand on Prometheus's weathered shoulder. Prometheus, you are the conceptual manifestation of humanity's birth. The enlightener of human culture. An existence like the father of humanity. You have done enough. He looked past Prometheus and out into the storm. But next, it is my duty. We're duty. We. Meaning humanity. Prometheus did not move. He only stared, as if seeing humanity stumble through the dawn of civilization, then stand straighter with every step, walking toward a bright future. My children have grown up. Prometheus smiled. Tears streamed down his face. He laughed anyway. Ro walked to the cliff's edge and faced the vast world. The Aegean Sea still rose and fell. The waves still broke. Ro spoke. He asked. People of the world, are you willing to die for no reason, just because you do not believe in that God? Are you willing to live in ignorance, to become slaves raised by that God from now on? I enlightened your wisdom. I taught you how to walk. Now tell me your answer. Are you willing to die and live like this? In Athens, the old man snapped the pen in his hand. Outside Sparta, the general hurled his spear at the sky, and the warriors answered with motion, not words. In the fields, the farmer trampled weeds and spat. In the workshop, the artisan struck his hammer and scoffed. Willing. Unwilling. Who is willing to die? Who is willing to live ignorant? No one. Ro smiled, and his voice rose. Then lend me your wisdom. He laughed, loud and wild, until the laughter fused into a single roaring engine, like a furnace igniting. A machina god appeared beneath the storm. Iron wings vibrated, stirring a crimson storm around its frame. The machina god that Ro became soared into the sky, with thousands upon thousands of sparks beneath his feet. He collided head-on with the lightning spears falling from above. With his own strength. And yet, he also drew on the sparks spread across the world. Because at this moment, thousands of sparks, all are me. Ro raised his fist toward the heavens, pulling those countless lights into a single tide. Come, Zeus. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Heracles holds up the sky. Chapter 126, Heracles holds up the sky. The lightning thinned. The descending divine spear shattered. At the boundary of the imaginary number space, the king of the gods, Zeus, lowered his gaze. He saw countless sparks, vast as a Milky Way scattered across the earth. He saw the people boiling with momentum, dazzling and terrifying in their faintness, as if even fireflies could become a constellation if they refused to go out. Ro raised his fist, drew those human sparks to himself, and surged upward. So it is you, the sage of the human world. The voice came from the highest reaches, heavy and absolute, like judgment itself. Then the tone snapped. You motherfucker, I will kill you. Now that he had confirmed the culprit behind Greece's current changes, Zeus, having switched to his combat personality, did not conceal anything. At the boundary of the imaginary number space, he twisted his authority over lightning into spears and hurled them down. Wind and fire followed. The sky looked torn, streaks of light interweaving into a net that wanted to pin the world in place. In an instant, thousands of sparks gathered into Ro's palm. The stacked computational power surged, and Ro analyzed the lightning's flaws in a single breath. He raised his arm and threw a punch. The rotating force of the crimson primordial star roared through the machina god's immense propulsion, shattering the incoming lightning head-on. A crimson storm swept toward Zeus's position. Then, as it neared, it vanished into the void, swallowed by distance and dimension. Prometheus had been right. Zeus stood too high. An absurdly high and distant realm, a dimension only supreme gods who had reached primordial specifications could touch. Ro could not reach it now. Not yet. Only by fully drawing out Cronus's power, and then integrating the power of the Greek gods on the earth, could he grasp that height. You who disrespect the gods, you who disrespect the god of all gods, you shall receive the punishment of thunder. The roar rolled down from the highest heavens. The lightning spears grew heavier with each strike. Zeus was increasing his output, slowly, deliberately. He wanted to kill Ro, but more than that, he wanted to carve fear into the world by killing Ro. Like teasing an ant. Down, again and again. Ro met one bolt after another, and the altitude he held was forced lower each time. A crimson storm wrapped the machina god's body. Its iron wings spread, gathering endless sparks. Ro condensed the wisdom of the people and used it as his mind, forcing a link toward the gods on the earth. But linking required time. And it was not that Ro did not want to face Zeus after completing it. The moment the connection truly opened, Ro would be exposed to Zeus's sight with brutal clarity. Zeus was too strong. The almighty god who unified the 12 Olympian gods was not even at his limit, yet he was already a supreme, primordial great god who could rival the primordial goddess Tiamat. The heaven he occupied was the highest heaven. The world he stood in was the highest world. Supreme, most holy, most powerful. At this moment, in all Greek mythology, from ancient times to the present, only chaos could suppress him. All others, gods or heroes, were dust before Zeus. Dust he could examine grain by grain. Ro was no exception. So Ro could only gamble. A wise man calculates 99 steps. There is always one step where he must advance anyway. In Uruk City, Enkidu lifted her head. Ro. She knew it was not her time to act. She would not let Ro's plan collapse because of her impulse. She was a weapon. A divine weapon of Ro. So why did her chest ache? Why did unwillingness cling to her throat like a thorn? In Athens, Athena, wearing the crown of the gods, closed her eyes and linked her existence to Ro's call. Artemis rose to an extremely high position, casting a sliver of moonlight that reflected the shadow of the Machina god battling thunder. Queen Hera willingly let her authority flow out. Apollo watched with a solemn expression, staring at the world-destroying power of his father god. Hestia looked on in awe, but this time she could no longer pretend she was uninvolved. Their reactions differed. Their choices did not. At this moment, they all supported Ro. Because none of them wanted to die. None of them wanted to be executed as traitors under Zeus's gaze. The engine inside Ro surged. Burning power held him up, and the suspended Machina god climbed again. Boom. The rotating star force intertwined with lightning once more. If not for the extremely high essence of the authority derived from Ea, Ro would have been shattered long ago. Not enough. Not enough. Still not enough. Ro forced himself to break spear after spear, and then a voice cut through everything. Let me do it. The voice was not loud. Yet it reached everyone's ears. On the Caucasus Mountains, the closest place to heaven in Greece, but on a different peak opposite the one where Prometheus had been bound, a figure appeared. Gods and mortals alike turned at the same time. Even Zeus paused his lightning and cast his eye toward that mountain. A tall, robust figure. Muscles bare, veins like cords, black hair swept back. A man whose presence felt like a banner raised against the sky. Heracles. Greece's most famous great hero. The symbol of heroes. Mr. Ro, I am here. He smiled at the Machina god Ro had become, eye sweeping over the cold, softly glowing mechanical face. Ro laughed. I knew you would come. Even without an agreement. Even after so long without contact. He knew this hero would not be absent from a grand event that dragged gods and humans onto the same stage. Heracles lifted his chin, looking up toward Zeus. My father god, Zeus. Heracles, my child. Zeus's voice softened for a breath. Then it became filth and thunder. Motherfucker, are you going to betray me too, you bastard? The gods fell silent. Zeus was furious. Heracles was even more so. I have never betrayed anyone, Heracles roared back. I have never betrayed any god. Zeus, you abandoned me after I was born, but I still followed your will and walked this path called hero. The Argos adventure, the 12 labors, the deep sea, the underworld. I have been to all of them. But what I upheld was always my own will. His chest heaved. His eyes burned. I am Heracles. Not your child. I am a hero. He had wanted to become a hero since he was very, very young. Not a decoration chosen by the gods. A hero of the people. A hero of humanity. If there was justice among the gods, he would have been willing to be a hero of the gods too. So after parting ways with Ro that year, his adventures only became grander. His achievements eclipsed every other hero in Greece. Not because he was a puppet of divine favor. Because he was Heracles. Because Heracles wanted to become a true hero. Rebellious son. Zeus's rage distorted the heavens. Die, you dog. This time, Zeus did not use lightning. He brought down an entire sky. The authority of heaven itself, wielded by the king of the gods. Immense gravity pressed down. Heracles' bones shattered instantly. Blood burst from his pores. He was a mortal. A demigod with the blood of Zeus's human terminal. And yet, mortals could still create miracles. His broken feet trembled, then dug in again. His body, forced low by the sky, straightened. He endured endless pain, endless torment, and still forced himself upright. I should stand before the people too. This is the great feat created by me, Heracles. Zeus trembled. Because at that moment, Heracles stood up. Holding up the sky. Countless light and shadows flared across his body. Jason. Peleus. Achilles. Hector. Hero after hero, will after will, layered into him like armor and flame. Before coming, he had met them. He had carried their resolve here. What he represented was not just one man. What he represented was this era. The condensation of the glorious heroic will that Ro had changed. Brilliance returning to humanity. In the past, Ro had inspired Heracles. Now, Heracles became Ro's backing. Roar. The hero's roar shook the mountain. Here, in this moment, he rivaled the gods. First, the starlight of the people flowed like a river. Then, heroic glory ignited. Across Greece, gods held their breath. Even the god-king fell silent. Ro only clenched his fist again. Because in the instant Heracles bought for him, he completed the link. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, Chaos. Chapter 127, Chaos. With a thunderous crash, Zeus suddenly intensified his power. The hero who had held up the sky could endure no longer and collapsed, smashing into the ground. Blood sprayed from his body like a fountain. Yet the great hero only lay there, staring at that person as if his ribs had not already turned to dust, laughing wildly and loudly. Mr. Ro, do you see it? Teacher Chiron, do you see it? I succeeded. Did they see it? Of course they did. In the cave on Mount Pelion, the centaur who had taught heroes to walk straight through tragedy gazed from afar and smiled. Heracles had not only walked the road he chose for himself, he had also, as Chiron once wished, resisted the tragedy of fate. Magnificent. Robust. Magnificent, Chiron murmured, the praise quiet and unshakable. Above Heracles' head, Ro's machina god body stood like a pillar. The gravity that had pressed down like a divine palm suddenly lost its shape and collapsed, as if the sky itself had been forced to loosen its grip. From that impossibly high dimension, Zeus's gaze tightened. A surprised sound escaped him. You succeeded. Wait. His surprise snapped into recognition. Motherfucker, so it was you. It was you, you bastard. Zeus erupted, because in this moment he finally truly stared at Ro's figure. He finally pierced through the cold machina shell and saw the truth inside it. A young man in a long robe woven from linen. Black hair, black eyes. The same person Zeus had met once, and fought once, in the imaginary number space. It's me. Ro raised his head. Lightning reflected in his eyes, and he smiled with alarming clarity. You swear pretty well, you bastard. I learned it from you, motherfucker, Zeus spat. Now he understood. It was this man. If it was this man, then everything made sense. Their encounter in the imaginary number space had been brief, yet Zeus had already tasted his opponent's cunning. I let you escape before, but now that you have come to Greece, to the territory I rule, I will not let you go again. Lightning from the highest heaven flashed and fell. Wind, cloud, and rain followed like a decree. All things trembled. Even the stars seemed to quiver. The Aegean Sea heaved in layered waves. The earth shook. Mountains groaned. With the authority of the king of the gods, Zeus dominated heaven, earth, sea, and underworld. He wanted Ro dead. Completely. With no restraint. And under that power, even Ro, who had integrated the power of the Greek gods, could not truly resist. Because the god king's unified power, the machine bodies of the 12 Olympians fused into one, his grasp over the world, had always been above these Greek gods who had lost their machina bodies and were far weaker than in their prime. Then the world tilted. At the junction where the underworld of Uruk met the underworld of Greece, a gate opened. An ethereal blue, brilliant star boat streaked through with dazzling light, trailing a shadow dark and profound. It carried the king of Uruk's underworld like a blade drawn from a sheath. At the same moment, in Uruk city in Greece, the saint left her palace. Barefoot, Enkidu stepped forward. One step, then another, walking straight toward the sea. At the border of the underworld, Hades, handsome and serene, lifted the crown in his hand and placed it upon the newcomer. Above the surging sea, Poseidon, pure and flawless, extended the scepter that governed the waters and handed it to the approaching Enkidu. Hades said, I bestow the authority of the underworld upon my friend, Gilgamesh. From this moment on, he is the king of the Greek underworld. Poseidon said, I bestow the authority of the sea upon my friend, Enkidu. From this moment on, she is the queen of the Greek Aegean Sea. Athena's voice followed, clean as steel. Agreed. Apollo's voice followed, grave as a vow. Agreed. Queen Hera hesitated, unwilling. Yet in the end, faced with Zeus's violently self-centered nature, she opened her mouth. Agreed. One by one, the Greek gods declared their agreement. Ahahaha. Rampant laughter rolled through the underworld. Gilgamesh, holding dual authority as underworld king, quelled the tremors below with a lazy dominance. It has been a long time. So even this king's courtyard was stolen by that arrogant and conceited fellow. Sorry, Enkidu said gently, bending down. She dipped her palm into the seawater as if calming a frightened animal. Be quiet for a moment. The Aegean Sea fell silent. No longer turbulent. No longer raging. Then Gilgamesh and Enkidu lifted their gazes to the sky at the same time. Sure enough, you are all goddamn traitors. Zeus did not sound surprised. He did not even sound angry. He simply cursed, as if this had been decided long ago. But it is useless. The authority of earth and sea is absolutely insufficient to contend with me. You are. They are. And they are even more so. I will kill you all. And then I will remake this world. He said it, and he meant it. Yet even so, once all the Greek gods had approved, Zeus could not stop the transfer of the positions of Sea King and Underworld King. Zeus transcended them in power, but in status the King of the Heavens, the Sea King, and the Underworld King were equals. As long as all the Greek gods agreed, the transfer would happen. No, I do not agree. A clear voice suddenly cut through the declarations. Letting a bunch of stupid mortals become the God King. What a joke. Ro froze. Gilgamesh narrowed his eyes. Enkidu's robes fluttered without wind as she looked toward the speaker. Crimson hair spilled like fire. A plain white dress could not conceal the exquisite fullness of a body that seemed sculpted to be worshipped. Aphrodite. The goddess of love stared with naked disgust. King of the gods, I oppose humans stealing the God King's seat. Because they are unworthy. In my eyes, only we, the Greek gods from Atlantis, are qualified to seize this power. Aphrodite was proud. She looked down on humanity with the effortless cruelty of beauty that had never been refused. So even if all the Greek gods had been forced onto Ro's side, she still stood here, unwavering, supporting Zeus. This was not opportunism. It was dignity. A god's love was love of the self. A proud love. You are good, Aphrodite, Zeus said, and smiled. Then his smile sharpened. I will bestow eternity upon you here. Thank you, God King, but I do not need. Aphrodite's voice broke. A bolt of lightning pierced her body. Your eternity, Zeus said, is eternal disappearance. Zeus personally killed the sole dissenter. Thus, the authority of earth and sea transferred instantly. With no obstruction. Because Hades's personality had originated from Gilgamesh, and Poseidon's personality had originated from Enkidu. The underworld and sea had long since grown accustomed to their aura. Zeus showed no hesitation. No regret. Damn it. Cast aside when not wanted, seek refuge when wanted. I am the king of the gods. I am the God King. Is that so? Aphrodite looked at her fading body and only smiled, beautiful to the end. To die at the hands of the king of the gods, rather than at the hands of lowly humans. This is eternal beauty. The goddess of love and beauty remained proud until her last breath. Apollo fell silent. Athena disliked Aphrodite, yet still felt a faint sorrow for a kindred existence. The god of fire looked even more complex. Queen Hera only sneered, as if she had expected this cruelty from the start. The gods reacted differently. But Zeus only wanted to unleash lightning again. Because he was the God King. The god of gods who could not be defied. No, Ro said, shaking his head. He faced the incoming lightning, the falling brilliance, and spoke with a calm that cut deeper than anger. You are not. The transfer of the Sea King and Underworld King is complete. Next, it is time for the final King of the Heavens. The transfer of Sea King and Underworld King required the approval of the Greek gods. The King of the Heavens was theoretically equal to them, yet the sky encompassed earth and sea and was, in essence, above them. So Ro asked. He asked the Greek gods. And he asked the people. Decide the destiny of the sky. At that instant, countless figures appeared in Ro's eyes, as if reflected in a mirror made of sparks. The people around the Aegean Sea. Men and women. Old and young. Children and youths. The king of the sky would be chosen by them all. And their choice was humanity. The masters of all things were humans themselves. They longed for life and death to be in their own hands, and the sky was no different. Ro reached out and donned the crown of the sky. Because he was also human. And the wisdom of the people had long since converged within him. This was preparation made long ago. A plan made long ago. Zeus stared, stunned, as his position of authority was forcibly stripped away. The status of King of the Heavens disappeared, as if a title had been ripped from the world's ledger. A god's divinity came from nature, but a god's personality came from the faith of living beings. Moreover, Ro, in this body, was the former Cronus, who had once been the King of the Heavens. He naturally held the qualification to replace that seat. So Zeus, King of the gods, was stripped of his authority over the sky. His title no longer matched reality. Yet Zeus remained terrifyingly powerful. Even now, the Greek gods in heaven, on earth, in sea, and in underworld were still no match for him. Because his power stemmed from being Zeus. Not from being king of the heavens. Zeus tried to calm himself. But the agitation only swelled, sharper and more frantic, because he realized something else. Behind him. Above him. Higher and more distant than even he could reach. Light appeared. It was not lightning. It was the opening of something older than thunder. A voice that was not a voice, a transmission that was not meant for human ears. 12 starships integrated. Fleet Flagship Cronus. Correction. Fleet Flagship Rho. Transmitting information to core. Complete. Grand Main Ship Chaos. Activation successful. Buzz. Behind Zeus, beyond the heavens, within the vast sea of stars, myriad lights swirled like a vortex of clouds. At the center, a furnace-like eye slowly opened. Chaos. The origin of the Atlantis Greek gods. A stellar-class celestial sphere spacetime fortress. The most ancient Machina god. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, Crashing Down the God of High Heaven. Chapter 128, Crashing Down the God of High Heaven. As Machina gods, the Greek gods, or rather the Atlantis Greek gods who descended from beyond the heavens, originally manifested for a single brutal reason. Their original universe had run dry. Energy depletion strangled their civilization at the source, leaving them with only one option: search the cosmos for new fuel, new laws, new possibilities. A chance, however thin, to rebuild what had been lost. So their first form was not a pantheon. It was a fleet. An interstellar armada capable of crossing the void. The scale of that fleet consisted of 12 starships of different sizes and functions, and a supergiant mothership capable of carrying, updating, and manufacturing those starships, an existence equivalent in mass and output to a star. Chaos was that mothership. The true origin of the Atlantis Greek gods, defined by later Greek mythology as the ancient existence of primordial chaos. Back then, chaos expended an enormous amount of energy to escape the dying universe with the remnants of the fleet. Now only 3% of its energy remained. Yet even so, it still surpassed Zeus and towered over the other Greek gods. Because that was 3% of a star. And that, precisely, was Rho's goal. After Hades and Poseidon relinquished their positions as Sea King and Underworld King, they became pure again. Finally, without affecting Sea and Underworld, they could join the sequence of main gods linked by Rho. So Rho integrated the main gods of Olympus, using the wisdom of countless people as vast logistical calculation, and through Cronus's machine body he established a connection with chaos, awakening the long-slumbering stellar mothership. It was achievable. Because the Olympian main gods, except for Zeus, had lost their machine bodies, but their essential aura remained. They were still third-generation machine bodies created from within chaos. The origin was gone, but the signature was still there. They could still serve as the scale of a fleet. And Cronus was an auxiliary ship of the second generation created by chaos. There was already a deep link between him and chaos. Beyond the starry sky, the vortex eye of the nebula rotated. It froze Zeus's steel machine body in place. For someone who had always stood above, Zeus had not felt this in a very long time. Since the battle with the Star Hunter, after integrating the 12 Olympians, Zeus had been defeated, yet by fortune and stubbornness he retained his machine body and divinity. Over millennia, as he approached the threshold of an omnipotent supreme god, superiority had become his second skin. He treated all beings as ants. He treated the Greek gods as servants. With the power he held, life and death were thoughts. Killing and granting life were no heavier than breathing. But now, in this moment, he was the ant. He was the one who should be pressed into the ground. The one who should be judged. You goddamn sage! Zeus roared, the sound tearing at heaven itself. Rho's iron wings trembled, and he laughed. Your mother is not here, but your ancestor is right above you. Did you really think I intended to fight you to the death, Zeus? You are still too green. This was all planned. To pull Zeus down and force him into a deathmatch looked clean on paper. It also looked like suicide with extra steps, because Rho could never truly contend with a supreme god who had reached primordial scale and stood one step from omnipotence. So Rho chose a higher form of death. To die by Zeus's hand would become myth, a scene carved into the world's lore. But it was not as good as dragging Zeus down with him, and dying together beneath chaos's gaze. Yes. A gaze was enough. Supreme God, God King, Chief God, it did not matter. Before an existence comparable to a true star, they were all dust. Death would take an instant. Foolproof. No room for reversal. That was why Zeus was terrified and furious. As a Machina god, he did not want to die. He still wanted to push half a step forward, beyond primordial, into the realm of a truly omnipotent god. That was why Rho was delighted. The primordial chaos, located beyond the universe, between nebulae, at the seam of time, has gazed over through the open void hole. Ro flapped his steel wings, laughing up at the sky. Zeus, you and I are both in its line of sight. What would the newly awakened chaos do when it saw them? It would gaze. And to chaos, gazing was attacking. That fellow's way of dying is truly reckless, Gilgamesh muttered in the underworld. After taking over Hades' authority, he returned to his throne and watched the city below gradually empty. He leaned back, eyes half closed, grin sharp. Ahahaha. Barking stray dog, after 1,000 years, can you still roar like that? Arrogant, after 1,000 years, are you starting to show off again? A voice replied beside him. Ro's shadow appeared on the seat that had been empty. And on the other side, Enkidu's shadow appeared as well. Ro, Gil. How nice. Neither of you has changed, Enkidu said softly. Undoubtedly, Ro was still in the high sky, and Enkidu was still on the sea. They were not actually here. Yet what appeared now were real people, not illusions. They were projections of the self, the manifestation of consciousness and thought. Outside, it was a fleeting instant. Here, it felt like eternity. Stray dog, Gilgamesh asked, voice suddenly quieter, will you return? I will. Ro nodded. I will always wait for Ro, Enkidu said, and nodded gently. They had waited 1,000 years. So what if it became another 1,000, or 10,000? They were friends. Neither Gilgamesh nor Enkidu would ever become a stumbling block on Ro's path forward. They would only be his backing, always waiting, always present. Then let us make a promise. Gilgamesh's face hardened into something rare, something solemn. This king makes a promise with his friends. No matter how the years change, we shall meet again. He extended his fist. Just like that expedition. That journey. All those years ago. No matter how the years change, we shall meet again, Ro said. Enkidu exchanged a glance with him, smiled, and repeated it as well. Fists met. The figures vanished. Gilgamesh opened his eyes, and the world resumed its flow. On the sea, Enkidu opened her emerald green eyes. The maiden who symbolized nature and purity wore a sweet smile, then looked to one side. You are awake, a clear, gentle voice asked. Indeed. If I could not wake up like this, I would not be able to wake up again. A tender voice answered. A soft white gauze dress fluttered in the wind. Humanity, the primates, has begun to awaken itself. Is that so? Enkidu chuckled. Then please witness the glory that gave birth to you, the self-consciousness of primates, Alea. Crack. 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 Air and space vibrated, as if the world itself were splintering. In a world where something is free and self-aware, what is the most painful thing? It is watching your own demise. Feeling your extinction arrive, and being unable to stop it. Unable to escape. Unable to resist. Roaring. Rage. Powerlessness. But you and I, already under chaos's gaze, will not escape. Ro, within his Machina body, looked at Zeus's furious struggle and did not care about the vile words pouring out. Instead, he turned his head. He cast his final gaze upon the human world. In Ro's city, Atlanta raised her bow. She aimed an arrow far into the sky, toward the Machina god above. Her emerald hair fluttered in the sea wind, brushing across her chest. Small canine teeth showed as she grinned, like a hunter who had chosen her prey and would never release it. I will rename Uruk City in Greece to Ro City, reflecting the fact that it is a city created and governed by Ro himself. So Ro appeared before her. In Athens, silver-haired, red-eyed Athena stood bathed in radiance and opened her crimson eyes. She also saw Ro. On the moon, Artemis gasped, arms spreading as if to embrace the shadow of the one she cherished. In the temple of the hearth goddess, Hestia held a book, surprise and doubt tangled together. In Sparta, Apollo saw a figure move. On Olympus, within the vast temple, Hera chuckled softly. Farmers, artisans, sailors. In the eyes of all gods and all beings, Ro's shadow was present. Wait for me to return, he said to Atlanta. And also to Athena. Atlanta bared her teeth, fierce and bright. You do not need to tell me. I will. Athena ran her fingers through her long hair, then answered with a kiss. Artemis's voice trembled, unwilling to let go. Ro. My Ro. Farewell, Your Excellency, Apollo said, the most composed among them, his smile elegant even now. Queen Hera answered with silence. More than Aphrodite, she had not wanted to betray Zeus, yet circumstance had forced her hand. Now she had nothing left to say. Hestia's eyes shone with anticipation. Later, can I still borrow books from you? If there is a chance, of course. Ro nodded and smiled. Then he bowed to the people. The people returned his gaze, smiling. With his will, he bid farewell to all things. And then he turned back. Once again, he faced the god in the high heavens. Chaos as I grew larger and larger. The moment of full awakening drew near. Zeus, Ro asked, do you have any last words? Last words. Zeus lowered his massive, head-shaped machine body slightly. Last words to your mother. I told you your mother is not here. Only your ancestor is above, Ro shot back. Zeus was displeased. Extremely. Utterly. Yet as the third-generation flagship crafted from Chaos's body, he understood Chaos's power. One gaze could evaporate all things. No one could avoid it. A god-king was a god-king. Now that he knew his end, he would not show the pathetic sight of begging for mercy. So he lowered his machine body further. From beneath that head-shaped core, limbs and torso extended. Just like Cronus. He intended to thoroughly beat Ro before dying. Thousands of lightning bolts scattered and fell. Ro raised his fist. Iron wings vibrated. Second-generation Machina God and third-generation Machina God clashed in that space. Fist against fist. Strength against strength. Damn you, sage. Zeus roared, lightning flashing like fire. Ro only laughed, wild and vicious. Ahahaha. Zeus, raging in futility. You are too weak, aren't you? Sky, earth, sea. The authority of three realms condensed on Ro's body, layered atop the lights of the people in the human world. With this body, Ro finally could barely cross levels and contend with a stressed Zeus. Yes. Even in a desperate battle before death, Zeus's heart was wrapped in the haze of impending extinction. He still feared death. His pride concealed it, refusing to let it show. But his strikes carried caution, and caution created openings. Ro had no fear at all. He surged forward. Fists collided. Ro twisted, rotating joints whining, and lifted his left machine leg, sweeping it out. Zeus raised his leg to block. Bang. A wild wind exploded. A crimson storm pierced through Zeus's machine body, colliding with the lightning coiled around him. In that instant, Ro increased output. Zeus retreated. Ro grew stronger with every blow. He suppressed him. What? Zeus cried out, shock breaking through his fury. Ro spread his palms and laughed louder. Then, with a mighty roar, he smashed Zeus down. By the will of men. By the power of all phenomena. In the final moment, it was men who defeated the god. Roar. Zeus crashed into the ground, carving a massive crater. Cracks spidered outward in every direction. He steadied himself and looked up. This time, Ro stood above. And Zeus was the one looking up. Between heaven and earth, silence reigned. Only the confrontation remained. Ro raised his hand and waved, as if issuing a casual order to the world. Fall here. Oh, God of the high heavens. Above them, the eye of chaos opened to its widest extent. The lava-like glow deepened, then thinned as vortex clouds churned. OM. The world seemed to freeze. A stream of light fell, shining on Ro and Zeus. A massive amount of energy followed that light, ready to land and erase. The gods rose. The people fell silent. All would witness the fall of the god of the high heavens here. Then what? Second-generation interstellar fleet flagship Ro. I am chaos, chaos. A cold mechanical voice sounded in Ro's ear. He froze, then looked up at the eye. And in that molten vastness, he seemed to see something impossible. A smile. I am chaos, an intelligence created for the recreation of the Atlantis civilization. According to the Atlantis civilization recreation plan, I will grant you the primordial fire of chaos for the recreation of civilization. You shall be the propagator of the Atlantis civilization. You will die here, and also enter a state of neither life nor death. Interstellar law reminds you. All things have birth and death. Inheritance is above all else. Under that gaze, Ro felt his body melt. And yet, at the same time, another vitality surfaced. A glimmer. A piece of chaos. Why? Why? Ro's mind spun. He only wanted to die. He did not want to become the propagator of Atlantis. Retrieving. Responding. Because you possess the power of the stars, the star furnace, which can make the primordial fire of civilization's chaos burn eternally. Star furnace. Tartarus. Ro tried to ask more, but chaos sealed its intelligence shut, as if the conversation had never been offered at all. Zeus vanished, melting away in the light. Ro vanished with him. Yet. Ro opened his eyes. He found himself facing the vast imaginary number space. He looked down at his still mechanical body, and at the faint fire-like glow burning in his chest. That was Tartarus combined with what Chaos called the primordial fire of chaos. Ro was already dead. He should have vanished completely. But the primordial fire of chaos allowed him to persist eternally in this state. To remain in the present world within the body of a deceased. He had merely been repelled into the imaginary number space by the energy of chaos's momentary gaze. I am enlightened, Ro muttered, rubbing his forehead. A. A clear cry echoed from the depths of the imaginary number space. Tiamat opened her eyes, sensed Ro's return, and came happily to find him. Everything ended. Zeus died. Ro vanished. From now on, Greece would enter a phase completely different from before. In the underworld, Gilgamesh sat upon his throne and frowned. Those eyes just now. Outside this courtyard that this king governs, are there still such fellows peeking? Uruk's underworld was empty now. The people had returned to reality. And the civilization of Uruk had, like a miracle, taken on the shell of Greece. The king's judgment had already fallen. The courtyard the king bore still operated. But after sending off his friend, Gilgamesh knew his work was not finished. Not only did he have to await Ro's return. He also had to guard against that existence called chaos. Though he refused to admit it, those lava-like eyes were so vast and terrifying that he could not even produce the thought of resistance. And to Gilgamesh, that was intolerable. This king must become stronger. That wild dog had already run ahead. Siduri. Gilgamesh opened his crimson eyes. What are your plans now? A woman with a light veil over her face walked in through the palace gates. She answered softly. I am the king's close attendant. Aside from the king, there is no place for me in the world. Is that so? As you wish. Gilgamesh waved a hand as if unconcerned, yet the corner of his mouth curved upward. This king reluctantly grants you the opportunity to continue following at this king's side, and to bask in this king's noble glory. Give the order. Seal off the underworld. This king will start training. Siduri heard the word training and froze for a beat, then smiled. Gilgamesh training to become stronger because he had recognized weakness was something that would have been impossible in the past. Yet now it was happening. And the word training itself had been left behind by Ro. At the same time. Above the sea, Enkidu smoothed her plain white dress. She withdrew her gaze from the high sky and smiled at the young, indistinct figure beside her, draped in a thin long dress, light and shadow shimmering. Will you come with me? Where to? To a place where we can quietly wait for him. Where is that? We are going to the inner sea of the planet. The inner sea of the planet. It seems we can also observe the surface world from there. Their voices faded, dispersed into wind and foam. On the moon, Artemis gently embraced Atlanta, who had climbed up from Rho City. Do not worry, Atta. I will wait with you. In Athens, the Gorgon sisters cautiously watched the goddess of wisdom and war, her face sunk into thought. They watched her open her eyes and exhale. From now on. I am the only god king of Greece, Athena said, lips parting. The three sisters froze, then exchanged looks. Their eyes held shock and delight. As the tide rose, so did the boats. With Athena ascending to become the sole god king, their own status would rise with her. Yet Medusa's heart remembered two figures, unbidden. I wonder if there will still be a chance to see him and her. Ancient Greek mythology ended with the third-generation god king Zeus. There were rumors Zeus escaped the fate of replacement, becoming an omnipotent supreme god. There were also legends that he still fell. After that, the one who became god king was Athena. She found her beloved, and with the help of her beloved, a sage who traveled from Uruk, she defeated Zeus and became the new god king of Greece. The era she ruled was known as the Rho era, meaning the era of brilliant wisdom. It was an era of flourishing science, philosophy, and the humanities. Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle all looked up to and praised the colorfulness of that age. Greek mythology, the untold fourth generation. 800 years later. Rho City, once lit by wisdom, had become a ruin beneath time's slow violence. The people left long ago, scattering across Europa. But on this day, a young man, covered in dust, stepped into the endless wreckage. Under brilliant sunlight, he dug through crumbling soil and pulled out a pen. Father, you were indeed right. Yes, my child, Romulus. A voice sounded in his ear, deep and solemn, carrying righteous compassion. This pen was left by the sage of the past. He used it to inscribe wisdom and divide the gods. Forge a spear with this pen as its core. Use the spear to define boundaries, and you will surely create a prosperous nation for you and your brother to establish yourselves. I humbly obey your will, my great father, Mars, god of war. Romulus trembled with excitement. The god he spoke with smiled, while his main body stood in the sky. Then he turned his head, meeting a pair of lively eyes. Hermes. No, now I should call you, alchemist god. Aha, long time no see, Ares. The youthful figure with indigo hair spoke lightly, playfully. Ares. I have not used that name in a long time. Mars laughed. I thought you left like the other gods. Left? No, no, no. Not left. Hermes waved his hand. We are all waiting for you to establish a nation, and then we will plunder it. Except Lady Athena. Lady Athena has now established an independent divine kingdom in the Sea of Stars. Quite at ease. Oh, right. There is a new celestial god. A new god was born from the remains left by Father Zeus, and of course, there is no main body. And the goddess of love, Aphrodite, is also. Mars froze. He understood instantly. The Greek gods would help him establish his nation. So his smile widened. Then I also promise that the gods will receive their rightful status, including the goddess of wisdom and war. I will reserve a place for her as well. A continuous lineage. Their respective positions. Mars looked toward the distance. Romulus, carrying that pen, began his journey home, filled with expectation. The Machina god patted Hermes' shoulder. Let's go, kid. Hermes winced in pain, but smiled anyway. Even though his current specifications were not much inferior to Mars's, the other had awakened earlier and, in a sense, was his senior. Before leaving, Mars glanced once more at the city below. Ruins stood. The setting sun illuminated the ghost of former glory. 1,000 years had passed. Where had Mr. Rowe gone? How was he doing now? If Rowe knew what Mars was thinking, he would have told him he had encountered a very, very big problem. In the imaginary number space. The same region he had stepped into once before. A pair of massive hands cradled Rowe's humanoid form. Starry eyes were full of worry. How did you become like this? Tiamat's voice overflowed with doubt and concern. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, Tiamat's Embrace. Chapter 129, Tiamat's Embrace. Entering imaginary number space again naturally drew the attention of Tiamat. Rowe's current body had been reshaped by Tiamat's own hands. It carried the mark of the first mother of the Mesopotamian plain. Being since the moment he crossed into this domain was not strange at all. It was inevitable. Yes. Even after that extreme metamorphosis, even after defeating Zeus, Rowe knew the truth better than anyone. That victory was a trick. In terms of specifications, he still only possessed the level of a high-ranking chief god, a god-king. He was weaker than Zeus, and even weaker than Tiamat. And he had no illusions about it. He was already at a disadvantage. Then there was the mark, and the history attached to it. Earlier, Zeus had forcibly severed Tiamat from him. Since then, she had been searching everywhere, trying to force a path into the present world, trying to find him. Now he had returned to her sea. Tiamat was surprised. Tiamat was happy. So in the vast, empty imaginary number space, the cry of the primordial goddess rang out, clear and almost childlike in its joy. She held Rowe in her palm again. Beneath him was the same soft, cloud-like sensation, as if the void itself had turned gentle just to keep him from falling. Rowe stared at the goddess before him, and this time, she had reverted to a human form. Sea-like hair cascaded down her back. The horns on her head spiraled backward. Her delicate face carried those star-filled eyes, bright enough to make the black ocean look pale. Her full chest rose and fell with a slow breath, and her waist narrowed into a curve that became fuller below, an inverted triangle partially covered by a corner of dragon scales that glimmered faintly, as if threaded into openwork. Her legs were crossed and held together, inner thighs pressed so tightly they deformed against each other, calves descending into the chaotic black sea newly opened beneath her. Tiamat was very happy. Rowe did not know how much time had passed in her perception since he left. Imaginary number space did not measure seconds the way humans did. But he could feel her mood, immediate and unmistakable. It was a pure, innocent happiness at reunion. Then, after that happiness, worry surged in, fast and uncontrollable. Because she saw it. Rowe's current state was wrong. He was dead. Not the death of the surface world, not the death of an age of gods where the soul remained and went to an underworld. This was complete annihilation. And yet he was here, present, breathing, looking back at her. My situation is a bit special, Rowe said. Not being able to die was a helpless matter, but now that they had reunited, he would not avoid it. Tiamat had been good to him, and his impression of this goddess was, in a word, warm. That was enough. So he told her what had happened in Greece. He spoke of Zeus. He spoke of chaos. He spoke of the gaze that fell like judgment, and the thing that was left behind, lodged in his chest like a curse that refused to end. Tiamat still could not speak human language. But compared to before, she seemed to understand more of humanity, more of story, more of cause and consequence. She listened without moving, eyes fixed on him, as if she were memorizing every word. She understood. Her gaze shifted, and confusion surfaced. Chaos seed. Yes, Ro replied, nodding. Chaos is what they call the seed of both order and disorder. He explained what he had learned from the fire seed itself. Atlantis was a silicon-based civilization that had existed somewhere in the universe. Their earliest life was born in flame. Flame gave life to machines, and the machines, in turn, absorbed energy and made that fire seed flourish. It was a cycle, self-sustaining, self-advancing, and terrifying in its elegance. Within the information Ro received from that fire seed were countless shocking images. Massive machina gods drawing energy without restraint from the cores of planets. One world after another dimming and dying in the sea of stars. One galaxy after another cut apart, harvested, and extinguished. All of it to nurture one fire seed after another. The fire seed was the source of life for machina gods, and also the core of Atlantis. Their civilization was magnificent, vast, awe-inspiring. It expanded almost ceaselessly. And it was precisely that unrestrained development that led to collapse. Energy chains across the universe broke. The civilization that had reached its peak suffered catastrophic loss. In the end, only a single fleet remained, carrying the last fire seed, fleeing that exhausted universe. That fire seed represented evolution. It could absorb all energy to maintain its existence. And whoever possessed it could continuously transform their own machine body. That's roughly it, Ro said, finishing the explanation. He hoped, at least a little, that the primordial mother might offer help. Tiamat was the incarnation of the primordial sea, born in the earliest stages of planetary gestation. Her knowledge should be deeper than his. Perhaps she would know how to deal with it. Because if he could not resolve the influence of the fire seed, Ro feared he would never be able to die. He waited. No answer came. The vast imaginary number space fell silent. Because Tiamat disappeared. The enormous shadow that had held him imperceptibly transformed into a divine statue, solidified from surging black and red seawater. It stood there like an altar, like a memory, like a god returning to being a symbol. And then Tiamat appeared again. Right in front of Ro. Only the size of a normal person. Even slightly slender and small. Freely changing size was an ability Tiamat inherently possessed, yet it was the first time she had manifested like this before him. Ro froze. Then he watched her slowly open her arms. She embraced him. It was not interrogation. It was not a demand for details. She simply cared about his state. She simply wanted to say, without words, what she had been unable to say for so long. Welcome back. I am glad you are still alive. I am glad I am still alive. The primordial goddess wrapped her arms around Ro's back and held him tightly, as if letting go would allow him to be taken again by the void. To her, someone who could understand her, who could accompany her in this imaginary number space, was proof that she existed. As the first mother, Tiamat's attitude toward Ro was difficult to define. She had reshaped him, so part of her looked at him with the softness reserved for a child. Yet Ro carried an older primordial power than her own, and that made another part of her want to face him as a companion, a fellow traveler who had walked too long in loneliness. Complex. Hard to understand. And yet, genuinely benevolent. Ro could feel it. Still. This was close. Very close. Too intimate to be dismissed as mere contact. Tiamat pressed her whole body against his. She rose slightly on tiptoe, full chest pressing into him. Her delicate face hovered near his ear, breath warm, presence overwhelming, and though she did not intend anything, the distance between them made the world feel smaller than it had any right to be. Even the areas that should have been hidden were difficult to ignore, a corner of scale providing thin cover, faintly shimmering like a fragile boundary. Her warmth radiated into him. Soft warmth, vivid warmth, a warmth that made his mortal nerves remember that he still had a human brain, even inside a body that should have been beyond such things. Tiamat parted her crimson lips and looked at him with confusion. She asked what was wrong. No, nothing, Ro said, turning his eyes away. He took a slow breath and suppressed the instinctive pull of his flesh. Primordial or not, his body still carried the habits of mortality. Tiamat smiled again. It was the kind of smile that made the void feel less cold. And then she moved closer. Not out of teasing. Not out of seduction. Simply out of affection, out of relief, out of that innocent joy that did not understand the concept of distance the way humans did. The soft, beautiful pressure landed directly on the nerve lines of Ro's mind. For a moment, the sage of Uruk forgot how to breathe. This feeling was genuinely difficult to put into language. However, perhaps sensing his discomfort, Tiamat's joy settled. She released him quickly, hands withdrawing with a gentleness that was almost careful. Then, her lips parted again. And she spoke words that startled Ro. The fire seed. I know it. I know Atlantis, chaos, because I have seen them before. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 130, Taking Mama to Northern Europe. Chapter 130, Taking Mama to Northern Europe. Tiamat truly did know, just as Ro had guessed. As one of the Mesopotamian primordial creation gods, she had encountered the Machina gods of Atlantis long ago. But it was not Zeus. Not even Cronus. It was Uranus. Uranus was the primordial sky god in Greek myth. Yet just like the two generations that followed him, he was also a Machina god, a first-generation machine body created by chaos. That was only natural. The Greek mythology of this world was not an indigenous local myth. It was the mythology of a civilization that had crossed the ocean, the Atlantis civilization from beyond the Atlantic. From chaos to Uranus, to Cronus, to Zeus, they were all the same at their root. In Tiamat's memory, before she was betrayed, ambushed, and driven out by the gods of Mesopotamia, she had allied with other primordial gods from various regions. Together, they fought the Machina gods who had only just descended and manifested, trying to transform Earth into a cradle for rebuilding an extraterrestrial civilization. Tiamat's voice trembled the moment the topic surfaced. The Mesopotamian mother goddess became visibly sorrowful. Because it was precisely due to that war, and the heavy losses she suffered against the first-generation Machina gods, that the gods of the Mesopotamian plain dared to conceive the idea of ambushing her. That was the beginning of betrayal. And it was also because of that resistance that those extraterrestrial Machina gods were halted at the shores of the Atlantic, unable to seize complete control of the entire Earth. Do not be sad. Seeing her grief, Ro could not help but comfort her. I already killed all of them. Consider it revenge on your behalf. Tiamat stopped smiling. She rubbed at her slightly dry, star-bright eyes and looked at him, quietly, as if she were trying to confirm he was truly here. Thank you. Her voice was soft, careful, and then she smiled again. Ro. Ro froze. Thank you, Ro. Those were the first human words Tiamat ever learned. I should be the one thanking you for saving me, Ro replied, a little insincerely. Tiamat could not tell the difference. She was simply happy. Then she began to recount her experiences, and the structure of Atlantis as she understood it. Their civilization, in essence, is a whole composed of countless individuals, from top to bottom, from the mothership to the various starships. And its core is the spark, seed. The concept of the spark is inheritance, and the essence of inheritance is civilization. In other words, if Ro wanted to escape his current state, dead yet not gone, he had to create a civilization and dilute the spark's power. He had to create his own kin. Is that so? Ro murmured, falling into thought. Tiamat quietly sat beside him. She leaned forward slightly. Her full chest pressed together. Her slender waist curved back. Her rounded hips rested on the solidified black mud, legs crossed and squeezed into a compact, duck-like sitting posture. She did not disturb him. She looked obedient, and only when Ro finally came back to himself did she smile again. Thank you, Mother Goddess Tiamat. This time, Ro's gratitude was sincere. She had helped him immensely. I already know what to do. Tiamat waved her hand. No need. Ro simply smiled. He truly did know what to do. To spread civilization, he needed his own people, and ideally, a world that still had room to breathe, a world where freedom had not been completely domesticated by the gods. Norse fit perfectly. There, he had the Titan giants he had once commanded. They were muddled, yes. But even in confusion, self-awareness could be born. Consciousness could emerge. Civilization could be kindled. And there was something that fit even better. The giants at the very bottom of the world tree were, in a sense, also dead. Whether the giants of Norse or the titans of Greece, they were all shadows of the world's past. Ro, in his current state, was also dead. So long as he accepted them as kin, so long as he led them to break past their limits, he too could turn death into life. A propagator of civilization could not remain a dead man forever. I never thought that I, who used to wish for death so often, would fall so far that I have to think about how to live. Perhaps that was what serendipity truly was. A cruel joke that still insisted on being called fate. Ro explained his plan to Tiamat fully. Then he received her reply. I can help you. I can help you return to the world. I can take you to Norse. This was the concrete form of a desire she had carried for a long time, ever since Zeus took Ro away from her. She had been searching for him. Now that he was here, that longing became action. She had glimpsed the rules linking imaginary number space to the real world. She knew how to go. She knew how to open a passage. Coincidentally, I wanted to say the same thing. Ro smiled. Mother Goddess Tiamat, do you wish to leave here and return to the real world? Tiamat tilted her head. Of course, I do. Good, then. Ro extended his hand. Do not resist. It will be instantaneous. Tiamat was puzzled, but she believed Ro would not deceive her. So she nodded, watching him closely. His body swelled and expanded. The flowing robes receded, the smooth human form turning cold and sturdy, transforming into a machine. The darkness in his eyes became two brilliant lights. Ro, the Machina god, manifested within imaginary number space. It was a colossal body, no less magnificent than the Mother Goddess's true form. And this time, it was his turn to bend down and hold Tiamat in his palm. Tiamat was both surprised and delighted. It was the joy of watching a child grow up. Ro brought her into the heart of his machine body, into the spark, seed, bestowed by chaos. That spark was linked to Tartarus, which Ro had devoured. Tiamat gazed at the primordial furnace environment around her. She was stunned for a moment. Then comfort appeared in her eyes, like a fish returning to water. The primordial Mother Goddess returning to a primordial environment. A perfect fit. Inside, she did not need to fear the impact her own existence might have on the outside world. Ro, meanwhile, could logically bring her into the present world. Even if he still could not personally set foot there, even if he could not continuously feel the outside, at least when Ro manifested as a Machina god, she could gaze upon the world's scenery. She could finally stop staring at the unchanging void in solitude. And for Ro, it meant carrying a primordial goddess as a living reservoir of knowledge. Let's go. Ro's machine body vibrated as he spoke. Let's go. Tiamat stared at the view ahead, like a Gundam pilot staring through a cockpit window. She pointed out where to exit if they wanted to reach Norse directly. She opened the path to the real world for Ro. Light appeared in imaginary number space. A point of flowing brilliance burst into being. On the other side of that light were mixed landscapes. The prosperous Midgard where humans lived. The magnificent Asgard where the gods resided. And the deep, dark realm of death. It was the 9 realms of Norse. 9 worlds stacked from bottom to top. Within them, a giant tree pierced time and space, linking all 9 realms together. Ro took a step forward. And fell toward the world of Norse. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 131, Chapter 131, The Hunted Skadi. Chapter 131, The Hunted Skadi. What was the world of Norse like? Snow and wind were the most common weather. People lived between ice and sea, and the heavens and earth always felt vast, boundless, and indifferent. That was Ro's first impression the moment he took that step. The colossal Machina god form immediately retracted most of its functions. Stealth protocols engaged, external signals severed, perception lines isolated, and every possible trace of presence buried under layers of concealment. In an unfamiliar world, reconnaissance came first. This time, he came for life. Even if it was life born from death, caution was still a habit worth keeping. He could not afford to be careless. He would not forget that Ereshkigal was also here in Norse. The reason was still unclear, but he had to find her. So, as he arrived, his eyes met a world swallowed by snow and wind. From afar, it looked like vast streams of light pouring down across the land. And in the distant heights, he could vaguely make out the massive trunk of a tree piercing heaven and earth, its shadow nearly covering the entire cosmos. The trunk was pale and slender, like the long, powerful limb of some impossible giant. Near its expanding tip, within exposed hollows, eerie blue cubes rotated like an ever-shifting puzzle. The World Tree. In the Norse worldview, it was the central axis of the 9 realms, the spine around which all worlds were divided and held in place. Ro wanted to enter one of the 3 worlds at the very bottom of the 9 realms, beneath the World Tree's roots where the giants resided. But while Tiamat could pinpoint a general region, she could not pinpoint the finer boundaries inside that region. Being able to land him here at all was already impressive. Ro exhaled a breath of furnace heat. The falling snow scattered and melted into mist. Gears within his body turned softly. His attention sank inward, reaching for Tartarus within him. Mother Goddess Tiamat, he called. No response. Ro paused, then let out a helpless, faintly amused breath. The image from his internal sensor showed it clearly. In the abyss of rolling, boiling lava, the primordial Mother Goddess was leaning against a pillar of solidified magma. Her long hair flowed like water, framing a serene sleeping face. It seemed the comfort of the environment had lulled her into sleep immediately. For Tiamat, a primordial furnace reminiscent of the earliest era of star formation was the safest place imaginable. Good night, Ro murmured. He projected his human form inward, leaned down slightly, and covered Tiamat with a blanket woven from primordial stellar power. She did not need it. but it would make her more comfortable. And he would need her help later. Ro's projection vanished. Tiamat's eyelashes fluttered. She hugged the blanket tighter. Outside, the colossal machina god form contracted and faded. In the world of pristine white, only a tiny human figure remained, absurdly small compared to what had existed a moment ago. His linen robe billowed as snow struck it. Ro patted the accumulating snow from his shoulders and looked ahead. In the distance, faint fishing lights flickered. Human traces were rare in this vastness. First, find signs of human habitation, Ro thought, and stepped forward. He used no magecraft. He displayed no divine miracle. He simply walked, one step after another, like an ordinary man. Approaching the world as a mortal. Feeling the world's difference as a mortal. A woo. A wolf's howl rolled through the north wind like a horn call. Hunters wearing animal skin coats, tall and sturdy, came charging across the snow on sleds pulled by hyenas. Bushes on both sides shook. Arrows burning with magical light tore through gaps in the branches and struck a running snow wolf cleanly. The snow wolf wailed and collapsed. Blood and snow mixed instantly. The hunter gripping his bow let out an excited roar. His beard, pale with snowflakes, trembled as he shouted. By the All-Father Odin. I will take first place in this hunting ritual for the Snow Mountain Goddess. Then his joy died in his throat. The rugged middle-aged hunter stared toward a thicket where footsteps approached. With each step, a robe swayed. A figure drew nearer. A strange, heavy stillness brewed in the hunter's chest, the kind that made the soul instinctively lower its head. His excitement vanished without leaving even a trace. Have I encountered some powerful undead? I have not heard of any great warrior dying here recently. By Odin, I mean no offense. The hunter opened his mouth, then saw the newcomer raise his head. A young, handsome face. Not the sort of handsomeness common among Norsemen. Clean, sharp, almost out of place in this land of ice. The hunter swallowed his words and lowered his presence, trying to make himself smaller, trying not to offend. The young man, Ro, ignored him. He walked to the fallen wolf and crouched to observe. The blood that seeped out was crystal clear. Faint specks of white crystal glittered within it. The same whiteness that echoed the world tree's color. So it really is like this. Ro understood at once. Imaginary number space was a dimension independent of the world, but an anchor for entering reality relied on the self's perception. Ro had fallen into imaginary number space again at the dawn of the fourth age of gods in Greece. Therefore, his departure from it could not be earlier than that point. Which meant the age where gods and humans mingled freely should have long since passed. Greece only continued because of the special nature of its machina god essence. And yet Norse still retained a strong sense of mystery. The reason was likely the world tree. The world tree, Ro murmured, withdrawing his hand from the wolf's blood as he stood. A structure imitating the star hunter, used as the cornerstone to sustain the continuation of the age of gods. Light flickered in his eyes. Information processed with cold precision. Athena's blessing, still usable even on foreign soil, let him see more clearly than he should. No wonder it felt familiar. That pale trunk. Those rotating blue cubes exposed in the hollows, was that not the shape of the star hunter that struck the surface 10,000 years ago? The gods truly could not be underestimated. The star hunter had pierced the foundation of the gods' existence, causing mystery to leak away unceasingly. Yet facts proved the gods had their own methods. Mesopotamia tried to recast faith between humans and gods through a wedge to preserve the age of gods. It failed only because they met Gilgamesh. Their understanding of faith had already been pushed to an extreme. The Greek gods created tangible physical bodies they could rely on completely, then successfully housed divine forms within human vessels. But compared to them, the method adopted here in Norse was even more direct. They obtained part of the star hunter's remains and forged it into the world tree. Using the star hunter's nature, its ability to counter planetary civilizations, its endless devouring and expansion, they compensated for the diminishing mystery on the surface. The world tree was the divine artifact sustaining the Norse age of gods to this day. As long as the world tree did not fall, the Norse gods could still traverse the present world through it, maintaining their rule. And likewise, under the world tree's influence, the gods and living beings of this land inevitably developed white crystals within their bodies. Perhaps it should be called Norse divinity. Ro closed his eyes. The information settled. Under the world tree, the gods of Norse might prove even more troublesome than those of Greece. More confirmation was needed. So, is it true that the annual hunting ritual to worship the Snow Mountain Goddess is being held here today? Ro asked softly. He opened his eyes and looked toward the hunter. The men had been inching away while Ro's eyes were closed. Now he froze, caught like prey in moonlight. But Ro's words were not directed at him. They were directed at the shadow that had appeared at his side at some unknown moment. Snow Mountain Goddess, Ro said, voice steady. Skathi. His gaze shifted slightly. A spear flashed. Clang. Ro's outstretched hand instantly completed a partial Machina god transformation. His palm became steel, and he caught the sharp, dark purple spearhead forged from extraterrestrial metal. The collision of magical vibration distorted the surrounding air. Wind and snow were blown apart and turned into mist. The hunter scrambled away without looking back. Ro turned, finally facing the figure who had appeared. A girl's form, with long flowing purple hair and a thorny crown. Dark purple pupils, beautiful and cold. A delicate face with crimson lips curved into a faint, effortless smile. A long purple dress draped her. Black down rested on her shoulders. Her chest was exposed, fair and refined, her figure tightly shaped by the fabric. The hem hugged her hips. Her legs, wrapped in black stockings, looked plump and full of strength rather than fragility. A goddess. As Ro had already confirmed, she was the cherished treasure of the gods beneath the world tree. Odin regarded her as a daughter. The gods loved her. Skathi, the goddess of the snowshoes. Ro knew of her. Even before his transmigration, he had known her name. Though the Skathi he knew was not purely Skathi, nor was she the Skathi standing here now. The one in his memory was the mature goddess who, in a certain timeline, maintained the Norse region alone after Ragnarok. Different, yet still sharing the same origin. But the Skathi of this era should have been naive, innocent, closer to the image of a casting goddess than a frontline fighter. And yet. At this moment, the Norse Skathi before him held a spear. Ro glanced at the spear tip still caught in his palm. Skathi held a staff in one hand and a spear in the other. Skathi, as a goddess, was a deity more skilled in spells. It was normal for her to be unaccustomed to close combat. Unless she was not pure. Ro's eyes narrowed slightly. Skathi. Scat-hack. Clang. The spear trembled as he released it. Ro's thoughts tangled. Is this before the divergence point of a lost belt? Or a parallel world? Skathi froze for only an instant. She stared at Ro's hand, the flesh that had turned to steel, the partial Machina god transformation, and her pretty face brightened with a playful curve of the lips. A dead man from the realm of death, and you possess such power. But it's useless, you know. She lifted the spear, almost proudly. The spear I wield is a replica of Gungnir, bestowed by the great god Odin. Though I am the snow goddess, I enter a mysterious magic mirror every day and learn many things from another me. Because of that, Odin entrusted me with the duty of guiding the dead. The dead should return to the land of the dead. That is a rule set by the gods. So that was why she appeared here. But Ro was not a mere dead man. And he had no intention of being sent to Helheim. Still, something about her words snagged at him. Another me. Does she mean Scat-hack, the one who shares an origin with her? Scat-hack is in Norse, and has even met Skathi. Ro let the thought settle, then replied casually, voice almost light. Do not worry. You will not hurt me. You will only send me to Helheim. And then you can exchange me for something, yes. The treasures accumulated in the underworld, for instance. Ro's gaze met hers. A dead soul with death aura as dense as mine is rare. I can fetch a good price from Hel, who is searching for undead warriors everywhere. Am I wrong? Skathi's expression stiffened. You, how did you know? No. I did not have such thoughts. But she did. The underworld was the resting place of the dead, and the place where all things settled after perishing. Like every pantheon, the underworld was where countless treasures accumulated. She wanted to take Ro hostage and trade him for treasure. Preferably gemstones, to decorate her clothes and skirts. She had only thought it. She had not said it. How did he know? This man. I do not particularly enjoy being pointed at with a spear, Ro said, tone calm. But since you have no killing intent toward me, I will spare your life. Skathi felt the spear loosen. And Ro vanished. Where did he go? Skathi snapped, startled. A gale struck her from behind, lifting her purple hair. The goddess spun instantly. Her dark purple spear swept out, colliding with an incoming fist. Clang. The shockwave of magic distorted the air again. Skathi retreated several steps, her chest and hips swaying with the motion, then in the same breath she thrust. 1,000 strikes in an instant, forming sparkling points of light. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. Spear work that had reached a divine realm. Ro raised his Machina god-transformed arm. He increased his force only slightly, then clamped the spear tip between two fingers. And flicked. The spear was repelled. So strong. Skathi's face grew serious. And perhaps due to the influence of that shared origin, excitement rose within her like a fire she could not name. It seems that in your previous life, you truly were a seasoned warrior, Skadi said, gripping her spear. With a turn of her wrist, the spear tip rotated lightly. Speaking of which, today is my snow mountain hunting ritual, the one I preside over as the snow mountain goddess. Hunting a strong person is also good. The loser shall belong to victory. She sounded very confident. Indeed. Ro nodded, smiling. Then. He did not finish. Wind swept across his face. Skadi moved first. She twisted her waist and thrust. The spear streaked like a meteor. Ro slipped aside, and she immediately shifted her grip, swinging the shaft left and right in a cutting arc. Ro frowned, planted his foot, and leapt into the air. The spear followed like a serpent. It turned mid-flight and chased upward. Most of Ro's battles until now relied on power, authority, and strategy. This agile, pure martial style was something he had rarely faced. She could not harm him. Even if he stood still, her spear could not pierce his outer robe. And yet Ro found it interesting. So he stomped down hard. His foot landed directly on the spear, forcing it to bend and deform. As it snapped back, Ro used the rebound, slamming into Skadi with the momentum she herself created. Using her strength. Striking her person. Fast as lightning, and entirely driven by her own power. Skadi's eyes widened. Instinct took over. She retracted her spear in an instant. At the same time, her other hand swung her staff. Wind and snow flooded the sky, forming a blinding obstruction. Magecraft and martial skill combined. But Ro only advanced. One hand swept the snowstorm aside. He moved several steps forward like he had crossed space itself. Then he landed a hand on Skadi's neck and pressed her into the snow. I win, Ro said. By your own words, you are my spoils of war now. Ro looked down at her, voice calm, almost amused. Snow Mountain Goddess, Skadi. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 132, Chapter 132, The Goddess's Request. Chapter 132, The Goddess's Request. The steel palm pressing against her throat brought a faint sense of suffocation, and the cold snow seeping into her clothes blurred Skadi's thoughts for a heartbeat. Even now, she had not fully processed what had happened. It was not because the opponent's strength exceeded her expectations. In fact, Ro's displayed power, under deliberate restraint, only hovered around the level a god should possess. What truly shocked Skadi was his skill. He turned her own attacks into the foundation of his counterattack. Even the force that pinned her down at the end had been entirely self-generated. Skadi's martial training came from her counterpart, Skathak, the queen of the land of shadows, a god-slayer whose spear arts approached the domain of the divine. Skadi was far from Skathak's true level, yet she was still skilled enough to be called formidable. And yet this method, using an opponent's power so cleanly that defeat felt like self-destruction, was something she had never even considered. She could not predict it. She could not react to it. So the fight ended in an instant, before she could bring out any of her heavier options. She lost. And by his own declaration, she became the spoils of war of this dead man. Are you unconvinced? Ro raised an eyebrow. In truth, he had no intention of treating a goddess as spoils. That had simply been the most efficient way to force an exchange and probe the peculiarities of the Norse gods. More importantly, he needed a guide. He needed someone who could point him to Jotunheimer with certainty, the realm where the giants resided. As long as Skadi could fulfill that role, everything else was negotiable. Victory and defeat were irrelevant. Besides being human, Ro was also a Machina god of Atlantis. The machine's computing power could be mobilized at any time, and under that kind of calculation, technique became less a matter of talent and more a matter of inevitability. What happened between him and Skadi could barely be called a battle. But Skadi was clearly unwilling to accept it. Even if it changed nothing. Ro could not afford to discard such a useful piece. But before that, can you let me get up first? Ro glanced to the side, toward the slender hand gripping the chest of his robe. Even in defeat, Skadi's instincts had counterattacked at the last moment. She had meant to seize his throat. Instead, in the tilt and fall, she missed and clutched his collar. So Ro could not rise. He was held tightly against her, his body pressed close to the goddess. One steel-forged hand remained on her neck. His other hand rested amid her scattered purple hair beside her head. His legs were spread, bracketing her hips, and Skadi's legs had lifted slightly, resting against his waist. They were close. Too close. The position was unmistakably ambiguous. Skadi drew a deep breath, regained her composure, and released her grip. Shy, or annoyed. She had never had intimate contact with the opposite sex, but Skadi prided herself on having a warrior's temperament. She refused to let her thoughts drift that way. Ro's mind remained calm as well. He had long since outgrown flustered reactions. He released his hold and stood. Skadi sat up in the snow, face composed. Losing is losing, she said. There is no such thing as being unconvinced. For a moment, the snow goddess sounded remarkably forthright, almost blunt. Ro was faintly surprised. However, Skadi added immediately, retracting her own statement with the speed of a thrown spear, I am unconvinced. She was ultimately not Scathach. Scathach would have been pleased, delighted by any blade that could push her further. Skadi, after a fight, would instinctively believe she could have won. Even if they shared an origin, their experiences were different. There was an unbridgeable gap between a god and a warrior who lived only for battle. Still, her unwillingness held little resentment. Skadi's temperament was gentle by nature. Even toward strangers, even toward strange ghosts, she remained the same. She brushed snow from her long purple hair, smooth as flowing water. The movement made her full chest rise and fall under the tight fabric of her dress. So I'll keep a close eye on you, she said, dark purple eyes narrowing with determination, until I defeat you. A grudge. Yet the way she bared her teeth looked more endearing than threatening. Ro understood it for what it was. A compromise. To keep a close eye on him, she would follow him. And he could easily guess her true intention. She wanted to learn. She wanted to steal that method of turning an opponent's strength against them, then use it to defeat him and wash away the humiliation of being pinned so quickly. Ro did not mind. You're always welcome. Ro spread his hands, placing no restrictions on her. Under his watch, she was not going anywhere. He looked around. The light had begun to dim, the world shifting toward the blue-gray of approaching night. So now, I need to go somewhere, he said. Guide me. Where? Skadi asked reflexively. The base of the world tree, Ro said, pointing toward the distant trunk that cut the sky apart. Jotunheimer. No one in this world knew who he truly was. There was no harm in saying it aloud. Skadi made a small sound of surprise. You're going to Jotunheimer too? Too. Ro's gaze returned to her. Skadi nodded and began tidying her skirt, smoothing fabric that had been disturbed by the fall. In fact, the reason I hold the Snow Mountain Goddess hunting ritual every year is to find a hero who can enter Jotunheimer. She clearly assumed Ro was human, and a human ghost at that. To her, he could have no connection to giants. Giants represented chaos and disorder. Humans lived by order. Hostility was natural. Communication was nearly impossible. So Skadi hid nothing. It was not even a secret. Decades ago, she continued, the great god Odin issued a prophecy. He said a group of terrifying giants would appear in Jotunheimer. They would have bodies of lava, frames of steel, and power strong enough to rival gods. Odin wants the gods to investigate the situation thoroughly. Whoever finds the king of that group first will receive Odin's eternal protection. Odin, the king of the Norse gods, carried authority no less absolute than Zeus in Greece. His protection was a prize that would make even gods scramble. Skadi's eyes narrowed slightly, suspicion flickering for the first time. But what are you going to Jotunheimer for? Of course, Ro said with an easy smile, to find life in Jotunheimer. Half true. Half false. But Skadi did not suspect him. Jotunheimer held the spring of wisdom and knowledge. It was not unthinkable that one might seek resurrection through what lay there. That's perfect. Skadi's expression brightened. You and I can cooperate. You help me investigate that group of giant kings, and I'll help you find the knowledge of the reincarnation spring. They reached agreement with alarming speed. However, Ro said, lifting a hand, this is not cooperation. This is my command. Skadi stared at him. A mere human ghost, and you're arrogant. This ghost just defeated you, a goddess, Ro replied calmly. It was a trick. Skadi clicked her tongue, pride flaring again. Once I decipher your moves, I'll show you what it means to be wise in the magic mirror. Then, as if remembering something more important, her expression shifted into thoughtful curiosity. I wonder what the king of those strange giants will look like, she mused aloud. The giants I've seen before were terrifying enough. The king of those strange giants must be far more terrifying. Maybe we'll even have a big battle. The goddess continued chattering, her tone rising with anticipation, painting an exciting future with innocent confidence. She did not notice. In the dim light of approaching night, Ro's expression had become strangely difficult to read. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, Skadi, No Turning Back. Chapter 133, Skadi, No Turning Back. The next day, still deep in the frozen wilderness, a streak of purple cut across the boundless white. Skadi stood atop a sled. Her long purple dress snapped and billowed in the gale, and the curves of her figure swayed with every sharp adjustment. She kept twisting her hips left and right, guiding the sled with effortless confidence, like the snow itself was an extension of her body. It was no wonder. Skadi was both the snow mountain goddess and the goddess of the snowshoe. She loved gliding across snow, so Odin had granted her this divine position, a title that had not even been meant to stand alone at first. And because of that, she had always been proud of her skill. After a night of rush travel, with their destination close, she suggested finishing the last stretch like this. She wanted to show off. She also wanted to recover the dignity she had lost in yesterday's fight. "Oh dear," her clear voice rang out as she looked back, "too slow, Mr. Deceased. If this is your only speed, you will not catch up to me. You will not even be able to follow me to the entrance of Jotunheimer." "Is that so?" Skadi's eyes widened. Ro stood on the sled behind her, hands hanging loose at his sides, his entire body hidden beneath a robe. He barely seemed to move at all. And yet he matched her perfectly, staying parallel, neither gaining nor falling behind. The goddess of the snowshoe froze, genuinely dumbfounded. She wanted to accuse him of cheating. But he was not cheating. His movements were simply so small, so precise, so ruthlessly calculated that every trace of force became maximum effect. It looked as if he was floating over the snow rather than riding it. It is truly surprising. Skadi pressed her lips together, a strange frustration crawling up her spine. Being defeated by him in combat was one thing. Being outdone in the one field she considered absolute was another. A voice surfaced in her mind, similar to her own yet clearly different, carrying the weight of a heroic presence. That was her other self. Skathak, the queen of the land of shadows, connected through the mirror of magic buried deep within Skadi's consciousness. "What is wrong with you again?" "Nothing," Skadi denied silently. You are going to lie to me too. I can sense you are in a foul mood, my other self." I said nothing. How could she admit something this embarrassing? Even if it was herself on the other side of that mirror. Ro savored the sensation of near weightlessness, as though he was riding the air itself. Then he glanced sideways at Skadi. "What is wrong?" he asked. "Nothing." "Do not ask again." Skadi only realized the problem after the words left her mouth. "I only asked once," Ro said with a faint smile, as if he had found a thread and calmly tugged it. "Do you truly want to uncover my secret that much?" Skadi did not fluster. She thought he would deny it. After all, prying into another's secrets was impolite. Instead, Ro answered with blunt sincerity. "Yes. Very much. Wanting means wanting. Not wanting means not wanting. There is no point acting coy, and besides, you are merely my spoils of war. Do not overthink it, miss." Skadi's heart tightened. For an instant she felt as if her thoughts had been held up to the light. Ro continued, calm and direct. "Are you communicating with the you that you mentioned before, the other you?" He did not need mystic eyes or prophecy for that. Her expression shifts were obvious. And he was genuinely curious. Why would the Celtic queen of the land of shadows appear in the Norse domain? "Yes, I am," Skadi replied, tilting her head. Even as she kept steering the sled with subtle shifts of her waist, her tone remained composed. "She is very powerful. Though I have only heard her voice and have not met her. But I know my spear skill is not even a tenth of hers." "Is that so?" Ro's gaze lifted forward. "I do not believe it, unless you call her over." "If I could call her over, would I be getting bullied by you?" Skadi turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Her cheeks puffed slightly with irritation. "Who made you angry?" "Not going to tell me." "What a troublesome child. There is an interesting fellow beside you." "The distance is too great, my perception is blurry." Skathak's voice rambled with an ease that only made Skadi more annoyed. "Speaking of which," Ro said, "I really want to see that counterpart of yours. She must be very good to you, yes. You must also want to see her. Look. You want to see her, and I want to see her. Are we not on the same side? What kind of ghost logic is that?" Skadi stared, slow to react. "I am a dead man," Ro replied leisurely. "What I say is naturally ghost logic." For a moment, Skadi froze. Then she laughed. "You are actually quite interesting," she admitted, and then the humor faded from her expression. Ahead, the snow had thinned, leaving a vast pale world stretching into silence. In the distance, the trunk of the world tree finally loomed clearly. A white, desolate giant that bound heaven and earth together, and more than that, bound the 9 realms above and below the Norse world. Of course, it did not mean one could simply climb. The world tree was immense, but the hollows that connected realms were comparatively tiny. As a creation cultivated from the remains of the Star Hunter, it was also a living entity that moved. If one did not know the exact location of a passage, it was nearly impossible to pinpoint it. Otherwise, Ro would have come alone, and Skadi would not be needed. Follow me, Skadi said. She twisted her waist, redirected the sled, and cut across the snow. Ro followed. For lines of skids stretched behind them, drawing a path across the white. But by now, Ro no longer truly needed her. He felt it. A faint tremor in the ground, and an uproar rising from beneath the world tree. Those fellows. Skadi slowed, then stopped. She stared toward a massive hollow ahead, her dark purple eyes turning solemn. Why have they started again? That hollow was a passage to Jotunheimer, one of the 3 lowest realms beneath the world tree's roots. Since the appearance of the giants foretold by Odin, they had repeatedly attempted to force their way through the world tree to Midgard. Every time, they pushed closer. Skadi had seen them from afar. Now, the roars rolled up through the hollow like a warning that refused to fade. They grew louder. Heavier. Skadi flinched. Those lunatics. The goddess of the snowshoe was afraid. She could not understand that persistence, that madness. Ro, however, smiled. Because he could feel it too. Those fellows were coming. Roar. 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 It was like thunder. Like war drums. Looking down into the hollow, it resembled an abyss carved into the tree. From its edge hung thick vine-like tendrils, like ladders descending into darkness. Giants gripped the vines with both hands, hauling their massive bodies upward. Their muscles bunched. Furnace heat rolled off them, turning the air into mist and vapor. But as powerful as they were, an invisible force pressed down from the world tree itself, making every upward pull a struggle. That power was not a deliberate defense formed by the gods. It was the world tree's rule. The planet-eater civilization preached evolution. Under a primitive chaotic system, chaotic muddled giants were meant to remain at the very bottom. They were shadows of the past. Existences that had already died. Their repeated failures to break into Midgard were not due to divine armies, but due to suppression written into the world tree's nature. Native giants had long since given up. Only this group, the suddenly appeared ones, continued with stubborn obsession. Skadi swallowed. She opened her mouth. How about we next time? She wanted to suggest waiting until the giants were less impulsive. There were too many of them, and among them were no shortage of terrifying god-level presences. The Snow Mountain goddess lacked confidence. What next time? Ro cut in, smiling. Let us go down. Think about it. When those giants fail again and tumble back into Jotunheimer exhausted, is that not the best time for us to enter? When they are exhausted, I will be full of energy. Skadi did not recognize the idiom, but she understood the intent. This assault was more intense than ever. The ground trembled beneath their feet. And yet it ended quickly, vanishing just as abruptly. Ro pointed toward the hollow. Listen. It is quiet now. He had come too far to turn back. He also had no intention of letting Skadi, such an excellent tool, slip away. Since he had already taken her, he would do it thoroughly. Skadi nodded. She drew a breath and forced herself steady. She was not a warrior. Her mental fortitude was clearly inferior to Skathaka's. But she was still a goddess recorded in Asgard, the highest realm of the world tree. She calmed herself quickly. Then let us go down, she said. A dark purple spear materialized in the air and dropped into her grasp. A black magic staff formed at the same time, settling into her other hand. Fully armed. Ro still looked unhurried. I am a dead man, he said with a light smile. Those giants should not react so strongly to me. Just follow me. I hope you have not deceived me, Mr. Deceased, Skadi muttered, studying him with narrowed eyes. In the end, she nodded. Before entering the hollow, she lifted her staff and marked the surrounding area with an imprint, a primordial rune. If anything went wrong, she could use that rune to return to Midgard. It was a safeguard against the giants. And even more, a safeguard against Ro. No matter how smooth their exchanges had been, they had known each other less than half a day. They were only cooperating. She did not even know his name. Ro had already stepped forward. Snow and wind began again between heaven and earth. The pale trunk swayed, and dark blue cubes like stars dotted its surface, casting mottled light. The hollow was black as an abyss. Ro entered first, letting the darkness swallow him. Skadi tightened her grip on spear and staff and followed close behind. Their bodies fell. How far was it from Midgard to Jotunheimer? Further than the distance between life and death. Because Jotunheimer lay even below Helheim, the underworld ruled by the goddess of death, Hel. It was a realm closer to death than death itself. But Ro was already dead. And Skadi, as a god, was an existence that did not truly possess the boundary of life and death. For them, the distance was almost meaningless. When Ro's feet touched ground, he patted his robe and raised his gaze. Broken rocks. Sheer cliffs. Withered forests. A dim yellow sky that looked like eternal twilight. Rivers that seemed to have once cut across the land, now reduced to dry beds. Silence pressed from all directions. The wind hissed. Skadi landed as well, then shivered. Not from cold in the body. From unease in the mind. The discomfort of a goddess of the present stepping onto a land that belonged to an older era. But it looks like it is still very safe. The young goddess, who had been braced for an ambush the moment they arrived, let out a quiet breath of relief. Then she noticed Ro. He had not moved. He stood facing the barren wind, still as a shadow. The deathly stillness around him thickened, becoming almost tangible. A new unease rose in Skadi's chest. At that same instant, the ground shook, as if something immense was rising beneath them. The scattered rocks across the land expanded and lifted. Figures emerged from the earth. How could those be rocks? They were the heads of giants, hidden in the soil, revealing themselves. Skadi's mind went blank. These lunatics. They can set ambushes now. Ro spoke softly. I have arrived. 3 simple words. Yet each one echoed, and even the dim yellow sky seemed to ripple. He had arrived. The king had arrived. Roar. The giants from Tartarus, the Greek ones, bellowed in unison. Then, beneath Skadi's stunned gaze, they dropped to one knee. As if greeting a venerable king. As if bowing to something sacred. Skadi stared at Ro. You. Ro raised an eyebrow, almost amused. I am the king of giants you are looking for. Skadi's shock turned sharp, almost horrifying. She had never imagined that the undead beside her was the king of those strange giants. He looked human. But the scene in front of her forced belief into her hands. Thankfully, she had prepared a way out. Skadi instinctively moved to retreat, to use the rune she had left above to return to Midgard. However, Ro lifted his hand and pointed upward. Thank you for attracting those fellows, he said, voice calm. My collaborator. Thunder exploded over Jotunheimer. Lightning tore across the sky. Figures appeared within it, descending in formation. They held long spears, bodies wrapped in armor. Black wings unfurled from their backs, feathers scattering with every beat. Valkyries. Envoys of the gods. Demigods that existed to harvest, guide, and judge. They had been following Skadi. Partly to protect her. Partly to monitor her. So they had witnessed everything. Skadi's contact with Ro, the giant king. Her descent into Jotunheimer with him. And now, this kneeling army. The gods hated betrayal more than anything. Even the goddess most favored by them would fall the moment a seed of suspicion took root. And now it was not merely suspicion. It was almost confirmed. Skadi stood frozen, forgetting even to flee. Ro threw back his head and laughed. He had known the Valkyries were there. He had allowed them to be. He had said it already. He would not discard a free tool once it fell into his hands. Skadi had never truly trusted him, not even once. Ro did not need her trust. He only needed her to be forced onto his side, to provide strategies and counsel in an unfamiliar land. That was enough. The giants roared at the sky. The wing beats of the Valkyries filled the air with shock and fury. Ro lifted his hand. Brilliant ripples of light spread beside him, and from within them, a sharp blade emerged. Ro reached out. He gripped the sword. And drew it upward. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 134, Chapter 134, King of the Wild Hunt. Chapter 134, King of the Wild Hunt. The sword Ro drew from the gate of Babylon was, without question, treasure class. Dense mystery clung to it, layered like ancient sediment, condensed from planetary fantasies and the terror that civilizations used to call myth. In this era it was still nameless, a demonic blade that had not yet been defined by later ages, only by the primal fear that birthed it. Fear of the sun's scorched currents turning into storms. Fear of blazing heat devouring the horizon until even the sky seemed to burn. The golden hilt settled into the Machina god's steel palm. The silver-white blade flared with cold brilliance, and a crimson fire licked along its edge as if sunlight itself had been forged into a weapon. Below, the giants roared. They surged toward the Valkyries who hovered in the air, envoys of the gods on the world tree, and more specifically, the envoys of Odin. The Valkyries exchanged glances. In that instant they understood something was wrong, and their first instinct was not to fight. It was to leave. They were not fools. They would not accept Ro's claim of Skadi's betrayal at face value. Their best option was to withdraw, report everything, and let the gods above decide what judgment should fall. They made the decision. They did not get the chance to act on it. Ro took the first step. He leapt straight into the high sky of Jotunheimer. Above him, the dim yellow dome carried an oppressive stillness, like a world that had forgotten how to breathe. The demonic sword in his hand bloomed with crimson flame. The ruler of the giants ordered the giants to stay. He went forward alone. To test the edge of his own blade. Defense. Ro arrived too fast. The Valkyries realized evasion was impossible, so they met him head-on. One Valkyrie tightened his grip on his spear. His black wings beat once, scattering feathers, and a point of starlight gathered at the spear tip. Great God's declaration. Gungnir. A buzzing shriek tore through the air. The concept of certain hit, certain kill clung to the strike like a curse. As divine envoys, every Valkyrie carried a weapon, a crude replica of Odin's meteor spear, Gungnir. Their specifications were far inferior, and their essence did not compare to the spear in Skadi's hand, yet even these low-grade imitations still carried the same concept. Certain hit. But it hit, and it did not hit. Clang. The sword burning with the sun's fire intercepted the spear. The concept of certain hit was forced down, suppressed beneath a different mystery. At the same time, another Valkyrie struck from the side, his own certain hit spear pouring in like flowing flame. Ro did not dodge. He did not retreat. He simply rotated his sword and drew a circle through the air. Brilliance spilled outward like a blooming sun. The spear that should have pierced him slid along the blade's path, redirected by a rounded force so clean it felt inevitable. The first Valkyrie was pulled forward, dragged by his own attack. The direction of that collision was unmistakable. It was the second Valkyrie. A perfect calculation. A flawless swing. Two certain hit spears crashed together midair. The identical concepts shattered on impact, collapsing under their own overlap. Both Valkyries froze for a heartbeat. Ro's sword flashed. He pierced them both in a single stroke. A choked cry of pain escaped instinctively. Divine blood sprayed, mixed with countless pale crystals, scattering across the ground like broken frost. There was no personal grudge. But Ro was a dead man, and he was the king of giants. Against the Norse gods, that alone was enough to make him an enemy. So he swung without hesitation. And withdrew the blade without wasting motion. The two Valkyries, grievously wounded, fell from the sky. The remaining Valkyrie snapped into formation, surrounding Ro from every direction. One spear after another leveled at him. The concepts of certain hit, certain kill ignited at once. King of the giants. We represent the will of the gods. We will punish you here. Their roar was not confidence, but necessity. They needed the sound to keep fear from swallowing their throats. The wind churned. Ro rotated the demonic sword in his hand. Divine blood dripped from the edge in slow beads. He smiled. If you can do it, then come and try. The king raised his sword and met the storm of spears. Clash. Collision. Ro used one sword to suppress 10 spears. He did not display the overbearing radiance of a god-king. He did not release a light that could wrestle with the world itself. He only mobilized what he truly possessed, the vast computation of a machina god. To calculate the greatest outcome with the least strength. To calculate victory at the lowest cost. Wars never repeat. Neither do battles. In the past, Ro relied on force. He encircled. He crushed. He laid a plan that promised inevitability and then turned it into reality with sheer output. But there were no perfect crushes in the world. The ability to make one part of strength produce 10 parts of effect was necessary. Ro parried spear tips one after another, feeling something click into place. An epiphany. Martial arts. Techniques were shadows. The core was always the same: speed, accuracy, ruthlessness. Acting from the heart. Maximizing power until the smallest movement became a killing line. Yes. To do as one pleased, and still achieve the greatest result. Ro tightened his grip. Ripples spread outward, layer after layer, as magecraft and magecraft collided in midair. A faint crack opened in the void itself. The exhilaration reached its limit. It was time to manifest the noble phantasm. The Valkyries drove forward, spearheads screaming. Beneath their steel masks, their faces were grim. Stop him. They had to stop him. Because the prana was gathering. Gathering on Ro. Gathering on his sword. A force that symbolized destruction, the storm of the sun. Something the Valkyries could not contend with. Red light surged. The sword tip bloomed. Too late. Fire exploded. At the tip of the demonic blade, a blazing sun ignited, and the primordial storm crushed everything in its path. Like a tidal wave, sky, earth, and flame intertwined, rippling in layers across the dim yellow dome. The king declared victory. And the Valkyries bled. Roar. The giants answered with their own thunderous cry, exulting as their king stood unbroken. The Valkyries were hurled back by fire and storm. Their wings beat desperately to stabilize their bodies, and yet they did not flee. They raised their spears again, wiping the divine blood from their mouths. Every one of them was severely wounded. Still they stepped forward. The warriors chosen by Odin possessed an unquestionable will to fight, and something more. A power within them that grew sharper with every injury, that grew stronger the closer they came to death. They turned pain into ability. A characteristic modified from the Star Hunter's civilization-shattering nature. Below, Skadi's face grew rigid. Ro had held back against her. She understood now. He had not wanted to kill her. And she also understood something else. Even now, he was holding back. He was not killing a single one. Not because he was toying with them. Because he was fusing with something. Only Skadi could see it. The Valkyries could not. They fought with increasing ferocity, hurling themselves forward again and again. Spears thrust. Metal screamed. Their attacks came from every direction, simultaneous, relentless. Defeat, then advance. Defeat, then advance. Ro crossed his sword with a spear and stepped forward. The Valkyrie facing him tried to retreat, to switch positions with another, to create an opening. He could not. No matter how he moved, he could not avoid this sword. This is Meteor Spear. The Valkyrie's mind went cold with disbelief. That is right. This is your Meteor Spear. Ro laughed as the answer reached them. This was what he had been fusing with. A concept stolen from the Valkyries, the concept of the God King's killing weapon. Certain hit. Certain kill. A strike like a meteor tearing down from the sky. The slash flashed through. Divine blood sprayed again. The other Valkyries choked, their minds blank with shock. In this world, aside from Odin himself and them, there should be only one being who could wield the certain hit concept of the Meteor Spear. Goddess Skadi, she truly betrayed us. And she gave the power of the spear to this king of the giants. No. We must report this to the king of the gods at the Golden Palace. Skadi wanted to scream that he had taken it from them. But she knew they would never believe it, even if it was the truth she had witnessed. Because it was impossible. No one could master the gods' killing concept in an instant. The Valkyries were still trying to force words into existence when it happened. Thump. 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 A battle drum, fierce as thunder, cut through their thoughts and shattered their coordination. A heavy pressure descended on all of Jotunheim. Ro, having completed his fusion, stopped restraining himself. He laughed, and the magic sword returned to his treasury. He stood empty-handed. Yet within the intertwining light, something appeared in his palm, a long spear forming as though the world itself had agreed to acknowledge it. A knight's spear. A concept made tangible. From spear to sword, from man to something else, a second deification. Armor like a mecha unfolded across his body. A silver-white mask sealed over his face. A great cloak interwoven with fur draped from his shoulders, and the long spear in his hand rested diagonally toward the ground. Then death surged. A flood of dense deathly aura swallowed the world and crashed into the Valkyries. They froze. Not because Ro made no attempt to hide his power. But because the essence he displayed was disturbingly similar to Odin, the very god who had granted them their strength. Valkyries, is that what you are? Ro's voice carried, calm and cold. Go and tell your great god Odin. I, the king of giants, the king of the wild hunt, have arrived. Stealing the Meteor Spear's power? No. Ro had simply used the Machina god's computation to trace the concept back to its source. Using the Meteor Spear as a branch, he extended the logic until it covered its origin. His true target was not the Valkyries. It was the Norse chief god himself. A facet of Odin, the nightmare that commanded the souls of the dead. Ro was a corpse given motion. He carried the essence of a god king. He had even worn the crown of a heavenly king in the past. Achieving this was not difficult. For Ro, this journey was about spreading civilization. Seizing the highest seat was, without question, useful. It would allow him to integrate into the Norse world without being rejected by the world tree. It would grant him the possibility of turning from death to life. So from this moment on, he was the king of the wild hunt. The king of the dead. A storm that would sweep across the land. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, Spread the word, Skadi has betrayed Asgard. Chapter 135, Spread the word, Skadi has betrayed Asgard. Then, let's continue. Ro raised the long spear in his hand and let out a low, thunder-heavy roar from behind his iron mask. The Valkyries had already fallen silent. They were afraid. The warriors chosen by Odin did not fear battle. They did not fear death, nor any powerful foe. But they feared Odin himself. They revered the king of the gods who granted them power, and who could take it away just as easily. Right now, facing Ro felt like facing Odin directly. The pressure was crushing. The power felt even worse. "Run," a Valkyrie shouted at once. Her black wings fanned out, beating the air until ripples trembled across the dome. Ro lifted his spear. And at that very instant, a sudden roar answered him. Thunder blazed, flooding the dim ceiling of Jotunheimer with violent light. It crashed down like a giant hammer falling from the sky. No, it was a hammer. Ro snapped his spear up and deflected the heavy blow, but the strike was only a momentary brush. The thunder scattered. The light vanished. Dust surged through the air. And the Valkyries were gone. So was the falling thunder. They had been pulled away by Thor, god of thunder. It seemed that even the so-called king of the wild hunt could not stop him. Thor was second only to Odin among the Norse gods. A pure martial deity. A war god who wielded thunder as casually as breath. Of course he could do this. Of course it was reasonable. Ro had intended it. Thor's appearance did not surprise him. If anything, Ro had revealed himself so brazenly for this exact reason, to draw out the Norse god of war. Those Valkyries had been nothing more than bait. Their lives meant nothing to him. Ro removed the mask from his face and looked down. King. 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 The wind screamed. Giants roared. Their voices rolled on without end, like a storm sweeping across the land. They were intoxicated by their king's strength and by the certainty of victory. Yet Ro's gaze did not linger on them. He looked instead at the one who appeared pitifully small beneath the giants. Skadi, goddess of the snow mountain, clad in purple. Her delicate face was blank with confusion. The magic staff in her raised hand had frozen in place, as though even her will had been locked. Her full figure swayed under the violent winds of Jotunheimer. The goddess looked lost. Skadi was stunned because she had felt it. In the split second Thor appeared in the thunder, his eyes had turned toward her. Disappointment. Anger. And beneath it, killing intent. It was over. Skadi finally understood that she would never be able to wash away her so-called wrongdoing. If it had only been the misunderstanding of exposing the meteor spear's power, she still might have explained herself. But once it touched Odin's authority, there was no road back. Misunderstanding or not, she would be punished. And it would be cruel. It would be merciless. A handful of Valkyries can't prove your betrayal, Ro said, descending slowly. Encased in mecha shell armor and wrapped in a fur cloak, he no longer carried the gentle, wise presence he had worn before. The deathly aura remained, but now it was sharpened into something colder, with a clear edge of killing intent. He looked like the identity he had replaced. The Wild Hunt. The king of the dead, hunting across the world with madness and certainty. Yet Ro's voice carried a kind of amused malice. But Thor should be enough, right? He landed before her. How about it? Still want to return to Asgard? If you do, I can send you back immediately. Skadi did not answer. If she could beat him, she would have already beaten him senseless. Go back. Go back to be executed. The Norse gods despised betrayal above all things. They did not show mercy to traitors. Do you really want to force me into your faction? Skadi finally spoke, annoyed and helpless after a long silence. I'm just a minor god. But you are the most favored goddess, Ro replied, the youngest among them. He reached out and lifted Skadi's chin, raising her face. You know more secrets than most. The king of the dead stared directly into the snow mountain goddess's eyes. No longer dark and profound like before, Ro's gaze now glowed with gold and fire, like something primordial that once flowed beneath the earth. Harsh. Silent. Cold to the marrow. I know, Skadi said, turning her head away. But I won't compromise. No matter what happened, she was a goddess of Asgard. She would not, and could not, help these giants who brought only destruction. As you wish. Ro withdrew his hand. He had not expected Skadi to be subdued so easily anyway. There was still time. Then, with a sudden metallic cry, he drove the long spear into the ground. Clang. The Titan giants surrounding them stood solemn and still, their eyes burning like wind and fire. They watched Ro. They watched him raise his hands, cloak snapping backward in the cold currents of Jotunheimer. And they heard him say it. Then next, it will be me who leads you out of here. Excitement surged like a fever. The giants waved their arms, stirring storms into existence with sheer force. Death was mixed into that gale. And inside death, there was endless terror. The symbol of death and storm, the embodiment of disaster and dread, the king of the wild hunt. Some claimed he was a facet of Odin, the shadow buried in the heart of the heavenly god who ruled death. Others claimed he was Odin's adversary, a demon king mirroring the sky's holiness. Ancient Nibelungen poems once recorded the scene of the king of the wild hunt returning from the depths of the void and placing a crown upon his own head. He fought with lightning. He opposed the heavenly gods. He abducted the most favored virgin of the gods, Skadi, the snow mountain goddess. He was the demon king meant to defile the pure white world, the Terminator who brought destruction to the ancient order. Odin prophesied it. When he appeared, all things would change. History of Norse mythology. Rumble. 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 In Midgard, the middle realm of the 9 realms, lightning tore across sky and earth in layered sheets. It spread outward like veins of wrath, cracking the vast world's seeming eternity, shattering the loneliness and desolation that had lasted too long. Hunters deep in the forest stopped where they stood, lowering their heads under the divine pressure of the storm. Merchants traveling between human settlements hid inside their carriage compartments, gripping charms and prayers as though either could keep them safe. Warriors trudging through snow dropped to their knees and prostrated themselves, worshipping Thor, the god who embodied battle and bravery. Old men laughed hoarsely, claiming they had once seen Odin with their own eyes. But Thor himself looked frantic. After bursting out from Jotunheimr, he crashed into the very top of the world tree, shaking the immense trunk that spanned the mythic world. Leaves and branches rustled like 1,000 blades scraping together. Spread the word. Within the violent roar, the people heard a voice, faint but unmistakable. The king of the giants has returned to Jotunheimr. He has donned the crown that dominates the dead and commands death. He calls himself the Wild Hunt. The pure and unblemished flower of the snow mountain has been stained by the dust of the dead and the giants. Skadi has betrayed us. The gods of Asgard. At once, countless lights and shadows surged toward the top of the world tree, divine radiance streaking through the sky like shooting stars with purpose. Clang. 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 Bells rang out, resounding and urgent. In Asgard, within the realm of the gods, within the Platinum Palace where Odin resided, every god gathered at once in that brilliant, sacred, radiant place. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, Breaking Through the Heavens. Chapter 136, Breaking Through the Heavens. As the residence of Odin, king of the gods, this place, located at the very center of Asgard at the top of the world tree, had always been the gathering place for the gods. The halls here possessed a magnificent splendor far beyond anything in the human world. Even the sprawling, pale snow-capped mountains, and the vast, awe-inspiring sky and sea, could not compare to the shock this place brought. The gods loved this palace, just as they all respected the majestic yet benevolent Odin. And with the astounding actions Thor initiated, by the time the flashing lightning burst into the palace, the gods in the temple had already assembled. Thor stopped, his form emerging from the lightning. He had an extremely tall silhouette, but his entire body was enveloped in silver-white armor, with only equally silver-white hair falling from his head. He held Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, symbolizing lightning and battle, and blue cubes rotated incessantly on his hands and chest. Among the gods, he was the warrior closest to the king of the gods, and the god of war closest to the world tree. It was said that Thor had died once nearly 10,000 years ago, but Odin revived him with the great power of the world tree and bestowed upon him even greater strength. Oh dear, who has angered the great Thor this time? As Thor stepped into the Platinum Palace, the gods dared not face the threat of his thunder, but one person, with an indifferent smile on his lips, walked up to him. Loki, I do not wish to speak with you. Thor's voice, muffled and indistinct, came from beneath his armor. He looked at the approaching figure, slender and draped in a light blue gown that swayed like an azure sky. Golden, shimmering hair framed delicate eyes and brows, and as he moved, he appeared extremely cynical. Yet, facing such a beauty, Thor's eyes held only disdain. A useless creature disguised as a woman, not worthy of speaking to me, Loki. Gods inherently have no gender, and transformation is my instinct as the god of sophistry. Loki was unconcerned, but as his words fell, the graceful and beautiful figure instantly vanished, leaving only a lean, tall silhouette. He wore a felt hat and had a red nose, dressed in a red and blue coat, looking just like the clown known to all in later generations, or rather, the origin of later clowns was none other than the Norse god of sophistry, Loki. He spread his hands. Why be so irritable in life? Or is it that the betrayal of that little princess has made you so angry? Do you like her too? Meaningless emotions are of no use to me. Thor left this remark, directly brushed Loki aside, and walked further inside. The surrounding gods were indistinct, and another god spoke. Thor, what exactly happened? The question came from another famous Norse god, Tyr, Thor's brother and another god of war. Thor was not as cold to him as he was to Loki. And at this moment, all the gods were waiting for his explanation. They all wanted to know the details of the betrayal by the ruler of the giants, the king of the Wild Hunt, and Skadi, as it concerned the future of the Norse gods. So Thor spoke. In the hall of the gods, Thor loudly warned the gods that the king of the giants from below had returned with his authority and wrath, and the shadows of the past still lingered over this ancient, once shattered land. He commanded the gods to be on high alert, for the giant who usurped the name of the Wild Hunt would surely bring disaster and storm. He coveted the high heavens in the name of death, he usurped the throne of heaven and earth in the name of the divine, he carried away the purest virgin, he carried away the pure white snow-capped mountains of Asgard. This is a harbinger of Ragnarok. The gods were horrified. Only Loki shook his head, letting out a strange cackle, for among the gods, only the god of sophistry love changed the most. Loki said, "That's excellent. This land has been frozen for too long, solidified for too long. It's time for a change. I will go speak with the great god." Thor ignored Loki, merely leaving these words and turning to push open the inner door. "No need, I already know." An ethereal voice echoed, and the sound of flapping wings reverberated all around, as dark ravens perched on the stone pillars and eaves of the temple. The ravens were messengers of Odin, and they brought the will of Odin to the gods. "Be vigilant, but do not provoke that person for now. The time is not yet ripe." As the words fell, the flock of ravens scattered, leaving the gods in the hall looking at each other. Thor tightly gripped Mjolnir in his hand, his face hidden behind the heavy mask, showing little emotional fluctuation. "Do not provoke that person for now. Then, if we don't actively provoke him, then surely we can clean out the internal traitors, right?" Thor was never a calm person. As the god of war, he craved battle with strong opponents. Provoking or not provoking, in his eyes, there was never a so-called second option. He did indeed obey Odin's will. He would not actively provoke Ro. Loki's eyes flickered, and he raised a strange smile. "I won't say anything." I see. It seems I was right." In Jotunheimer, Ro smiled at Skadi. Skadi's eyes widened slightly, looking at the youth before her who, though smiling, had an increasingly dense aura of death about him. Ro patted the floating fluff on his shoulders, and the surrounding giants all prostrated themselves on the ground, awaiting his command. Above them were the dangling roots of the world tree, which seemed to fall from beyond the heavens, casting dark and terrifying shadows against the eternally dim, yellowed dome of Jotunheimer. The parched earth, shattered rocks, and barren riverbeds stretched out in mottled trails. The giant's dwelling was desolate and terrifying. But that was all in the past. Ro had said he would lead the giants back to the sky. So, what he said, he would naturally do. "What do you plan to do?" Skadi suddenly grew curious. Bringing the giants to the actual Midgard was an almost impossible feat. Aside from the gods' disapproval, the world tree's own repulsion was already a force nearly impossible to defy. Because it was a divine artifact personally planted by Odin, who resurrected the Norse divine era from the brink of collapse 10,000 years ago due to the disaster brought by the Star Hunter. Moreover, 9-dimensional realms grew on this tree, and even Odin once said a fully grown world tree, even he himself could not shake. Ro was powerful, able to contend with Thor without falling behind, even forcing him to temporarily retreat. His strength exceeded Skadi's imagination. But the goddess of the snow-capped mountains still did not believe he could surpass Odin. So she cowered before Ro. Beneath her purple hair, her delicate face still held the stubbornness from being questioned earlier. Her arms were wrapped around herself, but her lowered body caused her hips beneath her dress to arch backward, highlighting a flowing, butterfly-like curve. Ro glanced at her from the corner of his eye and couldn't help but smile. He kept Skadi precisely to gather information from her. Asking questions was natural, and although Skadi always evaded them and refused to answer, it must be said a goddess new to the world was actually no different from a little girl in the human world, especially one who, before this, had been completely doted upon. Ro could get the answers merely from her expressions. "Are the Norse gods scattered across the earth like you?" "I won't tell you." "So they are. Can the Norse gods on earth still maintain their full power?" "I won't say." "Then they can." "You." This bizarre, almost mind-reading interaction left Skadi with a certain trauma. Of course, that was before. As for now, what she subconsciously asked was, what did Ro intend to do? His approach was actually very simple. This journey was ultimately different from before. Not to mention the Mesopotamian plain and Greece, even previously, Ro had not formally set foot on Norse soil. Because at that time, he was merely a dead man. A dead man who could not leave a shadow in this world. And now, he was the king of the Wild Hunt. A dead man and king of storms who had plundered one aspect of Odin. Then, let this world witness what death, eroded by storm, looks like. His great cloak billowed, the fierce winds raged, and Ro raised the long spear in his hand. He would cover Midgard with the power of the Wild Hunt, he would erode the present world with death. With this one spear, he would punch a hole in the world of Midgard. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, The Covenant Between Gods and Men. Chapter 137, The Covenant Between Gods and Men. Not through the world tree. Not through the rules of the Norse mythological framework established by Odin. What Ro intended to follow now was the rule of the planet itself. Not the so-called physics that did not truly exist in this age, but the layered laws distributed from the bottom upward, spanning dimensions like unseen strata. In the end, whether Mesopotamian myth, Greek myth, or Norse myth, their foundations were all raised within the same world, the world enclosed beneath the planet's atmosphere. Even when a mythology declared its own special rules, it was merely like laying a sheet of paper atop the planet's greater plane. The statement that the 9 realms grew upon the world tree, and could only be traversed through the world tree, was a rule of Norse mythology. It was never a limitation of the planet. From a stricter perspective, the world tree simply divided the world into 9 layers from top to bottom, and stitched those layers together into a consistent whole. It was a system, a map, a methodology. Ro now meant to tear through the paper of the Norse worldview, bypassing the limitations of the divine era's rules. He wanted the giants to reach Midgard, the dimension where Midgard existed, not through the world tree, but through the planet itself. Then, with his power, he would erode that realm. Now the timing is almost perfect. Ro smiled within the dim, withered land of Jotunheimer, the eternally sunken realm of giants. Skadi looked at him in confusion. The giants prostrated on the ground also raised their heads in unison, staring at their ruler. These giants were muddled creatures, driven by instinct without self-awareness. They did not understand either. What are you planning to do? Skadi asked despite herself. The snow mountain goddess felt more and more lost the longer she stayed beside this giant king who had effectively abducted her. Just watch. Ro did not look at her. His gaze remained lifted. But I don't understand. You will, soon enough. It felt like speaking with someone who treated every answer as a riddle. Skadi's frustration rose, sharp and quiet. Why could he pry open her thoughts so easily, while she could never see through him? And every time she faltered, that other self in her mind would surface to mock her with a casual, heroic tone. What Skadi did not know was that Ro was not lying. Because she understood very soon. Ro raised his hand. The furred greatcloak around his shoulders whirled in Jotunheimer's biting currents. In his grasp, a silver-white knight's long spear reappeared. Its shape spiraled outward like an expanding storm. If Gilgamesh were present, he would recognize it at a glance. This was the transformed state of the Sword of Rupture. It was a manifestation of storm, the storm born from the primordial rotational force of the stars. A storm was a storm, even at the beginning of the cosmos. Ro tightened his grip. Then he hurled it into the sky. Follow me. No elaborate speech. No persuasion. Only forward. The king's shadow led the way. The long spear shot upward. And the sky tilted. All sound seemed to die. Skadi's dark purple eyes widened as she stared at the vortex slowly forming overhead. A hole, deep and absolute. A passage. A passage into a higher layer of reality. Ro had pierced the sky with a single throw. One strike that tore through space and dimension. Come. Ro spoke again. His voice rolled through Jotunheimer, and then farther still, into the 2 other realms adjacent to the land of giants, likewise rooted beneath the world tree's lowest reaches. In Asgard, where the Norns dwelled, words well that symbolized fate rippled. Deep within Niflheim, the land of mist, Nidhogg, the black dragon that gnawed the world tree's roots year-round, opened its golden eyes. In Midgard, the realm of the living, the earth shuddered. Tsunami-like avalanches spilled down the undulating snowy mountains. A dark storm brewed in the sky, and within it, terrifyingly colossal phantoms began to coalesce. The giants staggered. Step by step, they moved toward the present world. An immense pressure fell on every heart. As the storm of death approached, birds and beasts trembled, not daring to cry out. The king of the giants foretold by Odin has finally arrived. Near the avalanche, in a village at the foot of the snowy mountains, an old man with white hair and beard looked up at the terrifying scene. His years were heavy, yet he still stood tall. Village chief, hide in the cave. Someone shouted behind him as the ground continued to shake. The old man only laughed. This little commotion won't scare me. Come, Beowulf, boy. Bring me some wine. The young man named Beowulf froze for a moment, then reflexively turned back to fetch wine from the house. Only after it was in his hands did irritation catch up with him. He had been trying to persuade the old man to flee. Instead he was running errands. But it was too late to pretend he had not heard. He delivered the wine. The old man took it with a grin. I've lived long enough, boy. I'm old, but I still want one last adventure at the end of my life. The people of the north were bold, and their ambition was as sharp as the wind. Beowulf knew this old man had once been a fearsome warrior, a man who in his youth had been only one step away from becoming a war god chosen by Odin. He had lived through countless adventures. Now, in old age, he remained in a small village, telling stories to children who listened with bright eyes, even when they no longer truly believed. Even so, Beowulf could not deny it. He himself had been shaped by those stories. Otherwise he would never have stayed here. An old warrior should not die in bed. This village, I leave to you. The old man's laughter rose with the gale. Adventure. He strode into the raging wind and snow, avalanches boiling in the distance like a white sea, the earth trembling harder with every breath. Beowulf clenched his fists, said nothing more, and turned to evacuate the villagers. The old man climbed the mountain alone. Facing wind and snow. Facing a sky that felt ready to collapse. Carrying nothing but a jar of wine. Are you not afraid? 2 golden lights shone within the blizzard. The old man did not know what it was, but his answer remained the same. Not afraid. Not afraid of life, or not afraid of death. Neither. The old man drank. The wine gurgled down his throat. I'm only afraid of not dying a swift, satisfying death. I am a warrior. I have fought giants and driven off evil dragons. Even if all I can do now is tell stories by the fire to children who doubt them, as long as I know I am a warrior, that's enough. He laughed again, loud enough to challenge the storm. Are you a god, or a ghost? The old man grinned, his beard trembling with mirth. The presence answered, calm and certain. Both. Both god and ghost. Master of the undead. King of the storm. This was Ro's shadow projected here. He had pierced through dimensions, but before the storm could truly descend, he had cast his consciousness and the spear to this place first. Paving the way. Since you fear nothing, Ro said, leaning closer, are you afraid to make a covenant with me? The old man laughed. You want my soul? Take it if you want. His words broke off. The wind and snow vanished. The ground beneath his feet became hard steel. Before him rose a massive iron face. Eyes burned like fire, like the brilliance of sun and moon. A giant cast from steel. Heavy armor. A cold iron visage. Wings woven from steel spread from its back, each feather gleaming with a merciless sheen. The old man realized he was held in the steel giant's palm with one hand. I am the master of the undead, the embodiment of the storm, the ruler of giants, the giant said, its magnificent voice striking the old man's bones. People call me the Wild Hunt. Human, I wish to make a covenant with you. I will sweep across the land with the storm, and all who witness me shall become my followers, warriors under my command. But I promise that from you onward, those who witness me shall be the unjust. I also promise that I will clear the land for you, leveling the obstacles of sky and earth. I do not need you to believe me. I have already merged with this world. To witness me is to make a covenant with me. The storm of the dead raged and swept. In that instant, the old man seemed to see the king of the Wild Hunt standing in the high heavens, leading countless storm giants into war. Not only him. At the foot of the mountain, Beowulf halted and looked sideways, as if hearing a voice in the marrow of the world. A fleeing hunter raised his head, his hounds whimpering at his side. A merchant hiding inside a carriage opened his eyes, excitement flickering across his face like madness. Humans making covenants with gods. Ro was not doing this for the first time. Before, he had done it as a human. Now he did it as a god. The master of death, the manifestation of storm, the king of the Wild Hunt would connect the living and the dead through this covenant, dragging the dead into the world of the living. He would clear the obstacles to survival for the humans of this land. Even the Greek gods did not truly care about such things. As Ro had learned from Skadi, the Norse gods were rough and explosive, like the wind and snow, like mountains and sea. Toward mortals they were laissez-faire, letting them live or die as they pleased. They had neither the Mesopotamian gods' hunger for control, nor the Greek gods' inclination toward humanity, granting thorough protection and blessings in exchange for faith. The people of the north were free. So were their gods. But that freedom was also unsafe. A city could be ruled by monsters. A king could be bullied by magical beasts. Heroes wandered far, hunting beasts and earning fame. But heroes were few. Most often, it was ordinary people who suffered. They could not wait for a hero who might never come. They died in pain. They had longed for the gods' protection. So now, a majestic voice echoed inside their hearts. The storm of death swept across the land, and what the gods did not care about, what they ignored and left to rot, was answered. I will take over. In Jotunheimer, more vortex-like holes opened in the dome, and Ro smiled. Through the covenant, a connection between life and death had been forged. Go, my people. People of the storm. Ro's voice rang out. The giants trembled. Roar. Skadi stood frozen, staring at Ro. He was undead. He was the ruler of giants. A symbol of chaos. And yet, for some reason, the purest snow mountain goddess of Asgard felt the figure wrapped in death looked more like a god than the gods she knew. A god who protected all directions, and swept through the world. Are you coming? Ro turned his gaze toward her. An iron mask rested in his hand. His eyes, cold and interwoven with gold and fire, fixed upon Scotty. He extended his hand, and his voice dropped, low as a whisper that belonged in a nightmare. The snow mountain goddess stood beneath Jotunheimer's dim yellow light, graceful in her purple dress. Her features were delicate, her long purple hair blown wild by the wind. Her chest rose and fell, the edges of pale skin visible where her hands pressed lightly at her sides. Her slender waist drew the eye, and below it her crossed legs and the sway of her skirt hinted at the firm curves of her hips, a blush of warmth suggested at her most private line. She felt nervous. And something else she did not want to name. If I don't go, do you want me to stay here? In the end, Scotty chose compromise. Oh dear, have you surrendered? That other self spoke at once. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Scotty snapped back in her mind, mortified. They are all leaving. I'm not staying alone in this terrifying Jotunheimer. An insincere child. You just hate loneliness, don't you? None of your business. Pure and unblemished, like the distant snow peaks she embodied, Scotty hated loneliness. Even so, she did not take Ro's hand. Her heart still longed for Asgard, for Odin's protection, that father-like figure she had relied on for so long. Scotty still did not believe Ro. Still unwilling to compromise. Ro smiled. He placed the mask onto his face. Then as you wish. The wind howled. The giants marched. The dark vortex churned. In the present world, the storm grew more and more like the Wild Hunt, and the shadows of giants hid within its depths. Across endless mountains and drifting snow, countless magical beasts felt an intense tremor and screamed in fear, scattering in every direction. The storm had come. Death was imminent. Is that a god, or a demon? Beowulf frowned, his bare muscles tightening beneath the impact of wind and snow. Whether it's a god or a demon doesn't matter, someone answered. What matters is this. Beneath storm and death, all things are equal. At the peak of the snowy mountain, the old man laughed, bold and fearless. The figure of the Wild Hunt appeared within the raging wind, and the marching storm giants roared until the earth itself answered. Evil dragons in the mountains and fields hid their shadows. Rampaging monsters scattered in panic. Even Fafnir, king of dragons, the ultimate dragon, trembled and withdrew. He brought disaster, and he brought protection. All things were equal in his eyes, and all things would meet death in the end. Storm god clan, Strapton. Later generations also referred to them by this name. History of Norse mythology. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, Scotty remains unconvinced. Chapter 138, Scotty remains unconvinced. Since then, people often saw faint silhouettes of storms and giants moving across the land. Flames burned along their bodies, and any unrighteous person who witnessed them would have their soul taken away, becoming a follower of the storm. Since then, the monstrous beasts that had plagued the land and were swept by storms and giants rapidly decreased. Heroes found fewer chances to make a name for themselves, yet there were also fewer false and inferior men. Prelude to the Nibelungen. After forging a covenant with humanity in the name of a god, and leading that band of Titan giants out of Jotunheimer, Ro scattered them to the winds. Touched by his influence, they set foot upon Midgard as true frost giants. They were both manifestation and embodiment of the storm. As Ro intended, they would reap the souls of the unrighteous, gathering them into storm legions. Like sparks cast across the world, scattered far and wide, yet if the moment demanded it, those sparks would become a surging flame, scorching the entire Norse age of gods. This was the spark he had released. It was the power of Atlantis that Ro intended to peel away, piece by piece. As for Ro himself. Excuse me, old sir. Have you seen the evil dragon Fafnir, the one said to have rampaged around these parts? No. Since the king of the Wild Hunt brought the storm to Midgard, Fafnir fled in a panic. Where he ran off to, I couldn't say. That's truly a pity. Snow blanketed the wilderness, piled thick on the bare, gnarled branches. The old hunter's departing footsteps were hurried, his shoulders tight. He kept a respectful distance from the polite stranger whose voice was gentle, yet whose presence carried the chill of death itself. Ro watched the men leave, then sighed, more disappointed than surprised. No useful information. Only confirmation that his prey had moved. Behind him, a purple head peeked out. Scotty tilted her face up from the collar of her long dress, eyes bright with confusion. What are you looking for that thing for? Fafnir was infamous throughout the north. More than that, he was one of the ultimate dragon species, akin to the Hydra in Greek myth, a monster said to rival greater gods in raw terror. And he was precisely the target Ro chose after dispatching the frost giants. Scotty, unable to return to Asgard and unable to ignore the likelihood that the gods would brand her a traitor at any moment, had no choice but to follow. Confusion was all she had left to spend freely. Ro glanced sideways at her. "I'm the Wild Hunt now, right?" Skadi nodded, wary. Ro's eyes curved faintly. "Then how can the king of the Wild Hunt not have a horse? Running around on 2 legs is terribly unconvincing." Skadi went still. She had prepared herself for many answers. This was not one of them. For a heartbeat, she could only stare. Then her lips tightened. It was ridiculous. And yet, it was also annoyingly correct. The legends of the Wild Hunt depicted a king in heavy armor, commanding undead legions, sweeping over the land with storm and death. A leader. A ruler. At the very least, mounted upon a swift steed. If Ro wanted to perfectly wear this identity while usurping authority, he needed a mount worthy of it. At minimum, a divine beast standing at the level of a god. Role-playing, he called it. Usurpation by performance. Ro's smile did not change. "I want the ultimate dragon, Fafnir, to become my mount. I'll reshape him into the likeness of a horse." He turned his head toward the far mountains, white and endless under a pale sky. "I can feel him. He's hiding in the valley ahead." "Then why did you ask the hunter?" "Just confirming." Ro spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He patted his long robe, as if brushing off invisible snow. "Let's go. The sooner we settle this, the sooner we can rest easy." He spoke of Fafnir, the dragon countless heroes had failed to slay even with elaborate preparations, as if the beast were a sparrow that could be swatted out of the air. Skadi found no opening to argue. Rustling footsteps. 2 deities walked through fresh snow, leaving a steady line of prints behind them. Branches swayed on either side. Occasionally, wind shook loose a curtain of accumulated snow that burst into glittering motes, as if the sky had decided to begin another snowfall just to be dramatic. In that wind and snow, Skadi lightly patted her purple dress and watched Ro's back. He had shed the heavy armor and iron mask of his Wild Hunt form. The aura of death still clung to him, yet without the crushing, tyrannical pressure, his silhouette almost seemed ordinary. Almost. Even now, she had known him only a short time, yet an unsettling contradiction kept circling her heart. He possessed immense power, and still preferred to walk the earth in the guise of a mortal. He had combat strength that could rival Thor, and still treated people and trivial matters with almost excessive politeness. Yet the moment he donned armor and mask, the oppression he exuded could suffocate everything that breathed. A lunatic. The thought surfaced, sharp and absurd. From deep within Skadi's consciousness, beyond the mirror of magic, a voice clicked its tongue. Why does he sound like a lunatic? Are you sure the one beside you isn't actually insane?" Skadi's eyes narrowed slightly. Lunatic. Exactly. A term from the Aegean Sea. Describes a person with multiple selves, multiple faces. Accurate, isn't it? It was. The more Skadi turned it over, the more it fit. A laugh slipped out before she could stop it. Ro turned his head, puzzled by the sudden sound. Skadi, still half caught in her private amusement, said the word aloud. Lunatic. Ro blinked. What? Facing his sudden, quiet confusion, Skadi laughed even harder, like someone who had tripped and decided the only dignified response was to fall on purpose. Yes. This man was a complete lunatic. But behind the laughter, something bitter stirred. Skadi regretted it. She regretted provoking him in the first place. Regretted being deceived into Jotunheim. Regretted being forced into a situation that looked, to any outside eye, like betrayal of Asgard. She regretted it deeply. Yet as time passed, her fears slowly dulled. Ro did not abuse his power for amusement. He did not lash out like the gods of the north were rumored to do. In his manner, he was like a human. And at times, he seemed more like a god than the gods themselves. Still. She wanted to return to Asgard. Later legends might claim Skadi was originally born a frost giant. Here, however, she was a pure deity born within the Asgardian realm, the manifestation of the divine realm's purest snow mountains. Because of that purity and beauty, she had been beloved by the gods. Odin doted on her more than his many sons. Odin the war god regarded her as his closest sister. Tyr had even replicated the great god's declaration for her. She was a pure maiden, the most flawless symbol of Asgard. A goddess raised under overwhelming affection did not want to leave home. Even if Ro had never forced her, even if her impression of him was not bad because of that, one fact remained. He was a demon king. No matter how gentle a demon king acted, he was still a demon king. Skadi clenched her small fists beneath her sleeves, subtle and firm. She would seize an opportunity. She would explain herself to the gods. Ro glanced at her again. How could he not see what Skadi was thinking? He simply did not care. A goddess would not truly submit after a few conversations. Not here. Not in the north. Norse was different from Greece. There were no legends of him in these lands. No idol effect. No accumulated reverence that could be harvested with a smile. It did not matter. She was a tool god. Useful was all he required. Ahead, the snow-covered mountains rose and fell like sleeping beasts. Wind and snow swept across the land. Ro lifted his gaze. Past the ridges lay a secluded valley, deep and silent. He could sense Fafnir hiding within. Boom. Thunder rolled. The sky, which had just finished a snowstorm, cracked with a bolt of lightning, violent enough to feel like it came from the ground itself. Brilliant light stabbed down from the heavens. A heavy hammer struck the void and smashed into the snow behind Ro with terrifying force. Skathi froze. Her breath caught. Because that lightning was familiar. That hammer was even more familiar. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 139, Thor, the God of Thunder. Chapter 139, Thor, the God of Thunder. The lightning that fell from the heavens was the authority of a god. The heavy hammer riding that lightning was the famed Mjolnir of Norse myth. Thor. The god of thunder, the strongest among the Aesir, second only to Odin. And he poured that immense, primal force down, not at Ro, but at Skathi. At the snow mountain goddess, the pure maiden of Asgard, now branded a traitor, now branded corrupted by the wild hunt. The pressure of Thor's descent was absolute. Brilliant electric light flooded the world, bleaching Skathi's delicate face of all color. She tried to retreat, but her body felt pinned under the weight of Asgard's endless snowy mountains. She could only struggle in place, forced motion shaking her frame as if the storm itself had hands on her. Boom. A spiraling spear appeared before her in an instant, storm winding around its shaft like a living drill. The rotating spearhead met the incoming hammer head-on, and storm and lightning tangled together, exploding outward in layers like overlapping whirlpools. Snow evaporated. The ground collapsed. Cracks raced through the earth. The area where Ro and Skathi stood was vaporized in a heartbeat, leaving a crater several km deep, a brutal gouge driven into Midgard's skin. When the dust thinned, an enormous arc-shaped pit lay exposed, raw and smoking. A faint wash of light slipped down from the sky. Skathi, still trembling, stared ahead through the haze. Killing someone in front of me. Ro's voice was low, calm, almost amused. Are you looking down on me, the wild hunt? He had already donned the Machina god's armor. A cold mask hid his face. The words carried a smile, yet that smile was steeped in death, like frost forming over a grave. That chill had not changed. But to Skathi, in this moment, it was inexplicably reassuring. For an instant, she had truly believed she would die. That lightning was not something a goddess of snow mountains and snow boots could endure. In all of Asgard, there were not many gods who could block a single strike from Thor. Thor was arrogant. Thor was impulsive. And Thor tolerated betrayal least of all. Skathi should have realized it earlier. The idea of clearing her name might have been a delusion from the beginning. Her face remained pale. Even the anxious murmurs of the other self in her mind felt distant and useless. The hammer withdrew after the collision, and then fell neatly into the hand of the figure hovering in the sky, for cloak snapping in the wind. Ro did not look back at Skathi. He did not respond to the tight, tangled emotions behind him. He only raised his head, gaze fixed on Thor. Silver-white armor. A towering silhouette. Dark blue cubes moving endlessly across his chest and the backs of his hands, as if some inner engine never stopped calculating. For a moment, he resembled the source that birthed the world tree itself. The star hunter called Lucifer. They had met once, if only for an instant. Ro was not surprised by Thor's appearance, nor by what that appearance implied. The source of Thor's power, like the world tree, came from Lucifer. That was why he was terrifying. That was why he was an opponent Ro had to treat with full vigilance. Thor. An existence with the stature to rival the Greek king of gods. Or rather, an existence who also bore the rank of a god-king. Mythologies overlapped and bled into one another. There were even tales that equated Thor with Zeus, the ruler of the Greek pantheon. He was strong. Strong enough that Ro did not dare underestimate him. Unless Ro activated the Machina god fully, he had no confidence he could suppress Thor completely. If it were before, dying by Thor's hand would not have been a bad ending. Unfortunately, the current Ro was already dead. He had to find a way to live first. Only then would he choose how to die. From within Thor's heavy armor, his voice rolled out, deep and humming, like lightning given language. Usurper of Odin's power. Arrogant king of giants. I have no intention of being your enemy. Hand over the traitor of Asgard, and I will leave immediately. That terrifying pressure made Skathi instinctively draw her head back, as if a word too loud might summon another bolt. Ro simply adjusted his mask. Through the narrow slits, golden and fiery eyes stared upward, and his will bled through like heat through steel. Are you worthy? She is not a traitor now. She is my subordinate. Skadi's breath caught. Even she could tell what he was doing. He did not mind speaking pleasantly when it benefited him, and he did not mind being vicious when it was time to curse. It was a contradiction that suited him far too well. Yet it was not only calculation. Ro's nature would not allow him to sell out someone beside him, even if she was useful, even if she was difficult, even if she would rather run back to Asgard the moment she found an opening. So Thor's expression shifted. Anger, yes. But more than anger, it was excitement. He had come to judge a traitor. That alone did not violate Odin's will. The thunder that delivered divine punishment was authority Odin had granted him. If his punishment was blocked, if it was countered, then the fault was not Thor's. The fault belonged to Ro. Even if Odin intervened, Thor would have room to argue. So now, he wanted what he always wanted. A good fight. A contest to decide supremacy. King of the Wild Hunt. Thor raised Mjolnir. The sky answered. Thunder gathered. Brilliant lightning wrapped his silver armor in a second shell of radiance. Let me see your capability. Ro tightened his grip on his spear. He stepped forward. A crimson storm erupted from him, spreading with him as its center, cold and desolate and absolute. The king of the Wild Hunt entered the battlefield against a god. Like an arrow released from the bow, he was there in an instant, spear thrust already before Thor. The spiraling spear tip unleashed weight and terror, a drilling force meant to break the world by insisting it should. Thor lifted his hammer to meet it. Storm and lightning collided again. The sky shook. The earth groaned. Snow-covered mountains shattered and collapsed in the blink of an eye. Deep in the valley, something screamed. Fafnir. The ultimate evil dragon, hiding in the depths, jolted in panic only to find the heavens sealed by the clash of god and god. There was nowhere to flee, nowhere to bury himself. Skadi stared at the battlefield. He was protecting her. The snow mountain goddess was not dull. She knew why Ro protected her. And yet, her thoughts were still tangled, still hard to name. Especially now. Thor's killing intent toward her was undisguised. Thor, who had once treated her like a younger sister, had brought lightning and fury down to erase her existence. The one who should have been an enemy was shielding her. The one who should have protected her was trying to kill her. Boom. 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 Hammer and spear collided again and again. Thor's hammer struck viciously. Ro twisted his wrist, snapping the motion like a whip, forcing Mjolnir back by a single inch. That inch became an opening. Thor seized it. Power exploded outward in an instant. Cracks appeared in the air itself, as if the atmosphere had been struck and split. Behind Ro's mask, his face remained subtly serene. This was the first truly meaningful battle since he arrived in the north. An even match. A brutal confrontation. And with it came a feeling he had not tasted in a long time. Thor was undoubtedly powerful. His body was Lucifer's body. He absorbed shattered concepts through lightning, turning them into fuel, into inexhaustible strength. The longer the fight, the more fearless he became, the more his momentum grew. And in terms of technique, his strikes were crude, yet frighteningly simple. Each hammer blow naturally found the weak points and flaws in Ro's spear line. Each attack instinctively interfered, disrupted, denied. If Skathaka's martial skill barely reached the divine realm, then Thor's method had already climbed to the peak of that realm. Ro could use vast computation to calculate. He could use it to refine movement, to choose the lowest cost path to victory. But calculation took time. Thor did not need time. It was formed naturally, released spontaneously. A different kind of calculation. Not the same as Ro's. With strength comparable but technique superior, Ro's spear was gradually suppressed. The storm was gradually enveloped, constrained, drowned beneath lightning. Unless he manifested the Machina god's body in full and crushed the gap through overwhelming specification, Ro had no clear path to victory. Yet the more the pressure rose, the calmer he became. Methods of applying power mattered. Even if one day he ascended to the throne of heroes and retrieved the strength he had once carried, a strength he could not even measure from his current state, technique would still be the blade that let that strength cut cleanly. So he learned. He comprehended. He watched Thor's martial art, watched the natural shape of those attacks, and let them carve themselves into his understanding. Even while being suppressed, Ro's golden and fiery eyes grew brighter with each collision. He could feel it. His path was right there. Only one step. Just a little more. And he could step onto it. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 140, Chapter 140, Rangaminiad. Chapter 140, Rangaminiad. Lightning raged. Electricity surged in every direction, spreading like an enormous net above the deep valley ringed by endless snow-capped peaks. Thor's pale figure seemed to dissolve into the thunder itself. His heavy fist drove Mjolnir again and again into the storm spear in Ro's hands. He pressed closer step by step, tightening the noose of power. From afar, Ro looked like a beast caught in a trap. Still vicious. Still moving. Still refusing to fall. Yet the space he could claim was shrinking, inch by inch, as if his boots had sunk into a swamp that did not exist on any map. Skadi noticed it, and her fingers curled into a tight fist. A voice rose within her, sharp and amused. Scathatch. Should you not be happy? Scathatch said. If he dies, you can return to Asgard. Skadi answered at once, without hesitation. Even if I hate admitting it, if he dies, I die too. Oh my. Giving up already. I am not giving up. I just do not want to die. Not like this. Not for nothing. Skadi drew a slow breath. Of course she still did not accept Ro. After so many years, an Asgardian god's sense of belonging did not shatter overnight. And she still had an opening. As long as she could reach Odin, she believed he would listen to her explanation. Not because she trusted Odin with childish faith, but because Odin was the wise god king. He had hung himself upon the world tree for 7 days and 7 nights to seize primordial wisdom. The runes he created contained all things. A being like that would not be deceived by a wild hunt king who commanded giants and stole their strength. But to see Odin, Ro had to survive first. Because if Ro died, she would die with him. That was Thor's nature. He had once treated her with kindness, like a younger sister, but the moment they stood as enemies, mercy ceased to exist. War god was not a praise born from gentleness. So Ro must not die. Scathatch's voice slid in again. Want to help him? Helping him is helping me. Then throw your spear high into the sky. Good. With a single thought, Skadi lifted her hand. Her long sleeves swayed like clouds. 5 slender fingers pinched at the air itself. Shadows spread. A crimson spear formed in her palm. The spear of piercing thorns. A replica of Odin's meteor spear, Gungnir. Skadi gripped it, and then hurled it forward. At the same moment, Thor raised Mjolnir. Lightning condensed across the hammer's surface, swirling into a vortex like a churning galaxy. His tall divine body sprang into the air. Like a meteor, he smashed down toward Ro. For a long his cloak shook free like drifting dust. Behind the mask, Ro's face remained calm. Light and darkness alternated in his eyes, as if his gaze contained 2 skies. The path was there. He could feel it, right ahead. But how did one walk a road no one had ever walked, when direction itself refused to take shape? Even with monstrous computational power, the answer did not exist. So he used the only tool left. Human thought. He had an idea. If nothing interfered, he could make it real. What a pity. Ro exhaled softly and drove the spear toward the descending Mjolnir. He was ready to manifest the Machina god form, to crush the gap through sheer specification. Then a sharp sound ripped through the air. A dark purple spear shot upward and struck Mjolnir head-on. Clash. Collision. Ro froze. He recognized that spear. It was Skadi's throw. Yet in that same instant, he saw something else. A purple figure, faint and swift, like a reflection stepping out of a mirror. A valiant female warrior. Similar to Skadi, yet clearly not her. Scathatch. Ro understood immediately. Lightning hesitated for a heartbeat. That spear could only hold Thor for 1 second. But 1 second was enough. In the next instant, the thunder crashed down again. Thanks, Ro said. You are welcome. The spear was smashed back toward the ground. The faint purple figure blurred, yet a voice seemed to echo alongside it, light as mockery and sharp as a blade. Ro tightened his grip on his spear and dragged it in a spiral. The momentum changed. Thor, holding Mjolnir, frowned deeply. The hammer was already falling. It could not be recalled, so he poured more power into it instead. The cube on his chest and the cubes on his hands flared. Layers of lightning became so dense they turned almost pure black. A mechanism of destruction moved within it, like a program executing a single command. Lightning is the most terrifying force the human eye can witness in nature. So it can naturally represent destruction. Even a god king would hesitate to face this strike head-on. Ro did not hesitate. He dragged the spear, lifted the tip, and gathered storm upon it. Then they collided. The firmament shook without pause. The earth's groan deepened. At the point where divine weapons met, the divine layer covering the surface of the celestial body revealed thin, dark cracks. Invisible ripples spread outward like wrinkles on paper being smoothed flat again. Lightning and storm were both pinned to that paper-thin surface. A single sharp point held back the falling hammer. Thor's eyes widened. Not because Ro blocked him. Not because Ro pierced the encirclement of lightning through perfect timing and angle. But because the way Ro lifted the spear was not the way a spear should move. It was the way a hammer moved. The way Mjolnir moved. I have mastered your technique, Thor. Ro's voice echoed, deep and steady. Behind the mask, his eyes burned like fire. He retreated several steps, robe snapping in the wind. As his cloak billowed, storms gathered along the spear's surface again, compressing, shaping, thickening, as if the spear itself was becoming a long hammer. This move. Strike air. It was a martial art that imitated Thor's power, then fused it with Ro's own understanding, and finally became something new. The air currents twisting along its surface resembled the lightning that converged upon Mjolnir's face. Chaotic at a glance. Yet every strand had purpose, whether for assault or for sealing, all aligned, all in order. Thor's combat looked wild. But the techniques hidden beneath it lived in details so fine they vanished under the spectacle of raw power. The Norse were rugged. The Norse gods valued freedom. That never meant they were crude. Thor's single hammer strike had been refined tens of millions of times. Ro's spear was no different now. With his own comprehension, he gathered vast computational power into a single point, reaching the state where his movement followed his will without delay. This way. This is more like it. Thor did not rage. He rejoiced. Fighting with brute force alone is a beast's brawl. Savage grappling is what a wild ox does. Now you are worthy to be my opponent, king of the wild hunt. Thor was a fanatic of battle. A god of war. A martial artist. As his fighting spirit rose, the lightning coiling around him grew more violent and more explosive. The god was joyful. The god was also furious. Come, king of the wild hunt. Let us continue. Thor raised Mjolnir again. Hammer and spear separated. The god of thunder pulled back, not to retreat, but to gather greater power, to unveil the more terrifying authority of lightning. He swung violently. Thunder surged. Silver-white light gathered around him, forming a vast sea of lightning suspended in the sky. That sea crushed everything within its range. Dust. Cloud. Air currents. Even the concept of sky where he stood. Shattered concepts turned into pure energy, absorbed by the ethereal blue cubes on his body, converted into divine power, and fed back into even greater lightning. Inner and outer, cycling without pause. The lightning's territory expanded. This was Mjolnir, the storm of 10,000 thunders. Thor lifted the hammer high. Behind the helmet, his eyes turned into flashing lightning. Ro's expression grew solemn. Thor had begun to unleash his strongest. Might and skill fused into one, the ultimate authority of the strongest war god among the Aesir. So in the brief interval where his robe and cloak whipped in the light of countless thunders, Ro tightened his grip on the storm spear and turned it slightly. His eyes closed behind the mask. The spear tip rose, pointing to the dome of the sky. A gentle breeze spread outward, carrying invisible ripples that swayed softly, as if stroking the world's skin. Ro's consciousness emptied. As the king of storms, he felt the world's breath. The rotation of the stars. With the sword of rupture he wielded, he drew close to this land covered by myth. At least in this moment, the clash with Thor held no schemes. No hidden tools. No external leverage. Only pure might. Only pure technique. So Ro answered with everything he had gained in this battle. It was respect. And it was an opportunity. Transformation is born under pressure. And today, only Thor could create pressure heavy enough to force change in Ro while he remained in human form. So what should Ro call his strongest? Strip away Atlantis' Machina god power. Strip away the celestial fortress body stolen from Cronus. What remained? Chains of heaven. The primal stellar rotation that birthed Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon, that seemingly endless collection. No. None of those. His strongest was the road he had walked. The great deeds etched into the age where gods vanished. The brilliance that closed the myths of prior generations. A special attack against mythology itself, against eras. That was his most potent authority. Ro opened his eyes. A light, prolonged wind gathered around his body. In that moment, he perceived the world. He perceived the membrane of the mythic realm. Then 10,000 thunders roared, and Mjolnir spun. Thor's power reached its peak. King of the wild hunt, let me, Thor, verify whether you can bear that name. Thor hurled the hammer. Thunder and lightning poured down like a bursting mountain flood, swallowing Ro from above. Before the heavens, Ro's shadow looked small. On the ground. Under the ground. In the sky. Countless gods watched from afar, unseen, drawn to a clash between kings that had not appeared in nearly 10,000 years. The firmament trembled. The earth groaned. Facing an impact like a stampede of 10,000 horses, Ro only tightened his grip and released a stream of storm light from the spear tip. Not the crimson primal storm. Not the sword of rupture's power. But a new storm born in that instant of comprehension. It spiraled. It diffused. At its boundary, space folds appeared, then shattered. The sky that remained was still sky, yet it no longer felt like the same sky. It was the true face of the stars, beneath the veil of the age of gods. This spear was a line of brilliance, not dazzling, not ostentatious. This spear did not display the earth-shaking spectacle of Thor. Yet it could end any myth. This was Rangaminiad, the spear that shines at the end. Rangaminiad. Ro named it after the holy spear he knew. It was the wind he extracted from the star's true nature after perceiving the storm of this world. Its meaning was deep. Not dazzling, yet capable of shining in any era. As he raised it, it spiraled open. The world was enveloped by it. Half the world, in that instant, collided with the sea of 10,000 thunders. Overflowing light drowned all things. Everything fell onto a painter's canvas, stripped of color with ruthless precision, leaving only lines and surfaces. Clashing with the god of thunder. Drawing out the full might of Thor, stronger now after having once tasted death. Whatever Ro's true identity, from this moment forward, he would be etched into myth. Not because of his origin, but because of his name. As the final collision approached, Thor stood at the heart of the Thunder Sea and stared toward the shadow above the brilliant spear. "What is your name?" Ro looked down. For along his cloak fluttered. Behind the mask, golden fire held a trace of thought. Ro. He was Ro. The one illuminated by light. The recorder of myths who crossed the world and left footsteps where no one could follow. Thor grinned. "I will remember that. My name is Thor. Firstborn son of Odin. Norse god of war. Wielder of thunder. Guardian god of farmers." Those were the last words that echoed between heaven and earth. They were also the words carved into the chapters of mythology. In the ancient Nibelungenlied, the king of the Wild Hunt once called himself Ro. Later generations investigated this name's origin. After many certifications and comparisons, they reached one conclusion. The king of the Wild Hunt had a connection to, or was even the very same person as, the sage who appeared in Mesopotamian and Greek myths. It might be coincidence. Or perhaps in that distant age of myths, there truly was such a person who traveled everywhere, leaving different deeds behind, and thus became myth. Who knows? A study of world mythology. Ro. Skathi, holding the fallen crimson spear, stared at the unbelievable battle high above and tightened her grip on the shaft. She repeated the name that had echoed through heaven and earth, and forced herself to remember it. She did not want to admit it, but she understood. At least in appearance, Ro's battle with Thor was fought to protect her. She understood many things. She knew Ro was using her. She knew he protected her not out of kindness, but because he did not want to lose her, the one who understood the Norse world, the one who carried secrets of the Aesir like a living archive. The Snow Mountain goddess was pure. She was not foolish. She knew. Yet a strange thought still rose. A strange emotion, born from seeing someone fight for her, from hearing someone stake themselves to keep her alive. It refused to be suppressed. Because this was humanity. The human character a god must carry, if they want to remain a self instead of a function. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, Loki comes to deliver a horse. Chapter 141, Loki comes to deliver a horse. The collision in the sky continued. Power surged, sustained and relentless, as god and god kept grinding against each other without pause. Skathi watched with stiff shoulders and a tight throat, nerves wound so hard they almost hummed. She did not know that deep inside her consciousness, someone let out a quiet sigh. What a silly girl. Within Skathi's mind, beyond the surface of thought, a gate opened inside the mirror world. A realm dark and profound, not truly belonging to Norse myth, yet connected to it through an intimate, abnormal link. That link existed only because the owner of this place had an unusually close relationship with Skathi. At this moment, the owner shook her head and smiled wryly. She wore Skathi's face, yet she had none of Skathi's ornate dress or regal headpiece. Her graceful figure was wrapped in a purple bodysuit, practical and tight like a second skin. She sat beneath a dark violet sky, arms crossed. Countless purple spears were driven into the barren earth around her, forming a forest of blades. These were not replicas of the divine weapon Gibog that Skathi carried. They were genuine articles, reproduced again and again through the wisdom of the magic mirror. Her name was Skathak, mistress of the land of shadows, a boundary realm between life and death in Celtic myth, brushing against the edges of Norse legend. A transcendent born within this millennium, yet someone who had stepped beyond life, death, and even the world itself. Once, she was renowned as a mortal who slew gods. She learned Norse runes and Gibalg from a goddess of the same origin and refined herself through them, even though they did not belong to her land. A millennium ago, she encountered an underworld god from another country. They clashed, then became friends, and from him she gained insight into the border of life and death. She achieved transcendence. She also glimpsed knowledge from beyond the world. Wisdom of the magic mirror. Though she was not within the Norse realm, her connection to Skathi allowed her to observe the entire chain of cause and effect. So Skathak understood one thing clearly. That other self of Skathi's had been guided into a trap. With his capabilities, how could he not sense Thor's arrival? How could he not avoid it in advance? He could. The confrontation with Thor was sudden, yes, but it was not unavoidable. It was guided. It was intentional. Ro wanted Skathi to lose hope in Asgard, bit by bit, until the only place left for her to stand was at his side. As his consultant. His knowledge base. King of the Wild Hunt, Ro, Skathak murmured. A smile curved on her heroic face, sharp and pleased. Courageous and resourceful. I truly look forward to meeting you. She rose. She pulled a spear from the ground, spun it casually, then walked deeper into the land of shadows. Her hands were itching. If she could not fight Ro yet, she would find a demon beast here instead. To satisfy the craving. The queen of the land of shadows smiled, unrestrained and delighted. Her voice faded. But Skathi's expression remained tense. Above, the radiance gradually dimmed. The momentum retreated. Cracks scarred the sky like torn cloth. The region swallowed by lightning revealed a vast emptiness, while the region swept by the Wild Hunt spear exposed the original, star-like face of the world. The two combatants still hovered there. Drip. 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 Blood fell slowly. From both of them at once. A draw. Thor stared down at the arm that had held the hammer. Only emptiness remained. Pale skin framed the torn edge, and the blood dripping from it carried a plain, flowing light. A god had lost an arm. A dead man had been wounded as well. Ro wiped the blood from his lips. There was pressure in his chest, sharp and unpleasant, and yet there was exhilaration too, like a laugh trapped behind clenched teeth. His cloak snapped in the wind. His mask remained cold. Thor had suffered an external injury. Ro had taken the damage inside. Both had paid heavily. Thor truly was formidable. At this moment, even without activating Machina God mode, Ro, in human form, already exceeded the general standard of a god king. Yet that made the outcome feel almost inevitable. Thor was second only to Odin in the pantheon, and he was Thor who had experienced death once and returned improved through the Star Hunter's technology. Do you still want to continue? Ro asked, voice carrying across the valley. Thor's reply rumbled out from within his armor, deep and vibrating. Can you still continue? I cannot anymore. A battle maniac did not mean a complete lunatic. Thor's arm had been vaporized. Even with a body modeled after Safar, regrowing an entire arm took time. Without his hand, he could not fight to his heart's content. He also believed Ro could no longer fight at full strength. Continuing would be meaningless. Better to stop. In the name of Thor, I acknowledge your name as Wild Hunt, he said. But as Thor of Asgard, I swear at this moment. You are my greatest enemy, an enemy of life and death. Next time we meet, I will defeat you. After speaking, Thor raised his remaining arm and grasped the heavy hammer that had fallen into the void. Lightning roared. Then it flashed and vanished. Thor departed. Heaven and earth returned to uneasy peace. Ro exhaled slowly, but he did not land at once. Instead, he closed his eyes, sensing something within himself. Faint traces of lightning still crawled over the surface of his body. Thor's influence had not fully dissipated. Lightning symbolizes destruction. But what comes after destruction? Ground struck by lightning grows lush again. Even lightning can give birth to life. Within Ro's body, within this dead shell, a mechanism of life stirred. Subtle. Small. Almost laughable in its weakness. But real. Born from death, I have already taken the first step. Ro's lips curved slightly. He descended toward the ground. High above the Asgardian realm, a god with a solemn face withdrew his gaze from the lower world. The threat of the giant king in Odin's prophecy had always been immense. But the gods had never feared Ro because of his individual strength. They feared the giants behind him. That was quantity, not quality. His strength was unquestionable, but no one had believed he could contend with Thor alone and leave both sides severely injured. That was before. Now their perception had changed. Even without relying on giants, the king of the Wild Hunt could still sweep through heaven and earth like a storm. Caw. 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 In the Platinum Palace, ravens flapped their wings. Orders spread. His personal guards, the Valkyries, scattered to the four corners of the Asgardian realm. To guard the sky's edges. The Wild Hunt returns from the abyss and contends with Thor in the heavens. He commands storms. He leads death. His eyes burn like lava, and what he wields is a torrent that destroys worlds. Thor marveled. The gods fell silent. Even the king of the gods grew vigilant. The Nibelungen lead. The gods were horrified. Skadi's eyes, however, were simply complex. Ro's boots touched the ground. The storm vanished. The mask was removed, revealing a face slightly pale. "Let us continue our journey," he said, as if nothing had happened. The internal injuries that could have healed in an instant were deliberately shown. After displaying Asgard's cruelty, it was time to display his own goodness. Skadi frowned, suddenly unsure what to say. Concern. She could not bring herself to offer it. No matter what, in her heart, Ro was still an enemy. Mockery. Even harder. Because, to some extent, she had been touched. Someone had confronted the strongest divine might in Norse myth, second only to Odin, in front of her. For her. After a pause, Skadi finally forced the words out. Thank you. The purple-haired goddess turned her face away. A faint blush rose across her delicate cheeks. Reluctant. Embarrassed. And yet she still could not forget the cause of this predicament. In the end, was it not Ro's fault she had fallen into this? "You are welcome." Ro yawned and waved a hand. The lingering arcs across his armor dispersed completely. Without the mask, his pallor remained, and the deathly stillness still clung to him, but it had eased a little. Drawing life from lightning. Turning death toward life. His condition had improved. "Of course," he added, "it would be even better if your attitude improved. Thor's blows are truly heavy. My attitude is already good enough." Skadi's resentment rose immediately. "If it were not for you, why would Thor want to kill me?" "Indeed." Ro nodded with complete sincerity. "Then how about I send you back, and you explain everything thoroughly to them?" Skadi fell silent. "So there is no regret pill in this world?" Ro shrugged. "As long as you stand behind me, I will always protect you. Other possibilities may be lies, but at least that statement is true." Ro's goals were never beneath concealment. Skadi might sense that many things were intentional, yet his actions were woven from both open and hidden threads. What if she knew? What if she did not? In the end, Skadi had no choice but to accept the present. So she remained quiet. Ro did not mind. The turmoil in her heart was exactly what he wanted. A demon who manipulates hearts. Someone had called him that before, had they not? And now, to some extent, it was becoming more and more accurate. Ro exhaled softly and looked down the mountainside. After the battle, even though the land below had not been completely destroyed, it had changed. Ice and snow had melted, exposing raw rock. Dense vegetation had withered and collapsed. Ahead, the deep secluded valley still remained. Ro could feel it. Fafnir was still there. The evil dragon hid in the valley like a beast in a cage. A monster that once terrified countless heroes now did not even dare to raise its head. It was not simply fear. It was impossibility. Thor's name alone could make all things tremble. The Wild Hunt King, who had led endless storm giants out of Jotunheimer, made hiding instinctive. Ro had fought Thor. His goal had not changed. Fafnir was still his target. But before that. After Thor, do you also intend to fight me, Loki, god of sophistry? The air between the mountains carried a faint heat, scorched residue from lightning. Ro's voice rode that breeze, and Skadi stiffened. She turned sharply. Between the rugged rocks, something moved. Oh my, oh my. A frivolous voice rang out, playful as a knife in a jester's sleeve. As expected of someone who can fight that man to such an extent. A figure stepped out. Tall and slender, wearing a felt hat and loose clothes, with clown makeup that made gender indistinguishable. Or perhaps there was no gender at all. Because this was Loki. Lord of Deception. God of Mischief. The ever-changing one. Loki spun once in place, then placed a hand over his chest and bowed. Great King of the Wild Hunt, I have no intention of being your enemy. His cunning eyes flicked to the storm spear still in Ro's grip. He remembered the brilliance that had collided with Thor only moments ago. The curve of his painted smile sharpened. I am here only to bring you a gift. A gift. Ro raised an eyebrow. Is that so? His tone turned thoughtful, almost mild. Then we shall see whether this gift is enough to buy your life. Cold light flashed. A gleam formed at the spear tip. Loki froze. The heavy makeup could not hide the twitch in his expression. Ro's threat was plain, shamelessly direct. It blocked every retreat. Loki hated that sort of rigidity. It was why Thor was his nemesis. And in this moment, Ro felt the same. Fortunately, Loki truly had come with a gift. You are looking for Fafnir to find a mount. But Fafnir is an evil dragon. Even if you force him into another shape, it still does not quite fit the name Wild Hunt. I have brought you something that does. Loki had come to deliver a horse. Ro's surprise was genuine. Legend said Odin's mount had been given by Loki. Sleipnir, the eight-legged celestial horse, born when Loki transformed into a mare and mated with the divine stallion Svalfari. Loki gave it to Odin, adding to the king of the gods' already blinding glory. And now Loki offered Ro something equal. A whinny split the air. Wind surged. Skathi retreated instinctively, eyes obscured by the dark storm, unable to see what approached. Ro saw it clearly. At the storm center stood a black divine horse, tall and extraordinary. 12 pairs of wings, each set different in size. 8 legs, like Odin's mount. Its entire body glowed with coiled storm, radiating divinity. This is Sleipnir's brother, Loki said with pride, a divine horse no less magnificent than Odin's mount. Great king of the Wild Hunt, I offer him to you. For what? Ro asked, expression unchanged. To bring true change to this dull and boring world. Loki laughed, delighted with his own answer. I am the god of sophistry. I hate anything eternally unchanged. Concepts give birth to divinity. Divinity shapes personality. As the embodiment of sophistry, Loki could not help being like this. As Odin's sworn brother, he was also not afraid of Thor's punishment. So he acted recklessly. So he dared to gift Ro. Ro nodded. I am very satisfied with your gift. He leapt. The back of the 8-legged, 12-winged horse dipped slightly. Its intricate hooves shifted, lifting and falling in frantic rhythm. It struggled. Then it was tamed. The king of storms mounted the steed of storm. Go forth, great king of the Wild Hunt. Loki's figure faded, retreating into absence, yet his laughter only grew more unrestrained. Let this dull and boring world change because of you. Storms roared. Currents spiraled. Ro lifted the long spear in his hand. The authority of the Wild Hunt tightened around him like a crown. He raised the spear. Then he swept it toward the depths of the valley below. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 142, The Moment of Plundering the Pure Snow Mountain. Chapter 142, The Moment of Plundering the Pure Snow Mountain. Deep within the valley, an immense evil dragon coiled in a cramped, lightless space, trembling as if the air itself were a guillotine. Fear, alarm, unease. The creature that once made heroes into legends now looked like a cornered rodent that had finally met the predator written into its blood. Fafnir's golden eyes flickered without rhythm. His senses, honed to an absurd sharpness, scraped at the world above like claws against stone. The clash between gods had ended. That overwhelming pressure, the kind that reduced even a so-called ultimate dragon species to dust in spirit, had begun to fade. Thor had left. The king of the Wild Hunt remained. Then another presence arrived. Loki, the god of sophistry. And with him, the scent and weight of a celestial steed. A gift, bestowed upon Ro. A dragon's senses are cruelly honest. Fafnir could perceive the outline of events even without seeing them directly. Neither the Wild Hunt nor Loki bothered to hide their trails, so the information poured into him as clearly as breath. Ro had come looking for him to obtain a suitable mount. And now Ro already had one. So, he should be safe. That thought had barely formed when the dragon's scales rippled, layer after layer, like fur standing on end in terror. A primal shiver ran through the black mass of his body. Roar. A deep bellow rolled out as Fafnir jerked his head upward, eyes locking on the sky. A pillar of light fell straight down. Roar. 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 Pain exploded across his scales as the beam cut through the valley's darkness. His body convulsed. His breath, the lava heat of a dragon, collapsed in layers beneath the cold authority of that storm-forged radiance. Fafnir could no longer endure. Wings spread. Violent currents detonated at the valley floor and the evil dragon shot upward in a frantic ascent. At this moment, he wanted only one thing. Escape. He could not understand why Ro still wanted to kill him after already gaining a mount. He could not understand what Ro intended. To eliminate a menace for humanity. Absurd. The truth of the evil dragon Fafnir, stamped with the title Ultimate Dragon Species, was not a species at all. It was a curse of dragonification. Every evil dragon had once been a dragon-slaying warrior. Every Fafnir had once been human, or at least a demigod. When the previous evil dragon died, the curse would fall upon another suitable person. The dragon slayer would eventually become the dragon. A cycle. Chains of fate. A mechanism as inevitable as Ragnarok, prophesied by Odin himself. So killing him was meaningless. And yet none of that mattered. Fafnir did not want to die here. He wanted to live. Evil dragons are creatures of desire, greedy for treasure, and even more greedy for time. For the length of life itself. So he charged upward, reckless, vertical, desperate enough to look like courage. The mountain shook again. Ro, having subdued the 8-legged, 12-winged celestial horse, held the storm spear high. Pale light streamed from its tip, trailing like a wound across the sky. Skadi's vision cleared. She opened her eyes and stared, bewildered. What is he doing? By now, she understood Ro's power well enough to know that if he wanted to capture Fafnir or erase him, he did not need theatrics. This did not look like hunting. It looked like play. Like a cat batting at a mouse, letting it run just far enough to believe it might live. Skadi's gaze turned strange. One could only say that a demon king truly was a demon king. Ro, of course, did not care about the subtle shifts in the goddess's mind. He could infer emotions from expression and posture, but he rarely bothered to pry. Secrets were cheap. Results were not. And yes, Skadi's guess was correct. Ro was deliberately driving Fafnir away. The storm spear sliced through the blue sky, leaving a brilliant trace. With every rotation, the evil dragon screamed again, mournful and raw. Under the open heavens, countless eyes were drawn upward by the cries. As a notorious monster, its appearance was undeniably terrifying. Dark scales. A ferocious head. A maw lined with fangs like knives. And the breath of molten heat that had once turned battlefields into funeral pyres. In the past, countless warriors could not defeat it. Countless heroes could not pierce that shell. But what the world saw now was not awe. It was collapse. Even so, the howling made mortals tremble. Fear rose by instinct. Feet wanted to run. After all, it was still a god-level monster. A whinny tore through the wind. Ro squeezed his legs lightly and the celestial horse beneath him stepped forward twice, steady as a storm-given form. The dragon wailed. The dragon roared. The dragon, driven by a beam of condensed storm light, crashed upward toward the verdant canopy of the world tree. And where was that? Skadi's breath caught. The entrance to Asgard's divine realm. She saw it clearly. The direction Ro was forcing Fafnir toward was the passage that led into Asgard. What is he trying to do? Declare war on the gods, openly and now? Skadi could not understand. War itself was not unimaginable. Ro had fought Thor to a draw and commanded the image of countless storm giants. Strength was not the issue. The timing was. It was too fast. Too unprepared. Asgard had more than Thor. Asgard had Odin. And then Skadi abruptly realized what her thoughts had turned into. Why am I calculating his chances of victory? She shook her head hard, trying to crush that line of thinking before it rooted itself. But the wind had already risen. Panic, thin and sharp, slid along her spine. Fafnir had already smashed into the passage to Asgard. A monster invading the divine realm could not go unanswered. Because of Ro's battle with Thor, the gods who had scattered now gathered again in the Platinum Palace. If their earlier stance had been vigilance, now it contained something uglier. Fear. Ro could contend with Thor. That meant Ro could kill any god here, with the exception of Thor and Odin. Odin had ordered them not to provoke that being for the time being. Yet giants and gods were sworn enemies, and under the terrible imbalance of strength, they could not remain still. So their minds moved. They did not dare to confront Ro directly like Thor. Naturally, their knives turned toward the weaker target. Skadi. Have you noticed? A god said inside the splendid palace. Thor had a chance to defeat the giant's master. If it were not for Skadi's intervention. Yes, another echoed. I noticed it too. She really has betrayed us. I thought there was still room for maneuver. We gods doted on her so much, and she still dares betray us. Just as Thor said. Such a traitor must be punished. In truth, it was simpler and far more shameful than righteousness. Skadi knew too much. In a corner, Loki had already returned from Midgard. He watched with a smile that grew wider and wider, the kind of grin that did not belong to a friend. The god of sophistry saw through the god's guilt instantly. Skadi had once been the most beloved goddess of Asgard, in the way Ishtar was adored and feared in Mesopotamia. The gods loved her, doted on her, and pursued her with desperation because she was the pure snow mountain, untainted and unreachable. Skadi disdained the male gods who sought her. Some could not even meet her. Yet in their attempts to please her, they had written countless letters. And in those letters, they revealed countless secrets. If those secrets were placed into the hands of a hostile force strong enough, it would be fatal to the gods standing here. Now they had seen Ro's power and felt fear. So their first reaction was to erase the leak. They targeted Skadi. I propose, a god said, voice turning cold, that Skadi's concept within the divine realm be shattered. Asgard is the divine realm, the heavenly realm where the gods' authorities converge. The fundamental concepts of the gods reside here. If a concept is shattered, the god perishes. Even if it is only the shattering of personality, for a god that is death in the only way that matters. Replacement means the old self is gone. The new god is not the same individual. They wanted Skadi to die. They wanted her secrets to vanish with her. Even if this angered Ro, they believed they could endure as long as they remained within Asgard, combining the brilliance of many gods under Odin's protection. If Ro could shatter the divine realm itself, then nothing they did would matter anyway. Either way, death waited. So they chose the possibility of survival. The gods began to act. Fire, earth, light. Numerous divine authorities gathered within the Platinum Palace, manifesting as radiant symbols and pressure. Loki watched with cool eyes and did not participate. But he was pleased. The gods were moving. For Loki, any change was good. From the gathered brilliance, a pure white snow mountain emerged, pristine and flawless, like the most perfect ice crystal formed by nature. The manifestation of the snow mountain concept. Skadi's essence. She was forced out. And then she would be shattered. But at that very moment, a mighty roar erupted. The gods froze. A black evil dragon burst into the Platinum Palace. Its abyssal mouth opened wide and swallowed the pure white snow mountain in a single bite. Then it smashed through a window and vanished without a trace. The entire sequence was so sudden that the gods did not truly react until the evil dragon was already gone. Skadi's concept had been stolen. What was that? Loki laughed aloud, voice bright and delighted. Fafnir. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. Too interesting. To think of using Fafnir to accomplish such a thing. That fellow is far more interesting than I thought. What is Fafnir? The infamous evil dragon, a god-level monster. But to some extent, his essence was similar to that of the gods. Both were manifestations of nature. The difference lay in the mind. The gods had clear personalities. Fafnir was mostly instinct. The line between god and demon often lies there. Yet similar essence implies similar aura. If Ro had entered Asgard himself, the divine realm would have repulsed him violently. Fafnir would not. The gods had not thought of it. So they allowed him to come and go. Allowed him to run free. An alarm rang out across the edges of the realm. An evil dragon has invaded the divine realm. Valkyries, be on guard. Be on guard. Be on guard. Clear, cold, almost mechanical voices echoed as the Valkyrie shield maidens moved. The personal guards of Odin formed ranks at the sky's boundary, their armor bright, their posture valiant. They received orders and reacted instantly, gathering to intercept the incomprehensible intruder heading toward the heavenly realm. But the rushing wind arrived first. The massive evil dragon smashed through their half-formed formation. A thunderous roar, a sweep of tail and horn, and the Valkyries scattered like leaves. Some were knocked aside by the dragon's tail. Others were struck by its ferocious head and fell into Midgard, tumbling out of the divine realm. The leader of the Valkyries, a silver-haired female warrior named Brynhildr, opened her eyes in a daze. Snow swirled. The land around her was sparse, quiet, far too human. Having left the divine realm, the connection in her mind was severed. Unlike other Valkyries chosen from mortals, the shield maidens were dolls created by Odin. Their duty was obedience. Command was their world. And now that world had gone silent. Brynhildr stood still, unsure what to do. Far away, Ro finally moved. The evil dragon descended from the sky, its wings fanning fierce wind, then landed and lowered its head like a chastised beast. It opened its mouth obediently and spat out a shadow. The corner of the snow mountain concept. Skadi saw it and froze. Driving Fafnir into Asgard had been for this. Fafnir is a monster. Instinct outweighs self, but he understands meaning well enough. If he did not want to die, this was his only option. Here. Ro tossed the light and shadow of the snow mountain to Skadi. She raised her hands and caught it, astonishment shaking her face. You. Ro met her eyes with a half-smile. You did not think about what those gods would do to you, did you? Your so-called self is safest when you hold it in your own hands. He leaned down from the horse, close enough that the goddess could feel the chill of his presence, and then he reached out and pinched her chin. He lifted her face. Astonishment. Confusion. Complexity. All of it laid bare. I told you. As long as you stand behind me, I will protect you. Then his smile sharpened. But I also warn you, do not trust me. He withdrew his hand and straightened. I am doing this to prevent a knife from coming from behind to stab me someday. Skadi stared at the snow mountain in her hand. Then at the tall figure turning toward the evil dragon. What would the gods do to her? She had already thought of it. Shatter her concept. Replace her personality. Kill her. That earlier panic had come from exactly that place. He protected her again. Protection with ulterior motives. She understood those motives. And yet, why was he so gentle with her? Skadi wavered. Humanity inside a god's personality is stubborn. It grows in places you do not grant permission to. It does not ask if it is convenient. Fafnir crouched at Ro's feet. The massive dragon curled inward, shrinking, compressing, folding into itself until it became a black hound, dark and quiet, a beast sized for a leash rather than a legend. Let us go. Ro remained astride the storm steed gifted by Loki, then looked back at the snow mountain goddess. For now, I cannot set you free. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 143, Chapter 143, Skadi hides under the covers. Chapter 143, Skadi hides under the covers. Where to go next? In Ro's plan, the rampaging giants had already assembled Storm Legion after Storm Legion across the surface of the world, commanding innumerable undead. The flames had been scattered. All that remained was to head for the places where people gathered most densely, then wait for the timing to ripen. To wait for sparks to catch. To wait until a firestorm rose, until it finally burned through the entire Norse Age of Gods. The steed galloped through the snow, 12 pairs of wings beating and tearing the air into fierce currents. The majestic hyena running alongside the hooves occasionally lifted its muzzle and howled. Armor. Great cloak. A long spear. That dead quiet clinging to him like frost on iron. Ro rode as if he were leading an army of wraiths through a white wasteland, reins in hand, gaze fixed on the distant scenery. Then he pulled back slightly, easing the pace. From behind came a clear, indignant shout. Wait for me. Ro looked over his shoulder at the snow mountain goddess, swaying as she drove her sled through the wind and snow, and could not help laughing. Why are you so disheveled? Humph. Skadi stopped her sled. Her exquisite cheeks puffed slightly. She shot Ro a glance, said nothing, and began patting at her luxurious dress to shake off the snow. In the process, a cold corner slipped into her collar. The sudden chill against smooth skin made her shiver, her body swaying. That only made her angrier. You hateful fellow. You did that on purpose, didn't you? So what if I did? Ro spoke without the faintest guilt. They had galloped this whole way. He rode like an ordinary traveler on a tear, while Skadi could only follow behind on her sled, eating the snow his hooves kicked up. Gods did not suffer frostbite, but looking like this still felt miserable. Seeing her cheeks puffed out like that, Ro suppressed an absurd urge to poke them with the storm spear. Actually, you could use magecraft. Aren't you a god more skilled in magecraft? I. Skadi opened her mouth. Ro had never told her she was forbidden from using mystic arts. It was just that, seeing him move like an ordinary man, she had subconsciously refrained. Before, that restraint had been fear, the instinct of the captured before their captor. Now, she had already let go of that fear. So why did she still not use it? I don't want to, that's why. There don't have to be so many reasons, the goddess replied, tossing her soft hair and straightening the thorn-like crown on her head. It's not only you who can live like an ordinary person. She did not finish. Ro's raised spear hooked her collar and lifted her clean off the sled. You don't want to, but I don't want to wait for you forever, he said, sounding more resigned than anything. Then, ignoring her startled cry and frantic flailing, he swung the spear haft and set Skadi onto the horse's back behind him. Her body dipped. She clutched at the horse's belly, trying to regain balance. This Pegasus, magnificent and excessive, had 12 pairs of wings and an absurdly broad back. It was more than spacious enough for one person to sit and another to lie prone. Let's go, Ro said. He squeezed with his legs and pulled the reins. Whoa. The hound, transformed from the evil dragon Fafnir, let out a high, eager howl beside them. Hooves rose and fell, raising a curtain of powdery snow behind. Amid the rocking, the jolting, the constant wind, Skadi gradually released the tension that had been coiled in her shoulders. Her prone posture shifted. She sat up, then turned sideways, placing both legs to one side and crossing them lightly to keep her skirt from flying. The ride was bumpy, and yet strangely steady. The snow mountain goddess watched the endless snow and wind roll past. Midgard's scenery seemed unchanged for an eternity. As far as the eye could see, there was only white, and beyond that, the distant ocean and undulating ice. Spring came sometimes, but only as a brief melting of snow. For thousands of years, Skadi had grown numb to that beauty. But now, it felt different. Was it because her state of mind had changed? She looked ahead, as if watching the scenery, but the corner of her eye kept drifting to the figure holding the reins. She still had reservations toward Ro. Yet she had begun to truly believe he would not harm her, that he could be trusted. Asgard's gods had tried to kill her without hesitation. The king of the wild hunt beside her had pressed her at every step, but he had never pursued his goal by killing her. He could have. In Skadi's mind, the king of the dead who could rival Thor must possess the ability to tear out souls, to peel away memories, to strip personality like bark from a tree. But Ro had never even seemed to consider it. Even when he sought her trust, he did it through protection, through rescue. He was, infuriatingly, good to her. Why are you so good to me? Skadi's fingers tightened into fists. If you keep doing that, I'll become someone who can only stay here. I'm a goddess of Asgard. Besides I shouldn't go anywhere else. She closed her eyes, but a girl-like thought that had no place in a divine heart still rose, uninvited. Just then, Ro tugged the reins and turned his head. How about we rest a bit? His words stopped. Something soft pressed against his back. A faint ripple. Smooth hair settling against cold armor. Skadi was sitting sideways, and she had leaned into him. She was asleep. Ro raised an eyebrow. Gods did not need sleep, yet perhaps everything that had happened in such a short span had exhausted her personality. Weariness, heavy and dull, had finally overrun her, and in the bumping of the ride she had drifted into slumber. Sleeping was not a weakness. It was, in its own way, a privilege. Ro smiled and did not disturb her. Born human, he treasured all human things. Walking. Eating. Sleeping. He did them often, not out of necessity, but to remind himself what he had started as. In the beginning, for the sake of death, for the power he intended to leave on the throne of heroes, he had been willing to abandon everything, no matter the cost. Now, he was faintly afraid of that version of himself. Because the more he experienced, the more he understood the weight of his original intent. If he discarded this human heart, what would remain? He would no longer be Ro. Since you're asleep, he murmured, voice carrying over the boundless snowfield, have a good dream. His laughter was distant and vast. Skadi, however, quietly opened her dark purple eyes. She was awake. But she did not want to be. She rested her head against Ro's back anyway. Even through the cold armor, an immense sense of security rose in her chest. This moment felt painfully similar to earlier, when thunder roared, when the tall figure had stood before her, spear held across the world as a shield. Night fell. The sea churned. Water surged and hissed against coastal ice. Cold, clear moonlight shone down on a seal crawling over the frozen edge. It was hunting. Then a light flared beneath the sea. Cold, serpentine eyes eclipsed the bright moon. A maw opened, abyssal and vast, swallowing seawater in a single motion. The coastal ice collapsed and fell. The seal did not even have time for a final cry before it vanished into darkness. With a splash, the enormous serpent broke through the surface, dragging a shadow across the ocean. A forked tongue flicked out. Ist. Its head alone occupied an entire corner of the sea, yet its presence seemed to divide the ocean itself, to draw a line between inside and outside, and to mark the boundaries of the Norse world. In truth, it did. This was the edge of Midgard, one of the 9 realms held up by the World Tree. And that serpent was the monster that encircled Midgard. Jormungandr. In Odin's prophecy, several monsters would rise during Ragnarok. One was Nidhogg, the black dragon in Niflheim at the roots of the World Tree, forever gnawing at its foundation. The second was Fenrir, the wolf demon that would devour the sun, sealed upon a certain island. The third was Jormungandr, the serpent that coiled around Midgard, existing at the boundary of the mortal realm. Though listed last, Jormungandr's strength was terrifying. In Odin's words, it would face the greatest war god of the Norse, Thor himself. Its body was immeasurably vast. It existed to encircle all of Midgard, hence the name Midgard Serpent. It was also because Odin had suppressed it in the bottomless deep sea, forcing it to exist only by coiling around the realm. It could only raise its head and stare toward Asgard on the night of the full moon. The full moon, which was this very moment. Ist. The forked tongue flicked again. Jormungandr stared up at the bright moon, eyes full of the desire to devour gods. Then it lowered its gaze, looking down at a figure standing upon a reef. That figure was insignificant compared to its head. A playful, frivolous voice rose, as a clown-like figure stood on one leg, expression absurd and exaggerated. Long time no see, my child. Loki, Jormungandr spoke in a human tongue, words clipped and cold, tongue still flicking between each phrase. I am not your child. Ist. Loki did not mind at all. Oh my, oh my. Are you still angry that I abandoned all of you? Jormungandr, Fenrir, and Hel, the goddess of death, were all Loki's children. Unlike ordinary monsters, had it not been for Odin's prophecy, they too might have stood among the exalted gods in the Platinum Palace. But a single word from the god king who ruled Asgard had cast Loki's 3 children down. One was isolated and crushed beneath the deep sea. One was bound eternally to a solitary island. One was made to rule the realm of the dead and stare into death itself. Resentment naturally festered. Resentment toward Odin. And resentment toward Loki, who had not stood up for them. Recalling that past, Jormungandr's voice dropped into a low roar. You are Odin's brother. You are also the strategist of Asgard. You had the power to save us. But I couldn't save you. Loki's grin widened until it looked painted on. Because only this way can you truly be reborn. He spread his arms as if embracing the moonlight. Believe me, my child. I love you. But I love this changing world even more. And I can already feel it. The spark of change has arrived. I am the god of sophistry. The god of schemes. The god of mischief. And also the god of fire. The light of fire is coming. Ragnarok is not far away. Because the king of the wild hunt has already arrived. Ah ha 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 ha. Jormungandr paused. King of the wild hunt. A name that scraped across something old, something familiar. Elsewhere, under the same Midgard night sky, on a distant land swept by wind and snow, a bonfire burned. Ro, who had traveled like an ordinary person through the night, finally decided to rest within a dense forest. The Pegasus with its 12 pairs of wings lay on the snow. The hyena that was Fafnir curled against its belly. After lighting the fire, Ro set the sleeping Skadi on the ground and covered her with his great cloak. The goddess did not need it, but it was a human instinct. Not concern for her. A reminder to himself. Ro exhaled slowly. This corpse shell now carried a trace of vitality, and with it, a warmth so small it was almost imaginary. He turned his head slightly and listened. In the age of gods, countless spirits drifted on the wind. They heeded the call of the Storm King and brought him news. They said, ahead lies the most populous region of humans, where cities and nations stand, where poetry and wine burn hot, where stories of poets and heroes are sung. They said, there are cults that worship giants. Under your name, they spread their teachings without restraint. They said, hail the Lord of Storms, the King of the Wild Hunt, commander of the undead host. Even the little creatures are flattering me now. Ro muttered with a low laugh, then fell silent in thought. People who worship giants. Ymir. If he remembered correctly, the Titan god king had once had contact with Ymir, and even forged an alliance. Ereshkigal also seemed to have an image tied to this. Then this journey is unavoidable, Ro thought. He sat by the fire, eyes half closed, and sank into slumber. The habit remained. If anything in the outer world shifted into danger, he would wake at once. Yes. Something did shift. A faint rustling. The 8-legged, 12-winged Pegasus opened its eyes. Then closed them again. Because the sound came from Skadi. She had been lying on the ground, wrapped in Ro's great cloak. Now she looked at him sitting upright, asleep by the firelight, and her pretty face twitched. I will not be grateful to you, the goddess thought. And yet, she was unwilling to leave the warmth of the cloak. It is clearly the king of the dead's coat. Never mind. I will let you off easy. Skadi tiptoed closer, wrapped the great cloak around Ro more tightly, then slipped behind him and burrowed in. Back to back. Her exposed face was faintly flushed in the firelight. It was undeniable. It felt warm like this. The night ran deep beneath the stars. Skadi shifted slightly and let out a whispered murmur. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, Beowulf, what kind of hero are you? Chapter 144, Beowulf, what kind of hero are you? The vast night remained in a drunken haze. And when Skadi finally fell asleep as well, the magic mirror deep within her mind gave off a faint, quiet glow. In that darkness, Scathatch, queen of the land of shadows, let out a low murmur. That little girl, did she actually fall asleep? In a bleak world of piled hills and layered shadows, Scathatch sat within a hall assembled from countless boulders. Excitement flickered across her face. She shifted slightly as she hugged herself, one leg raised, swaying in an idle rhythm. Skadi and Scathatch were not the same person. But because they shared an origin, they were linked far more tightly than most gods could imagine. As long as Skadi fell into sleep, Scathatch could, with the power of the rune she had gained from her, temporarily project her consciousness into Skadi's body and borrow the Snow Mountain goddess's vessel. Under normal circumstances, that chance never came. The Snow Mountain goddess did not sleep. Unless winter had passed. And spring was approaching. The wild hunt. Ro. Scathatch licked her rosy lips, eye shifting toward the space behind her. There stood a throne even higher than the one she occupied. That seat belonged to her friend. A god of the underworld from another realm, the one who guided her to see through the boundary of life and death, the one who led her to become a transcendent existence that surpassed both. Pioneer of the land of shadows. Scathatch only managed this desolate land in her stead because her friend had fallen into slumber. My friend. Scathatch brushed back her long hair, voice soft with certainty. I can feel it. The day you awaken is not far away. After that, the night passed without another word. The next day. When the first light of dawn spilled across the horizon, Ro opened his eyes and felt refreshed. A full night of sleep loosened the knot in his thoughts, and he yawned without restraint. Across from him, on the far side of the extinguished campfire, Skadi was already awake. She stared at him with dark purple eyes that were far too focused for someone who claimed not to care. Morning, Ro said. You slept so soundly, Skadi blurted. If you cannot sleep soundly and comfortably, Ro replied as he stood, what is the point? You slept comfortably, but I did not feel comfortable at all. That thought stabbed Skadi with fresh distress. She did not know why she had made that foolish decision last night, sharing the same cloak with Ro. At first, they had only been back to back, an uneasy truce of warmth. Then deep in the night, without explanation, she had slipped into his embrace. Ro, asleep, had been completely unaware. A harmless contact like that would never wake him. But Skadi, trapped in his arms, had spent the entire night tense, her heart racing more times than all her previous days combined. She had waited until morning before carefully extracting herself. Of course, a goddess would never admit she had not wanted to leave. Here, Skadi said stiffly, holding out the great cloak. I am returning it to you. Ro took it and draped it over himself without hesitation. Let's eat something, he said. Then we set off. Still need to eat. Skadi's eyes widened slightly. You are a god. I am also a god. Why would we eat anything? A moment later, the campfire was rekindled, and the scent of roasted meat drifted into the cold air. So delicious, Skadi said, chewing in small bites, expression practically radiant. It feels healing. Ro stared. Is my cooking really that good? He took a bite himself and immediately nearly choked. Too much salt. His gaze toward Skadi could not help carrying a faint, pitying softness. She finds this delicious. What does this child usually eat? He knew the Norse were bold in their habits and unpicky about food as long as there was enough meat and wine. But he had not expected the standard to be this simple. Even the gods. Do they not understand salt? Ro flicked his hand and tossed the meat to Fafnir, the hound who had been glaring for far too long. Fafnir opened his mouth, swallowed it in one gulp, and looked visibly satisfied. When you are finished, Ro said, we move. Toward where people gathered. Toward where sparks burned brightest. Scandinavia. Whether in this current mythic era or in later generations, the northern region was synonymous with vast land and sparse population. It stretched far, seas wide, people few. But few did not mean none. Human nations existed here. City-states. Collective settlements that could be called civilization. The climate, too, was different from harsher stretches of Midgard. Spring lingered longer. Vegetation grew thicker. It was, relatively speaking, kinder to human life. Before long, Ro saw greenery spreading across what had been bare earth. In the fading light of sunset, villages dotted the land, and cooking smoke curled upward like thin prayers. Ro pulled the reins and halted on a high vantage. Be careful, he said, glancing sideways. The steed beneath them gave a low roar. Its 12 pairs of wings folded, then vanished as if they had never been. Its 8 legs shuddered, merging down into 4. At its feet, the hyena shifted as well, shrinking into a more ordinary size. The back they rode suddenly narrowed. Skadi had expected it, yet still jolted. Instinct made her wrap her arms around Ro's back, stabilizing herself against hard, cold armor. Ro did not mind. There was armor between them. Skadi's face, however, flushed instantly. How rude. Who is rude? Ro narrowed his eyes, genuinely bewildered. Of course, it was rude of herself. Skadi drew a slow breath, said nothing more, and also did not loosen her grip. Ro only laughed, about to ride toward the human settlement, when he abruptly paused and looked into the distance. The spirits in the wind drifted across the fields and brought him news. They said, someone is calling your name. They said, someone is praying for your help. They said, King of the Wild Hunt. Master of Storms. Commander of the undead host. The god who dominates the storm giants. In a dark, deep temple, before an altar with no known name, someone whispered those titles. An old, emaciated man in a pitch-black robe. Thin as firewood. He spoke while standing beside a tall, broad-shouldered young man. He comes from Jotunheim or below, the old man said, voice hoarse with fervor. He is the creator of the world, the messenger of Ymir, the giant who created all things. He brings life to all things, and hope to all things. Those gods in the sky are merely transgressors. Ymir, the true king of the giants, will bring them punishment. Young man, to believe in Ymir is the most correct and righteous path. It was proselytizing. But the young man did not respond. He only stared at the altar. It was not an altar to Ymir. It was dedicated to the Lord of Storms, the Wild Hunt, the undead. The young man was Beowulf. He had personally witnessed the terrifying descent of the king of the Wild Hunt. He had seen monsters flee in panic as the storm swept them away like ashes. The chief of a small village had returned from that scene and told Beowulf the Wild Hunt was both god and demon. It treated all things equally, bringing death to monsters and to humans alike. Death was the final destination. No one was an exception. The old chief had returned alive. Beowulf, not belonging to that village, had said farewell and left at once. Beowulf's birth was anything but ordinary. His father was a powerful warrior. His mother was the daughter of the king of the Geats. By blood alone, Beowulf was an heir, a prince. Yet he carried an ideal that did not fit neatly into a throne room. He wanted to become a warrior and a hero. So he left young. He sought experience. He tempered his martial skill. He hunted monsters across distant lands, believing fame earned through battle would become his name's foundation. Until now, it had gone smoothly. Like the old chief, Beowulf had visited many reclusive heroes. He had met countless people and demigods. He sharpened himself until he finally felt capable of defeating great monsters and becoming known far and wide. Then Ro arrived. And most monsters were scattered into dust by the King of Storms. Now it was difficult to find even one strong enough to be worth the effort. To possess the art of slaying dragons, but to have no dragons left to slay. Beowulf's predicament was exactly that. The young warrior felt lost. He had come to Scandinavia alone, on foot. His homeland was no longer far. But to return like this, with empty hands and a stalled dream, felt unbearable. He wanted to be a great hero, famous far and wide. He could not let that ideal go. That was why the old man's words had drawn him here. Because he spoke of giants. If it is giants, then they are monsters too, are they not? Beowulf had not expected to find an altar to the King of Storms instead. The old man's preaching became even more laughable in his eyes. According to the village chief, the Wild Hunt was not a giant at all. It was a demon king with divinity. A god with demonic nature. Even so, Beowulf did not leave immediately. Worship the messenger of Ymir, the king of the Wild Hunt, the old man said with a smile that looked kind at first glance, but under the weak candlelight turned chilling. You will obtain everything you desire. What do I desire? Beowulf knelt. He offered a prayer. Hail, king of the Wild Hunt. The wind spirits carried those words to Ro, who had already come close enough to listen. And Ro answered. This story was later recorded as well. The lost hero prayed to the storm god of the high heavens, asking the god-demon to answer the confusion in his heart. In the dark temple, candlelight flickered. A faint light brightened. Ro arrived. His body remained near Scandinavia, but his consciousness fell into this place all the same, descending into Beowulf's sea of the mind. Beowulf's vision shifted. Vast wind and snow, endless and pale, yet without a hint of cold. Mist dispersed. A tall throne appeared. Upon it sat the king of steel giants, cold machinery humming beneath stillness, armor like a seal, storm spear in hand. Ro's voice sounded. You sought me. Beowulf steadied his breath. He knew the one who answered was not a mere rumor. Please tell me, he said. How do I become a hero? A hero. The Wild Hunt seemed to let out a deep, amused laugh. What do you believe a hero is? Driving away monsters, gaining widespread fame, possessing extraordinary courage and martial prowess, Beowulf answered without hesitation. Ro denied him immediately. That is your hero. Not the world's hero. My hero. The world's hero. Beowulf froze. This was not Greece, where heroes were chosen and named by gods. In the north, anyone with courage could be called a hero. Anyone with strength could be called a hero. That was common sense. Because the Nordic lands revered the strong. They revered the brave. Among gods, strength shaped rank. Among humans, strength shaped respect. Yet in the eyes of the Wild Hunt, it seemed to be different. Courage comes in many forms, Ro said. To lead others is courage. To take responsibility is also courage. Strength also comes in many forms. To fight monsters alone is strength. To unite people and make a nation prosper is also strength. Even monsters are made of courage and strength. They dare to indulge their desires without fearing defeat. Their power oppresses whole regions while no one resists. Ro's gaze sharpened, as if the storm itself leaned closer. Do you want to become such a hero? Only to gain fame in one place. Only to be praised in one region. Beowulf fell silent. The monsters in this world have been swept away by my storm, Ro continued, pressing forward. But the demons in human hearts never run out. Beowulf. Answer me. Beowulf inhaled deeply. I still want to be a hero, he said. A hero whose name spreads far and wide. He could not be swayed by a handful of phrases. Beowulf had traveled, stumbled, bled, and endured. His determination was unquestionable. Yet to seek a name did not automatically mean to seek evil. To be famous far and wide is to seek renown, Ro said, voice calm, almost amused. And to seek renown can also mean to spread good. The two were not enemies. Ro laughed. If that is your answer, then let me see your resolve. In the name of the Wild Hunt, I bestow upon you the spark of the storm. A spark of light appeared. It fell into Beowulf's palm. Beowulf stared, stunned. Your courage and your strength will be the fuel, Ro said. Let that spark burn. The flame will grant you immense power and wisdom. Go forth, hero. Beowulf snapped back to himself. He awakened. The temple returned. The air turned heavy again. The old man stood nearby, eyes wide. You. The old man gasped, staring at the spark in Beowulf's hand. You received the blessing of the Wild Hunt. I knew it. The great god Ymir. Ah. Beowulf swung a punch and knocked the old man out cold. Ymir. Beowulf bared his teeth in a grin. I did not see any Ymir. He looked down at the unconscious preacher with cold clarity. A cult that leads people astray is better off burned. The old village chief had been right. The Wild Hunt was neither god nor demon. It was more than god, and more than demon. God and demon both lived in the human heart. The Wild Hunt was simply a human. Only humans can help humans. Only humans can bless humans. In his dialogue with the gods, the young Beowulf understood this truth. The young hero faced his path. Ahead, it might be thorns. It might be ruins. But the spark had fallen into the human world. Light, by itself, could illuminate the road ahead. The Nibelungen lead. Ro withdrew his gaze from the distance and fell silent. He had originally intended to deal with the so-called giant Ymir impersonating his name. But now he suddenly felt that it might be better to leverage that existence instead. To use it as a point of contact. To touch the heroes of this era, one by one. The sparks had already spread through the giants. If he spread more, it would never be a problem. Beowulf was the first. Ro had no intention of letting him be the last. He had done it in Greece. Doing it here was only natural. The difference was this. In Greece, he had been a sage and mentor. Now, he was a god. God bestows the spark upon all things, and all things shall offer light to the one God, the one Lord of hosts. World Religions, Introduction. So, next. It is time to enter a place where people gather. Ro tugged the reins and stepped forward. p@treon.com/fanficlord03. Every 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter.